Chapter 73. Serving as an honorary professor at Tsinghua and Peking University, a dual award ceremony commences simultaneously. Noon. After a continuous day and night of broadcasting, the live stream finally comes to a close. The journalist from a city's television station is grinning ear to ear, having profited immensely from this wave of viewership, departing in high spirits. Meanwhile, under the arrangements of the school, Liu Zhe and other professors from various universities partake in a simple meal at the cafeteria. During the banquet, a spirited exchange of words is inevitable among the elderly gentlemen. The vivacious Liu Tianxing undoubtedly holds the upper hand, his incisive rhetoric provoking irritation among Zhang Ming and others. Among the crowd, only the representative from Harbin Institute of Technology remains unfazed. We are Tsinghua and Peking University, the nation's foremost, ranking among the top 5 in the world. The prodigious child has chosen Harbin Institute of Technology. We possess the strongest comprehensive capabilities. The prodigious child has chosen Harbin Institute of Technology. Our campus is situated in the imperial capital, the political heart of the nation, with boundless prospects. The prodigious child has chosen Harbin Institute of Technology. Our nuclear power research at Tsinghua and Peking University can directly connect with the 9th Academy. The prodigious child has chosen Harbin Institute of Technology. I challenge you. Do you dare to rephrase that? Not at all. The prodigious child has chosen Harbin Institute of Technology. No matter how Liu Tianxing pressed, the representative from Harbin Institute remained steadfast, effortlessly thwarting the barrage of attacks with but a single phrase. Ultimately, Liu Tianxing was left exposed. Rolling up his sleeves in front of the guests from the city's education bureau, he shouted, "I can't take it anymore. Leader, I wish to challenge Wang Feng to a duel." "You must be joking. Can you truly contend with him?" Professor Zhang Ming interjected, his gaze flitting between the slender Liu Tianxing and the imposing figure of the Harbin Institute representative, before bursting into unabashed laughter. "I damn." Liu Tianxing's face flushed crimson from the retort. His hand, raised in defiance, hesitatingly fell back to his side after much contemplation. His gaze roamed around, eventually landing on Liu Zhe, who was casually enjoying cold noodles. He hesitantly voiced, "Prodigious child, are you truly not considering Tsinghua and Peking University? With your mathematical talent, attending Harbin Institute seems somewhat." The sentence went uncompleted, yet its implication was unmistakable. The admissions officer from Harbin Institute, Wang Feng, noticed this old man's relentless attempts to poach talent right before him, his expression darkening with ire. It seemed another heated argument was about to ensue. Observing this scene, Liu Zhe felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him and sighed deeply. Are these old-timers never weary? This endless display of youthful fervor is tiresome, and if they are not exhausted, I certainly am. With no choice but to set down his noodles, he stood up, raising both hands above his head. "Gentlemen, allow me a moment to express my thoughts." Upon hearing the prodigious child's voice, all eyes in the room turned towards him. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Liu Zhe pointed his right hand at Wang Feng. "I will undoubtedly attend Harbin Institute of Technology." Without waiting for Liu Tianxing to respond, he raised his left arm. "Yet I shall not forsake Tsinghua and Peking University." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, both Liu Tianxing and Wang Feng were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Could it be that the prodigious child intends to enroll in 2 universities simultaneously? "What I mean is, I will serve as an honorary professor at the School of Mathematics at Tsinghua and Peking University. What do you think, Grandfather Liu?" Liu Zhe explained with a smile, while Liu Tianxing, after a moment of astonishment, suddenly slapped his thigh exuberantly, exclaiming, "Fantastic! Absolutely splendid!" The prodigious child's willingness to serve as an honorary professor at Tsinghua and Peking University is an honor for our institution. Liu Tianxing was exhilarated. He had never anticipated that the situation would take a turn, with Liu Zhe still establishing a connection with Tsinghua and Peking University. Although it was merely an honorary position, what of it? The prodigious child is a peerless genius who has consecutively proven 2 major mathematical conjectures. Other universities would covet such an opportunity, yet it was not within reach. Liu Tianxing ceased his antics, wearing a blissful expression. Is this truly permissible? Zhang Ming, witnessing this scene, was left speechless. In the next moment, he dashed over to Lu Zhe, his face alight with a grin, asking, "Prodigious child, would you care to affiliate with our Beijing Normal University as well?" "All is accomplished. All is accomplished." With a flourish of his small hand, Lu Zhe proclaimed grandly. At this moment, the entire cafeteria erupted in jubilant cheers. The three universities present had all achieved their aspirations, either securing Lu Zhe's allegiance or earning their esteemed recognition, resulting in a collective celebration. Amidst the throng, only teacher Wang appeared contemplative, harboring a nagging sense of having overlooked something. Meanwhile, in the Fudan University cafeteria, Zhang Qingyu, who was devouring his meal with fervor, suddenly sneezed and scratched his head. "Who is mentioning me?" he wondered, then dismissed the thought, turning his gaze towards the young assistant professor. Straining his neck, he rasped with a voice tinged with both hoarseness and anticipation. "Have you inquired yet?" The young assistant professor merely replied in silence. "Our school can barely compute correctly. No matter how virtuous the prodigy is, he certainly won't glance back at Fudan," exclaimed another. "Good heavens! This is monumental news. Tsinghua and Peking University have officially announced that Prodigy Lu Zhe will serve as honorary professor at two universities remotely after enrolling at Harbin Institute of Technology." At that moment, a student in the cafeteria, gazing at the news on his phone, gasped in astonishment. The young assistant professor felt an ominous shift and swiftly turned around, only to witness Zhang Qingyu dramatically gasp and faint once more. Days turned into nights, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. Accompanied by Lu Tianxing, Lu Zhe boarded the specially arranged national aircraft, soaring towards Harvard University. In light of the dual conjectures that required validation, the international academic community promptly convened an urgent symposium at Harvard University. The delay of 7 days was attributed to Lu Zhe's need to finalize 2 proof papers concerning the conjectures and submit them to the AR-14 platform. Only after global mathematicians had reviewed them could he embark on his journey. Rest assured, this emergency symposium is merely a formality and will proceed smoothly. Lu Tianxing reassured Lu Zhe on the aircraft, sensing his anxiety. Ordinarily, if someone proclaims they have proven a certain conjecture, it would undoubtedly garner immense attention from the academic community, undergoing layers of scrutiny at the conference. Typically, this would necessitate months or even years of validation before reaching a conclusion. However, this instance was exceptional. Lu Zhe's proofs were completed during a live broadcast, witnessed by the global populace, with mathematicians verifying them online. There could no longer be any errors or oversights. Deep down, everyone acknowledged that Lu Zhe had successfully proven the 2 conjectures. The purpose of convening this emergency symposium was solely to adhere to established protocols, hence Lu Tianxing's comments. After all, knowing the outcome in advance rendered all formalities mere rituals. Lu Zhe nodded in gratitude. He felt no trepidation. With a regal ambition and innate talent, he remained unfazed even in the face of overwhelming challenges. A mathematics conference held little significance in his eyes. The following morning, the aircraft arrived in the picturesque state of Massachusetts. For the next 10 days, he would be required to attend the symposium daily. The procedures were not overly complex, yet laden with numerous ostentatious formalities. Although the proof of the conjectures was already known to be successful, it could not be directly announced. The full 10-day conference protocol had to be adhered to. Each meeting commenced only after all journalists and media representatives had arrived. During this time, Lu Zhe met many individuals, yet his perception of the so-called mathematicians became considerably disenchanted. The lofty academic world was merely a gathering of mediocrities who had forsaken truth in pursuit of fame and fortune. After completing the 10-day symposium without a hitch, Lu Zhe lingered in the United States for a while longer with Lu Tianxing. According to Lu Tianxing's calculations, the final results would soon be unveiled, unlike for others who would have to wait indefinitely. Indeed, 2 weeks later, the International Mathematical Union declared that both the Bill conjecture and the Goldbach conjecture would henceforth be officially recognized as theorems. The individual credited with their proof was none other than the prodigious Lu Zhe. Undoubtedly, this news sent ripples across the globe once more. Just as Lu Zhe and Lu Tianxing were about to board their flight back home, yet another sensational announcement followed. The ceremonies for the Fields Medal and the Abel Prize were set to be held together next month. Chapter 74. The Clash of Two Prestigious Awards, Liu Tianxing's Unspoken Burdens and the Wounds of Daxia. In the realm of mathematics, three illustrious awards reign supreme: the Fields Medal, the Abel Prize, and the Wolf Prize. Among these, the Fields Medal stands out as the most renowned, established in 1936, and often referred to as the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. It is awarded once every 4 years and is limited to recipients under the age of 40. This accolade is tailored specifically for prodigies, with all past laureates being young luminaries in the field of mathematics, showcasing extraordinary talent and emerging as leaders in their respective disciplines. The Abel Prize and the Wolf Prize, on the other hand, impose no age restrictions. The former aims to fill the void left by the absence of a Nobel Prize in mathematics and is regarded as a lifetime achievement award in the field. The latter, while slightly less prestigious, recognizes enduring contributions to mathematics, primarily awarded to those who have unfortunately missed out on the Fields Medal. In essence, it serves as a consolation for those who did not secure the Fields Medal, making it the younger sibling among the three celebrated awards. Historically, the Fields Medal was considered the most prestigious of the three. However, as time has progressed, the Abel Prize has gained significant traction, its stature in the international mathematical community growing ever more formidable, now rivaling the venerable Fields Medal. Consequently, the primary competitive focus for mathematicians has shifted to the Fields Medal and the Abel Prize. To complicate matters further, an unforeseen convergence of the award ceremonies for the Fields Medal and the Abel Prize has occurred. Originally, the date for the Abel Prize ceremony was announced at the beginning of the new year, slated for the end of August. The Fields Medal, however, had remained silent. Yet, this morning, the International Mathematical Union suddenly issued a statement declaring that their ceremony would also take place next month, coincidentally in late August. This revelation sent shockwaves through the mathematical community, leaving many enthusiasts utterly bewildered. Historically, these three prestigious awards have never been held concurrently. The Fields Medal is awarded once every 4 years, while the other two are bestowed annually, with a tacit understanding to stagger their timings. For instance, if one ceremony is set for March, the other will typically be scheduled for the summer, while the last will occur at the year's end. For decades, such a collision has never transpired, until now, as the Fields Medal unexpectedly chooses to share its spotlight with the Abel Prize. This unusual occurrence has undoubtedly sparked considerable intrigue. Something feels amiss. Indeed, it feels profoundly unusual, just as the Daxia Prodigy has completed the rigorous validation process for two major conjectures. Could it be that the Fields Medal's announcement of its ceremony date is a preemptive measure against the Abel Prize awarding honors to this remarkable individual? Ah, dear friend, while your line of reasoning may seem far-fetched, it is not without merit. The Fields Medal has traditionally held the position of leader among the three awards. Yet in recent years, as the Abel Prize has ascended, its value has diminished. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the Fields Medal to exercise caution against the Abel Prize. With the Daxia Prodigy having successfully proven two significant conjectures, it is almost certain he will emerge as the recipient of this year's prestigious accolades. However, the order in which these awards are bestowed is crucial. If the Abel Prize is awarded first, does that not diminish the Fields Medal's prestige? Indeed, knowing the character of the International Mathematical Union, they would certainly be reluctant to endure such an indignity. Thus, the last-minute alteration of the award dates is entirely within the realm of possibility. The entire mathematical community has been abuzz with speculation. As discussions surrounding the overlap of the two award ceremonies intensified, many quickly sought to analyze the situation, garnering unexpected resonance among both mathematicians and enthusiasts alike. They unanimously concluded that, given Liu Zhe's accomplishments, it is inevitable for him to claim all three awards. Presently, in mid-August, Liu Zhe has just completed the authoritative validation process for his two conjectures. Following the timeline, it is anticipated that the Abel Prize will be the first of the three to be awarded to him. How, then, could the venerable Fields Medal, once the most esteemed, come to terms with such a scenario? Therefore, the adjustment of the award ceremony date appears both logical and justified. To witness the two most prestigious awards in mathematics vying so fiercely, even to the point of willingly altering their award dates, would have been unimaginable in the past. A renowned mathematician sighed, pondering that if we were to liken academic achievements to a towering mountain, then they are but climbers, exerting every effort to reach the summit and behold the breathtaking view from the pinnacle. Yet Liu Zhe has realized an entirely different realm. I do not seek the mountain. The mountain comes to seek me. Even if he were to do nothing, the two trophies symbolizing the highest honors in mathematics would come to him of their own accord. What an extraordinary phenomenon this is. The other mathematicians can only harbor deep feelings of envy in response. As the international mathematical community erupted in fervent discussion, Liu Zhe, residing in a five-star hotel in Cambridge, received an invitation from the International Mathematical Union. The letter stated that the Quadrennial International Congress of Mathematicians would be held in Hawaii in 10 days, cordially inviting the Daxiao Prodigy to attend the event. Are they truly vying for the venue of the Abel Prize? Liu Zhe raised an eyebrow. For Hawaii is indeed the location where the Abel Prize ceremony is to be held this year, as previously announced. The Abel Prize is organized by the Norwegian Academy of Science, while the Fields Medal is backed by the International Mathematical Union. It appears that the International Mathematical Union is apprehensive about the venue's readiness and has opted to seize the opportunity in Hawaii. Those individuals from the International Mathematical Union have always behaved in such a manner. After perusing the contents of the invitation, Liu Tianqing let out a cold snort. His tone suggested a certain disdain for the organization. Liu Zhe immediately inquired, "Grandfather Liu, is there some unspoken burden between you and the International Mathematical Union?" Liu Tianqing hesitated, unusually lacking his usual mischievous demeanor. His expression changed rapidly within a short span of time. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and remarked, "This matter traces back to 8 years ago. It was the greatest setback of my academic career and an enduring scar on our Daxia mathematical community." Chapter 75. The Thief Ascends the High Stage, the Unresolved Grievances of Daxia Mathematicians. At the hotel's rooftop restaurant, Liu Zhe and Liu Tianqing sat by the window, surrounded by an atmosphere of tranquility, with few patrons present. After the waiter served 2 cups of coffee, Liu Tianqing took a delicate sip, pondering for a long while before finally speaking. "Young Prodigy, it is often said that academia knows no borders, and this is indeed true. However, one seldom hears mention of a critical point, the divergence of human hearts." Liu Tianqing's expression turned pensive as he spoke those words, seemingly recalling some painful memories. His hand trembling slightly as it grasped the cup. Liu Zhe nodded in agreement, fully recognizing the truth in this statement. Academia itself is inherently pure, devoid of fault. Yet humanity is not. As long as we remain within the vast societal framework, disputes are inevitable across all professions, and the academic world is no exception. From Liu Tianqing's tone, it was evident that he had suffered some form of injustice at the hands of the International Mathematical Union. As anticipated, Liu Tianqing continued, 8 years ago, I collaborated with the esteemed English mathematician Albert to achieve a pivotal breakthrough in the field of differential geometry, an accomplishment that filled us with immense joy. Not only did it contribute to mathematics itself, but it would also have secured me the Fields Medal that year without question. At this juncture, Liu Zhe cast a startled glance at Liu Tianqing. The Fields Medal is exclusively awarded to scholars under the age of 40. Liu Tianqing's assertion that he could secure the Fields Medal that year implies that he must be no older than 48. This revelation took Liu Zhe by surprise. For Liu Tianqing's hair was predominantly gray, and his face was etched with wrinkles, making him appear more aged than his peers. Coupled with the camaraderie he shared with individuals like Zhang Qingyu, Liu Zhe had momentarily assumed that this esteemed professor from Qingbei was at least in his 60s. However, it turned out he was quite youthful, a testament to the demanding nature of mathematics. Liu Tianqing remained oblivious to Liu Zhe's reaction, engrossed in his own narrative. Yet, I could scarcely have anticipated that on the eve of the announcement of this scholarly achievement, Albert would divulge the information to a mathematician from the United States, a prodigy renowned in the North American mathematical community, who had clinched the Olympiad Mathematics Championship in his youth. His father held the position of vice president of the International Mathematical Union, while his mother was engaged in the real estate sector, rendering their household exceedingly affluent. Upon learning of the news, he sought us out that very night, expressing a willingness to secretly purchase the academic result for a staggering sum of $100 million. At this juncture, Liu Tianqing's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The value of knowledge is immeasurable and should not be sullied by monetary gain. I surmised that Liu must have rejected such an offer, yet Albert appeared to have succumbed to temptation. Witnessing this scene, Liu Zhe's astute mind had pieced together the unfolding events. Indeed, Liu Tianqing's expression grew complex as he sighed deeply, although Albert is over 40. And while this academic achievement is the result of our joint efforts, the ultimate accolade will solely be bestowed upon me. He may not openly express it, but I am certain he harbors feelings of inequity. Now that someone is willing to pay an exorbitant price, how could he possibly resist? Rather than remain in obscurity, devoid of fame and fortune, it would be far more appealing to accept the money and enjoy a leisurely twilight of life. $100 million is an astronomical figure. How many individuals can withstand such temptation, especially when one is already reconciled with the fact that academic honor would elude them, rather than languish in the shadows? Witnessing one's efforts bolster another's ascent to glory, it seems wiser to seize the monetary reward. Consequently, Albert did not deliberate for long. That very night, he delivered the academic result to the mathematician and successfully submitted the paper to the AR-14 platform before Liu Tianqing's announcement. An hour later, an unsuspecting Liu Tianqing uploaded his own paper, which was subsequently flagged for plagiarism. In a shocking reversal, the illustrious mathematician from the Great Xia became a thief, while the perpetrator remained blameless. The only person privy to the truth, Albert, vanished with the $100 million, as if he had never existed in the mathematical community. Naturally, Liu Tianqing could not passively accept the theft of his intellectual property. That year, he submitted 36 requests for academic validation to the International Mathematical Union and called for the establishment of an investigative committee 59 times, all of which were emphatically rejected. This was hardly surprising, considering that the North American prodigy who had acquired the academic achievement was the son of the vice president of the Union. The International Mathematical Union, abbreviated as IMU, is a non-governmental international academic organization composed of mathematical societies from around the world, boasting a century-long history. As with any organization, hierarchies exist within. The leadership changes every 4 years with the convening of the International Congress of Mathematicians. Over the past century, the loudest voices within the Union have often emanated from the United States, a trend that has persisted in recent years. American mathematicians consistently secure prominent positions within the Union, whether as elected presidents or vice presidents, followed by numerous mathematicians from other nations. The reasons for this phenomenon are apparent to all, stemming from America's dominant status on the global stage. Indeed, this century-old organization has long since strayed from its original purpose of fostering pure scholarship. The pursuit of truth has been forsaken in favor of fame and fortune, with opportunists abounding. Furthermore, following the millennium, the Great Xia has experienced rapid development, emerging as America's foremost rival. The two nations have engaged in continuous overt and covert confrontations on the international stage. Such an atmosphere inevitably influences the Union. At that time, many Great Xia mathematicians were members of the Union, including Liu Tianqing himself, who had achieved a significant voice within it, positioning themselves in the second tier of influence. This was remarkable. It is noteworthy that 2 or 3 decades prior, Great Xia mathematicians held a rather inconspicuous status within the International Mathematical Union. In a mere few decades, they had surged to the forefront of the Union, mirroring the rise of Great Xia's national strength. Thus, it is evident who felt the gravest threat within the Union. Therefore, under such circumstances, whether for personal or collective reasons, mathematicians aligned with the American faction would never allow Liu Tianqing a chance at vindication. The inevitable outcome was that, at that year's mathematicians' conference, the vice president's son claimed Liu Tianqing's academic achievement and secured the Fields Medal. The world erupted in applause, the media reported widely, and endless accolades poured forth. Yet, none of it pertained to Liu Tianqing. As the news returned home, mathematics professors across various universities in Great Xia were incensed. Yet, by then, everything had settled into dust. What could be done? Liu Tianqing remained silent, taking a leave of absence to rest at home. Months later, upon his return to the Qingbei campus, he appeared as usual, even more humorous and charming than before. If anyone dared to mention the incident, he would dismiss it with a carefree laugh, claiming he had long moved on and no longer cared. Yet, the mathematics community in the country was small. Who was unfamiliar with whom? In truth, whether he had truly moved on was well understood by all. It was merely a matter of power dynamics compelling him to bow his head. Moreover, Great Xia individuals possess a distinctive trait. When the door is closed, they may quarrel over a single viewpoint with fervor, even to the point of physical altercation. But if an outsider dares to intrude, that is unacceptable. Liu Tianqing's experience was not merely a personal affront. It resonated deeply with many professors of mathematics in Great Xia, who collectively held their breath in solidarity. And this collective breath would be held for 8 long years. Chapter 76, Arrival at Hawaii, Liu Zhe's Display of Authority. As a cup of coffee was drained, the entirety of the preceding events was laid bare. This was not only Liu Tianqing's story, but also that of all mathematicians from Great Xia. Liu Zhe listened intently, offering no excessive commentary. He simply rose and remarked casually, "Tomorrow, we depart for Hawaii." The youthful voice, though not loud, exuded an inexplicable aura of strength. Gazing at Liu Zhe's profile against the window, Liu Tianqing found himself momentarily entranced. It was important to note that since that incident, although he had outwardly returned to normalcy, an immense chasm had grown between him and the International Mathematical Union. For instance, at the International Congress of Mathematicians 4 years prior, he had received an invitation but deliberately chose not to attend. Now, upon receiving another invitation, he grappled internally, contemplating whether to send someone else to accompany Liu Zhe to the award ceremony, while he continued to avoid the event. Yet, in this moment, Listening to the calm words of this 6-year-old boy before him, a sense of long-lost peace washed over him. All his apprehensions and entanglements dissipated, leaving no trace behind. As if merely following Lu Zhe would render the collapse of the heavens inconsequential. Here I am, a man nearing 50, finding an unexpected sense of security in a 6-year-old child. Upon realizing this absurdity, Lu Tianqing couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly, acknowledging the ridiculousness even to himself. Yet, one cannot deceive the body. At this moment, he undeniably felt an inexplicable charm emanating from Lu Zhe, an allure befitting a leader. The next day, a private aircraft belonging to the Great Xia departed for the island of Hawaii, unimpeded throughout its journey. The plane, adorned with the national flag of Great Xia, symbolized the dignity of one of the two reigning powers on this planet. It landed smoothly at Kona Airport, marking the commencement of Lu Zhe's vacation. Indeed, it was a vacation. Hawaii boasts two principal cities. One is Hilo, serving as the administrative center of the island, while the other is Kona, a pure tourist haven. The International Congress of Mathematicians, an event steeped in academic gravity, was thus appropriately scheduled in Hilo. However, as they passed Hilo, Lu Zhe did not even pause, instructing the pilot to fly directly to Kona. Under the pretense of arriving early for leisure before the commencement of the conference, Lu Tianqing was left astounded. The International Congress of Mathematicians is a premier event in the mathematical community, held only once every 4 years. Many mathematicians, upon receiving their invitations, would eagerly settle in the vicinity weeks in advance, especially those who had recently achieved significant breakthroughs and felt they had a chance at the Fields Medal. The calm demeanor of Lu Zhe, who disregarded the event entirely and headed straight to another tourist city, was truly a rarity. I recall that the invitation sent to the Prodigy explicitly urged him to meet upon his arrival, presumably to discuss matters pertaining to the award. Observing Lu Zhe joyfully making his way to the hotel after disembarking, Lu Tianqing was reminded of another detail. In previous years, the selection process for the Fields Medal was shrouded in secrecy by the Mathematical Union, yet this time, such discretion was unnecessary, for Lu Zhe faced no competitors. Before the eyes of the world, he had demonstrated the solutions to two of the foremost mathematical conjectures. If he were not to receive an award for this, the very notion of the Fields Medal would become a farcical joke. This situation paralleled the experience of the domestically produced game Black Myth, Wukong, which had achieved both critical acclaim and commercial success, only to lose the title of Game of the Year at the TGA Awards to Cosmic Robot amidst a year with no formidable rivals. Consequently, the TGA's claim to be the Oscars of the gaming industry became a punchline, with gamers worldwide dismissing it. Thus, the International Mathematical Union was not oblivious. They recognized that this edition of the Fields Medal was rightfully Lu Zhe's, a prize that could not be usurped. Their current concern lay in how best to present the award in a manner that would generate substantial buzz, potentially revitalizing the Fields Medal's prestige, which had been threatened in recent years by the Abel Prize. The invitation hastily noted the necessity for Lu Zhe to arrive early to meet, serving as a precaution against the Abel Prize. After all, it was unprecedented for both awards to be held at the same venue simultaneously. Given the rushed preparations, the potential for unforeseen incidents loomed large, prompting the International Mathematical Union's courteous reminder in the invitation. However, at present, this reminder seemed to have had no effect, as Lu Zhe appeared to disregard it entirely, shoving the invitation into his backpack before heading straight to Kona Airport. After settling into his hotel on the first day, he indulged in various activities the following day: snorkeling, exploring volcanic parks, stargazing atop Mauna Kea, and deep-sea fishing, immersing himself in local experiences. Meanwhile, the Fields Medal Committee undoubtedly had someone monitoring Lu Zhe's itinerary, likely left flabbergasted by his audacity. The Prodigy was clearly sending a strong message to the International Mathematical Union. Lu Tianqing's eyes sparkled as he grasped Lu Zhe's intent. What did the highest honors in the mathematics world signify when compared to the pressing question of what to dine on that evening? This was Lu Zhe's stance. Years prior, when they thought the Great Xia mathematical community was without contenders, they had trampled upon them for 8 years. Well, were they not arrogant? Were they not aloof? Now, they could be left to stew in their own hubris. Lu Zhe bore no psychological burden, reveling in his leisure until the very day the International Congress of Mathematicians commenced. The conference was set to begin at 9 o'clock. He boarded a flight to Hilo at 8:45. Although the distance between the two cities was short, by the time Lu Zhe landed at the airport and reached the venue, it was already 9:30, half an hour late. To everyone's astonishment, however, a throng of people still filled the sides of the red carpet outside the entrance. Apart from a sea of journalists and media representatives, numerous mathematicians had also chosen to remain outside, eagerly scanning for Lu Zhe's arrival, creating an atmosphere of palpable anticipation. Indeed, This solemn and grand international conference had been delayed. The entire assembly hesitated to commence without the presence of one individual, setting a precedent in the century-long history of the event, leaving countless journalists stunned. It was only when Liu Ze stepped from the car and onto the red carpet that the mathematicians, who had been waiting, erupted into thunderous applause. In the distance, fireworks signaling the commencement of the ceremony illuminated the sky. Liu Ze, with one hand casually in his pocket, surveyed his surroundings with piercing, bright eyes, exuding an aura reminiscent of a youthful Ing Zheng, commanding and extraordinary. Truly, spring comes, and I do not speak first. Which creature dares to make a sound? Chapter 77. Is that the president of the International Mathematical Union? I thought he was a server. The great Xia Prodigy has arrived. As Liu Ze reached the venue, the surrounding media and journalists erupted into a frenzy. The air crackled with excitement, and the sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly. There stood Liu Ze at the end of the red carpet, clad in a bespoke white suit, his posture impeccable and his demeanor exceptional. With the innate gift of extraordinary strength, he appeared no different from a 12 or 13-year-old, radiating youthful vibrancy. Just a sidelong glance revealed the princely aura of this young sovereign, captivating the media representatives from around the globe. The great Xia Prodigy, in the flesh, was remarkably charismatic. What a magnificent visage. He could easily be nominated among the world's top 100 most handsome faces. Oh my God, this was nothing short of a perfect work of art. One could hardly fathom how many souls would be enraptured by the great Xia Prodigy once he matured. A throng of journalists, exhilarated and speechless, were dazzled by his radiant presence. Though they had previously observed Liu Ze's live broadcasts, their focus had primarily been on mathematical conjectures. Now, encountering the real person, his stunning looks and charisma rendered them utterly spellbound. Despite the differences in Eastern and Western aesthetic preferences, Liu Ze's chiseled features and authoritative visage defied stereotypes associated with Asian faces, standing in stark contrast to the conventional perceptions. Many journalists possess an instinctive awareness that the photographs they capture could potentially ignite a global upheaval in the realm of aesthetics upon their dissemination. Yet another universally acknowledged embodiment of male beauty is poised to make his entrance. On the red carpet, Liu Ze strides leisurely ahead, with Liu Tianqing trailing half a step behind. The duo, one elder and one younger, navigates through a relentless barrage of flashing cameras until they near the main entrance, where a throng of mathematicians eagerly converges to extend their greetings. After a casual nod of acknowledgement from Liu Ze, they officially enter the venue. This is a grand estate constructed by the seaside, and upon stepping through the main door, one does not directly enter the building. Instead, they find themselves in a spacious courtyard. The landscaping within the courtyard is splendidly executed, with horticultural delights adorning the space. At its center stands a raised platform, meticulously arranged for the occasion. According to tradition, the International Congress of Mathematicians convenes every 4 years, and prior to the commencement of the conference, the Fields Medal is awarded. This platform has been erected specifically for the presentation of the Fields Medal, while the formal meetings will take place within the interior of the building. Naturally, the discussions among mathematicians tend to be rather tedious for the majority. Without significant academic breakthroughs, the media shows little inclination to delve into the proceedings. In contrast, the opening ceremony featuring the Fields Medal captures the public's interest. Each iteration attracts renowned media outlets from around the globe, all eager to document the event. With live broadcasts being commonplace, any nation of considerable stature can secure broadcasting rights. At this moment, as Liu Ze makes his entrance, he is accompanied by a multitude of mathematicians from various countries, creating quite the spectacle. Liu Tianqing, following closely behind Liu Ze, straightens his posture upon witnessing the scene, his gaze drawn to the figures atop the platform. Atop the platform, 2 groups of individuals stand on either side. To the left, a tall figure with fair skin, representing the Norwegian Academy of Sciences and the organizer of the Abel Prize. This estate was originally prepared for this year's Abel Prize ceremony, only to be commandeered by the International Mathematical Union. The audacity of merging the 2 awards has undoubtedly incensed the mathematicians from the Norwegian Academy. However, they find themselves powerless to resist. After all, the International Mathematical Union wields significant influence, and their assembly is held in high esteem. The Quadrennial Congress garners immense attention, and they are obliged to participate annually. How could they refuse? Thus, they must endure the situation with resignation. As for the International Mathematical Union, the higher-ups seem entirely oblivious to any missteps in their actions, even believing that the Norwegian Academy has somehow benefited from the arrangement. Although they have usurped the venue, the importance of the International Congress of Mathematicians is paramount. To incorporate the Abel Prize presentation within its framework is regarded as a favor. Such an attitude speaks volumes about their arrogance. At this moment, These haughty individuals occupy the right side of the platform, clad in tailored suits, their chins held high as they gaze upon the approaching throng. When their eyes meet Lu Tianxing's, the leader among them reveals a faint, disdainful smile. This individual is none other than the vice president who once sheltered his own son during a scandal involving academic fraud. 8 years have passed, and through 2 cycles of leadership, he has not only remained in power, but has ascended to the presidency. This is all due to the backing of the United States. Over the years, he has systematically replaced much of the committee and leadership of the International Mathematical Union with individuals from the United States or their followers, creating a solidified bloc. This prodigious child from Great Xia appears to be enjoying himself in Kona, does he? At this moment, President Ivan Flores observes Lu Zhe's advancing figure with a smile that belies his true feelings. Clearly, he is still aggrieved by Lu Zhe's overt disregard for his previous remarks. As the president of the International Mathematical Union, it is expected that any mathematician of repute would show him the proper respect. Yet, this prodigious child, merely 6 years of age, seems to hold him in utter contempt. Flores cannot believe that the child is simply unaware of social niceties, perceiving him instead as a mischievous young genius. A mind capable of demonstrating 2 monumental mathematical conjectures is undoubtedly extraordinary, and one could easily mistake him for an adult. Thus, this blatant disregard is perceived as a challenge to his authority or, perhaps, a defiance against the United States. How could Flores not be incensed? 8 years ago, he had played with the great Xia mathematician Lu Tianxing, dismissing the academic submissions and investigation requests that were tossed into the toilet without a second glance. Yet today, he finds himself outmaneuvered by a 6-year-old from Great Xia. Although he has not incurred any tangible loss, the sensation of indignation lingers. An affront to his dignity swells within him. President Ivan's days are still ahead of him. As long as Lu Zhe remains in the mathematical realm, he will inevitably come to recognize his true standing. Beside him, another mathematician from the United States praises, "I am well aware." Ivan responds with a huff, thick with nasal tones. Before casting a narrow-eyed glance at the opposite side of the platform, he waves his hand, commanding, "Prepare the medals. We must present them before the Norwegian scientists." Despite his deep-seated animosity towards the great Xia mathematicians, he cannot afford to withhold this award. Lu Zhe's consecutive proofs of 2 significant mathematical conjectures have created an uproar. In light of such achievements, the Fields Medal is already on the verge of being publicly acknowledged. Failing to award it to Lu Zhe would incite a monumental backlash, irreparably damaging their credibility. Thus, it must be bestowed. With this thought in mind, and observing that Lu Zhe and his companions have approached, a throng of media follows closely behind, capturing every moment. Ivan's previously defiant and hostile countenance swiftly transforms into a warm smile as he descends from the platform, extending his hand towards Lu Zhe from afar. "Greetings, Prodigy Lu Zhe from Great Xia. I am Ivan Flores, and it is a pleasure to meet you." As the president of the International Mathematical Union, it is a rare occasion for him to lower himself to greet a newcomer in the mathematical sphere, and even more so for established mathematicians to receive such an honor. The media, equipped with cameras, are poised to immortalize this historic moment of the great Xia prodigy shaking hands with the president of the International Mathematical Union. However, to everyone's astonishment, as Lu Zhe passes by Ivan Flores, he does not pause even for a moment. He does not even glance in his direction, continuing onward without a second thought. Ivan remains half-bent, hand outstretched in a gesture of greeting, his entire being seemingly frozen in place. The smile on his face gradually fades. An uproar erupts among the media, and the mathematicians are left in stunned disbelief. What is this prodigy from Great Xia doing? He has utterly disregarded Ivan Flores. Has he lost his mind? To offend the most powerful figure in the mathematical community right upon entering, and in front of global media no less. He has not even pretended to acknowledge him. Everyone stands bewildered. Ultimately, as Lu Zhe settles into his designated spot marked with his name, a fellow mathematician of Chinese descent approaches, half explaining, half introducing the identity of Ivan Flores. At this moment, Lu Zhe suddenly displayed an expression of epiphany and fluently uttered in English. "So that person is the president of the International Mathematical Union? I thought he was a waiter." The innocent and unfiltered remark elicited gasps from the crowd, nearly causing them to stumble in disbelief. "Seriously, dude? You mistook the president of the International Mathematical Union for a server? This fib is utterly ludicrous." He was even wearing a nameplate indicating his position. The audience collectively felt faint, and Ivan's face darkened with indignation. How could a distinguished leader of the association, a renowned mathematician, be publicly mistaken for a mere service staff member? Who could endure such humiliation? Yet, he found himself unable to voice his discontent. After all, Lu Zhe was merely 6 years old. As an adult, he couldn't possibly be vexed by a child. He even had to muster a smile. feigning admiration for the young prodigy's humor. Meanwhile, observing Yvan, who was clearly seething yet forced to approach with a grin, Lu Tianqing felt a sense of satisfaction and secretly gave Lu Zhe a thumbs up. The latter remained composed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Challenge me? Do you possess the capability, my friend? I've merely referred to you as a waiter, publicly embarrassing you. What of it? I am but a child. If questioned, I could simply say I cannot read and mistook you for someone else. Direct any complaints to my guardian. Chapter 78. The Flustered President. Lu Zhe, I refuse to accept the award. No one anticipated that the International Congress of Mathematicians would erupt in such chaos right from the start. Even the opening ceremony had yet to commence when a major scandal broke. The great Xia prodigy mistakes President Yvan for a waiter. Such a colossal blunder would surely leave anyone in fits of laughter. In the YouTube live stream of the International Congress of Mathematicians, viewers from around the world were quick to comment. Ha ha ha, the president of the International Mathematical Union mistaken for a waiter? This is undoubtedly the greatest joke in academia this year. When that old man stood there frozen, I found it utterly hilarious. The great Xia prodigy is both adorable and charming, and his humor has won many hearts. I hereby declare that Yvan Flores shall henceforth be known as waiter. I concur. Waiter, please bring me a copy of the 1986 Olympiad paper. The barrage of comments continued, with at least half mocking the incident. Many even began to refer to Yvan Flores simply as waiter. This immediately sparked a wave of responses from countless others. In the great Xia nation, as a world power, it naturally held broadcasting rights for the International Congress of Mathematicians. At this moment, the Central Educational Channel was airing the event. Numerous online live streams were also available. Thanks to Lu Zhe's popularity, this mathematics gathering, typically overlooked in previous years, attracted a significantly larger audience this time. The screen was flooded with comments. Lu Zhe is such a gem, absolutely adorable. Ha ha ha, he caught the president of the International Mathematical Union off guard. President, as a man in my 60s, being deceived and ambushed by a young child. How is that acceptable? It's not. However, one might ponder whether our little prodigy's attendance at the International Congress of Mathematicians, representing the great Xia mathematical community, could be seen as somewhat disrespectful. Disrespectful, my foot. I wish Lu Zhe would scold them even more. You have no idea what these people have done. I am a student of Professor Wang Lan from Fudan University, and I'm here to explain. Years ago, our Lu Tianqing achieved significant academic results, only to have them stolen by this president's son, who even won the Fields Medal. Professor Lu had repeatedly petitioned the union for an investigation, yet this old man suppressed it all. Wait, is this true? Damn. I thought that seemingly kind old man was a good person. So, does that mean our Zhe Bao didn't truly mistake identities, but intentionally humiliated this scoundrel Yvan to avenge Professor Lu? Absolutely. The little prodigy cannot be oblivious to this matter, especially since he traveled abroad with Professor Lu. Initially, the comments were lighthearted, as the general populace was unaware of the tensions within the mathematical community. However, once informed of the backstory, the atmosphere of the live stream shifted dramatically. From the moment Lu Zhe appeared, he exuded a captivating sharpness reminiscent of the young Ying Zheng from that fateful summer, radiating an aura of unstoppable ambition. The neglect shown toward Yvan now appeared intentional, rendering everything more reasonable. The young prodigy was indeed avenging the wrongs suffered by our beleaguered mathematics professors. In an instant, all viewers from Great Xia rallied in solidarity, and the mood of the live stream transformed. On the other side, at the venue, after several attempts to regain his composure, Yvan Flores finally exchanged pleasantries with Lu Zhe. He then wasted no time in retreating to his seat, eager to distance himself from the great Xia prodigy. On stage, a professional host took the mic, delivering the opening speech and officially announcing the commencement of this year's International Congress of Mathematicians. Following this, a dance performance commenced, featuring a group of young performers clad in flamboyant costumes, with a clown attempting to inject some comedic flair into the proceedings. The clown pranced around the stage, his eyes darting mischievously across the audience. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he seemed to linger a moment longer when glancing at Lu Tianqing before skittering off stage in embarrassment. The opening ceremony's performance was far from captivating. It could only be described as mediocre, especially given the hurried arrangement without extensive planning or rehearsal. It was a commendable effort nonetheless. Yvan, disinterested in the stage performance, stared at his phone, his expression oscillating between shades of green and white. He was likely grappling with the new nickname bestowed upon him by netizens. Frustration boiled within him, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate, forcing himself to endure. 20 minutes later, the opening performance concluded amidst a burst of fireworks, and the performers exited the stage, making way for a multitude of mathematicians. Once again, the mathematicians from the Norwegian Academy lined up on the left, while Yvan and his colleagues stood on the right. Without waiting for the Academy representatives to speak, Ivan shot a threatening glance, effectively silencing the eager Norwegian mathematicians. Then, gripping the microphone, Ivan, with a beaming smile, declared, "Once again, we gather for the International Mathematical Congress, and I believe the segment everyone anticipates most is the awarding of this year's Fields Medal, correct? Frankly, over the past 4 years, through the collaborative efforts of mathematicians worldwide, we have achieved numerous groundbreaking advancements in the field of mathematics. Yet, amidst the multitude of geniuses, only one person truly deserves the honor of the Fields Medal. I shall not keep you in suspense. That person is." At this point, Ivan paused, casting his gaze over the assembly of mathematicians. The live stream camera adeptly zoomed in, capturing the expressions of all present, while various media outlets focused their lenses on the stage. At this moment, the name that had been eagerly anticipated at last came to fruition. This year's recipient of the Fields Medal is none other than Liu Ze. Let us extend a warm welcome to the mathematician from the Great Xia, Liu Ze. As he ascends the stage to receive his award, Ivan smiled and gestured towards Liu Ze, inviting him forward. Simultaneously, every camera in the venue focused intently on Liu Ze. The mathematicians from various nations erupted into thunderous applause. No one was taken aback, for this outcome had been known to the world well in advance. Who among the mathematicians throughout history could rival Liu Ze's achievements? This accolade was rightfully his. Go ahead. Liu Tianxing beamed at Liu Ze, his heart a tumult of emotions. The thing he had lost 8 years prior was finally being claimed by someone else today. It was as if a long-standing grievance among the mathematicians of the Great Xia had been rectified. Under his encouraging gaze, Liu Ze nodded gently and rose, stepping onto the stage amidst the collective gaze of the audience. Liu Ze, this is your moment of glory. Ivan, with a beaming smile, presented the meticulously prepared medal. This emblematic honor signifies the pinnacle of mathematical achievement, a dream cherished by countless scholars, and at this moment, eyes brimmed with envy, lamenting the imminent emergence of yet another Fields Medal laureate. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, when faced with the emblem of unparalleled honor, Liu Ze did not extend his hand to accept it. His gaze remained tranquil as he regarded Ivan, who, despite harboring animosity, forced a smile. A hint of derision crept upon Liu Ze's lips. In the next moment, a cold voice resonated throughout the venue, echoing across all live broadcasts. "I refuse to accept this award." Chapter 79. Revealing the truth to the world, the thief could not remain still. With Liu Ze's declaration, an uproar ensued across the globe. What was the prodigy of the Great Xia doing, arriving at the venue only to decline the award? This was the highest honor in the realm of mathematics, the Fields Medal, coveted by countless scholars. Never had it been heard that someone would willingly refuse it. The assemblage of mathematicians and media reporters were left dumbfounded. After a brief moment of stunned silence, realization struck them like a thunderclap. The reporters inhaled heavily, recognizing that a monumental story was about to unfold. Mathematicians began to murmur, perplexed by Liu Ze's reasoning. The young prodigy had refused the honor? In the audience, Liu Tianxing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring blankly at the stage. In the next moment, he seemed to grasp the situation, his nose prickling, tears welling in his eyes. Am I, an old fool, worthy of such a gesture? At this moment, Liu Tianxing understood that Liu Ze was using his renown to confront the International Mathematical Union. This so-called Fields Medal, the pinnacle of mathematical accolades amassed over a century, was being rejected. The consequence of this act was a complete affront to the International Mathematical Union, causing the Fields Medal to plummet from its pedestal. What merit, what authority? A century's reputation would collapse in an instant. And to achieve such a feat single-handedly, one could only look to Liu Ze in the entire mathematical community. Other mathematicians might dare to refuse an award, but they lacked the gravitas to do so. Liu Ze's rejection highlighted the issues inherent within the Fields Medal itself. After all, this was a person capable of proving 2 major conjectures in a single day. Throughout the annals of human mathematical history, there is scarcely another rival to be found. Yet the pressing question remained: what issues did the Fields Medal possess that would compel the most formidable genius in mathematics to spurn its honor? This was the conundrum plaguing the minds of many mathematicians and reporters present, as well as the countless viewers behind their screens. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Liu Ze maintained a sardonic smile, his hands hanging casually at his sides, exhibiting no inclination to accept the award. Before him, Ivan, still holding the medal, found himself frozen in a state of awkwardness, unable to advance or retreat. The medal felt like a hot potato in his grasp. His expression darkened, devoid of any semblance of a smile, resembling a stagnant pool of water. Fortunately, during the award presentation, his back had been turned to the cameras, sparing the audience from witnessing his dismal visage. His gaze fixated on the young Eastern figure before him, icy and penetrating. Why refuse? He asked through clenched teeth. Do you know what it means to be a patriot? What? I mean, when one's capabilities reach a certain threshold, I can do whatever I damn well please. Liu Ze met his gaze unflinchingly, his eyes captivating, reminiscent of an ancient emperor's descent. Upon hearing such audacious words and sensing that formidable aura, Ivan felt an inexplicable chill run through him. He was overwhelmed by a powerful sense of pressure emanating from this 6-year-old child, rendering him breathless. Their dialogue was hushed, deliberately avoiding the microphones, leaving the audience in the dark. From a distance, the sight of the two figures, one large and one small, motionless on stage, left many perplexed. A brave reporter summoned the courage to ask aloud, Great Xia Prodigy, may I inquire why you refused the Fields Medal awarded by the International Mathematical Union? The rules of the International Mathematical Congress were stringent. Reporters were not permitted to interrupt interviews until the opening ceremony concluded. However, the suddenness of the event rendered the breach of protocol inconsequential. Eager to uncover the reason behind Liu Ze's refusal of the Fields Medal, the audience leaned in with bated breath. On stage, Liu Ze shifted his gaze from Ivan, casually pocketed his hand, and stepped aside, moving to the edge of the platform. With a gesture, he summoned a throng of media reporters who surged forward, microphones raised high. Under the scrutiny of countless curious eyes, Liu Ze finally spoke. He pointed decisively towards the higher-ups of the International Mathematical Union at the stage's right. His resonant voice clear and penetrating. Because I will not accept a medal awarded by a despicable and immoral organization that engages in academic fraud. This is an insult to every great selfless scholar in the world and a personal affront to me. As the final word echoed, a profound silence enveloped the venue. After several seconds, an uproar erupted. Academic fraud. The International Mathematical Union was accused of engaging in academic deception. Was this true? The media present went into a frenzy. Each vying to pose questions, with some even attempting to scale the stage. Great Xia Prodigy, are the claims you made true? Great Xia Prodigy, do you dare to stand by your accusations? The consequences of slandering the International Mathematical Union are severe. Do you possess any evidence? A barrage of pointed inquiries erupted in rapid succession, each sharper than the last. Yet, in the face of these questions, Liu Ze remained composed, his demeanor unfaltering. 8 years ago, Professor Liu Tianqing, a distinguished mathematician from Daxia, achieved a monumental breakthrough in collaboration with the English mathematician Albert. However, unbeknownst to Professor Liu, the fruits of this academic success were unscrupulously sold by Albert to the son of Ivan Flores, the president of the International Mathematical Union. That very individual, leveraging the purchased mathematical achievements, secured the Fields Medal 8 years prior. Why, then, should I accept the so-called honor bestowed by such an organization that permits academic fraud? Liu Ze succinctly revealed the truth, culminating in a profound rhetorical question directed at the world. In the audience, upon hearing Liu Ze's revelation of this past incident, Liu Tianqing trembled, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Was it relief, nostalgia, or the long-suppressed grievances finally surfacing? All these emotions erupted in an instant. The mathematicians present, upon absorbing Liu Ze's words, erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, the atmosphere thick with tumult. Journalists, their eyes alight with excitement, incessantly recorded the astonishing turn of events. Simultaneously, on the right side of the stage, a young man in his 30s, bearing a striking resemblance to Ivan, rushed forward, his countenance transformed. Silence. The prodigy of Daxia must provide evidence. Otherwise, even as a minor, I can enlist the finest lawyers to see you imprisoned. This youth was none other than Lucas Flores, the protagonist behind the academic deceit. 8 years had elapsed, and he had ascended to a prominent position within the International Mathematical Union. Initially puzzled by Liu Ze's refusal to accept the award, he was now struck by the realization that the young prodigy intended to champion Liu Tianqing's cause. As the individual directly involved, he could no longer remain seated. His sudden emergence instantly captured the attention of all media present. This unexpected development caused Ivan's expression to darken, but there was no time for him to intervene. The multitude of journalists had already shifted their focus toward the young man. Meanwhile, Liu Ze, witnessing Ivan's son finally stepping into the limelight, could not suppress a slight smile. Evidence. Absurd. Given his stature, the moment those words escaped his lips, the necessity for evidence became irrelevant. Ivan's son was destined to find himself embroiled in a whirlwind of public scrutiny. Liu Ze indeed lacked concrete evidence. The sole individual privy to the entire affair, Albert, had long since vanished with ill-gotten gains. Yet, at times, evidence is unnecessary. Once doubt emerges, the accusation is already established. Liu Ze's stature was unparalleled. He was universally acknowledged as a mathematical deity, his name resonating across the globe. Even those disinterested in academia had likely encountered or heard of him, particularly following the recent viral incident involving the Emperor Bar's expedition into the foreign web, which led to a massive wave of account suspensions on Twitter, propelling his name to the forefront of global trends. The essence of that incident stemmed from Liu Zhe's proof of a mathematical conjecture, thrusting a niche academic event into the public sphere. Subsequently, the International Congress of Mathematicians convened, initiating yet another global livestream, maintaining Liu Zhe's prominence in worldwide discourse. Thus, his visibility soared. In such circumstances, when the truth was articulated from his lips, the absence of evidence became inconsequential, for there would always be those willing to believe his words. As the saying goes, rumors can spread with a mere whisper, while refuting them requires exhausting efforts. Though Liu Zhe was not spreading falsehoods, he was merely revealing the truth to the world. However, the difficulty faced by Ivan's son in defending himself was akin to that of a slandered individual trying to vindicate their name. After all, the one uttering these words was Liu Zhe, a prodigious mathematical genius who had continuously proven two major conjectures. If the Fields Medal were indeed earned legitimately, why would one refuse it? For Liu Zhe, this bore no advantage. It would only deprive him of an accolade. Thus, any logically minded individual hearing Liu Zhe's statements would inevitably cast their suspicions upon Ivan's son. Mr. Lucas Flores, what do you have to say regarding the accusations from the Eastern Prodigy? Did you truly acquire your academic achievements through monetary means 8 years ago? Falsifying research results and receiving the Fields Medal constitutes a grave academic scandal. Mr. Flores, as a member of the International Mathematical Union, have you not betrayed your academic integrity? Is there not also suspicion surrounding your victory in the Olympic mathematics competition? Numerous media representatives clamored for interviews, with some even scaling the stage to thrust microphones into his face. The reporters, seasoned veterans of the global media landscape, posed increasingly incisive questions, akin to daggers piercing the heart. Meanwhile, Lucas Flores, once heralded as North America's mathematical prodigy, found himself flustered, his gaze darting left and right, visibly reddening. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. An unfounded allegation is merely a rumor. I swear on my father's position as the president of the International Mathematical Union that I have not resorted to any unscrupulous means to usurp another's achievements. Otherwise, my father would resign immediately. Though visibly flustered, Lucas remained defiant, raising his voice as if to bolster his resolve. In a final act of conviction, he raised 3 fingers, swearing fervently. Little did he realize that his vow only served to highlight his father's prospects. Ivan, upon hearing this, turned pale with frustration. Truly, a filial son. However, at this critical juncture, he could not afford to dwell on that. He needed to placate the journalists first. Once this hurdle was crossed, he could invest more resources to mitigate the damage. After all, in the absence of evidence, no matter how eloquently articulated, it was merely a fabrication. Given the transient nature of public memory on the internet, within 6 months, most would likely forget the incident. With this thought, Ivan hastily stepped forward, echoing his son's assertions with fervent guarantees regarding the International Mathematical Union's unwavering commitment to justice and fairness, firmly stating that any instance of academic fraud would not be tolerated. He solemnly declared intentions to pursue a defamation lawsuit against the Eastern Prodigy. Observing the father-son duo's righteous demeanor, the assembled journalists were left bewildered. Could it be that the Eastern Prodigy was indeed engaging in malicious slander? Yet, what could be gained from refusing the Fields Medal? The multitude of reporters found themselves uncertain about which side the truth favored. Even Liu Zhe furrowed his brow in contemplation. He truly underestimated the shamelessness of this father-son duo, capable of such twisted reasoning. Just as his thoughts shifted, preparing to utter more words, a voice suddenly rang out from the side of the stage. Enough. It seemed to have been amplified through the sound system, and the echo was thunderous. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Eyes immediately turned towards the source of the voice, where a solitary figure stood, clad in yellow overalls, his face adorned with an array of colorful makeup, and sporting an exaggerated wig and a prominent red nose. It was none other than the clown who had energetically performed during the opening ceremony. As the clown noticed the attention of the crowd, he let out a deep sigh. He then silently retrieved a wet wipe from his pocket and, as he walked forward, began to remove the makeup from his face. Simultaneously, a somewhat hoarse voice resonated throughout the venue. What the Eastern Prodigy said is indeed true. 8 years ago, I succumbed to temptation, betraying my academic partner by selling the crucial breakthrough in the field of differential geometry to Lucas for $100 million. Now, I have come to atone. As the words settled, all present were left in shock. Liu Tianqing was particularly shaken, fixated on the clown on stage. It was only after the makeup was fully removed, revealing a familiar visage, that he stammered, "It truly is you, Albert." Chapter 81. The Cycle of Karma. Retribution is unfailing. Luze was pushed forward to take control of the situation. It was utterly unexpected. No one anticipated that Albert, who had long since faded from the mathematical community, would appear on site, disguised as a clown in the opening ceremony, witnessing these unfolding events firsthand. Yet, having chosen betrayal 8 years prior, why would he now appear to assist Lu Tianqing in exposing Lucas's academic misconduct? Could it genuinely be, as he claimed, a moment of conscience leading him to seek redemption? A murmur rippled through the audience, while various comments surged online. What a spectacle! First, the Eastern Prodigy declines the award, unveiling Lucas's academic fraud. Then Lucas and his father desperately attempt to refute, and just as the reporters waver, Albert himself emerges to testify. Is this what they call a twist of fate? Oh, my goodness. This is the most remarkable international congress of mathematicians I have ever witnessed. In less than 10 minutes, the events of this opening ceremony have eclipsed those of the past several decades. If a director were to adapt today's happenings into a film, it would undoubtedly be a blockbuster. In the YouTube livestream, comments flooded in at an astonishing rate. The buzz soared to unprecedented heights across the platform. In the realm of the great Xia, the situation mirrored this excitement, as trending topics on various platforms were dominated by terms related to the International Congress of Mathematicians. This level of fervor had never been seen during any previous session. After all, the general public tends to gravitate towards sensational news and entertainment rather than scholarly discourse. Interest in the academic sphere has always been low, and the field of mathematics is particularly niche. Many individuals are unaware of the existence of the International Congress of Mathematicians, which has been held for over a century. Most have only heard of the Nobel Prize and are oblivious to the Fields Medal, Abel Prize, and others. The current wave of enthusiasm can be attributed entirely to Lu Ze, effectively serving as a form of public science education. Now, as news of the opening ceremony returned home, exposing the theft of Professor Lu Tianqing's academic achievements, countless netizens were indignant. Straightforward netizens from forums even began to bypass restrictions, flocking to the official account of the International Mathematical Union to voice their grievances. They refrained from using foul language, instead articulating sharp inquiries, each word resonating with clarity. Typically, this account would receive only a handful of comments on a post, yet now it was inundated with thousands. The individuals managing the account could not possibly overlook this. However, aside from feigning ignorance, what else could they do? No matter how they responded, a resolution would only be reached after the conclusion of the Congress. Meanwhile, within domestic forums and Weibo, the discourse became markedly unrestrained. Damn it. These foreigners simply cannot stand to see us great Xia people thrive. Honestly, that Albert has some serious character flaws. Since the academic achievement was a joint effort, even if it were to be sold, both parties should have consented. His unilateral decision constitutes theft. That so-called North American mathematical genius Lucas is also a fraud. Lacking in ability, he resorts to purchasing others' academic achievements. Ironically, he even claimed the Fields Medal. No wonder our little prodigy looks down on that worthless medal. Professor Lu is the most wronged of all. Not only were his academic accomplishments sold, but he also bore the brunt of accusations of plagiarism. It is unimaginable how he has endured all these years. Karma indeed turns. The retribution has arrived. Our little prodigy has emerged, ready to topple them all. No one is spared. I've always believed in Zay. Zay is incredible. Long live the Zay family. On the island of Hawaii, amid the global spectacle, at the venue of the Congress, Lucas was the first to crumble. He stared at the suddenly appearing Albert, his eyes instantly reddening. It felt as though everything he had just sworn and guaranteed had turned into a farce. All his arguments became feeble at this moment. In a fit of rage, he rushed towards the clown, grabbing his collar and roaring. What the hell are you doing here? You promised never to show your face again. Did my 100 million just vanish into thin air? As these words escaped his lips, gasps erupted from the audience. Even Yaivan felt his legs give way, as if the world was spinning, nearly fainting. God! How could I have such a foolish son? As long as he did not admit it, there was still room for argument and a glimmer of hope for a reversal. After all, the cash had been provided without leaving any substantial evidence. But now, with this statement, how was it any different from self-detonation? Yaivan stomped in frustration, already sensing that the International Mathematical Union was on the brink of collapse, its century-old reputation about to be irrevocably tarnished. He feared being forever marked as a pariah in the academic community. After a lifetime as a mathematician, not only would he fail to leave a mark in history or be included in textbooks, but he would also be remembered in infamy. This was the scenario Yaivan most dreaded. On the other hand, Lucas, initially thrown off balance and now blinded by rage, had yet to realize the gravity of his actions. He continued to clutch the clown's collar, shaking him violently, as if to vent his pent-up fury. The clown, struggling to maintain his footing, fought desperately against Lucas's grip. eventually managing to push him away with considerable effort. As he gasped for breath, his voice tinged with a whimper, he exclaimed, "I didn't want this either. But the money is all gone." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lucas's eyes widened in disbelief. He then shrieked in utter incredulity, "Fuck, Albert. Fuck. That was $100 million. In any country on this planet, you could live like royalty. Enjoy the finest life. How could you possibly squander it all? Did you invest in that damn stock market?" Lucas's agitation was entirely understandable. Surrounding reporters and other mathematicians in the audience were equally eager to uncover how Albert, an aged curmudgeon, squandered a staggering sum of $100 million in just a few short years. Upon hearing the question, Albert's lamentations intensified. As he buried his face in his hands and confessed, "I succumbed to gambling. In Las Vegas, I lost $60 million in a single hand." At this juncture, Albert's demeanor became even more frenzied than that of Lucas, as he seized the latter's arm and trembled. "In my desperation to recover my losses, you must understand. We mathematicians can calculate probabilities. Yet, despite my meticulous calculations, I ultimately failed to outwit the casino and the house. In merely 6 months, my fortune vanished." As he recounted this, his cries grew more poignant. "I dared not return to the world of mathematics, wandering aimlessly instead. At times, when hunger gnawed at my belly, I pondered whether things would have been different had I not concealed the sale of that academic achievement from Lou, had I resisted the allure of that 100 million. Albert released his grip on Lucas, turning to gaze at Lou Tianxing in the audience. After inhaling deeply, he bowed sincerely and uttered, "Lou, I am profoundly sorry. Not a day has passed without troubled sleep over these years. If only time could be reversed, I would wish to collaborate with you once more, to continue our scholarly pursuits and to be that illustrious mathematician again." In the audience, countless cameras shifted their focus toward Lou Tianxing, who stood frozen, absorbing the unfolding drama. Indeed, when Albert first appeared, his emotions oscillated wildly, filled with resentment and impulse. He yearned to confront Albert, to inquire why he had acted thus. However, after hearing of Albert's plight, Lou Tianxing's inherent kindness compelled him to swallow his words, ultimately releasing a long sigh as he beheld this former collaborator of over a decade now bowing in apology. Shaking his head in disappointment, he admonished, "The one who owes an apology is not me, but you. You have betrayed your academic principles, which are far more precious than $100 million. As these words resonated, Albert trembled, lifting his gaze as if a nefarious villain had finally come to a moment of clarity, yet it was too late. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Beside him, Lucas exhibited a similar reaction. He had once envisioned a brilliant future, aspiring to be one of the greatest mathematicians in human history, relishing in eternal glory. However, with the unfolding of this International Congress of Mathematicians, all future aspirations had evaporated into mere illusions. The world now knew of his academic fraud, the theft of others' work, and his acquisition of the Fields Medal. It was evident that his life was irrevocably ruined. Witnessing the desolation of these two souls, the assembled reporters were filled with a profound sense of lament. Other mathematicians also sighed heavily, their thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. On the elevated stage, only Lou Zhe remained composed. With a slight arch of his brow, he reflected, to be honest, Albert's unexpected arrival had indeed caught him off guard. Fortunately, this conclusion had not veered off course. A betrayer of partners, reduced to ruin by gambling, now cast adrift. One who had attained hollow accolades through academic deceit, now facing eternal disgrace. Truly, the wheel of fate had turned, delivering its inevitable retribution. I am aware that my inquiry may seem ill-timed, but I must ask, shall this mathematics conference continue? At this moment, a reporter timidly raised his hand. The truth is, the situation had spiraled far beyond anyone's control. The current International Congress of Mathematicians had devolved into a complete farce. President Ivan lay prostrate, unable to maintain order. The highly anticipated Fields Medal had been outright refused by the recipient. Both the International Mathematical Union and their medals had become subjects of global ridicule. Would the subsequent sessions still proceed? With Ivan's academic credibility in tatters, who could lead? The reporter's gaze shifted to the other senior members of the International Mathematical Union on stage, seeking their opinion. Yet that group remained silent, their faces darkened. For at that moment, any statement would be misguided. Moreover, the events that had transpired today were unprecedented in a century. No one knew how to respond. The reporters glanced around, ultimately locking their focus on Lou Zhe, for he was the sole figure standing unperturbed upon the stage. Additionally, with his innate talent of imperial ambition, he exuded an air of leadership. His academic accomplishments placed him among the highest echelons of mathematicians worldwide. Thus, one reporter posed the question, "Eastern Prodigy, shall the conference proceed?" Indeed, Luze replied with a smile, unhesitatingly. I have yet to receive my award. I cannot have come in vain. Award? What award? The reporters were bewildered. Had he not just refused the Fields Medal? Before their minds could grasp the situation, they witnessed Luze turn towards the left side of the stage, elegantly waving his hand. You there? Yes, you. Stop staring. Bring me the Abel Prize. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in astonishment. Members of the International Mathematical Union exchanged incredulous glances. Even Ivan, now incapacitated, and his son Lucas looked up at Luze in disbelief. The prodigy of the great Xia declined the Fields Medal, yet sought the Abel Prize? Was this truly happening? Even the mathematicians from the Norwegian Academy of Sciences stood in stunned silence, having watched the drama unfold, now realizing they were part of the narrative. The prodigy of the great Xia, after rejecting the Fields Medal, was specifically requesting their Abel Prize. It felt surreal. The leading mathematician, having transitioned from confusion to shock, visibly began to exude excitement. Could it be true? Chapter 82, Adorned in Glory, the birth of the greatest mathematician in history. At the opening ceremony, the leading mathematician from the Norwegian Academy of Sciences was now animatedly pointing at himself, fearing that the revelation he had just heard was but a figment of his imagination. After all, this sudden and overwhelming happiness left him feeling dizzy. It is worth noting that among the 3 grand prizes in mathematics, the Abel Prize is the youngest, having been established only after the turn of the millennium. In contrast to the century-old legacy of the Fields Medal, it was akin to a fledgling newcomer. Nevertheless, the Abel Prize possesses a commendable humility, never adopting an arrogant demeanor. Indeed, the 3 grand prizes in mathematics not only symbolize unparalleled honor, but also come with tangible monetary rewards. The Wolf Prize, for instance, amounts to $100,000, which might not seem like a substantial sum. Yet, it is all relative. When compared to the Fields Medal, it becomes a considerable amount. The Fields Medal's prize is a mere 15,000 Canadian dollars. Yes, 15,000 in Canadian currency. Even when converted to U.S. dollars, it amounts to only $11,000. For the Fields Medal, its esteemed status suffices. To bestow it upon you is already a great honor. Why desire monetary compensation? A token sum is all that is warranted. You do not possess what belongs to others. Perhaps it is with this mindset that the International Mathematical Union, despite its immense wealth, has failed to adjust the prize amounts for decades. In contrast, the relatively new Abel Prize, with genuine intent, has generously awarded a staggering sum of $700,000. For the majority of mathematicians hailing from humble backgrounds, such a prize is undeniably eye-catching. Furthermore, the Abel Prize imposes no age restrictions on its recipients. Unlike the Fields Medal, which is exclusively awarded to youthful prodigies, the Abel Prize acknowledges those who have made significant academic contributions at any stage of their careers. For instance, the mathematician who famously proved Fermat's last theorem was over 40 when he achieved this monumental feat, yet he never received even a hint of the Fields Medal. It was the Abel Prize that ultimately recognized his contributions, ensuring that this great mathematician did not leave the world without accolades in his twilight years. For all these reasons, the Abel Prize has garnered widespread recognition within the mathematical community, its prestige continually ascending. Today, it stands on the cusp of parity with the Fields Medal. The International Mathematical Union has taken note of this development and is understandably anxious, which is why they have eagerly sought to co-host the upcoming conference with the Norwegian Academy of Science and Letters. For the Academy, the International Congress of Mathematicians holds profound significance, leaving them with little room for rebuttal, even conceding the venue without protest. As for the award ceremony, the leaders have prepared to accept their subordinate status. They plan to present the Abel Prize after the Fields Medal has been awarded, knowing it will inevitably be overshadowed. After all, the century-old prestige of the Fields Medal means that even a prodigy from the East will first receive that honor. However, no one anticipated that the prodigious talent, Luze, would refuse the award upon his arrival. What unfolded thereafter was a dramatic turn of events, marking an unprecedented upheaval in the academic realm. With sheer determination, he single-handedly diminished the perceived value of the Fields Medal. But that was not the end. Just as the crowd was left in stunned silence, the Eastern prodigy suddenly announced his intention to accept the Abel Prize. Who could withstand such a revelation? The Fields Medal fell from its lofty pedestal, while the Eastern prodigy, having consecutively proven 2 major mathematical conjectures, accepted the Abel Prize. Undoubtedly, this development would completely alter the landscape of the 3 major awards in mathematics. With the Abel Prize emerging as the preeminent honor, how could the mathematicians of the Norwegian Academy not be exhilarated? Previously, they had always found themselves overshadowed by the International Mathematical Union. Even during the current conference, they could only stand quietly on the sidelines, akin to mere bystanders. Yet now, the tides had turned. The jubilant Norwegian mathematicians cradled the trophy in their hands, rushing towards Lu Zhe with bent knees, ultimately presenting themselves before him in a near-sliding kneel. After all, how could one of the greatest mathematicians in human history be made to look up at others? Would you not agree, esteemed mentor? With a broad grin, the leader of the Norwegian Academy displayed a dazzling smile, his eyes sparkling as he addressed Lu Zhe. It is my utmost honor to bestow the 13th Abel Prize upon you, Lu Zhe, the prodigy of the great Xia. He presented the gleaming trophy to Lu Zhe, within which lay an anonymous check for the amount of $700,000. I accept this honor, which belongs not only to me, but to all mathematicians and indeed to humanity as a whole. I believe that in the future, all the formidable challenges in the history of mathematics will be resolved, until one day even the ultimate mysteries of the universe will be laid bare. The Abel Prize will become the most significant symbol of civilization in the annals of human mathematical history. Lu Zhe initially gazed in astonishment at the remarkably gracious Norwegian mathematician. He then accepting the trophy with poise, raising it high with one arm, his confident and clear voice resonating through the microphone, echoing throughout the venue. In that instant, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Great Xia as prodigy! Great Xia as prodigy! Great Xia as prodigy! Every mathematician rose to their feet, spontaneously chanting. A multitude of voices converged, soaring into the heavens. Journalists present adjusted their cameras, eagerly capturing this historic moment. The live broadcast machines at the conference provided sweeping aerial shots that were transmitted globally, reaching countless viewers. On this day, one of the greatest mathematicians in human history was born. At merely 6 years of age, he shattered two of the most significant mathematical conjectures, showcasing a talent that transcends time and space. He emerged as a brilliant gem in the academic realm, ensuring that even those indifferent to mathematics would recognize his greatness. Across international platforms, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, various academic forums, as well as domestic channels such as Weibo and major news outlets, the news exploded. Not only did he top the national trending searches, but he also claimed the #1 spot globally. Even the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Great Xia sent mass texts to the citizens to congratulate the young prodigy, Lu Zhe, on his remarkable achievements. Chapter 83, The Beginning of the School Season, Arrival at Harbin Institute of Technology. 2 days later, numerous mathematicians who had gathered on the island of Hawaii began to depart, marking the conclusion of this globally anticipated event. However, the international impact it generated lingered on. First, the reputation of the International Mathematical Union plummeted, leading to a thorough internal purging, with the Ivan family leaving in disgrace. Subsequently, stocks of the real estate company owned by Lucas's mother plummeted, losing billions in market value overnight. The once revered Fields Medal saw its prestige significantly diminished, although the award itself bore no fault. And the issues were rooted in the union's internal problems. The global populace refused to acknowledge its legitimacy, deeming the Fields Medal no longer authoritative. In stark contrast, the Abel Prize, which had been chosen by the great Xia prodigy Lu Zhe, suddenly captured everyone's attention. The Norwegian Academy, known for its fairness and lack of age restrictions, generously awarded prizes without hesitation. Most importantly, it had gained the recognition of the prodigy from the great Xia. Lu Zhe, the greatest mathematician in human history, had, to date, received only one award in his academic career, the Abel Prize. Its value was self-evident. In summary, these brief days had sent shockwaves through the mathematical community. Ordinary netizens were eager to witness the unfolding drama. In the great Xia, Lu Zhe returned home aboard a private jet. After bidding farewell to Lu Tianxing, he arrived back at his residence. Although his parents were not with him during this trip abroad, they were reassured, knowing he was under the safe escort of the official great Xia government aircraft. Upon seeing his son, Lu Liguo wore an unceasing smile. My eldest son is remarkable. It seems that not pursuing an acting career was indeed the right choice. Our family has now produced a mathematician as exceptional as Gauss. Who would have imagined that what began as a mere attendance at an impromptu seminar would culminate in receiving an award on the island of Hawaii, bringing honor and global recognition? The series of events left Lu Liguo utterly astounded. An honest and straightforward worker like him had somehow produced such a brilliant son. Truly, the ancestral grave of the Lu family must be emitting smoke of prosperity. Dad, you're celebrating prematurely. Yet, just as Lu Liguo was grinning foolishly, Lu Zhe, with arms crossed, spoke leisurely. Lu Liguo was taken aback. Huh? Celebrating prematurely? What do you mean? Facing his father's puzzled gaze, Lu Zhe nonchalantly remarked, how boring is mathematics? Proving two mathematical conjectures is merely a novelty. Upon hearing this, Lu Liguo's eyes widened in disbelief. A novelty? My dear son, you proved two of the most prestigious mathematical conjectures just for a fleeting thrill? Surely, that cannot be right. Lu Liguo, Filled with anxiety, urged, "Son, while I support whatever you choose to pursue, are you truly considering abandoning mathematics this time? Not abandoning it, but rather approaching it gradually, with a plan, first to drive progress, then to engage in deeper research," Luze replied. Luligwa sighed. "Son, could you perhaps articulate something a father can comprehend?" "It means that I'll only delve into mathematical research when I feel inclined or when there's a necessity," Luze explained. "And right now?" "Right now, of course. It's time to engage in scientific research." Luze's eyes sparkled as he declared, "Otherwise, why would I choose Harbin Institute of Technology? If I were to follow a singular path in mathematics, I would have already gone to Tsinghua or Peking University. Father, I am off to Harbin Institute to play with nuclear bombs." Luligwa, incredulous, asked, "Son, do you even hear what you're saying?" Gazing at Luze's youthful visage, brimming with vitality and innocence, Luligwa could hardly fathom that such astonishing words emerged from his lips. "Why worry so much about your son? Our little Zay is a genius. Geniuses have plans that ordinary people cannot comprehend. We should focus on our own matters," Zhao Ruoshua interjected, having lifted her head from the ground where she was fiddling with a suitcase. After chiding her husband, she gestured toward the bedroom, saying, "Go, fetch our son's winter clothes. It's cold in the northern regions. We mustn't let him catch a chill." The school year was swiftly approaching, and soon Luze would be enrolled at Harbin Institute. As the saying goes, a mother's worry follows her child 1,000 miles. If it weren't for the restrictions on accompanying students, Zhao Ruoshua would have gladly followed him to the north. Harbin Institute, with its elusive reputation, made her anxious. Students reportedly vanished upon graduation, as if they had disappeared without a trace. When teachers were interviewed, they hesitated to divulge employment rates, swiftly changing subjects or stammering under questioning. Finally, when they could return home for family visits, they were always shadowed by a cadre of closely cropped young men. To Zhao Ruoshua, Harbin Institute felt akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Once her son stepped through that gate, it would be years before she saw him again. Meanwhile, Luze listened to these words with a frown. "Mom, is it possible that I'm going there to take a job rather than to study?" Zhao Ruoshua paused, then slapped her thigh, suddenly recalling that Luze had been invited to serve as the director of the Young Prodigy Research Institute at Harbin Institute. "Although my son has never studied a day in his life, his first foray into academia is as a director. Truly remarkable. Son, once you start working, will you still have the freedom to come and go?" Zhao Ruoshua asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Luze chuckled. "It's a matter of a simple conversation. Others who graduate from Harbin Institute may engage in confidential projects, hence cannot wander freely. But I am different. If I take part, the confidential projects will be those I lead. As the project initiator, my authority surpasses that of the average individual. Moreover, even as Luze embarks on scientific research, he does not intend to directly engage in national defense matters. In his life's narrative, a vast commercial empire awaits creation. The high-tech company named Ziyuan is also poised for establishment. Once operational, it will primarily focus on consumer technology products, which naturally do not require confidentiality. In the ensuing days, Luze remained at home, studying and spending time with his parents. Alas, leisurely moments always pass swiftly, and the season for school ultimately arrived. On September 1st, in Harbin, the oppressive heat of the north had faded, giving way to a crisp autumn. Clad in a white cartoon hoodie layered over a shirt and paired with black versatile trousers, Luze exuded a collegiate spirit as he boarded the school's designated vehicle, entering the campus of Harbin Institute. The vehicle finally halted in front of the administrative building. The head of admissions, along with various professors, senior officials, and the president, awaited his arrival with eager anticipation. As Luze disembarked, the president promptly stepped forward, extending his hand. "Young Prodigy, welcome to Harbin Institute." Chapter 84. The president was flabbergasted. "How did you manage to recruit the top student right upon your arrival?" The president of Harbin Institute appeared to be in his 40s, vigorous and vibrant, showing no signs of underestimating Luze for his youth. The pursuit of knowledge dictates that only the accomplished may teach. Luze's ability to prove two paramount mathematical conjectures had established his brilliance and capability, compelling any mathematician before him to regard themselves as a student. Furthermore, Luze was invited to Harbin Institute in the capacity of a director. Hence, all the attending faculty and officials regarded him with warm smiles and amiable demeanor. "Hello, Grandpa Zhou." Luze politely extended his hand in greeting. He had conducted prior research and was aware that the president of Harbin Institute, Zhou Mingyuan, was a materials science expert and an academician of the Great Xia Academy of Sciences, holding an administrative rank equivalent to that of a vice minister in the entire northern region. While other areas may hesitate to assert, in Harbin, the institute commands immense authority. There have been instances where a professor was struck by a vehicle at the school gate, and the following day, That road was converted into an internal path for the school, a clear demonstration of their protective nature. Such occurrences are far from rare, with similar incidents aplenty, like dismantling an overpass simply because it obstructed the view of the school gate. In summary, in Harbin Institute's word holds more weight than that of the mayor, and it could be said that the existence of Harbin serves to cater to Harbin Institute. Young Prodigy, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Mingyuan responded cheerily, then gestured towards the adjacent path, saying, "Come, let me show you around the school." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded obediently. Walking alongside Zhou Mingyuan, a throng of leaders and professors trailed behind as they made their way through the campus. Harbin Institute sprawls over an expansive area of 481 acres, ranking third among universities nationwide. The campus is divided into multiple zones, with 2 to 3 dozen colleges and various research institutes. Following Zhou Mingyuan, they traverse through the first and second campuses. Young Prodigy, look over here. Ziyuan, you're so cool. Lu Zhe, I'm your idol. No, you are my fan. Zhe Gu, I am the top student in the Department of Electronic Information and Computer Science. You might want to consider me for your little Prodigy Research Institute. Not so, my friend. How can you address a 6-year-old prodigy as brother? Have you no sense of decorum? Wouldn't you agree, Director Liu? Such brotherly affection. As I traverse the campus, I encounter students from Harbin Institute of Technology, each radiating warmth and enthusiasm. After all, Lu Zhe's popularity is soaring. He excels in poetry, literature, and mathematics, has starred in films, and has even won the title of Best Actor. Most importantly, he possesses striking good looks, making him a national darling among fans in Daxia. Thus, when the students of Harbin Institute of Technology catch sight of Lu Zhe, they are understandably thrilled, with some even stepping forward to express their desire to join his research institute. Upon hearing their words, Lu Zhe graciously responds, waving to each of them in acknowledgement. Our students at Harbin Institute of Technology are well-rounded, embodying both loyalty and filial piety. They are truly exceptional talents. Your research institute has just been established, and should you find any suitable candidates, feel free to take them. Principal Zhou Mingyuan, noticing this scene, waved his hand with grandiosity and spoke with confidence. In truth, talent is a rarity in any field, particularly in a prestigious institution like Harbin Institute of Technology, which annually produces a plethora of exceptional scholars for the nation. His boldness in making such an offer stems from a desire to demonstrate sincerity, as well as his conviction that Lu Zhe's research institute will not yield significant results in the near term. After all, Lu Zhe is a genius in mathematics. While mathematics, physics, and chemistry are interconnected, excelling in these subjects does not guarantee success in engineering. However, the predicament remains that Lu Zhe has yet to master these disciplines fully. Relying solely on mathematics will not suffice for conducting research. The interest in recruiting Lu Zhe was predicated on the belief in his immense potential, with the expectation that he would undoubtedly secure a place within the Daxiao Academy of Sciences. Yet, in the competitive landscape against institutions like Tsinghua and Beida, one must offer substantial incentives to attract talent. This explains the formation of the Little Prodigy Research Institute. Nevertheless, despite its establishment, Zhou Mingyuan is acutely aware of the challenges in achieving tangible research outcomes and harbors no grand expectations. Thus, he readily extends the invitation for Lu Zhe to select talent at will, reasoning that since the prodigy is solely focused on mathematics, what could he possibly choose? After all, the research projects have yet to be defined, and even the location of his research institute remains undetermined. Therefore, Zhou Mingyuan's grand promises were quite apparent. They showcased his grace and stature while also winning Lu Zhe's favor. Thank you, Principal. However, what he did not anticipate was that Lu Zhe failed to perceive this as mere grandiosity. Without hesitation, he pointed to the student who had just volunteered and said, "Let that young man accompany me to the research institute." Very well, Zhou Mingyuan initially replied instinctively, but after 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly realized, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, you actually picked someone? I was just being courteous." Zhou Mingyuan was utterly flabbergasted. Little did he know, Lu Zhe has always disregarded such niceties. "If you dare to speak up, I shall not hesitate to choose. It matters not whether I recognized it as a mere gesture. Even if I had, I would swallow my reservations. After all, I am just a child. If you offer, I shall accept. So why not?" Lu Zhe's audacious move left the crowd of school leaders utterly bewildered. The student who had just volunteered felt equally astonished, realizing he had merely acted on impulse. Little did he expect that his casual remark would alter the course of his future. Indeed, it was a shift of destiny. He was among the top students at Harbin Institute of Technology, and after graduating in the spring, he had secured a place for further studies due to his outstanding grades. Today marked the first day of graduate school, and he had anticipated choosing from various research institutes and laboratories within the campus. His future seemed boundless. Yet, Due to a moment of brashness, he found himself selected by the little Prodigy? This was absurd. After all, he had no idea what the Little Prodigy Research Institute entailed. In fact, no one on campus was aware, not even the principal. The institute was established merely as a competitive measure against Tsinghua and Beida, and it had only been completed yesterday, a mere room, far inferior to other research institutes and laboratories. Consequently, the student stood dumbfounded. As a prospective graduate student, his future was bright, and he would have undoubtedly found a place in any research institute on campus. Now, due to that impulsive outburst, he was destined to work at the Little Prodigy Research Institute. How could he not be stunned? The others who had cheered him on quickly fell silent, relieved they had not joined in the ruckus. Had they done so, they too might have lost their prospects. For the Little Prodigy was indeed serious about his selection. Chapter 85, Technical Breakthroughs in Long March 9, a gift from Luzhe to Harbin Institute of Technology. On campus, the student approached somewhat awkwardly, scratching his head and casting a glance at Zhou Mingyuan. His expression seemed to plead. Is there still a chance to backtrack, Principal? Zhou Mingyuan, now fully aware of the situation, pursed his lips in reluctant acceptance. The student before him was the top performer in his class, a standout in a university renowned for its brilliance, showcasing immense potential. Even Zhou Mingyuan, the principal, held a deep impression of him. Such talent, regardless of the research institute or laboratory he joined, had an undeniably bright future ahead, truly a pillar of the nation. Yet now, he was obliged to allocate this student to the Little Prodigy. After all, the words had been spoken. A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold coins. To retract it now would be a blow to his own credibility. Thus, with a resolute heart, he feigned ignorance to the student's pleading gaze and waved his hand, stating, "From this day forth, you shall be assigned to the Little Prodigy Research Institute. Remember, you must assist the Little Prodigy diligently, understood?" With these words, the matter was essentially settled. The student could only muster a strained smile in response, saying, "Understood, Principal." He then turned his gaze toward Luzhe, his heart filled with uncertainty about his future. To be honest, the Little Prodigy is a star of daxia, having reached literary heights at 4, conquered the world of mathematics at 6, and even starred in productions such as Yang Yingzheng. Who wouldn't admire him? He was indeed a fan of the Little Prodigy. However, the issue lies in the fact that idolizing someone should not intertwine with one's career. As an engineering student majoring in electronic information and computer science, would mingling with a mathematical prodigy truly lead to a prosperous future? What if he joined the research institute and ended up merely proving mathematical conjectures instead of engaging in scientific research? That would be quite the predicament. Torn between his thoughts, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, not wanting to let on his inner turmoil. As he introduced himself, "Little Prodigy, my name is Chu Shubai, male, fond of females. 23 years old, residing at Unit 1201, Building 1, Xiaobei Community, Southern New District, Spring City, a Gemini, unmarried, proficient in software engineering, electronic information engineering, and microelectronic science. Of course, I also possess some knowledge in postnatal care for sows." The student began his introduction with a flurry of complex sentences. A collective gesture of exasperation swept across the assembly of school leaders and professors. It was evident that they were already well acquainted with the loquacious tendencies of this particular student. Chushubai, Luzhe, a newcomer, felt hesitant to interrupt and patiently listened to the entirety of Chu's self-introduction. He then rose onto his toes and, with a semblance of mature encouragement, patted the young man on the shoulder, saying, "Thus, this unmarried Gemini, proficient in electronic information engineering as well as certain aspects of postnatal care for sows, residing at Unit 1201, Building 1, Summer River Bay Community, Chushubai, shall henceforth be our colleague. Years from now, you shall be grateful for the decision you make today." Chushubai was momentarily taken aback by Luzhe's words. Could it be that this prodigious talent had actually remembered what he said? Yet, what was with this demeanor of an elder comforting a subordinate? "My dear fellow, you are merely 6 years old. Why the officiousness?" Chushubai was utterly bewildered, sensing that this prodigy was quite different from his expectations. Meanwhile, Principal Zhou, witnessing the situation firmly established with no turning back, ceased to dwell on the issue of having potentially lost a top student due to his own boastfulness. With a cheerful demeanor, he gestured, "Let us continue our tour of the school." Luzhe nodded in agreement and walked alongside Zhou Mingyuan towards the inner precincts of the institution. As the tour proceeded, Luzhe explored the cafeteria, dormitories, and academic buildings. Among other facilities, it must be said that Harbin Institute of Technology truly excels in nurturing its students. The infrastructure is exceptionally well developed. The cafeteria alone offers over 200 dishes, with an astonishing variety, costing merely 8 to 9 yuan per meal. The entire building is heated, ensuring that even the corridors are warm, thus eliminating the possibility of enduring the winter chill. As the tour neared its conclusion, Zhou Mingyuan guided Lu Zhe to the Aerospace Museum, pointing at a modestly designed vehicle with merely 4 wheels and no outer shell, exclaiming, "Behold, the lunar rover. On the left is Chang'e 5, and on the right is Yutu-2. Lu Zhe's interest was piqued as he approached to examine the marvel of advanced technology for the first time. Every aspect, from materials to structure and mechanical arms, down to the weight of each component, was meticulously calculated. How intriguing. If I were to study this, I could likely replicate it within 3 days and improve it for lunar conditions in 7. As he observed, Lu Zhe mused silently, and should such thoughts be revealed, they would surely astonish many. After all, the technology behind this lunar rover took over a decade for Daxia to develop from inception to maturity. Yet, Lu Zhe claimed he could replicate it in 3 days and enhance it in 7. What scientist wouldn't be bewildered by such a statement? Oblivious to Lu Zhe's contemplations, Zhou Mingyuan felt a sense of satisfaction seeing him marveling at the lunar rover, thinking smugly to himself, so what if this math prodigy is clever? At the end of the day, he is just a child, bewildered by a lunar rover, yet there is much more to come. Indulging in his pride, Zhou Mingyuan proceeded to introduce all the exhibits in the museum with fervor. Do you see that turtle-like object? A 1-to-1 model of the Mars probe, Tianwen-1. And this sphere here is the Zhilin 2 satellite, designed by our own students, including Chu Shubai. This cylindrical structure before you is the Dongfeng 2 missile, a tangible item. He continued. And this entire row of Long March series rockets, they are all real. How about that? If you had gone to Qingbei, you wouldn't have seen any of this. As they walked, Zhou Mingyuan's tongue ran incessantly, imbued with a desire to show off, explaining everything to Lu Zhe with enthusiasm. Eventually, he led Lu Zhe to the innermost research institute of the campus, showcasing the ongoing scientific projects, which are currently the most significant endeavors spearheaded by Harbin Institute of Technology, the construction of the Long March 9th rocket. The Long March 9th is the most vital launch vehicle in the Long March series and represents the future of Daxia's super rockets. It is anticipated to have a near-Earth orbital capacity of 140 tons, a staggering figure compared to other rockets. It can be said that the construction of the future Daxia Tiangong space station and lunar base relies heavily on it. Even for more distant deep space exploration and Mars colonization, it will be indispensable. It is, without a doubt, the most significant rocket in the Long March series. However, regrettably, several key technologies remain to be overcome. Harbin Institute of Technology has been tirelessly striving to ensure the Long March 9th rocket is brought to fruition at the earliest opportunity. As the tour concluded, Zhou Mingyuan brought Lu Zhe to the Special Environment Composite Materials Laboratory, pointing through the glass at a piece of equipment inside. His usual bravado seemed to fade, replaced by a hint of melancholy as he remarked, "This is the high-temperature resistant ceramic being developed for the Long March 9th. Unfortunately, we have yet to achieve the desired limits. I wonder if we will succeed within the next decade." Listening to Zhou Mingyuan's lament, Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow, recalling the collective welcome he received from the school's leadership upon his arrival at Harbin Institute of Technology. Even the students were warm and friendly, eager to apply for positions at the prodigious research institute. He couldn't help but exhale deeply. To glimpse a fragment is to understand the whole. Harbin Institute of Technology has been generous to me, and I should reciprocate with a gift. With that resolve, Lu Zhe surveyed the surroundings and suddenly walked toward the equipment. The professors nearby, engrossed in researching ceramic parameters, were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the Prodigy's foray into the laboratory. Zhou Mingyuan was equally astonished. In the next moment, they witnessed Lu Zhe casually pick up a black pen and crouch beside the machine's exterior, beginning to sketch complex formulas that gradually covered the pristine surface of the machine. Even in a composite materials laboratory, he must tackle mathematical problems? Murmured the onlookers outside the laboratory. Chu Shubai stroked his chin, his expression one of astonishment. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. A nearby professor rolled his eyes and slapped Chu Shubai on the forehead, saying, "I told you to study more. And yet you insist on raising pigs. That is not even a mathematical formula." Indeed, many of the characters Lu Zhe inscribed were specific to material science. Zhou Mingyuan, being a specialist in materials and a leading figure in the Long March 9's high-temperature ceramic technology, nodded in agreement. However, even he found Lu Zhe's writing a curious blend of materials science and number theory, rendering it somewhat perplexing. "What are you writing, young prodigy?" he inquired. Just as Lu Zhe concluded his final stroke, he looked up and casually replied, "Molecular structure formula. If you modify according to this, the heat resistance should improve by at least 300. At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the room. Zhou Mingyuan's expression was one of disbelief. The school leaders were equally stunned. A chorus of professors echoed their astonishment. "Wait a moment. Are you implying that you merely glanced at this?" and have now solved a technical challenge that has eluded us for years. Is this even possible? Chapter 86. Extreme Temperatures. The Prodigy's new material breaks world records. Liu Zhe's words were nothing short of astonishing, leaving everyone in the laboratory and those gathered outside in a state of profound shock, questioning the reality of what they had just heard. On his first day at Harbin Institute of Technology, the prodigy Liu Zhe took a leisurely stroll around the campus and, with seemingly effortless ease, conquered a high-temperature ceramic technology that had eluded them for years. Really, my friend? Is this not akin to recounting a mythical tale? One must understand that the issue of heat generation has been a constant companion from the moment a rocket is launched. The combustion chamber temperature of the engine upon liftoff, the aerodynamic friction on the rocket's surface, and the intense heat encountered while traversing the black zone of the atmosphere. All these factors play a pivotal role. Even in the vacuum of space, secondary heating arises from collisions with solar wind particles. Thus, devising effective cooling strategies for rockets has long been a formidable challenge in aerospace technology. Currently, despite the proactive innovation in high-temperature ceramic technology within the Great Xia nation, critical components still rely on imports. For instance, the core heating elements of ultra-high-temperature sintering furnaces are sourced from Germany, while the key raw material, high-purity boron, 10 isotopes for boron nitride ceramics, is imported from the Great Rus. Last year, the beautiful country imposed technical sanctions on Great Xia, prohibiting the export of ceramic-based composite materials for aerospace applications. It is clear that many crucial aspects of rocket construction remain under foreign control. Experts in materials science, like Zhou Mingyuan, dream of developing a novel composite material formula to break free from such constraints. And now, has that dream been realized? The prodigy Liu Zhe, the boy who solved 2 major mathematical conjectures in a single day, merely observed the surroundings and proposed an upgrade to the original formula. According to his new molecular structure, it could enhance heat resistance by at least 300 degrees. This is simply preposterous. One must ask the assembled professors and scientists, who could possibly remain unfazed. Upon regaining his composure, Zhou Mingyuan was left utterly astonished. He dashed into the laboratory and, half crouching, inquired, "Is what you say true?" "Indeed it is," Liu Zhe replied languidly, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence. "Very well, I believe you." Without further ado, Zhou Mingyuan turned to his colleagues in the lab, instructing Old Yang, "Immediately upgrade the materials according to the molecular reconstruction formula provided by the prodigy." "Understood." Old Yang, a research staff member, nodded eagerly, already unable to contain his anticipation. He promptly disassembled the machine covered in formulas that Liu Zhe had written, making it easier to observe. This was a problem that had stumped them for years. The original plan had been to achieve a breakthrough within a decade, which would have been considered a success. Yet now, the prodigy claimed to have resolved it. How could they not be exhilarated? Even if doubts lingered in their hearts, they had to give it a try. What if it were indeed viable? Soon, the atmosphere in the lab became electrifying. The laboratory was sealed off completely, with the onlookers only able to witness the unfolding events through the glass. Zhou Mingyuan, the president, was fully immersed in the chaos, busily engaged in the work. Liu Zhe sat nearby, periodically elucidating his formulas, introducing non-trivial 0 points of the Goldbach conjecture to generate fractal heat dissipation pathways, and then incorporating yttrium to activate quantum coherent states. What a magnificent concept. As Zhou Mingyuan operated, he listened intently to Liu Zhe's guidance, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was as if he were a martial arts fanatic from a wuxia novel, tirelessly seeking enlightenment, yet finding no path, until at last, a hidden master appeared to offer profound insights. The joy of encountering a higher realm left him nearly beside himself with excitement. Liu Zhe observed Zhou Mingyuan's animated response to the fractal heat dissipation concept he had proposed, and he couldn't help but muse inwardly. Blue Star and Earth are ultimately 2 seemingly similar worlds, yet they diverge significantly. Time ticked away, and before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. Outside the lab, university officials had come and gone in small groups, yet they frequently returned, clearly unwilling to miss the unveiling of the new high-temperature ceramic. The professors, too, engaged in idle chatter at the door, patiently awaiting the experimental results. Among them, student Chu Shubai, seeing his teachers present and his little leader still around, dared not wander off and instead squatted on the ground, doodling circles to pass the time. Finally, after another half hour, Zhou Mingyuan's excited shout echoed through the lab. The new high-temperature composite ceramic had been created. Due to time constraints and the focus on experimentation, they had produced only a palm-sized ceramic piece. It was pure white and stunningly beautiful, resembling a work of art. Trembling, he placed it on the temperature measuring device and exchanged a glance with Old Yang. The latter pressed a red button, and the sealing equipment roared to life. rapidly raising the temperature to simulate the internal effects experienced during a rocket launch. 3,200 degrees. We've reached the previous testing peak. Old Yang intently monitored the data, relaying updates in real time. The ceramic they had developed was a novel composite, combining zirconia with other materials, capable of withstanding temperatures up to 3,200 degrees Celsius for 180 seconds. Its primary application lay in the engine nozzles of the Long March series rockets. However, the current challenge was that while this temperature threshold was acceptable for other rockets, the Long March 9, being a super rocket, required prolonged operation, thus necessitating a nozzle material that could endure at least 4,200 degrees Celsius to be deemed satisfactory. The ideal target was even more ambitious, at a minimum of 5,500 degrees. The technical difficulty in bridging the gap from 3,200 to 5,500 degrees is evident, which explains the earlier excitement in response to Lu Zhe's words. It surpassed expectations. The temperature climbed to 3,700 degrees, yet the material showed no signs of failure. The Prodigy's formula was flawless. As the real-time temperature on the device's display continued to rise, Old Yang's voice grew increasingly animated. Zhou Mingyuan, hearing this, trembled with anticipation, rushing to the device to personally monitor the screen. 3,800, 4,000, 4,200, 4,600. The temperature soared. At the center of the device, the palm-sized ceramic, akin to something from a furnace, remained unblemished, its only change being a deepening color. Zhou Mingyuan fixed his gaze on the ceramic, breathing heavily, praying, "Please don't shatter. You must hold firm." Observing Zhou Mingyuan's desperate demeanor, Lu Zhe felt an inexplicable tension welling up within him. After all his calculations were purely theoretical, devoid of any practical application. Previously, the conditions had not permitted such endeavors, thus it was, in a strict sense, Lu Zhe's inaugural experiment related to scientific research. He yearned to ascertain just how formidable the creations born from his superbrain and omni-understanding truly were. Outside the laboratory, a throng of school leaders and professors pressed against the glass doors, akin to spectators at a zoo observing giant pandas, straining on tiptoe, craning their necks, desperately peering inside. 5,100. Old Yang bellowed. 5,500 degrees Celsius. We've achieved the ideal state. Zhou Mingyuan quickly took over the announcement. The crowd outside erupted in commotion upon hearing these reports. Could it truly withstand temperatures of 5,500 degrees? This young prodigy is astonishing. What a boon for our nation. Technology that had stymied us for years has been conquered by this young genius. Does the United States still dare to impose technological blockades on us? They ought to consider whether anyone would covet their outdated ceramic matrix composites. Can their materials endure temperatures of 5,500 degrees? Let us hold a press conference. We must announce our new high-temperature resistant ceramics to the world. We ought to provoke them. Remember, this is not yet the limit of the young prodigy's formula. The temperature continues to rise. The leaders and professors were beside themselves with excitement, gesticulating animatedly. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, the temperature soared. 5,600, 5,800, 6,100, 6,700, 7,300. As time passed, the display screen registered an astonishing number. Even though the temperature measuring device was completely insulated from the outside, everyone inside felt waves of heat. Yet, not a soul complained, for they were all delirious with excitement. It stabilized at 9,700 degrees. Truly, as the young prodigy had stated, it achieved a threefold enhancement. At last, this new high-temperature resistant ceramic reached its limits, 9,700 degrees. Beneath the monitor, that palm-sized piece of ceramic remained in excellent condition. What did this signify? The new material, reformed by the young prodigy, was not merely a fleeting phenomenon. It had the potential for sustained application in the real world. I believe it can endure at least 60 seconds. One researcher adjusted his glasses confidently. Old Yang shook his head. You underestimate the young prodigy too much. Double that, 120 seconds. As a material intended for use in engine nozzles, enduring over 300 seconds at 4,500 degrees is considered acceptable. Now, having surpassed the temperature requirements, it could be said that there was no pressure at all. The crowd was curious. How long could Lu Zhe's new ceramic withstand the extreme temperature of 9,700 degrees? As time crept on, 2 minutes slipped by unnoticed, exceeding 120 seconds. Someone glanced at Old Yang. He remained silent, yet wore a broad smile. Although his initial judgment had been proven wrong, this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. To withstand such high temperatures for over 120 seconds was a testament to the material's extraordinary capabilities. Not only applicable to rockets, but this was also undeniably practical cutting-edge technology. After the burning time surpassed 120 seconds, Zhou Mingyuan was rendered speechless. He leaned against the wall for support, his gaze fixed on the new ceramic within the temperature-measuring device. At the 372nd second, as cracks appeared in the ceramic and it shattered with a crisp sound, Zhou Mingyuan deflated like a punctured balloon, though his expression remained one of exuberant joy. 9,700 degrees, 372 seconds. This is a milestone record for our nation's high-temperature resistant ceramics, a record that leaves other countries in the dust. He laughed towards the heavens. Years of technological challenges had finally been surmounted at this moment, placing them far ahead of other nations. It was akin to parting the clouds to reveal the sun. In July, a challenge was issued, 6,000 daily updates. Failure would result in a random draw of a female fan to call mom. Chapter 87. Liu Zhe's Research Institute. The Aerospace Administration sent honor medals. Young Prodigy, no? Director Liu. The formula you penned casually represents the pinnacle of countless lives. Zhou Mingyuan's gaze was sincere, devoid of pretense, as he approached Liu Zhe, ready to bow in respect. Liu Zhe, swift of hand, caught him and hastily declined. How could he allow the venerable president to perform such a gesture for him? After all, this was merely his duty. Now he too was a part of Harbin Institute of Technology, contributing to the aerospace endeavors of our nation in this cradle of defense scholars. Director Liu, regarding your improved high-temperature resistant ceramics, we will report accurately after repeated experiments and apply for a patent on your behalf. Furthermore, we will include it in the research achievements of the Young Prodigy Research Institute. After a pause, Zhou Mingyuan made another promise. Although the high-temperature ceramic technology had been an ongoing project for many years, progress had been painfully slow. It was only thanks to Liu Zhe's new molecular reconstruction formula that they had managed to conquer this challenge. Therefore, all credit rightfully belonged to Liu Zhe. As for this scene, Liu Zhe did not shy away from it. In 3 lifetimes, he had adhered to one principle. He would not take what did not belong to him. Conversely, anything rightfully his, whether it be objects or honors, must not be diminished in the slightest. Thus, matters were settled. Liu Zhe's tour of the campus concluded. Zhou Mingyuan, still in a state of exhilaration, wished to continue researching this new high-temperature resistant ceramic material. Thus, he did not personally escort Liu Zhe out of the composite materials laboratory. On the way to the Young Prodigy Research Institute, he was accompanied by classmate Chu Shubai. At this moment, Chu Shubai was utterly astounded and bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. What the hell? A new high-temperature resistant ceramic material was developed just like that? And it can withstand temperatures up to 9,700 degrees. It's over twice as powerful as the ceramic matrix composites of the United States. Is this really the same Young Prodigy I know? Chu Shubai's head buzzed. Though he studied electronic information and computer science as an exemplary student at this institution, he had some understanding of materials science. Thus, he was acutely aware of the challenges associated with high-temperature ceramics. Even Zhou Mingyuan, who had delved into materials science for decades, had not managed to lead his team to a breakthrough. Yet, the Young Prodigy arrived and merely glanced at it. He directly penned the improved formula. Is this a human or a deity? Was the mathematical genius merely a smokescreen, with materials science being his true forte? Chu Shubai could not grasp it. Yet he was profoundly shaken. And deep down, he recalled the words Liu Zhe had spoken previously. Years from now, you will thank yourself for today's decision. Could it be that joining the Young Prodigy Research Institute was not a misfortune after all? After all, the doors to this research institute had yet to be opened. Yet the research achievements had already emerged. Across the nation, which laboratory or research institute dares to exhibit such audacity? Contemplating this, Chu Shubai silently swallowed a lump in his throat, feeling as though his seemingly extinguished prospects had been revived anew. Leading the way ahead of Liu Zhe, he felt invigorated. With a slight bend of his body, shaking his legs, he eagerly exclaimed, "Your Majesty." "Oh, pardon me, Director. Please tread carefully on the steps this way. Look, that small building ahead is our research institute. No, I mean, your research institute. Although it is just the two of us here for now, I assure you, at your command, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation." Guiding Liu Zhe to a traditional Chinese-style building, Chu Shubai rubbed his hands together incessantly. Chattering away, Liu Zhe cast a surprised glance at him. Is this fellow truly a top student from Harbin Institute of Technology? It would be a pity if he didn't take to the stage as a court eunuch. Nodding slightly, he replied, "Young comrade, your services are not required in the fires of hell for now. Please fetch me a bowl of noodles instead, as I find myself rather famished after a day of labor." Upon hearing this, Chu Shubai's stomach also growled in agreement. It suddenly dawned on him that, having dedicated the entire day to developing new high-temperature ceramics, he had not consumed a single morsel of food. He promptly patted his chest and assured, "Understood. Rest assured, Your Majesty, young Chu will dash to the imperial kitchen to prepare something delectable for you." With that, he bolted out like a gust of wind. Liu Ze sighed in exasperation. What a lively character he had recruited. Now, the entire Little Genius Research Institute stood empty. With his hands clasped behind his back, Liu Ze began to explore. The building comprised 3 stories, with numerous rooms on the first floor, all equipped with an array of instruments and a designated experimental area. The second floor was more inclined towards office space, featuring an expansive study filled with various tomes. Many of these books were hidden treasures from Harbin Institute of Technology, covering topics from rocket engineering to nuclear weaponry, essentially constituting a sacred text of engineering. It was evident that the university intended to cultivate Liu Ze into a polymath. The third floor was designated as his living quarters, spacious and bright, exuding a cozy atmosphere. After a leisurely stroll, Liu Ze felt quite satisfied. This place was his little haven at Harbin Institute of Technology. The Little Genius Research Institute was distinct from other faculties within the university. Here, there were no departmental divisions, no majors, and certainly no students. Even the recruited Chu Shubai existed more as an assistant than anything else. One could say that the entire Little Genius Research Institute resembled a personal laboratory constructed by Harbin Institute of Technology for Liu Ze, allowing him to focus solely on self-improvement and research. The special treatment he received was indeed unparalleled. Thus, Liu Ze settled in. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed swiftly. News arrived from Zhou Mingyuan, stating that all tests and mass production concerning the new high-temperature ceramics had been completed. The Aerospace Administration expressed significant concern and admiration, acknowledging the research achievements of the little genius Liu Ze and awarding him relevant honorary medals. 2 months later, the Daxiao Academy of Sciences held a press conference, officially announcing that under the guidance of the young director Liu Ze at Harbin Institute of Technology, the technology for high-temperature ceramics had achieved a groundbreaking innovation, no longer constrained by Western technologies. Upon the release of this news, the nation was abuzz. Chapter 88. Has the entire nation come to yearn for the little genius? Foreign materials scientists were collectively taken aback. Liu Ze? Is he the same little genius Liu Ze I'm thinking of? Undoubtedly. Among all the directors at Harbin Institute of Technology, he is the only one named Liu Ze. ISNT, the little genius, a mathematical prodigy? How has he ventured into materials science? Can someone elaborate on what high-temperature ceramics entail? Thank you for the invitation. I just connected to the internet. Here is an introduction to high-temperature ceramics. This is a specialized ceramic with a melting temperature exceeding 1,728 degrees Celsius. Characterized by its high temperature resistance, high strength, and low water absorption, primarily utilized in aerospace engine components and heat protection systems for nuclear reactors in ultra-high temperature environments. Our Daxia's high-temperature ceramics had previously been subject to Western restrictions, and although the press conference did not explicitly state how much temperature the new ceramics could withstand, it is assuredly superior to those of other nations globally. The E-Cup bigwig is impressive. Thanks for the informative breakdown. It seems the little genius has indeed accomplished something monumental. Our Ze Gu, within just half a year of enrollment, has achieved what would take other academicians a lifetime. Discussions surrounding the press conference surged online. Firstly, the breakthrough in high-temperature ceramic technology is a matter of national significance, concerning the core stability of the Long March 9th engine. Secondly, the little genius Liu Ze, as a national myth, has always enjoyed high popularity domestically, despite his 6 months of absence from public view since enrolling at Harbin Institute of Technology. He remains dearly missed by the populace, especially his legion of fans who lament daily. Since Liu Ze commenced his studies at Harbin Institute of Technology, he has been engrossed in acquiring knowledge and conducting experiments, leaving no time to manage his online presence, causing his Weibo account to stagnate. This has led his fans to express their despair, claiming they cannot endure another day without fresh updates. Although Liu Ze was absent from the press conference, the official release included several recent photographs of him at Harbin Institute of Technology, providing a much-needed glimpse for his devoted followers. Internationally, numerous Western powers gradually learned of the press conference. Reactions ranged from confusion and shock to skepticism and outright disbelief, with responses varying widely. Over in beautiful country, internet users engaged in fervent discussions. What ludicrous news! That backward nation of Daxia has developed a new type of high-temperature ceramics that surpasses ours? They must be joking. Indeed. Brother, in the words of the Daxians, they are just trying to eat well and are deluded. It is perplexing. The person credited with developing this new high-temperature ceramic is Liu Ze, that wretched math prodigy? A poor excuse for a lie from Daxia. Even a layperson knows that mathematics and materials science have no connection whatsoever. The Easterners are amusing themselves again. Netizens from beautiful country generally hold a lofty opinion of themselves. Having been born in the only super-developed nation of this era, their pride cultivated over 2 centuries. Naturally, they cannot fathom that a nation like Daxia, which was still in a feudal society a century ago, could one day surpass them in scientific and technological prowess. Even the authorities in beautiful country were skeptical. In reality, had the news merely reported that Daxia had developed more heat-resistant ceramics, they might not have questioned it. However, the mention of Liu Ze's involvement raised their eyebrows. This 6-year-old child has already proven 2 of the world's foremost mathematical conjectures, a marvel in human history. How could he suddenly achieve such remarkable advancements in material science? This defies all logic. Is he some omniscient deity? Many in the West found it difficult to accept this news, with some even suspecting that Daxia was using a 6-year-old child as a scapegoat. It wasn't until another month passed that Daxia publicly released experimental videos of the new high-temperature ceramics. When researchers worldwide witnessed that tiny ceramic piece enduring temperatures of 6,000 degrees Celsius for 300 seconds, they were rendered utterly speechless. Following this, a wave of material scientists specializing in high-temperature ceramics erupted in excitement, all eager to uncover how Daxia had achieved such a feat. Alas, Daxia would never divulge the improved formulas and recipes. The release of this experimental video serves 2 primary purposes. Firstly, to demonstrate this technology to the world, and secondly, to drive sales. In the past, the Great Xia was perpetually constrained in this regard, relying heavily on imports for everything. This time, the tables have turned. Want it? You'll have to purchase it. The price has doubled. Take it or leave it. Faced with the blatant retaliatory actions of the Great Xia, Western nations can only grit their teeth and reluctantly accept the situation. There is no alternative. After all, it is their technology that has made the breakthrough first. Such is the nature of this world. Those who possess more advanced technology wield the power of discourse. The once embargoing nation against Great Xia has now found itself outmaneuvered. This new batch of high-temperature resistant ceramics is available for all to purchase, except for them. Any nation daring to covertly resell to that country will be deemed in violation of contracts and subsequently blacklisted from trade with the Great Xia indefinitely. As the foremost industrial power in the world today, the Great Xia has subtly influenced the globe, making it impossible for various industries to operate without its involvement. Hence, the Western nations, confronted with these stringent conditions, dare not take risks. As for the smaller nations, they are even more at a loss, lacking the qualifications to engage in this transaction with the Great Xia. After all, high-temperature ceramics are primarily utilized in aerospace applications, and only a handful of countries possess the capability to engage in space endeavors. In other words, merely a few major powers are at the table. The nation in question can only stand by the side, unable even to approach the table. Their space agency director was so infuriated that he smashed the table. Damn it! With the Great Xia's secretive nature, their high-temperature ceramic's maximum data must exceed 6,000 degrees. This country dares to sell ceramics superior to their own at double the price, and yet denies us the opportunity to purchase. They are nothing but thieves. Thieves. The director of the space agency was fuming, his nose twisted with rage, seemingly forgetting their own monopolistic behavior. If anyone could be labeled a thief, who could surpass them? Now, in a position of weakness, they feign victimhood. At this moment, the agency director's secretary adjusted his glasses and pointed to a particular phrase in the news report, saying, "Sir, I believe the key to resolving this issue lies here." Upon hearing this, the director glanced down and saw the words Dean Liu Ze of Harbin Institute of Technology highlighted by his secretary. His brow furrowed immediately as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that their ability to develop new ceramics is solely due to this prodigy from the Great Xia? Don't be ridiculous. He is just a 6-year-old child. What does he know about aerospace technology?" The agency director dismissed the notion. He clearly believed that the emergence of this new high-temperature composite ceramic had little to do with Liu Ze. It was merely a smokescreen released by the Great Xia. However, the secretary shook his head and clarified, "Not at all. I meant Harbin Institute of Technology." Harbin Institute of Technology? The agency director was taken aback. In the next moment, his astute secretary leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Minutes later, the director's eyes brightened. He suddenly slammed the table, grinning mischievously as he declared, "Excellent. Let's proceed with that." Chapter 89, Script Settlement, Dual Talent Rewards. An exchange student from abroad. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Ze was entirely unaware of the external developments. After the previous semester concluded, he returned home to celebrate the new year with his parents. Soon after, his birthday arrived, marking another year of assessment. Once again, it was deep into the night, and Liu Ze, having deliberately stayed awake, lay on his bed, his consciousness slipping into the system space. The grand voice of the life editor resonated in his ears. Completion of the 6-year stage script. As a prodigious child, you participated in an accelerated enrollment examination, unexpectedly proving the Bill conjecture and Goldbox conjecture, reaching the pinnacle of mathematics, and were sought after by numerous prestigious universities, ultimately choosing to join the Harbin Institute of Technology, the foremost among the 7 sons of national defense. On the day of enrollment, you improved high-temperature ceramics, achieving significant scientific accomplishments, exceeding script tasks, and earning the talents, celestial calculation and code intuition. Celestial calculation. The brain forms a 3-dimensional calculation structure, optimizing overall strength when designing and inventing blueprints. Code intuition. Possessing unparalleled perception in computer and network fields, you can intuitively detect programming logic flaws. Eternal reward progress. 1239. As the system settlement emerged, Lu Zhe's brows raised high, his eyes filled with astonishment. This time, he had actually been awarded 2 talents. The first, celestial calculation, clearly focuses on technological invention. The second, code intuition, seems to relate to computing. However, when combined, these 2 talents contributed only a modest increase of 2 to the eternal reward progress, equivalent to the value of a critical talent. A moment later, Lu Zhe's gaze fell upon the ultimate reward progress at the bottom. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Although having 2 talents is beneficial, neither of them is particularly formidable. At most, they are on par with talents like innate nobility and absolute pitch. Nonetheless, the talent, celestial calculation, which enables the formation of a 3-dimensional computational structure in his mind, combined with my superbrain, should yield remarkable results. It could be applied across various technological inventions, especially in the development of smartphone chips as outlined in the 7-year life script, providing substantial assistance. Speaking of smartphone chips, the systems they run also require innovation, which means code intuition will come in handy. As Lu Zhe pondered, he felt that these 2 talents were not lacking at all, almost as if the system had deliberately arranged them. Code intuition would significantly enhance his abilities in the realm of computing, allowing him to become the finest programmer or the most elite hacker. Yet, code intuition is not limited to computers. It is also beneficial for developing smartphone systems. As smartphones are essentially compact computers, their underlying logic is fundamentally similar. If one can construct skyscrapers, they can certainly build ordinary houses. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhe gradually began to look forward to his 7-year life. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of school reopening had arrived. The Harbin Institute of Technology campus regained its former vibrancy, with the remaining ice and snow unable to extinguish the fervor burning within the hearts of the students. Additionally, a group of new faces appeared on campus. According to Chu Shubai, these were this year's exchange students, 5 individuals hailing from different countries. Lu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement, but did not pay much heed. Exchange student programs exist among the world's top universities. It is entirely normal. Institutions like Tsinghua and Peking also run such programs. However, Lu Zhe was taken aback when, that very afternoon, the director of the academic affairs office responsible for the exchange student program approached him with a foreign boy in tow. Oh my God, it's the great Xia Prodigy himself, standing right in front of me. This is utterly surreal. The foreign boy, with his blonde hair and athletic build, was overflowing with excitement upon seeing Lu Zhe. He chattered animatedly, gesturing wildly, and even pulled out his phone to snap selfies alongside Lu Zhe, treating the situation with remarkable familiarity. Seeing this, Lu Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Director Sun of the Academic Affairs Office. Director Sun smiled as he explained, "This is Harry Taylor, our exchange student from Harbin Institute of Technology. In collaboration with the University of Oxford this year, he holds you in high esteem and hopes to study at the Little Genius Research Institute for the year. Of course, the decision of whether to keep him here rests solely with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe finally understood the situation regarding the blonde foreigner before him. He was, after all, an admirer. The University of Oxford, being one of the oldest institutions in the world, boasts an impressive reputation, both on Earth and in this alternate realm. It consistently ranks among the top 3 in global university rankings. Even in this world, its prestige slightly surpasses that of Tsinghua and Peking University combined. The student exchange program between Harbin Institute of Technology and Oxford was undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, this blonde foreigner likely possessed considerable talent. However, to consider retaining him, Lu Zhe glanced at the grinning Harry and ultimately shook his head. "So, you are Harry Taylor, correct? I'm more than willing to be friends, but as for studying here, let us pass on that. I am merely a child myself, and my knowledge may not even match yours." Lu Zhe was inherently selfish. Whether in his past life or this one, he adhered to the ancient wisdom that those who are not of his kin may harbor different intentions, especially concerning academic endeavors. One must remain vigilant. Although his Little Genius Research Institute currently lacked any significant projects, he did not wish for an additional foreign presence. You can prove world-class mathematical conjectures. How could your knowledge possibly be inferior to mine? Before you, I am merely a disciple. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's refusal, Harry, the blonde foreigner, grew anxious and quickly interjected. Director Sun shook his head. Foreigners can be quite straightforward, often oblivious to the subtleties of the Daxiao language. When our little genius claims his knowledge is inferior, it is merely a polite refusal meant to spare your feelings. Why take it so seriously? Harry, let us go? Director Sun patted Harry Taylor on the shoulder and led him away from the Little Genius Research Institute, leaving him in a state of disappointment. Your Majesty is wise. I genuinely believe these foreigners are quite troublesome. We shall not engage with them. Once the two had departed, Chu Shubai immediately emerged, pursing his lips and glaring, spitting towards Harry Taylor's retreating figure. Lu Zhe, witnessing his comical demeanor, helplessly rubbed his forehead and remarked, "Little Chu, could you refrain from constantly cosplaying that wretched eunuch? At this rate, I might have to rein you in." Eunuch? Chu Shubai paused in shock, his expression transforming as he exclaimed, "Misunderstanding, Your Majesty. I have always been cosplaying a loyal minister, never a eunuch." Lu Zhe could only sigh in silent exasperation and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, my loyal minister. Cease your banter and come discuss the fundamentals of computer architecture with me. It's the first day of school, and I've acquired a new talent that I must utilize effectively." Concerning knowledge in computers, Lu Zhe was too lazy to learn independently. After all, Chu Shubai was studying electronic information and computer science, so it was more efficient to ask him directly. Upon hearing this, Chu Shubai perked up, striding over with enthusiasm. His voice piercingly high. "Understood, Your Majesty. I shall come at once." Chapter 90. The Challenges of Developing Mobile Chips. Lu Zhe's Bold Ideas. As spring waned, the northern city of Harbin remained bitterly cold, the air still brimming with the occasional flurry of snowflakes. Lu Zhe nestled within the research institute, clad in a plush bear-themed onesie, slurping a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Before him, several computers hummed with activity, their screens flickering with varying streams of data and code interfaces. During this period, under the guidance of the computer prodigy Chu Shubai, Lu Zhe's comprehension of computer science had progressed remarkably. On the 10th day, Chu Shubai exclaimed that there was nothing left to teach him. 5 days later, Lu Zhe had independently crafted a small program capable of significantly optimizing computer performance. Now, he effortlessly navigated various high-end and complex computer technologies, seamlessly developing software and writing code. This was the formidable power bestowed by his code communion, talent. Beside him, as they shared a meal, Chu Shubai observed Lu Zhe's work on a mobile system optimization program, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Your Majesty, it's no wonder you are hailed as a genius. What I have spent 4 to 5 years mastering, you have completely grasped and surpassed in just 1 month. In my view, your current skills are among the pinnacle in the global tech industry." Hearing Chu Shubai's praise, Lu Zhe accepted it with a sense of rightful satisfaction. Clearly, after this period of interaction, he had fully adapted to the quirky manner of his assistant's speech. According to Chu Shubai, Lu Zhe's portrayal of the young Ing Zheng had been so compelling that he could still sense a faint aura of regal authority surrounding Lu Zhe. Hence, he naturally referred to him as Your Majesty. Lu Zhe had no objections to this moniker. After all, within the Little Genius Research Institute, it was just the two of them, and they could address each other however they pleased. Chu Shubai's words were heartfelt. After entering Harbin Institute of Technology, he had focused on electronic information and computer science, excelling in software engineering, network security, and high-performance computing, with even a deep understanding of artificial intelligence. His current expertise was the result of countless days and nights of diligent study over 4 years. Yet, Lu Zhe had managed to learn everything in a mere 10 days. In many instances, Lu Zhe didn't even require teaching. He merely articulated his understanding, and Chu Shubai could infer and grasp concepts on his own. This remarkable learning speed left Chu Shubai in a state of continual astonishment. It felt as though Lu Zhe's mind was not a mere human brain, but rather a supercomputer. How could a mortal being possess such extraordinary intelligence? If Gauss and Newton were the pinnacle geniuses of humanity, then Lu Zhe stood atop that summit. Truly a paragon among the exceptional. Throughout human history, one would struggle to find another individual as brilliant. Having witnessed Lu Zhe's formidable learning ability firsthand, Chu Shubai's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He had no regrets about joining Lu Zhe's Little Genius Academy, for he knew that remaining here would surely yield significant achievements, far superior to any research institution back home. In fact, he was prepared to devote his life to following Lu Zhe. After all, how could one not cling tightly to the leg of such a transcendent genius? Currently, Chu Shubai held 2 words in his heart regarding Lu Zhe: loyalty. Just as Lu Zhe was engrossed in his research, although Chu Shubai could not comprehend it, he refrained from asking too many questions. A multitude of intricate components lay scattered throughout the laboratory, most of which Lu Zhe had crafted himself. Chu Shubai often assisted, and on occasion, when overwhelmed, he would enlist the help of friends from the university. For instance, There was a time when Liu Ze needed to batch weld a series of delicate components, each requiring exceptional craftsmanship. With a mere phone call, Chu Xiubai summoned his good friend from school, who specialized in welding for aircraft carriers. The poor fellow, after a night of fruitless labor, ended up losing a pack of cigarettes to Chu Xiubai's unscrupulous demands. Subsequently, Liu Ze's research seemed to shift directions, requiring an ever-increasing array of materials. Initially, it began with transistors and silicon-based semiconductors, but soon evolved into carbon-based materials such as molybdenum disulfide and graphene. It was not until 2 months later that Liu Ze requested a photolithography machine. At that moment, Chu Xiubai finally grasped the ambition of this young dean. He intended to delve into chip research. As is widely acknowledged, a photolithography machine is the most crucial tool in chip manufacturing, without exception. The essence of a chip is, in fact, a semiconductor intricately etched with circuits. Such a process is beyond the capabilities of human hands and can only be achieved with lasers. The laser in a photolithography machine can accurately engrave pathways onto semiconductors, ensuring the optimal performance of the chip. Currently, the chips on the market are primarily silicon-based, as silicon is an excellent semiconductor that sufficiently meets the electrical conductivity requirements of chip circuits. Previously, Liu Ze had requested numerous silicon-based semiconductors, and at that time, Chu Xiubai had yet to realize Liu Ze's intentions. It was only upon seeing Liu Ze's subsequent requests for graphene and other carbon-based materials, along with the final demand for a photolithography machine, that he became certain Liu Ze aimed to create a type of chip, an unprecedented superchip. Given that the development of silicon-based chips has essentially reached its zenith, Liu Ze's request for graphene clearly indicated his intention to explore carbon-based chips. Compared to silicon-based chips, carbon-based chips not only boast superior performance, but also lower power consumption and higher efficiency. Unfortunately, carbon-based materials are not as easily controlled as silicon. The high conductivity of carbon makes it challenging for electrical signals within chip circuits to flow normally. As it stands, no country in the world has successfully manufactured carbon-based chips. The fact that Liu Ze, a genius capable of repeatedly creating miracles, was suddenly venturing into the field of chips filled Chu Xiubai with excitement. Could he witness the birth of the legendary carbon-based chip with his own eyes? Holding on to this exhilarating thought, he quickly reported Liu Ze's requests to the school. Photolithography machines are scarce in the country. Yet, when Liu Ze spoke, the entirety of Harbin Institute of Technology could not afford to overlook him. Before long, Zhou Mingyuan managed to procure an imported immersion DUV photolithography machine for Liu Ze, capable of supporting a 7-nanometer process and producing most mid to high-end logic chips, at a staggering cost of $76 million. Such an exorbitant research apparatus is rarely seen even within Harbin Institute of Technology. Many key research projects struggle to secure funding, let alone provide a 7-year-old child like Liu Ze with such resources. However, Zhou Mingyuan said nothing, merely advising Liu Ze not to feel too pressured. The higher-ups had not imposed any requirements on the prodigious Child's Research Institute, allowing him the freedom to pursue his interests. Failing to produce results was of no consequence. It could merely be considered play. This lenient attitude is indeed unparalleled among all research institutions nationwide. Grateful, Liu Ze accepted and began his new research endeavor. With everything in place, the development of the new mobile phone chip should have commenced. However, just half a month later, he found himself frowning once more. It was not due to flaws in his conception, nor was it the result of insurmountable challenges during development. Rather, it was the capabilities of the photolithography machine that fell short. This DUV photolithography machine, also known as a deep ultraviolet lithography machine, operates at a wavelength of 193 nanometers with a 7-nanometer process, which is sufficient for the development of most mobile phone chips, including even the high-end models currently available on the market. Yet, what Liu Ze aimed to create was an unprecedented carbon-based chip. The etching depth and other specifications required for his project were far more intricate than those of ordinary high-end models. Consequently, he needed a more powerful photolithography machine, an EUV photolithography machine. This device, also known as an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, operates at a wavelength of only 135 nanometers, with a process node maintained below 5 nanometers. It can be described as the supercharged variant of a DUV photolithography machine, representing the pinnacle of laser technology worldwide. Presently, only one company globally is capable of producing EUV photolithography machines, yet they are subjected to stringent regulations by the United States, prohibiting sales to the Daxiao region. Furthermore, Daxiao has consistently lagged in the research and development of photolithography machines. Even the second-tier DUV photolithography machines cannot be fully developed independently, let alone EUV machines. The country is thoroughly constrained by foreign technology. The fact that Zhou Mingyuan could secure a DUV photolithography machine for Lu Zhe was already a significant achievement. Thus, the prospect of replacing it with an EUV machine seemed virtually impossible. Additionally, Lu Zhe harbored another concern. He suspected that even the world's most advanced EUV photolithography machine might not be capable of handling the unique requirements for his carbon-based chip development. If the DUV photolithography machine was inadequate and the EUV machine was unattainable, would his mobile phone chip development come to a halt? Stroking his chin, his expression turned grave. If he failed to develop the mobile phone chip, wouldn't that signify the failure of the narrative of his life at the tender age of 7? That simply would not do. The rewards from this life narrative are exceptionally crucial, serving as the core gameplay of life's editing process. In the past, he had consistently exceeded expectations, acquiring a plethora of formidable talents. If he were to fail this time, the repercussions would be dire. The mere thought of a failed life narrative sent shivers down his spine, making him feel as though ants were crawling all over his body. He simply could not accept it. I have declared it before. In this life, I shall always emerge victorious. Nothing shall impede my progress. Ultimately, a fierce determination ignited within Lu Zhe's eyes as he made a bold decision. The export of EUV photolithography machines is restricted by the United States? Then I shall construct one myself. I will create the most powerful EUV photolithography machine, one that leads the world. Chapter 91. Dismantling the photolithography machine with bare hands. The principal is stunned. Determined to act, Lu Zhe immediately began poring over every book related to photolithography machines. From their inception to their evolution through generations, he absorbed all knowledge into his mind. Following this, he proceeded to dismantle and study the DUV photolithography machine before him. Clatter and clang. By the time he became engrossed in his work, night had fallen. That evening, upon receiving a message from Lu Zhe about dinner, Chu Shubai returned from the cafeteria and was utterly flabbergasted. Your Majesty, how could you have dismantled the photolithography machine? This is the latest model borrowed from Qingbei by Principal Zhou. It cost over 70 million. Are you trying to bring about the principal's demise? Looking at the scattered fragments on the ground, Chu Shubai felt his mind go numb. Lu Zhe's actions were simply too astonishing. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the courtyard. It was Zhou Mingyuan, who had come for an evening stroll after dinner. What a coincidence. Typically, Zhou Mingyuan would not visit for a month. Yet today he happened to come. Witnessing this scene, Chu Shubai's anxiety intensified, akin to ants on a hot stove. Can you please remain calm? As Lu Zhe continued to focus on a delicate component, he glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, somewhat impatiently responding, How can I remain calm? Your Majesty, the principal is already here. Before Chu Shubai could finish his casual musing, he caught sight of Zhou Mingyuan's figure entering the room. Startled, he hurriedly retreated to a corner with his lunchbox, attempting to conceal himself like a timid quail, muttering, You can't see me, you can't see me. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyuan strolled into the first-floor laboratory with his hands clasped behind his back, exclaiming loudly, Director Liu, is the lithography machine still operational? I must tell you, this particular model of lithography, where's the lithography machine? Mid-sentence, Zhou Mingyuan stood frozen in disbelief. The spot where the lithography machine had been placed was now completely bare. With only a scattering of parts and shells on the floor, their previous identity barely discernible. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Moments later, Zhou Mingyuan, having regained his composure, nearly fainted. What the hell? Where's my massive lithography machine? How did it turn into a pile of debris? His face pale with shock, Zhou Mingyuan widened his eyes and, striving to control his skyrocketing blood pressure, queried, Director Liu, why did you disassemble the machine? Did you not tell me I could play around with it? Lu Zhe blinked innocently, gazing at him with a look of feigned innocence. Zhou Mingyuan retorted, Not like that, buddy. I meant you could tinker with it. But I didn't mean to dismantle it into oblivion. This is the most advanced DUV lithography machine abroad, and it took a tremendous effort to acquire it. Most importantly, it doesn't belong to our Harbin Institute of Technology, but to Tsinghua and Peking University. I had to spin a little tale to them, claiming it was for a confidential project on campus that required a 7nm lithography machine to etch some circuits, promising to return it in a month or two. And now, it's just a heap of parts. Is this even right? When I return it, the president of Tsinghua will surely want to take my head. Oh, my dear ancestor. After you've disassembled it like this, can it even be reassembled? Should I call in some experts? There are a few guys in the country who specialize in lithography machines. If I summon them now, they could be here by tomorrow morning. Zhou Mingyuan was anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan, yet faced with the prodigious talent of the Harbin Institute's favorite, he found himself unable to unleash his frustration. His tone now soft and resigned. Seeing this, Lu Zhe decided against further teasing Zhou Mingyuan. If he continued, he might just have to buy some sunflower seeds. Thus, he stated candidly, Don't call them. I'll lay my cards on the table. I disassembled it to invent a lithography machine that belongs to our great Xia, an EUV lithography machine. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The multitude of words left in Zhou Mingyuan's throat became stuck, and he stared blankly at Lu Zhe. In the corner, Chu Shubai, who had been feigning unconsciousness, was also rendered speechless, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. And the lunchbox he had been holding fell to the ground with a thud. They couldn't have heard wrong, could they? The prodigious child had just proclaimed he intended to invent a lithography machine. An EUV lithography machine, no less. Both Zhou Mingyuan and Chu Shubai were momentarily taken aback by this audacious declaration. After all, throughout the entirety of Great Xia, countless scientists had collaborated without success in developing an EUV lithography machine. Even the next tier, the DUV lithography machine, had only been partially understood, failing to achieve full replication. Yet now, Lu Zhe boldly claimed he would create the most advanced EUV lithography machine. Who could remain unfazed by such a proclamation? But upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely far-fetched, for who was this person standing before them? The unparalleled prodigy of the ages. He had composed the Tongwang Gusu at the tender age of 4, won the title of the youngest television emperor at 5, proved 2 major mathematical conjectures by 6, and even on his first day at school, had effortlessly solved a high-temperature ceramic technology challenge that had plagued Harbin Institute engineers for years. Now at 7, could he truly develop an EUV lithography machine? With this thought in mind, Zhou Mingyuan swallowed hard, his heart swelling with excitement. After casting a glance at the scattered parts, he clapped his hands enthusiastically, his face beaming with joy. Disassemble. Disassemble away. Little Director Lu, don't be deterred by the 70 million price tag of this lithography machine. Here, it's merely a grand toy. Feel free to take it apart and explore. Observing Zhou Mingyuan's rapid transformation upon hearing the prospect of inventing a lithography machine, Lu Zhe smiled, saying, I needn't worry about Tsinghua and Peking University? Not at all. Zhou Mingyuan waved his hand dramatically, exclaiming with bravado. Who dares to voice an objection from Tsinghua? I'll just toss them into the trash bin. What child isn't mischievous? What child wouldn't relish dismantling a few toys? What you're doing is completely reasonable. Wherever we go, we have a sound justification. Zhou Mingyuan's words were delivered with conviction and authority, leaving Chu Shubai beside him utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, such a defense for childish mischief. But which child would dare to dismantle a lithography machine? Perhaps a toy excavator the size of a palm, sure. But this was clearly treating the esteemed scholars of Tsinghua with utter disdain. Thus, the plan for Lu Zhe to invent a lithography machine was set in motion. Zhou Mingyuan assured that Harbin Institute would fully support Lu Zhe's endeavors. Given the project's complexity and uncertain success, Zhou Mingyuan opted not to report it upwards. He feared placing undue pressure on the prodigy and didn't want to evoke false hopes among the numerous scientists of Great Xia. As for Tsinghua, Zhou Mingyuan expressed no concerns. If the president inquires about the lithography machine, I, Zhou, shall take the responsibility. You continue with your work. It's merely a machine worth over 70 million. Dismantle it. That's what the 70 million is for. What absurd technology dares to charge such a price? Zhou Mingyuan had long wanted to voice his grievances. Once the prodigy successfully developed the first EUV lithography machine for Great Xia, he would see whether it contained gold or silver within. With anticipation in his heart, Zhou Mingyuan left in high spirits. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe delved back into his research. Over the next 3 months, a plethora of specially crafted materials were delivered to the Young Geniuses Research Institute, all intended for the construction of the lithography machine. In the laboratory, each day was filled with various sounds, occasionally punctuated by beams of laser light. Chu Shubai's knowledge had no relevance to the lithography machine, and he found himself of no use even as an assistant. Thus, he could only stand outside the laboratory, continually waxing poetic and flattering Lu Zhe. His admiration for the young emperor was as boundless as the mighty Yangtze River, ceaseless and overwhelming, akin to the flooding Yellow River, once unleashed, could not be contained. Your Majesty is magnificent. Merely the feat of crafting a lithography machine is enough to immortalize your name throughout history. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. I worry for you. Chu Shubai flattered Lu Zhe daily, losing track of how many days had passed. He only remembered that on the 127th occasion of his praise, a voice rang out from within the laboratory, proclaiming, I have succeeded. Then, he saw Lu Zhe, clad in a white research uniform, stepping out with a light-hearted gait. Removing his facial protection, he beamed with delight, exclaiming, Huh? I have succeeded. Little Chu, go notify Minister Zhou to come see me at once. Huh? Chu Shubai was taken aback. After nearly a year, this typically aloof prodigy was finally engaging in a playful game of emperor with him. One could only imagine his current elation. Had that legendary EUV lithography machine truly been completed? Why are you just standing there? Go, go. Seeing Chu Shubai in a daze, Lu Zhe couldn't help but urge him. Once Chu Shubai snapped back to reality, he shook his head and quickly agreed, then dashed out like a gust of wind. Before long, Zhou Mingyuan arrived, panting heavily. Upon entering the room, he headed straight for the experimental area, his gaze sweeping across the array of machines. Director Lu, let me see the lithography machine. Although the Xiao Shintong Research Institute's laboratory was already quite spacious, it felt somewhat cramped at that moment, as the floor was littered with numerous discarded failed products, all created by Lu Zhe and subsequently abandoned. Seeing Zhou Mingyuan's impatience, Lu Zhe chuckled and approached a bare machine devoid of any coating. This machine, rectangular in shape, stood 3 meters tall and 10 meters long. Its dimensions were crafted to match the most advanced EUV lithography machines currently in existence. It contained a light source module, an optical system, a workpiece platform, a mask stage, dual workpiece platforms, a vacuum chamber, a cooling system, and vibration damping supports, among other components. One could say it was fully equipped, with no compromises made. At first glance, it indeed appeared impressive. Incredible. I can hardly fathom how a child like you managed to create something so large, Zhou Mingyuan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration before even witnessing the machine's actual performance. Lu Zhe merely smiled in silence. With his innate strength and extraordinary endurance, he existed in a dimension entirely different from that of an ordinary child, making such feats possible. Not wanting to dwell on that topic, he proceeded to introduce. This is a 15-nanometer lithography machine, with a light source power exceeding 250W, numerical aperture of 0.55, overlay accuracy less than 11 nanometers, and a production capacity significantly greater than that of 7-nanometer lithography machines. Below are the specific parameters. However, Zhou Mingyuan was already entranced, having been spellbound from the moment he heard the first sentence. A 15-nanometer lithography machine. It was hard to believe that this was indeed a 15-nanometer machine. One must understand that the world's most advanced EUV lithography machine, which the beautiful country has monopolized, is limited in its ability to import. Although its specifications claim to support processes below 5 nanometers, it truly caps out at 3 nanometers, which has left countless nations worldwide in its wake. Even Xia dared not entertain such aspirations, as their current DUV lithography machines, through multiple exposure techniques, barely achieve the equivalent of 7 nanometers. Yet Lu Zhe, in less than half a year, had unveiled a 15-nanometer lithography machine. This was nothing short of divine intervention. How could Zhou Mingyuan not be astonished? Just 3 or 4 months prior, on the night he visited the Xiao Shintong Research Institute and heard Lu Zhe mention his intention to invent a lithography machine, he had assumed it would be something akin to an internationally competitive 3-nanometer EUV machine. Who could have imagined that Lu Zhe would leapfrog ahead, achieving a remarkable 15 nanometers? Truly, there was only one word to describe it: extraordinary. Chapter 93. The show-off. Zhou Mingyuan, the Xia Semiconductor Research Institute, was in a frenzy. Inside the laboratory, the atmosphere was electric. Lu Zhe was demonstrating the practical capabilities of the 15-nanometer EUV lithography machine to Zhou Mingyuan. Each function operated smoothly, the machine stable, rivaling those imported counterparts. Ultimately, Lu Zhe conducted a live chip etching demonstration on a semiconductor and through a special instrument screen. The stable laser points and clear etching trajectories were visible. Zhou Mingyuan stood in awe, utterly speechless. In truth, he had only a rudimentary understanding of lithography machines. Many of Lu Zhe's demonstrations were beyond his comprehension. Yet, this did not diminish his astonishment. After all, while he might not grasp the specific parameters and practical applications of the lithography machine, he could still discern quality. This colossal machine before him was not just a facade. It was a fully operational entity. Xiao Shintong had truly succeeded in developing an EUV lithography machine. How could this not leave Zhou Mingyuan in shock? How could he not feel elated? For years, Xia had dreamt of possessing a domestically developed lithography machine. Unfortunately, this technology had always been hindered by foreign monopolies. They couldn't even produce a second-rate DUV lithography machine, let alone an EUV one. But now, Lu Zhe had fulfilled everyone's dreams. Having perfectly fabricated the most advanced EUV lithography machine, even surpassing foreign models with an astonishing 15-nanometer capability. This meant that from now on, Xia would no longer have to bow to the whims of the beautiful country. In fact, in this domain of lithography machines, they might even find themselves envied by others. Xiao Shintong was indeed a national treasure. At that moment, Lu Zhe's stature in Zhou Mingyuan's mind, as the president of Harbin Institute of Technology, soared to unprecedented heights, earning him the highest accolades. A national treasure. First, he improved the high-temperature resistant ceramics. And then he crafted a 15-nanometer lithography machine from scratch. To label him a national treasure for these two achievements was by no means an exaggeration. In a daze, Zhou Mingyuan envisioned a future where Xia, under Liu Zhe's leadership, thrived magnificently, rising to stand at the pinnacle of the world. He believed that day would not be far off. Suddenly, he remembered he needed to inform old Wang and the others. Noticing Liu Zhe engrossed in operating the machine, Zhou Mingyuan abruptly recalled something. He slapped his forehead and hurriedly pulled out his phone. A video call was initiated. After ringing for over 10 seconds, the call finally connected. On the screen appeared the slightly weary face of a middle-aged man. He yawned, expressing his mild annoyance. "Senior brother, do you have any idea what time it is?" "It's 10:30. I just fell asleep." As the head of the Xia Semiconductor Research Institute, Wang Xiangyu was usually swamped with work. The previous night, he had been engrossed in research on a DUV lithography machine issue until the early hours, intending to catch up on sleep today. Just as he was about to meet with the Sandman, Zhou Mingyuan's video call jolted him awake. Both were alumni of Harbin Institute of Technology. Though separated by 2 graduating classes, they got along well. So even though his dream was disrupted, Wang Xiangyu didn't want to show irritation towards Zhou Mingyuan, merely grumbling a bit. Upon hearing Wang Xiangyu's words, Zhou Mingyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Sleep? How can you sleep at your age? Have you finished the lithography machine or not?" "Senior brother, I'm still quite young, you know? I'll be 45 after the new year. What is wrong with needing some sleep?" Wang Xiangyu retorted, rolling his eyes, particularly scoffing at the latter part of Zhou Mingyuan's comment. "What do you even know about lithography machines? Do you think it's just a child's play with building blocks? To say something like finish it and then sleep is absurd. If you have the capability, why don't you try making one yourself? I see you're just trying to make things difficult for me, fat tiger. If you didn't want me to sleep, you could have just said so." Wang Xiangyu, struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping, seized the opportunity to banter with his senior brother. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mingyuan, hearing this, flashed a mischievous grin. He then dramatically turned the camera of his phone to reveal a machine that Wang Xiangyu was all too familiar with, laughing heartily. "Little brother, guess what? I actually made it." Upon hearing this boastful declaration, Wang Xiangyu rolled over in bed, feigning indifference. "Stop bragging. What did you even get that lithography machine? The paint has barely been applied. Is this a second-hand item? Hey, you still doubt it? Let me tell you. This is indeed a product crafted by our very own Harbin Institute of Technology." Zhou Mingyuan, realizing he hadn't succeeded in showcasing his pride, pouted in frustration and declared, "Just watch. This model, this physique. Have you ever encountered anything like it in the offerings of AMS? AMS, you know, is the sole company in the world capable of manufacturing EUV lithography machines. It is also the undisputed titan in the realm of semiconductor manufacturing equipment." Wang Xiangyu, as the director of the Daxia Semiconductor Materials Research Institute, was well acquainted with the various models of lithography machines produced by AMS. Upon hearing Zhou Mingyuan's words, he couldn't help but scrutinize the machine displayed on the screen. The next moment, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as he realized that this was indeed not a model produced by AMS. Furthermore, judging by its dimensions, it appeared to be more than an ordinary lithography machine. It could be an EUV lithography machine? At this revelation, Wang Xiangyu was utterly astonished. "Senior brother, are you serious?" He gazed at his phone, his face nearly pressing against the screen in disbelief. Zhou Mingyuan, witnessing his junior brother's exaggerated reaction, finally felt a sense of satisfaction and chuckled. "Of course it's real. This lithography machine is not only the most advanced EUV model internationally, but its process level has also reached an astonishing 15 nanometers. Impossible." Wang Xiangyu immediately rebutted, shaking his head. The 3-nanometer lithography machine produced by AMS is already the pinnacle of the semiconductor industry, with core parameters representing the limits of human precision manufacturing. If your Harbin Institute of Technology aspires to break through to 15 nanometers, it would require radical innovation across the entire industrial chain in EUV light sources, optical systems, and precision machinery. To possess these would mean being at least a decade ahead of AMS in technological barriers. Am I not aware of the state of Daxiao's semiconductor capabilities? This is nothing short of a fantasy. Wang Xianyu's fervent objections were not born from a desire to belittle his own country, but rather from a profound understanding of the technical complexities involved. Given his position as the director of the Daxia Semiconductor Materials Research Institute, it was worth noting that even with the full resources of his institute, they were unable to independently develop DUV-level lithography machines. How could the Harbin Institute possibly leapfrog over the ordinary version to produce an EUV lithography machine at the 15-nanometer level? In the face of Wang Xianyu's repeated denials, Zhou Mingyuan remained unperturbed, simply chuckling. "Oh, my dear brother, times have changed. In the past, It was indeed impossible for us at Harbin Institute to produce EUV lithography machines. But now we have Director Liu. As he finished speaking, Zhou Mingyuan shifted the camera to reveal Liu Zhe, who was etching chips on the opposite side of the machine. Wang Xiangyu, initially puzzled about who this Director Liu was struck dumb the very next moment. The young Director Liu was merely a child? Wait a moment, child? A prodigy? He suddenly sprang from his bed. Astonished, the EUV lithography machine was built by a child prodigy? Why didn't you mention this earlier? With that exclamation, Wang Xiangyu, his hair unkempt and still clad in his pajamas, hastily threw on a coat and dashed out. The video call was abruptly ended as he stepped outside, immediately dialing his assistant. I'm heading to the airport. Book me the next flight to Harbin. What? Sleep? Sleep for what? I'm wide awake. Chapter 94. A line of national semiconductor experts squatting outside the Prodigy Research Institute, Chu Xiubai, was bewildered. At 5 o'clock in the morning, while most were still lost in dreams, a plane had already landed at Harbin Airport. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xiangyu hurriedly exited. The emergence of a 15-nanometer EUV lithography machine was of monumental significance. He had no time to rest and rushed directly to Harbin Institute of Technology, even on the flight. Unable to sleep due to overwhelming excitement, time dragged on agonizingly as he anticipated the news. This urgency stemmed from the fact that the creator of the 15-nanometer lithography machine was none other than the Prodigy. Even if it were the research team from Harbin Institute, he wouldn't have been so concerned. After all, just yesterday, during his video call with Zhou Mingyuan, he had been half asleep and indifferent, fully aware of Harbin Institute's research capabilities. While they were indeed experts in aerospace, semiconductor technology was a different realm altogether. How could they claim to have developed a lithography machine? It wasn't until Zhou Mingyuan focused the camera on Liu Zhe that Wang Xiangyu could no longer remain complacent. Harbin Institute might be untrustworthy, but the Prodigy was beyond reproach. This was a genius of historic proportions, who on his first day at the Institute had solved the long-standing challenge of high-temperature ceramics, breaking through a technical bottleneck that had persisted for years. Such a remarkable talent could not be overlooked. Had Zhou Mingyuan opened the video call by stating that the Prodigy had built a lithography machine, Wang Xiangyu would not have engaged in lengthy discourse. He dashed out of the airport, where an official vehicle awaited him, flooring the accelerator as it sped towards the city. Meanwhile, semiconductor experts from across the nation were converging on Harbin Institute. Clearly, news had spread throughout their circles following Wang Xiangyu's notification. Initially, everyone was taken aback upon hearing the news, only to become as fervent as boiling water, scrambling out of their warm beds to make their way to Harbin Institute, all eager to catch a glimpse of the 15-nanometer EUV lithography machine. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of the Prodigy Research Institute, Wang Xiangyu arrived in his designated car, hurriedly disembarking only to find the gate locked. Little brother, the Prodigy is still asleep at this hour. Come over and have a Deming oil stick to perk you up. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Wang Xiangyu. Turning around, he saw Zhou Mingyuan squatting on the grass, grinning at him, holding a cup of soy milk and an oil stick. Goodness, senior brother. Are you trying to scare someone to death? Wang Xiangyu exclaimed, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Who could have imagined that the president of Harbin Institute would be squatting outside someone else's door at dawn, eating oil sticks? Grumbling, he accepted one and squatted down to munch on it. After half an hour, a second semiconductor expert arrived, startled, and reluctantly joined the ranks of those squatting by the wall. Then came the third, the fourth, until by 8 o'clock. A line of esteemed academicians and experts in the Daxia scientific community, led by Zhou Mingyuan, had formed along the wall outside the Prodigy Research Institute, all squatting in neat rows like kindergarten children. No one dared to knock on the door for fear of disturbing the Prodigy's slumber. As Zhou Mingyuan put it, the young Director Liu was in a critical growth phase and needed plenty of sleep. Being accustomed to pampering children, the assembled academicians and experts complied, settling down to squat in place. What could they do? Daxia had but one Prodigy. How could they not indulge him? 10 minutes later, light footsteps approached from outside the wall. Yesterday, a moment lost to time. Oh, what joy! With an air of exuberance, Chu Xiubai approached the entrance of the Research Institute, merrily humming a tune while carrying a tray of food freshly procured from the cafeteria. However, as he stepped into the courtyard, his gaze fell upon a cluster of elderly gentlemen huddled in the corner, causing him to shudder in fright, his tone shifting dramatically. To his astonishment, the leader of this motley crew was none other than the esteemed Principal Zhou Mingyuan, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who could fathom such a sight? The venerable principal, forsaking slumber at the break of dawn, leading a band of unfamiliar old men to loiter at the threshold of another's abode, no less, beneath the emperor's very walls. It was high time to reign in this peculiar gathering of elders. With determination, Chu Xiubai rolled up his sleeves and boldly approached, inquiring, "May I ask, Are you here for the assassin's duties? Yet, no sooner had he uttered the words than a resounding slap struck his forehead. Zhou Mingyuan, his expression darkened, rebuked him sharply. Do not mimic those foreign devils. Open the door at once. Yes, yes. A chastened Chu Shubai rubbed his head and hurriedly produced the keys, unlocking the grand entrance of the research institute. Clearing his throat, and amidst the bewildered gazes of the assembled academicians, he proclaimed, Your Majesty, it is time to rise for court. Zhou Mingyuan, Wang Xiangyu, a chorus of experts. Is this child unwell? 10 minutes later, clad in bear-patterned pajamas and yawning, Lu Zhe ambled into the first-floor laboratory. Noticing the room filled with enthusiastic old scholars, he remained unfazed. Accepting breakfast from Chu Shubai, he munched while leading them to the experimental area. Before he could introduce himself, Wang Xiangyu and the others eagerly surrounded him, their eyes glistening with anticipation as if they were beholding a new bride. As specialists in the semiconductor field, having devoted their lives to the intricacies of lithography machines, none understood better how to ascertain whether a machine functioned properly. Thus, upon receiving Lu Zhe's affirmation, they eagerly began their operations. Astonishing. Utterly remarkable. How was this achieved? The overlay precision is astonishingly maintained below 11 nanometers. The single exposure resolution has reached an astounding 8 nanometers, 5 nanometers smaller than the latest EUV lithography machine produced by Awakens. Look here. The Prodigy has completely conquered the challenges in the field of light sources, as evidenced by the production of a light source wavelength of 135 nanometers. A miracle. Indeed. The throng of semiconductor experts were enraptured, their awe palpable, punctuated by gasps of astonishment. Wang Xiangyu, notebook in hand, scribbled furiously, muttering to himself and bursting into laughter at intervals. Who could tell that he had not slept in 24 hours? The reactions of the other experts mirrored his own, exclaiming that waiting 2 hours outside was well worth it. Indeed, as the saying goes, to hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. This sentiment, spoken among the gathered experts and academicians, was no exaggeration. They had toiled for decades, striving to create a lithography machine of their own for Daxia, yet had struggled to find the means. And now, a machine of unparalleled perfection, surpassing the most advanced Western technologies, lay before them. Just a glance at it would be worth a lifetime. One semiconductor expert, overcome with emotion, began to weep uncontrollably. At last, Daxia has its own lithography machine, a 15-nanometer marvel. The old man lamented, sobbing in joy. As the sound of his weeping echoed through the room, the others were deeply moved. No one sought to intervene, for they all understood, even empathized with him. For decades, in the realm of semiconductors, Daxia had been choked by Western powers, particularly the Americans, who unreasonably interfered with Awakens's business, prohibiting the sale of EUV lithography machines to Daxia. It was indeed a source of immense frustration. But now, everything had changed. The young prodigy Lu Zhe had descended like a deity to support them. With the emergence of this 15-nanometer EUV lithography machine, the tides of the semiconductor field had irrevocably shifted. Even Awakens could only look up in awe. Chapter 95. Another new patent. The Prodigy earns honors year after year. Prodigy. On behalf of all semiconductor researchers in Daxia, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you. At noon, after several hours of examining the lithography machine, the experts finally dispersed. Wang Xiangyu, the director of the Semiconductor Materials Research Institute, approached Lu Zhe with solemn appreciation. There is no need for such formality, esteemed elder. I pursued my research for my own sake. This was merely a byproduct, Lu Zhe replied, supporting Wang Xiangyu with a smile. Yet, these words struck Wang Xiangyu like a thunderbolt. Merely a byproduct? To create the world's most advanced lithography machine as an afterthought. Such audacity. Yet, he undeniably had the credentials to be audacious. One could hardly contest that disparity. In this moment, the chasm between genius and the ordinary was starkly illuminated. Wang Xiangyu sighed deeply, reflecting on his life's work, uncertain of what he had truly accomplished. The young prodigy had fabricated the very thing he had long desired in mere months, while he himself had languished through the years, unable to even independently develop a next-tier DUV lithography machine. Once, he too was a distinguished student from Harbin Institute of Technology, a dragon among men, envied by all. Truly, heroes are as plentiful as fish in the river, with some being inexplicably formidable. The future indeed belongs to the youth. Wang Xiangyu, hands clasped behind his back, lamented. Do not belittle yourself, esteemed elder. The rise of our great Daxia is contingent upon the collective efforts of every scientist. The forthcoming mass production of lithography machines will still depend on your guidance. Lu Zhe reassured him, offering a USB drive. Wang Xiangyu was taken aback. All the parameters and design blueprints for the new EUV lithography machine are contained within, along with clear methods for overcoming the technological bottlenecks we've encountered, Lu Zhe elucidated. The technology behind the lithography machine was a closely guarded secret among global researchers, yet for Lu Zhe, it was of little consequence. His creation of the lithography machine was merely a stepping stone to further advance carbon-based chips. Retaining such technology for himself would be futile. It was far more beneficial to entrust it to Wang Xiangyu, enabling Daxia to genuinely possess the capability for independent EUV lithography machine development. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Wang Xiangyu visibly trembled with excitement. Undoubtedly, the contents of that USB drive were of paramount importance to any semiconductor expert, akin to the 9 manual in the realm of martial arts. Lu Zhe's willingness to relinquish this technology signified a profound commitment. Excellent. Young Lu, you truly are the prodigy of Daxia. Wang Xiangyu carefully stowed away the USB drive and solemnly vowed, this technology will not be appropriated by the state. It will forever remain your patent. Nearby, Principal Zhou Mingyuan, witnessing the exchange, chimed in with a smile. Our young director Lu is remarkable indeed. Last year he secured a patent for high-temperature ceramic innovations, and this year, yet another for the lithography machine. Upon reporting, various accolades are inevitable. At this juncture, he paused slightly, casting a glance towards Wang Xiangyu, and with a sly smile remarked, Ah, Junior Wang, there's something I must remind you of. Our little prodigy is, after all, the president of our esteemed Harbin Institute of Technology. Thus, the invention of the lithography machine is attributed to our institute and has no connection whatsoever to your Semiconductor Materials Research Institute. Crack. That was the sound of someone's heart shattering. Wang Xiangyu clutched his chest, taking deep breaths while muttering, This cannot be. This cannot be. He's my senior brother. We must respect our elders and cherish the young, honor our teachers, and regard age. I respect your sister. With a thunderous shout, the distracted Wang Xiangyu was thoroughly flustered. Seizing a piece of elongated scrap, he brandished it and charged at Zhou Mingyuan, bellowing, Zhou scoundrel, rebel, I challenge you to a duel. Today, we shall determine superiority and decide our fates. Look at him, so eager. As Zhou Mingyuan turned to flee, he couldn't resist throwing out a taunt. In an instant, the research institute was in disarray. Days later, after gathering insights, Wang Xiangyu departed from Harbin Institute of Technology, accompanied by a multitude of semiconductor experts. Concurrently, news spread that Lu Zhe had successfully developed the EUV lithography machine after 4 months of hard work, and all experts from the Semiconductor Materials Research Institute hurriedly traveled to Harbin City for verification. The information soon reached the upper echelons of the Great Xia leadership. As they perused the report in their hands, they were left in disbelief. It clearly stated that Harbin Institute of Technology had transferred the core technology of the domestically produced EUV lithography machine to President Wang Xiangyu, who is now applying for an honorary medal for our institute's prodigy, Lu Zhe. Wait a moment. They had just awarded the little prodigy an honorary medal last year, and now they are doing so again. Is it going to be an annual affair? Such frequency has never been seen before. In this world, the honorary medals of the Great Xia are exceedingly rare, bestowed only upon individuals of significant contribution to the nation. A founding general, after a lifetime of military service and countless achievements, has only amassed 6 medals at the age of 93. Lu Zhe, who improved high-temperature ceramic technology last year, already received one. Now he is set to obtain another for the EUV lithography machine. At this rate, within a few years, Lu Zhe's collection of honorary medals may surpass that of the old general. Yet, they cannot deny him. After all, the EUV lithography machine represents a monumental technological breakthrough and is indeed worthy of an honorary medal. Moreover, while the leadership publicly states this, they secretly hope Lu Zhe continues to earn one each year, as it would signify his immense contributions to the Great Xia. Thus, after reviewing the report, the leader generously approved the request. Before long, a medal was delivered to Harbin Institute of Technology, landing in Lu Zhe's hands. Simultaneously, the Great Xia Academy of Sciences convened another press conference to grandly announce Lu Zhe's breakthrough in the lithography field. In no time, both domestic and international circles were abuzz once again. Chapter 96. The nation erupts. Lu Zhe ascends as the prodigy of national fortune. Breaking news. Harbin Institute of Technology successfully manufactures our country's first lithography machine. The world's first 15-nanometer EUV lithography machine is born, created by prodigy Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe has once again defied the odds. Following his advancements in high-temperature ceramics, he has independently developed the EUV lithography machine, with experts claiming the technology barrier is at least a decade ahead of foreign counterparts. Renowned feng shui blogger critiques, prodigy Lu Zhe has, to some extent, influenced the trajectory of the Great Xia's national fortune. Just how impressive is the EUV lithography machine? An article to enlighten you about the worth of the Great Xia prodigy. On the day of the Academy's press conference, the internet was ablaze. with news reports flooding in. The emergence of a lithography machine belonging to Great Xia is, in itself, a monumental event. Not to mention that the person behind it is the highly celebrated prodigy Liu Ze. Over the years, any news related to Liu Ze has invariably topped the trending charts. This has become a consensus. On Weibo and various forums, discussions flourished. It's my brother Ze. I am utterly in awe from now on. The little prodigy is my sole idol. Incredible. He actually created a lithography machine. What exactly is a lithography machine? Is it truly this valuable? Let me put it this way. If your name is Zhang San, a notorious death row inmate, and you manage to create a lithography machine just before your execution, the media would loudly proclaim that Zhang San has perished, while simultaneously, within the Great Xia Academy of Sciences, a new doctor, Zhang Shan, without any photo or personal information, would quietly emerge. Hilarious. But it is indeed the case. The significance of the lithography machine is monumental. In layman's terms, every electronic product we use in our daily lives, be it phones, computers, or cars, relies heavily on chips, and the lithography machine is specifically designed to manufacture these chips. In the past, lithography machines were the lifeblood of Great Xia's technology, with a single machine costing several $100 million, all while depending on foreign nations for approval. Living in constant fear that one day they might cease to provide this essential support. It must have been immensely frustrating, which helps to understand just how remarkable it is for the little prodigy to have created one. Thanks to the esteemed expert for the enlightening information, little prodigy. You are truly remarkable. Speaking of which, Liu Ze has only been enrolled at Harbin Institute of Technology since last September, and in less than a year, he has produced 2 top-tier technological inventions. His industrial talent is indeed formidable. No wonder he chose Harbin Institute of Technology. Had he opted for Tsinghua or Peking University, these achievements may not have materialized. Harbin Institute of Technology is undoubtedly the winner in this scenario, effortlessly reaping 2 project breakthroughs that likely have other universities envious to the point of madness. Fudan. So is anyone feeding me peanuts or not? The online atmosphere was vibrant. With Liu Ze's own popularity propelling it, the lithography machine, a high-end scientific research device, has finally entered the public consciousness. Many have come to understand the significance of the lithography machine for the first time through news or discussions among netizens. It can be considered a form of nationwide scientific education. As understanding deepens, so too does the astonishment regarding Liu Ze's achievements. This is a technology that has eluded countless experts in Great Xia for decades. Yet, this 7-year-old child, within mere months, managed to create it himself. How utterly astonishing. It is no wonder that some have proclaimed Liu Ze to be a prodigy capable of influencing the future trajectory of Great Xia. In retrospect, such statements hardly seem exaggerated. At merely 7 years of age, he has accomplished feats that other scientists could not achieve in their entire lifetimes. What does the future hold? The fate of the grand Great Xia indeed seems to hinge upon this singular individual. While netizens fervently debated, many domestic tech enterprises were also restless. The successful development of a domestic lithography machine holds profound significance, providing a lifeline to numerous industries. Take, for instance, the Jojo Group. Heralded as the beacon of domestic mobile phones. With their superior phone performance, they have carved out a substantial market both domestically and internationally, claiming to be far ahead of competitors. However, the West cannot abide such a rise. Thus, since last year, they have enforced a technological blockade, prohibiting the sale of lithography machines from a mass company to Great Xia. This sanction has halted the production of Jojo Group's mobile phone chips, glaringly exposing their vulnerability. Without a lithography machine, all their technological prowess is rendered moot. The CEO of Jojo Group has been in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot stove, having relied on old resources for an entire year with no progress on new models. And now, with the announcement from the Daxia Academy of Sciences, it can be said that a miraculous revival has occurred, illuminating a glimmer of hope for the Jojo Group. The domestically developed EUV lithography machine, operating at a remarkable 15-nanometer level, is nothing short of astounding, almost dreamlike. Armed with such a formidable device, the Jojo Group is poised to craft mobile chips with superior performance while simultaneously reducing costs. A similar scenario can be observed within the automotive sector. As is widely recognized, Daxia's new energy vehicles have begun to make significant strides in recent years. However, in the past, the chips for motor control had to be sourced at exorbitant prices from abroad, leading to considerable grievances and delays. With the emergence of the domestically produced lithography machine developed by Liu Ze, all these issues are set to be resolved. Consequently, upon the release of the news by the Daxia Academy of Sciences, it was not the domestic internet users who were the most exhilarated, but rather the major technology enterprises. The exuberant president of Jojo posted 10 Weibo updates, solely to extol the brilliance and prowess of the young prodigy Liu Ze. He even became the first public figure to bestow upon him the title of National Fortune Prodigy. This sparked an outpouring of agreement and accolades from countless netizens. Eventually, even the official account of CCTV News incorporated the prefix National Fortune Prodigy in its latest Weibo post regarding the lithography machine. Undoubtedly, this post ignited a frenzy across the internet once more, officially sanctioned and universally acknowledged. The young prodigy has unequivocally ascended to the status of National Fortune Prodigy. Chapter 97. The international semiconductor industry shakes. Amorous company stunned. Dacia's news has never been one to conceal its revelations. Soon, the announcement of the 15-nanometer lithography machine reached international shores. Semiconductor enterprises around the globe were alerted to this news, causing ripples of astonishment. Like a stone cast into a serene lake, the waves spread outwards, leaving no one unperturbed. Dacia has independently developed an EUV lithography machine? This must be a fabrication. Impossible. Just last year, I visited the Dacia Semiconductor Research Institute for academic exchange, and their technical capabilities were still unable to fully replicate DUV lithography machines. Who could argue otherwise? Earlier this year, at the International Semiconductor Conference, the director of Dacia, a certain Wang Xiangyu, humbly invited me to dine for an entire month, seeking to glean some insights from my expertise, yet I remained obstinately silent. If Dacia truly possessed such capabilities, why would their esteemed director resort to such desperation before me? However, as a prominent nation, Dacia has never been known to disseminate false news. Indeed, last year's breakthrough in high-temperature ceramics left experts from various countries in disbelief, only to be collectively proven wrong shortly thereafter. Have you all noticed that this 15-nanometer lithography machine was also developed by that Eastern prodigy? Good grief. What animosity does Dacia harbor against this child, continuously pushing him into the limelight? The current situation is that the research achievements that our amorous company, with its hundreds of employees, could barely attain, are overshadowed by a mere 7-year-old child from Dacia. Ha ha, my friends. This is utterly absurd. I cannot comprehend what Dacia is orchestrating, but their 15-nanometer lithography machine must be genuine. After all, such technology cannot be fabricated. The fields influenced by chip development are far too numerous. With the advent of the 15-nanometer lithography machine, their various electronic products will undoubtedly experience exponential advancements, making concealment impossible. So what are you waiting for? Previously, the EUV lithography machine market was dominated by the detestable Amorous company, which acted as a lackey to the United States, demanding exorbitant prices. Now that Dacia has produced a superior machine, shouldn't we hasten to seek collaboration? While you dawdle, our president is already aboard a flight to Dacia. Discussions are fervently underway across various technology industry groups and semiconductor online forums. The Amorous company headquarters convened an emergency meeting. Founder Depla's countenance was grave, his mood decidedly bleak. Once, they were the sole global entity capable of producing EUV lithography machines, their technology far surpassing that of any other nation. Subsequently, they aligned themselves with the United States, experiencing a resurgence that sent tremors throughout the global semiconductor landscape, impacting a market worth hundreds of billions of dollars. As the leading monopolist in technology, the upper echelons of Amorous had become utterly arrogant, dismissive of a nation as technologically lagging as Dacia. Yet now, everything has turned on its head. A sudden news flash has left all Amorous executives in disarray. In the conference room, a visibly perturbed Depla slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "Who the hell can tell me where this 15-nanometer lithography machine came from? Are the Daxians abducting aliens on the far side of the moon?" As Depla's fury echoed, the executives seated around the table fell into a fearful silence. Despite having imposed a technical blockade on Dacia for years, they had still managed to develop a more advanced lithography machine. Not only was the chairman bewildered, but even the executives who dealt with business daily were equally perplexed. A group of anxious individuals, under Depla's stern gaze, dared not lift their heads, resembling students fearful of being called upon by a teacher. Eventually, a young man, recently promoted and sporting thick-rimmed glasses, timidly raised his hand and mumbled, "Was it not mentioned at the Dacia Academy's press conference that the new lithography machine was developed by that Daxian prodigy?" Upon hearing this, the others stared at him in astonishment, as if to say, "How audacious of you." Depla, in a fit of incredulous laughter, retorted, "Do you truly think yourself humorous? That is a 15-nanometer device, with a technological sophistication at least a decade ahead of us. Just last year, they couldn't even produce a DUV lithography machine, lagging a decade behind us in technology. So, are you suggesting that, with the help of a 7-year-old child, Dacia has made a 20-year leap in the semiconductor field within just 6 months?" As his voice crescendoed, Depla seized a water bottle from the table and hurled it at the young man's head. The latter's glasses were knocked off, yet he dared not utter another word, hunching his shoulders like a quail. Ultimately, it was the company's second-in-command who stepped forward to ease the tension. He inquired, Depla, now that Daxia has developed a 15-nanometer EUV lithography machine, what should we do? The other executives turned their gaze toward him. Daxia's technological breakthrough marks a new pinnacle. And Amyris can no longer stand alone. The international semiconductor market is poised for monumental transformation. How Amyris responds is of utmost significance. However, faced with the collective scrutiny, Depla's nostrils flared in indignation, and he barked, a bunch of useless fools. You know very well what kind of nation Daxia is. They may appear cultured and amicable, but they harbor a vendetta. After enduring years of technological blockade, do you think they will let this go? Prepare yourselves to face their wrath. With a final roar, Depla stormed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him, a clear testament to his foul mood. Meanwhile, in the United States, the head of the Aerospace Administration also caught wind of the Daxia Academy's latest press conference, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oh dear, not again with Harbin Institute of Technology. What on earth is going on? Is he truly an omniscient and omnipotent deity? Today he has produced a lithography machine. Might he resolve the intricacies of controlled nuclear fusion by tomorrow? Were it not for the authoritative watermark on this newspaper, he would question whether he had inadvertently procured a product from a mere workshop. Meanwhile, the secretary shook his head and remarked, Sir, do not be deceived by these smokescreens. Moreover, the lithography machine bears no relevance to us. Our primary focus remains the new high-temperature resistant ceramics from the Great Xia. Indeed, you speak the truth, the director acknowledged, albeit with a hint of concern as he inquired. Do you believe our covert operation will succeed in obtaining the blueprints? Uncertain, the secretary pondered before responding. After all, that child is not a true spy. We can only proceed with trial and error. Very well. The director rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat alleviated before attending to other matters. The secretary, too, naturally shifted the topic, as if their previous discussion had never occurred. Chapter 98. The mobile chip finally emerges, named Ancestral Dragon. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Once again, it was the season of new academic beginnings, and Harbin Institute of Technology welcomed a host of fresh faces. Luze was embarking on his second semester since joining the institute. In the Little Genius Research Academy, he remained in the company of only Chu Shubai. This was primarily due to the absence of any assigned projects from above, rendering additional personnel unnecessary. Luze relished this tranquility, immersing himself in research as he diligently worked on his mobile chip. With the acquisition of a 15-nanometer lithography machine, the development of carbon-based chips could finally progress. Over the past 3 months, he had crafted no fewer than 50 chips, yet he found himself dissatisfied, as none met his stringent standards. Thus, he was compelled to start anew. His relentless pursuit of perfection stemmed from the fact that there were not many significant occurrences throughout the year. While Luze had successfully developed the world's most powerful lithography machine, an extraordinary accomplishment in its own right, he remained apprehensive about failing to meet the criteria for triggering a critical reward by the year's end. Hence, he dedicated further efforts to the development of the mobile chip. With each of Luze's experiments, the chip inched closer to perfection. He had addressed issues such as excessive contact resistance with carbon nanotubes or graphene, and the instability of device performance. Such technological breakthroughs would be hailed as groundbreaking in any department within Harbin Institute of Technology, capable of igniting a campus-wide sensation. Yet, for Luze, they merely represented minor hurdles encountered during the chip development process, hardly worthy of note. Now, only the final step remained to achieve the envisioned perfect chip. A few days later, in the laboratory of the Little Genius Research Academy, Luze donned a pristine white lab coat, his eyes alight with fervor. After months of arduous toil, his chip was on the verge of a successful debut. The sole remaining challenge was the potential performance imbalance of carbon-based devices due to localized overheating during high-frequency operation. Fortunately, after numerous trials, he had devised a flawless solution, employing boron nitride as a heat dissipation layer and utilizing the vertical thermal conductivity of carbon materials to design a three-dimensional heat dissipation channel. The relevant three-dimensional structural design had already crystallized perfectly in his mind, thanks to his innate talent for mental calculation. He immediately set to work. The lithography machine's platform occasionally echoed with the sounds of machinery springing to life. As night deepened, with the final laser etching concluding, Luze's mobile chip was born. This diminutive chip, resting in the palm of his hand, bore intricate patterns that exuded a mechanical beauty. Compared to other mobile chips on the market, it was strikingly distinctive. Although the phone itself had yet to be constructed, merely possessing a chip signified a small, yet significant stride towards the success of the UN Group. Luze smiled faintly. a profound sense of accomplishment illuminating his handsome visage. This was a sentiment he had not experienced even during the refinement of high-temperature resistant ceramic formulas or the development of the lithography machine. After all, the latter two were merely tasks he had undertaken with casual ease, particularly the lithography machine, which he had created solely to facilitate the better development of the mobile chip. One could even argue that the creation of the world-shocking EUV lithography machine was merely a step in the process of fabricating mobile chips. Now that this mobile chip had finally come to fruition, his heart brimmed with pride. Although there were no accompanying phone components yet, it was unequivocal that the performance of this chip surpassed that of the world's most powerful mobile chips by several folds, boasting immensely powerful features. Regrettably, he could only admire it alone for the time being. To mass-produce the phones, he would have to wait until the ninth-year script, when Zhiyun Group was established. At that point, with an industry backing, the phones equipped with this chip would serve as the group's inaugural product, heralding the dawn of his technological empire. Though 2 years remained, as the first chip he had ever developed and the cornerstone of the future Zhiyun Group's primary marketing product, it was only fitting that he bestow it a name. Sitting at his computer, gazing at the exquisite chip, Liu Ze smiled gently. He then opened the software he had developed, sketching the design blueprint of the chip while typing out a particular code. Moments later, the computer screen froze on the window bearing its newly assigned name. What should it be called? Liu Ze pondered, recalling the naming conventions of various mobile chip manufacturers worldwide. Foreign brands typically opted for nomenclature involving English letters and numbers, such as A1, A2, etc. Conversely, domestic brands exhibited a touch of creativity, often drawing inspiration from auspicious mythical creatures of the Great Xia, such as Qilin, Xuanwu, and Zhuke. Liu Ze sought something distinctive. After contemplating several names, he ultimately shook his head in dismay. Reluctantly, he pressed the button at the entrance of the laboratory. Before long, the elevator lights illuminated as Chu Shubai, who had been working on the second floor, rushed into the lab. With a deep bow and a face reminiscent of a comically exaggerated eunuch, he exclaimed, "Your humble servant was engaged in a fierce competition in the canyon when I heard your Majesty's late-night summons. I hurried here, unaware of your Majesty's purpose. My minister, I have great news, monumental news." Liu Ze replied cheerfully, playing along with Chu Shubai's theatricality. "Suggest a name for my mobile chip." The latter was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the design interface on the computer, his eyes widening in astonishment. What? This time, the chip has truly been successfully created? Over the past few months, Liu Ze had dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the laboratory, neglecting rest and sustenance. The discarded chips had accumulated into a significant pile. Chu Shubai had watched this unfold, feeling a deep pang of sympathy. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the chip Liu Ze had crafted, he firmly believed it would be an invention of great benefit to the nation and its people. He had eagerly anticipated the unveiling of the completed chip, never expecting that on this seemingly ordinary night, Liu Ze would finally succeed. However, aside from the naming section, he found the design blueprint utterly incomprehensible, with many areas appearing to intertwine. He voiced his doubts, only to hear Liu Ze dismissively reply, "I casually set up an encryption. This blueprint appears complete. Yet the intricate details require multiple decryption verifications to unveil the hidden diagrams. I dare say, aside from myself, no one else in the world can behold its entirety." Is that true? Chu Shubai was taken aback, revealing a look of astonishment. If he were to study chips, he wouldn't know how to manually operate a photolithography machine. However, in the realm of computer information, he was indeed a specialist. Particularly in the field of password cracking, he possessed profound expertise. In fact, he had never mentioned that he was quite a renowned hacker on the international dark web. Thus, upon hearing Liu Ze boast in such a manner, he felt a twinge of disbelief. Eagerly, he suggested, "Your Majesty, would you dare to let this old servant have a try?" "Indeed. But remember to treat me to milk tea if you lose," Liu Ze replied, a smile playing on his lips, clearly confident in his current computing prowess. "Very well. Then this old servant shall proceed." Chu Shubai rolled up his sleeves and plugged a USB drive into the computer. Liu Ze remarked, "You truly are impressive, Xiao Chu. Even cracking a password sounds so. Mischief is coming from you." On the screen, streams of data began to surge chaotically. Initially calm, Chu Shubai soon started to perspire. After a good 10 minutes, his back was drenched. Was this truly encrypted by a little prodigy? Surely, even the most secure banking systems in the world would not be this challenging to crack. Defeated, he lamented, "I concede. There's simply no way for a mere mortal to decipher this. I even began to wonder if all my years of computer expertise had gone to waste. Why are my usual maneuvers failing me now?" Having conceded, quickly come up with a name for the chip, Liu Ze, observing Chu Shubai slumped in defeat, said with a glimmer of amusement. The latter, regaining a modicum of composure, pondered while stroking his dog's head, and declared, "In my heart, Your Majesty is akin to the first emperor of Qin. Coincidentally, you have portrayed the first emperor, so let us name this chip Qin Huang. You resemble a turtle." Lu Zhe retorted, a dark expression crossing his face, knowing full well that Chu Xiubai was being cheeky. Nevertheless, the imperial perspective he had just articulated sparked an idea in Lu Zhe's mind. With his emperor's ambition, talent, and as the Ziyuan group was established to fulfill his dream of a technological empire, it must grow into the world's leading super-tech giant. On this path to ascendancy, one must possess the same sweeping ambition as the first emperor. Thus, this chip, which embodies the dreams of the future and belongs to Ziyuan group, shall be named the Ancestral Dragon Chip. Chapter 99. Chu Xiubai was astounded. The little prodigy was set to develop a mobile operating system himself. After the first emperor conquered the realm and unified the world, he instituted the title of emperor and reinforced the concept of divine right. In later times, to emphasize his epic-making status, he was gradually referred to as the Ancestral Dragon, symbolizing the progenitor of dragons or the origin of emperors. Unintentionally, Chu Xiubai's earlier remark stirred Lu Zhe's thoughts, leading him to contemplate the term Ancestral Dragon. The mobile chip he was developing was of exceptional performance, far surpassing all chips currently available on the market. Once it was truly manufactured and mass-produced for the market, it would undoubtedly carve an unstoppable path akin to the first emperor sweeping across the realm. It could even herald the emergence of a third grand era in the mobile industry, following the feature phone and smartphone revolutions. Such a groundbreaking endeavor would indeed be reminiscent of the Ancestral Dragon. Reflecting on this, Lu Zhe felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He raised his hand and typed the new name onto the computer screen. Chu Xiubai, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "The ancestral signifies the beginning. The dragon symbolizes the sovereign. Naming it Ancestral Dragon is truly formidable." Clearly, Chu Xiubai was equally taken aback by Lu Zhe's vision. He could not help but be astonished. This Ancestral Dragon chip was crafted using a 15-nanometer photolithography machine and constructed from carbon-based semiconductors, boasting unparalleled performance. Once unveiled, even the Kirin chip, which the Jojo group took pride in, would likely have to step aside. "Your Majesty, what system is this chip intended to support? Is it also Android?" Chu Xiubai couldn't resist asking. In this world, the mainstream mobile operating systems were not vastly different from those on Earth, primarily consisting of Android and iOS. Both were built upon Unix-like kernels, but their upper architectures and designs were entirely distinct. Android was open source and allowed hardware manufacturers to customize it, while iOS was completely controlled by Apple, limited to its own devices. If Lu Zhe wished to develop an iOS system for the Ancestral Dragon chip, it would be nearly impossible, as Apple would not grant such a technology license. Indeed, in this parallel world of Blue Star, the creators of the iOS system remained Apple. Although the brand's founders and corporate trajectory diverged significantly from Earth's Apple, their dominion in the mobile industry was identical. Back in 2010, the very year Lu Zhe was born, the initial model of the iPhone astounded the world, marking the dawn of the smartphone era. Over the years, the iOS system had become increasingly refined. It was nearly impossible for Lu Zhe to load an iOS system onto the Ancestral Dragon chip. Hence, he would have to settle for the fully open-source Android system. Android, also a foreign mobile operating system, was initially founded by the prominent engineer Andy Rubin and his technical team. Due to its completely free and open-source nature, it gradually became the world's most mainstream mobile operating system, allowing various manufacturers to customize it freely. Domestic companies like Jojo and the neighboring Samsung group utilized Android. Its advantages included high freedom and the ability to flash custom ROMs, whereas its downsides included fragmentation and varying levels of optimization among manufacturers, leading to performance inconsistencies and lag over time. Thus, opting for an Android system was sometimes a reluctant choice. Upon hearing this question, Lu Zhe simply shook his head lightly. Soon after, he saw the confident smile curling at the corners of the youth's lips as he calmly stated, "I've developed the mobile chip. Do I still lack a system?" "You mean?" Chu Xiubai trembled, his gaze fixated on Lu Zhe in utter disbelief. Was he really planning to create a completely independent mobile operating system? Regardless of whether it was Android or iOS, both were foreign creations. Utilizing their systems would hardly showcase the advancements of our great Xia's technology. Moreover, given their rudimentary capabilities, they could not possibly support the formidable potential of the Ancestral Dragon chip. Lu Zhe gazed at the design blueprint on the screen, his eyes filled with unwavering confidence and commanding presence. Listening to his words, Chu Xiubai felt a profound stirring within. He had never imagined that Lu Zhe's ambitions were so grand. It was noteworthy that Harbin Institute of Technology was, after all, renowned as the foremost among the 7 sons of national defense, famous for its aerospace technology. After Lu Zhe joined Harbin Institute of Technology, Chu Shubai had assumed that this celebrated little prodigy intended to ride the wave of national defense technology, even to the point of vanishing entirely from the public eye and leading a series of confidential projects at various research institutions. It appears that the prodigious young genius has other aspirations, or perhaps, until now, he has shown a greater inclination towards technological advancements that benefit the populace. This is by no means a negative inclination. Indeed, if one possesses the capability to create outstanding products that serve the nation and its people, such contributions are arguably as significant as dedicating one's talents to military technology. However, Lu Zhe has set his sights on creating a revolutionary mobile phone, one that could potentially disrupt the global smartphone industry, which left Chu Shubai utterly astonished. After a few moments of stunned silence, he spoke earnestly. Director, regardless of the future prospects of the prodigious research institute, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you for life. This marked a rare moment of seriousness for Chu Shubai, who had previously addressed him with playful reverence. To be candid, Chu Shubai's primary studies revolved around electronic information and computer science, where he excelled as a top-tier expert in software engineering. However, he fell short when compared to the strengths of institutions like Harbin Institute of Technology, particularly in aerospace engineering. Now that Lu Zhe aims to develop a smartphone and an independent operating system, it perfectly aligns with his accumulated skills. In this moment of fervor, he expressed his dedication to Lu Zhe, seemingly prepared to follow him to the very end. Ah, little Chu, while you may be a bit of a jokester, your intellect is undeniably sharp, Lu Zhe remarked, adopting a demeanor of a small adult as he patted Chu Shubai's shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. He began to entertain the thought of incorporating Chu Shubai into his team. Once the ZUN group is established, even with immense talent, it would be challenging for Lu Zhe to sustain such a colossal enterprise alone. Each position and department would require capable individuals. It would be unwise to wait until the last moment to assemble a team. Identifying trustworthy individuals with good character and loyalty in advance is the prudent course of action. Fortunately, Chu Shubai had been with him for a year since joining the prodigious research institute and was a product of Harbin Institute of Technology, possessing ample knowledge. Aside from his occasional penchant for cosplay, he had few faults, a truly rare talent in the 21st century. Chapter 100, The Long Journey of Development. Celebrating a century of Harbin Institute of Technology. In the ensuing period, Lu Zhe became wholly engrossed in the development of the mobile operating system. He harnessed his innate talents to the fullest, utilizing Superbrain, Omniscient Seer, and Code Whisperer to their utmost potential. Each day upon waking, he would dive headlong into the computer workspace, grappling with the intricate and convoluted programming languages and driving models for research. These elements were meticulously dissected from the Android and iOS systems. There was no other option. Even he could not conjure a new system from thin air. Thus, scrutinizing existing mobile systems to discern their strengths and weaknesses and drawing upon their experiences would undoubtedly allow him to avoid numerous pitfalls. Once his concepts were sufficiently refined, he could begin crafting based on the knowledge he had acquired, delving into operating system principles, programming languages, data structures and algorithms, driver development, security mechanisms, and network protocol stacks. Each aspect required his creative ingenuity. The development of the underlying kernel was of paramount importance. If one were to liken the creation of an operating system to constructing a skyscraper, then the kernel would be the foundation, determining the most apparent distinctions between this system and its contemporaries. Given that numerous kernels exist in the market, such as microkernels and hybrid kernels, Lu Zhe knew that to develop a new system, he must also innovate the kernel. Consequently, he disregarded all existing computer achievements, immersing himself in original creation. His keyboard's rhythmic clatter echoing perpetually. Chu Shubai assisted him, as he was also among the nation's elite computer engineers, taking on many of the smaller tasks. The two of them could remain holed up in the research institute for a month without stepping outside, even having their meals delivered from the cafeteria. As time flew by, the end of the academic term arrived. The northern regions turned cold early, and by December, the biting winds intensified. At the month's beginning, a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground, crunching beneath foot. Thankfully, Harbin Institute of Technology's snow removal efficiency was swift, clearing the main thoroughfares. However, the prodigious research institute refrained from deploying heavy machinery, fearing the noise might disrupt Lu Zhe's work, and only a small path was cleared for passage. One day, the sound of crunching snow echoed from outside, revealing that President Zhou Mingyuan had come to pay a visit. He entered the courtyard, cheerfully carrying a bounty of snacks. Director Lu, how is the mobile operating system development progressing? Upon entering, Zhou Mingyuan expertly made his way to the computer workspace, settled into a chair, and handed a bag of sugar oranges to Chu Shubai. Understanding the cue, Chu Shubai eagerly began to peel them. Lu Zhe paused his typing, swiveled in his chair, and stretched, saying, "We still have a long way to go. The kernel development is only 30% complete. Creating a mobile operating system is no easy feat. To single-handedly forge a groundbreaking new system is even more daunting. Despite my capabilities, it has taken months to achieve only this fraction of progress." The primary challenge lay in some of his ideas being too avant-garde. With the current computing power, many of his aspirations could not be realized. Thus, he occasionally diverted his attention to other creations, such as enhancing the computer's processing power and updating software and hardware. For instance, in the realm of processors, Lu Zhe made modest modifications to the latest Intel processors available in the market, elevating their performance to a level that would not be seen for another 2 decades. This endeavor left Chu Shubai, who witnessed the entire process, exclaiming in disbelief, marveling that even Intel's chief engineers would be unworthy to kneel before Lu Zhe. Naturally, Lu Zhe kept this minor adjustment under wraps. Otherwise, Intel would undoubtedly react explosively. They would certainly extend a lucrative offer for him to join their headquarters. If he were to decline, they might even lash out with accusations of unwarranted alterations to their products, claiming it was superfluous, followed by threats of legal action for infringement. With Lu Zhe preoccupied with system development, he had no time to address such trivial matters. Thus, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, he refrained from leaking any information. Moreover, in Lu Zhe's perspective, this small modification was hardly worth mentioning. It was merely Chu Shubai's inexperience that led to his enthusiastic outbursts. After discussing the progress of the system development, Zhou Mingyuan sighed, saying, "I understand. Creating a mobile phone is challenging, and fully autonomous development is even more formidable. Yet, you cannot seclude yourself in this room indefinitely." Zhou Mingyuan glanced around the windowless workspace, illuminated solely by the overhead fluorescent lights, feeling increasingly stifled. While working in such an environment occasionally was tolerable, remaining confined day after day felt unbearable. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. He certainly did not wish to become a recluse. However, the ambition of establishing the Ziyuan group at the age of 9 and launching the first smartphone was a daunting script to follow. He feared he might run out of time. After all, how could the establishment of the group and the development of the mobile phone be completed within a single year? Preparing 2 years in advance and taking proactive measures was the sensible approach. Additionally, Lu Zhe aspired to strive for a high rating in the script evaluation to earn critical talent rewards, which made the task of crafting the phone even more challenging. He genuinely feared the possibility of running out of time. These reasons were difficult for Lu Zhe to articulate, so he remained silent. After receiving the meticulously peeled oranges from Chu Shubai, he unceremoniously stuffed them into his mouth. Zhou Mingyuan, witnessing this spectacle, shook his head and remarked, "While work is indeed of utmost importance, it is equally essential to step outside occasionally and unwind, allowing for a more expansive thought process." Coincidentally, tomorrow marks the centennial celebration of our Harbin Institute of Technology. Faculty and students will gather in unison, with a live stream from the cloud. As our school's most legendary young dean, beloved by netizens as the prodigy of national fortune, you must make an appearance. Wouldn't you agree? It became apparent that this was Zhou Mingyuan's true purpose for his visit today. Hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. A centennial celebration? Indeed. This was a significant event that would be difficult to decline. After all, the system development could easily spare a day or so. Contemplating this, Lu Zhe nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well, I shall attend tomorrow." "Splendid," Zhou Mingyuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon swaying Lu Zhe's decision. Then, shifting the topic, he playfully smacked the top of Chu Shubai's head, exclaiming, "After peeling so many oranges, you haven't even offered me one." Chu Shubai, who had been passively listening to their conversation, was taken aback by the sudden slap. He instinctively cradled his head, his expression akin to that of a flustered tom. His irritation palpable. "It's not fair. Just because you can't have an orange, does that mean I should be punished? Clearly, you're just looking for an excuse to hit me." Chapter 101. The grand ceremony begins. The blonde foreigner plans to steal from the Prodigy Research Institute. The following day, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Yet this did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the students at Harbin Institute of Technology. For today was the day of the centennial celebration. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the main square was teeming with people. The venue was adorned in the shape of the school emblem, flanked by hanging school flags, while several drones awaited takeoff on the ground. This year's celebration utilized the latest high-definition reconnaissance drones developed within the institution instead of traditional cameras for the live broadcast. With ultra-long-range capabilities and exceptional clarity, complemented by unique stabilization technology, these drones excelled in both aerial and close-up shots. Even before the celebration commenced, The official livestream of HIT had already attracted over 100,000 online viewers. This surge in interest was largely due to the announcement made by the school the day prior, revealing that the prodigious young dean would be attending the centennial festivities. As a national darling and symbol of hope, netizens were eager to witness Liu Zhe. The last news about him pertained to lithography machines, and the official release had only detailed his research achievements without featuring him in person. In other words, it had been nearly a year since the public had seen Liu Zhe, and the longing was palpable. In the chatroom, discussions began to flourish. I can finally see my Zhe go. I've waited so long. The last time I saw the Prodigy was ages ago. I truly miss him. My mother keeps asking if the Prodigy is off doing something significant for the nation again. I wonder how much our Zhe Bao has changed in this past year. Has he lost weight or gained? Has his looks improved? I suggest that HIT's centennial celebration should focus solely on close-up shots of Liu Zhe. Enough with the frills. HIT, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? We want to see the purest HD footage of our Zhe Bao. By the way, does the Prodigious Research Institute have any new projects this year? Perhaps a groundbreaking announcement? My guess is a compact, controllable nuclear fusion. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. As the audience continued to wait in anticipation, precisely at 10 o'clock, the centennial celebration officially commenced. The dark screen of the live stream illuminated, revealing an aerial shot that whisked viewers on a 5-minute tour of HIT, showcasing the various picturesque areas of the campus. As the camera passed by the Eastern Missile and the Changzheng series of rockets, it lingered intentionally, allowing viewers to appreciate the cold metallic behemoths and the weight of history they embodied, sending shivers down many spines. After this display of grandeur, the camera finally arrived at the celebration venue. Under the guidance of 2 articulate students, the school leaders took turns to deliver their congratulatory speeches, reflecting on the past and envisioning the future. Following this were performances by the talented students of HIT, alongside various showcases of research achievements. For instance, this year, numerous academic elites collaborated to construct a small satellite. As the satellite model slowly rotated on stage, accompanied by detailed parameter introductions, the audience gasped in awe. Once the student presentations concluded, 5 young individuals of diverse ethnicities ascended the stage. These were the exchange students from HIT who had coincidentally arrived just in time for the centennial celebration, eager to share their experiences studying at HIT over the past year. Among them was Harry Taylor, the Oxford exchange student who had previously expressed a fervent desire to join the Prodigy Research Institute. Their words were filled with praise for the academic atmosphere, research prowess, and campus life at HIT. Unfortunately, the viewers showed little interest in this segment, as the comments became noticeably sparse. After another 10 minutes, midway through the ceremony, the host's voice rose in excitement as they announced, "Next, let us welcome with the warmest applause our pride, the national prodigy of the Great Xia, the esteemed dean of the Prodigy Research Institute, Liu Zhe." As the words fell, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Under the spotlight, Liu Zhe strode onto the stage, clad in a fitted long navy blue down coat, with a dark scarf wrapped around his neck. Compared to previous public appearances, he had grown slightly taller, now surpassing 1.60 meters. His features had matured, shedding some of the boyish innocence, revealing a more defined and handsome visage. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, he radiated youthful vigor. His demeanor exuded a blend of noble elegance intertwined with a hint of imperial majesty, making him stand out amidst the crowd. Undoubtedly, the moment Liu Zhe appeared, the atmosphere of the celebration erupted. The number of viewers in the livestream skyrocketed to over 1 million, with comments flooding in at a rapid pace. Zhe Bao has finally appeared. Oh my, he looks even more charming. His aura is unbeatable. I'm completely mesmerized. He stands on a different level compared to the others. Behold the visual impact from our blue planet's grass. By the way, what has the Prodigy been busy with this past 6 months? Why hasn't he disclosed any research projects? Could they be classified? As Liu Zhe took the stage, the chatroom buzzed with fervor. The audience was eager to see the Prodigy. The comments erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Some marveled at Liu Zhe's looks, relieved that he hadn't gone wrong, while others expressed curiosity about his research institute. Regrettably, until Liu Zhe stepped down from the stage, there was no revelation of any research projects, leading many netizens to speculate that the young Prodigy might be involved in a significant, confidential undertaking. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd at the celebration, exchange student Harry Taylor held his phone, engrossed in the livestream. Even though he was present at the event, experiencing the celebration from the livestream's perspective felt distinctly different. Such a scene, with millions online, was rare to witness in the international network landscape. At this moment, Harry marveled at the sheer magnitude of the population in Daxia, while simultaneously feeling intrigued by the topics being discussed by netizens. As the year swiftly approached its conclusion, the task entrusted to him by that fellow remained unfulfilled. With merely 10 days left until the end of his exchange student tenure, he pondered whether he truly had to forfeit such a substantial sum of money. If he could not acquire the blueprints for the high-temperature-resistant ceramics from the confidential project, perhaps he could seize the secret project involving the Prodigy of Daxiao instead. Stroking his chin, a multitude of thoughts flickered through Harry's mind, and the idea grew increasingly appealing. For, to his knowledge, the Institute of Young Prodigies housed only 2 individuals. Typically, no one disturbed them, not even a gatekeeper. In other words, there was a conspicuous lack of an adequate security system, starkly contrasting with the stringent supervision imposed on the Composite Materials Research Institute at Harbin Institute of Technology. It was, quite simply, unguarded. The mere thought of this quickened Harry's heartbeat. His gaze swept across the bustling center of the square, where he noticed Lu Zhe momentarily enveloped by an enthusiastic crowd and university officials. Turning his attention to the secluded direction of the Research Institute, his resolve intensified. The Daxiao Prodigy and his assistant were participating in the anniversary celebration at the main plaza, leaving the Research Institute completely deserted. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Time was of the essence. Hesitation could lead to failure. He would take a gamble. After much inner contemplation, Harry ultimately resolved to act. Casting one last glance at the vibrant atmosphere around him and confirming that no one was paying attention, he stealthily slipped away from the clamorous edge of the square. His figure swiftly vanishing along the winding path blanketed in a thin layer of snow, leading toward the Research Institute. Chapter 102. Live streaming the visit to the Prodigy Research Institute. How did this glass shatter? The anniversary celebration continued in full swing. Although Lu Zhe had exited the stage, the surrounding students remained exuberant, eagerly flocking to greet him. Prodigy, look over here. You're so handsome, Prodigy. Can I get your autograph? How many times must I remind you? While on campus, refer to me by my title. Do not call me Prodigy. Yes, Director Lu. Can I take a photo with you, esteemed director? Dude, just now. Zhe high-fived me as he walked past. I'm so envious, bro. Can I at least smell the hand that high-fived him? A wave of gestures was not a rejection, but rather a playful 5-yuan bargain. Alright, turning you. Haha, that's great. The enthusiasm of the Harbin Institute students was more fervent than the winter sun. A throng of students surged forward, clamoring to take photos with Lu Zhe. However, due to the crowd size and the limited space, only a fortunate few could engage with him up close. One fellow, having secured a prime position, managed to high-five Lu Zhe and immediately began a rather dubious venture of charging 5 yuan for a whiff of his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Zhe caught sight of this scene, his lips twitching in disbelief. This is absurd. Is it true that the northern region is devoid of star chasers because they are all-stars themselves? Don't ask, just accept it as it is. After posing for several pictures and capturing a few group shots, Lu Zhe stood on tiptoe, scanning the dense crowd behind him, feeling a surge of fatigue. How long will this go on? There seems to be no end in sight. Yet, on this day of celebration, it would be inappropriate to dampen everyone's spirits. After all, with such admiration directed toward him, he could not afford to be arrogant or dismissive. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhe glanced around and noticed some classmates wielding selfie sticks. He reached out to borrow one, then turned and raised it high above his head, capturing a wide-angle group photo that included everyone. Dear classmates, the Research Institute is quite busy, so I must take my leave. Please allow this classmate to share the photo in the group chat for everyone to save. After returning the selfie stick, Lu Zhe waved goodbye to everyone from a distance and exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Shubai, who promptly stepped forward to act as a shield. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhe deftly extricated himself from the crowd, maneuvering toward the seats occupied by university officials. Zhou Mingyuan was engaged in conversation with the faculty member coordinating the anniversary celebration and waved cheerfully upon spotting Lu Zhe. Director Lu, the viewers in the live stream are highly eager for your presence. I just discussed with several leaders and decided to allocate a portion of the footage specifically to follow you around. It will also serve to showcase our latest drone's intelligent portrait tracking system. Lu Zhe raised his gaze to the small black drone hovering 2 meters above him. This was a state-of-the-art portable drone developed by the bright students at Harbin Institute of Technology, equipped with an intelligent recognition system that could autonomously follow its target without any manual control, a groundbreaking scientific achievement that had never before graced the market. Today, the live streaming equipment was primarily composed of these drones. After observing it for a moment, Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. Since you've called me director, what more is there to say? Just film away. As long as it did not interfere with his work at the Research Institute, he had no objections to any filming methods. Besides, it had been over a year since he updated his Weibo. It was high time to seize this opportunity to engage with the public. Zhou Mingyuan immediately arranged for the nearby technician to operate the equipment. The technician tapped a few commands on the tablet, and the live stream camera switched to the drone positioned above Lu Zhe. The viewers in the live stream. Witnessing the previously somewhat monotonous second half of the anniversary program transform into a personal follow-along with Liu Ze felt invigorated. The barrage of comments surged exponentially. The number of online viewers skyrocketed as well. Zhou Mingyuan, observing the data on the tablet's backend, could not help but slap his forehead. Is this for real? Had I known the viewers were so enamored with Director Liu, we could have scrapped the anniversary program altogether. Just point the camera at him. I reckon the entire nation would tune in even if he were merely munching on sunflower seeds for 2 hours. Clearly, Zhou Mingyuan had underestimated Liu Ze's popularity in Daxia. The flashy antics of the previous hours paled in comparison to the simple act of Liu Ze appearing on screen. Well, I shall take my leave now. As Liu Ze noted that the technician had set up the following program, he waved goodbye to Zhou Mingyuan and turned toward the Prodigy Research Institute. The young boy, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his down jacket, strolled onward, a small drone hovering above him like a loyal pet. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. After walking for a while, a delicate layer of white snow had settled in his hair. The number of online viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 3 million, and the barrage of comments was incessant. Merely gazing at Zhe Bao's silhouette felt blissful. Sisters, if I run out to soak in the snow, does that count as walking alongside the Prodigy into old age? But what if it doesn't snow in the south? Should I pour some flour on my head instead? Oh goodness, pouring flour for eternal companionship. By the way, viewing Harbin Institute of Technology through the Prodigy's perspective is a completely different experience from the aerial shots earlier. Why are there a series of footprints on the ground where Liu Ze walked? Indeed, someone must have just passed through here. The viewers in the live stream engaged in lively banter, with some perceptive individuals even noticing the subtlety that, due to the light snowfall today, the cleared paths at Harbin Institute of Technology had been adorned with a delicate layer of fresh snow. As Liu Ze made his way back to the research institute, he noticed a faint set of footprints leading ahead of him. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not be particularly noteworthy. However, today happened to be the school's anniversary, and everyone was congregated at the main building's plaza, leaving the rest of the campus largely deserted. This made the trail of footprints starkly conspicuous against the snowy ground. Moreover, since they had not yet been covered by freshly fallen snow, it could be deduced that the person had passed by only moments ago and was now directly in front of Liu Ze. While online users could discern this through the surveillance cameras, Liu Ze had already observed it without concern. After all, with so many individuals on campus, there was no rule stating that everyone had to remain near the main building. It was possible that a staff member was simply walking ahead of him. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he followed the footprints step by step. A few minutes later, Liu Ze furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Why did this person's path mirror his own so closely? Although Harbin Institute of Technology occupies a considerable area, this direction led only to his research institute building. Who could possibly be heading to the Little Genius Research Institute? Just as he pondered this, a sudden, resounding crash echoed in his ears, emanating from the direction of the research institute. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Ze sprinted forward, the drone hovering above him in close pursuit. Moments later, he burst into the courtyard, only to find that the window on the ground floor of his building had been completely shattered, leaving a gaping hole. Liu Ze's pupils dilated in shock as a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The Little Genius Research Institute has been burglarized. Chapter 103. The nation holds its breath as Liu Ze confronts the thief. At the instant Liu Ze returned to the courtyard, the online streaming room erupted in chaos. Is this really the Research Institute of Zhe Bao? Why is the glass shattered? One viewer exclaimed. Hey, can you at least wear headphones while watching the stream? That window was clearly just broken. Another chimed in. Which researcher forgets their keys? Who in their right mind would choose to enter through a window? It can't be a researcher. There are only 2 of us in this institute, and the other is still at the anniversary event. A viewer speculated. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like we might have a burglar on our hands. What? A burglary at Harbin Institute? It's not a clandestine research facility. It's just a school where anyone can come for a visit. So it's not surprising if a thief sneaks in, right? If there is indeed a burglar, they're likely after Zhe Bao's research achievements. A thief targeting research projects would probably be better classified as a spy. Oh no. What if Zhe Bao returns and encounters the spy face to face? That could be perilous. Quick, little genius, go find an adult. The barrage of comments flew by at lightning speed. The astute online users, each contributing their thoughts, quickly pieced together the unfolding situation. Soon, a wave of messages urging everyone to flee began flooding the screen. Clearly, the consensus was that if a burglar had indeed infiltrated the laboratory, it would be wise for Liu Ze, being just a child, to distance himself from this perilous situation. Unfortunately, Liu Ze could not see the live stream's comments. He remained oblivious to the concerns of the viewers and had even forgotten about the drone capturing everything above him. Instead, he tilted his head, gazing at the shattered window in confusion. It was already absurd enough for someone to come to Harbin Institute to steal. What was even more ludicrous was that instead of targeting the secure materials in the advanced composite laboratory, this intruder chose to break into his building, which lacked any significant research tasks. Was this person truly deranged? Were they attempting to abscond with his cherished findings? In this small courtyard, there were no confidential projects. Harbin Institute had not assigned him any tasks. The core technologies he had previously researched, such as high-temperature ceramic formulas and 15-nanometer lithography machines, had long been entrusted to the principal and the Semiconductor Research Institute. He hadn't even stored backups. After all, with his extraordinary intellect, he had no need for backups. His exceptional memory served as the most reliable storage. If one were to consider what was most valuable in the entire building, it would be the mobile phone chips and systems currently under development. However, it was hard to fathom that a spy would infiltrate someone's home merely to steal a mobile design blueprint. Wouldn't he that just invite ridicule from their peers? Liu Ze shook his head, unfazed, as he stepped forward and extracted his keys to unlock the door. He was determined to discover who this intruder was. The moment he moved, the barrage of comments in the online stream surged dramatically. Run, little genius. Why are you opening the door? Hurry. This is bad. Whether it's a petty thief or a spy, both scenarios seem perilous. The windows in the north are double-glazed for insulation. If that spy could smash one so easily, their physical prowess must be exceptional, likely a seasoned fighter. Stop talking. The more you say, the more I feel our little genius is in danger. Where are the authorities? Where are the security personnel? Why haven't they arrived yet? The viewers were in a frenzy, fearing that Liu Ze might encounter the intruder directly upon entering. If the thief happened to be a fool and mishandled the situation, resulting in harm to Liu Ze, it would undoubtedly incite nationwide outrage. Meanwhile, at the anniversary event, the staff responsible for monitoring the live stream had also noticed the alarming situation, their faces draining of color as they hurriedly reported it. Zhou Mingyuan sprang to his feet, his eyes visibly ablaze with fury. How dare they? They must have taken leave of their senses to dare steal from Harbin Institute. Director Wang, call the police immediately. Everyone else, follow me. With Zhou Mingyuan's command, the other school leaders rose en masse, their expressions fierce as they headed towards the Little Genius Research Institute. Simultaneously, the student body, having caught wind of the live stream's predicament, grew even more anxious than the faculty. After all, the entire school was filled with ardent fans of Liu Ze. Chu Shubai bounced on the spot, shouting, "Student council, follow me for protection. Protect." With that, the crowd erupted in fervor, both boys and girls shouting in unison, rallying behind Chu Shubai as they charged forward. Chaos ensued. Everything was in disarray. No one cared about the anniversary anymore. Even though the specifics of the situation inside the small building remained unclear, and it was uncertain whether a burglar was truly present. The mere possibility that Liu Ze might be in danger was enough to raise the collective anxiety of the entire student body and, indeed, the nation. At the Little Genius Research Institute, Liu Ze remained unaware of the widespread commotion. At this moment, he strolled into the ground floor with his hands clasped behind his back, nonchalantly passing various experimental areas until he caught sight of Harry, who was furtively rummaging through the computer workspace. This individual had quite the audacity, engrossed in his task, completely oblivious to Liu Ze's presence behind him. "What are you looking for, brother? Need some help?" Liu Ze inquired, raising an eyebrow at Harry's clumsy movements. As those words left Liu Ze's lips, it was evident that Harry, utterly absorbed in his work, jumped in shock, his body tensing as if struck by lightning. He trembled and turned around, his face pale, his expression betraying a guilty conscience. "Oh crap, the great summer genius. What are you doing here?" Harry stammered, clutching the table and looking uncertainly at Liu Ze. "Is this my house?" Liu Ze was left utterly speechless by the question. What a disgraceful sight for a spy. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Oh right. Harry, slow to realize, suddenly brightened and inquired eagerly, "Little genius, what classified project are you assisting the great Xiao with? Hurry, reveal it to me." Liu Ze, what? Are you serious, buddy? Is this really appropriate? If all spies were like you, the world would indeed be at peace. Now, tell me, who sent you? Liu Ze sighed, his gaze gradually growing imposing, as if he were a monarch from ages past. Harry, startled by Liu Ze's intense stare and sudden surge of authority, soon realized that he, a mere 7-year-old child, had instilled fear within him, and his anger flared. "Great Xiao Prodigy, whether you speak or not, I have this document," Harry exclaimed, pointing at Liu Ze's computer screen, which displayed the progress of Liu Ze's mobile chip design folder being copied to a USB drive. The file, already modest in size, had just completed the transfer. Swiftly, he yanked out the USB drive and, with a smug grin, declared, "This specially crafted USB drive automatically transmits the data to CI the moment the files are copied." In other words, Whatever confidential projects Great Xia is researching, be it cutting-edge aerospace technology or superweapons, has been leaked. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, step aside now. Harry's voice turned harsh, as if he were ready to unleash violence. Yet, Lu Zhe merely shook his head. The tremors in Harry's clenched fist revealed his profound anxiety, a clear indication that he was no skilled spy. It seemed he was merely an ordinary exchange student who had been duped into playing the role of a pawn. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. One could never rule out impulsive actions in such high-pressure situations. With this in mind, Lu Zhe resolved to take the initiative and subdue his adversary. Damn it! I shall see who dares to lay a hand on Lu Zhe. Just as Lu Zhe prepared to act, a sudden commotion erupted outside, unmistakably signaling that Zhou Mingyuan and his companions had arrived. The sheer volume of their presence sent a wave of unease through Lu Zhe. He squinted and observed, noting that Harry was visibly panicking. Under pressure, a fierce glint ignited in Harry's eyes. He seized a metal rod from the workbench and swung it menacingly toward Lu Ze's head. Goodbye, little brother. Say goodnight to this world. With a shout of encouragement, a flash of steel glinted in the air, followed by a resounding thud. Harry's body collapsed, rigid and lifeless. Chapter 104. Lu Ze, what the hell? One elbow strike, and he's out cold. Youth these days, they just drop asleep. In the workspace, Lu Ze gazed at Harry, who lay on the ground, foam spilling from his mouth after receiving Lu Ze's elbow strike, and shook his head slightly. He had no intention of causing injury. After all, Harry was merely an ordinary student, manipulated into this situation. Once subdued, Lu Ze intended to hand him over to the authorities of Great Xia. Yet Harry, in a moment of heated folly, chose to confront him. Well, you brought this upon yourself with that strike. Indeed, Lu Ze's innate talent for strength had not been deliberately honed, but over the years, as he matured, its effects had become increasingly pronounced. In terms of sheer power, Lu Ze could now rival professional weightlifters. Although Harry appeared tall and muscular, he was no match for Lu Ze's delicate yet formidable arms. After all, divine strength does not concern itself with physical structure. Should there be any grievances, take them up with the system. With a slight shake of his head, Lu Ze crouched down and retrieved the unique USB drive from Harry's palm, inspecting it closely. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, chaos erupted. As soon as Lu Ze entered the room and discovered a thief in the act, the barrage of comments had not ceased. The viewer count skyrocketed to 5 million. With everyone urging Lu Ze to flee, Harry stood at an imposing height of nearly 6.5 feet. His muscular frame exuding an air of intimidation akin to the villainous foreign boss in IP Man. It was no surprise that even many adult Asian men would feel a sense of pressure in his presence. If this towering figure were to turn against Lu Ze, it would be a calamity in the eyes of the online audience. The dialogue exchanged between the two, laden with tension, sent shivers down the spines of viewers. A specially crafted USB drive, sent to Harbin Engineering University to steal classified documents. It was almost irrefutable evidence that this individual was no ordinary thief, but an international spy. Such a realization heightened the danger, as spies are often equipped with formidable skills. They navigate the international arena with mystique, executing various specialized tasks with utmost proficiency in combat, reconnaissance, and disguise. While Lu Ze was indeed a prodigious talent with an extraordinary intellect, he remained, at the core, just a child. To expect a child to stand against an international spy was nothing short of ludicrous. Panic ensued among the viewers. Fearing that this spy might turn violent and harm the nation's prodigy, Lu Ze, as the saying goes, if a mission fails, eliminate all witnesses. It would be as if one had never been discovered. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were frantically reaching out for help, dialing emergency numbers, even enlisting military connections to send tanks to Harbin for support. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Then came Harry, emboldened by desperation, brandishing a metal rod aimed at Lu Ze's head. In that fleeting moment, the viewers were beside themselves with anxiety. Some even dared not to look at the screen. Fans wept uncontrollably, their emotions unraveling. It was clear that no one wished to witness the downfall of that handsome, brilliant child prodigy. But in a flash, the tables turned. Harry lay motionless on the ground. The viewers were left in shock. Those who had cried were suddenly silenced, as if a powerful hand had clutched their throats. Those who had shielded their eyes gradually parted their fingers, peering through the gap to see the fallen figure, their eyes widening in disbelief. After several seconds of stunned silence, the barrage of comments surged once more. What the hell? What just happened? How did this white spy end up on the ground, foaming at the mouth? I didn't catch it. It happened too fast. Guys, I was recording. I just reviewed it. Our little prodigy delivered an elbow strike the moment the attack came. Yes, I saw it clearly. One elbow strike, and he was out cold. Not my buddy. The foreigner appears to be quite robust. He must weigh at least 300 pounds, right? Standing there, he resembles Captain America. You mean to say that a mere elbow from our little prodigy could render him unconscious, foaming at the mouth? My goodness. This can't possibly be a special program arranged for us during Harbin Institute of Technology's anniversary celebration, can it? I never would have imagined that our Zeej is a martial arts master. This isn't merely for show, my friends. A buddy of mine studying at HIT just messaged me, saying that all the faculty and students have gone mad, rushing towards the little prodigy's research institute. It appears they have already arrived. A torrent of comments flooded the screen. As Luze inadvertently showcased his skill on the live stream, he left the netizens utterly astounded. Meanwhile, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the institute. The university leaders and faculty members had finally arrived. However, Zhou Mingyuan and the others, being older, were slower to run. It was Chu Shubai who was at the forefront, leading a group of students as they rushed into the computer work area. Upon assessing the situation, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he clung to Luze's leg, wailing, "Oh, I am guilty beyond redemption. I arrived too late to rescue you. Woe is me. Thank goodness your majesty is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have had no reason to live." Witnessing Chu Shubai's dramatic display before the entire faculty and student body, Luze felt his 10 toes curl in unison, wishing he could disappear entirely. What on earth, Chu Shubai? Do you truly believe you can toy with me like this? Chapter 105. Chongwei. You claim you do not know martial arts. Outside the building, a commotion erupted. Shortly thereafter, Principal Zhou Mingyuan hurried in, accompanied by a throng of leaders. Director Liu, are you injured? His voice was laced with urgency as he rushed into the work area, anxiously scanning Luze from head to toe. In that moment, Luze felt as if he had become a cabbage at the market, subjected to a thorough inspection. His lips twitched slightly as he grasped Zhou Mingyuan's wrist, saying, "Principal, I'm fine. You should check on him first." He gestured towards the unconscious foreigner lying at their feet, who was convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan finally exhaled in relief. The little prodigy was safe and sound. He patted his chest, finally directing his gaze towards the fallen intruder. Before he could speak, the director of the Academic Affairs Office exclaimed, "Isn't this Harry Taylor, the exchange student from Oxford? He a spy? A year ago, it was this very director who had brought Harry to the little prodigy's research institute, recommending him for study here." Ultimately, Luze declined, and the matter was laid to rest. Who would have thought that a year later, this audacious individual would dare to break in through a window at the little prodigy's research institute? The surrounding students were now filled with righteous indignation. Oxford University, after all, is one of the oldest and most prestigious institutions, having been established over 1,000 years ago. How could it produce such a student? Harry was usually quite sociable and well-liked at school. Who would have imagined he would engage in such treachery behind the scenes? I remember Harry hitting the gym every night. He was built like a bull. How is he now lying on the ground? Folks, the live stream has a complete record of the events. It claims that Harry was knocked unconscious by a single elbow from the little prodigy. What? Knocked out by an elbow? Is that for real? Are we sure this isn't just the netizens having fun? Is Director Liu truly that fierce? This isn't just about being fierce. It defies the laws of science. The difficulty of Luze knocking Harry out with an elbow was akin to Zhang Lei defeating Xiong Er in a duel. You might not know who Zhang Lei is, but he is my roommate. Students gathered outside the computer work area, their astonishment palpable, especially after hearing the netizens recount the events that had just transpired. They could no longer contain themselves. The notion of Harry being knocked out by Luze was simply too unbelievable. Inside the work area, Zhou Mingyuan, now aware of the truth, was momentarily dazed. He looked at Luze, incredulously asking, "Director Liu, do you actually know martial arts?" "No, I don't." "Then how did you take down Harry with a single blow?" "I possess innate strength." Luze blinked innocently, replying candidly. Zhou Mingyuan, upon hearing this, instinctively sighed in relief. Having thought there might be some mystical martial arts prowess at play, he patted his chest, exclaiming, "You gave me quite a scare, Principal. I thought you truly possessed martial arts skills. Turns out it was just innate strength." "Wait a moment. Innate strength?" After a moment of realization, Zhou Mingyuan's voice suddenly rose by several octaves. "Innate strength. This is even more fantastical than claiming you know martial arts. While it is true that individuals vary in physique, one has never heard of someone possessing innate strength. A 7-year-old child, knocking out a professional bodybuilder with a single elbow. Who wouldn't be bewildered? The gathered university leaders exchanged glances at a loss for words. Ouch, that hurts. Just then, Harry, lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. The moment he seemed to recognize Zhou Mingyuan and the others standing beside him, his mind grasped the gravity of the situation, and his imposing figure abruptly sprang upright. However, before he could utter a word, Luze was quick to react, executing a smooth high kick that landed squarely on Harry's chin. His eyes rolled back, and his recently rebooted mind crashed once more. With a heavy thud, he collapsed back onto the ground. Zhou Mingyuan and the other leaders stared in disbelief. The speed of that kick, the elegance of that high leg. Chang Wei, you still claim you cannot perform martial arts. What on earth are you now capable of? Everyone fell silent. At this moment, they had witnessed precisely how Harry ended up sprawled out on the ground. One kick, just one kick. Swift, fierce, and accurate. It knocked Harry out cold. This little prodigy is truly extraordinary. What does it mean to be a fully leveled child? This is it. Everyone felt that their lives had not been in vain. They had truly witnessed something remarkable. The director of the Academic Affairs Office rubbed his face in disbelief, exclaiming, "My goodness! Our little Director Lu's skills are akin to those of Ip Man in the movies. Not to mention one Harry. He could easily take on 10. Zhou Mingyuan seemed to see Lu Zhe for the first time, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Outside the work area, the corridors were packed with students, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. Phrases like "Zeej is awesome" echoed through the air. At that moment, commotion erupted at the entrance of the institute. Everyone turned to see that the police had arrived. The nearby police department responded swiftly, and several officers briskly approached the scene. After saluting Zhou Mingyuan, they surveyed the unconscious Harry and the seemingly unfazed Lu Zhe. With mild astonishment, they began to patiently inquire about the details. A theft at the Harbin Institute of Technology's Research Institute is a serious incident. No one dared to take it lightly. In truth, there was no need for Lu Zhe to elaborate, as drones had already captured everything. With millions of viewers bearing witness in the livestream, Harry's attempt to pilfer the scientific secrets of Harbin Institute of Technology is undeniably substantiated by irrefutable evidence, leaving him no avenue for escape from culpability. Consequently, it was not long before the unconscious Harry was unceremoniously lifted by several agents and forcibly escorted to a police vehicle. It is highly probable that he would be subsequently handed over to national security, with connections to Oxford University and so forth. The exact manner in which the higher authorities would address the situation was no longer of concern to Lu Zhe. At this juncture, Zhou Mingyuan had also finished watching the live broadcast replay and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "So, in the end, he only made off with the design schematics for the mobile phone chip you developed?" According to his interpretation, that appeared to be the case. Lu Zhe shrugged his shoulders. The specially designed USB drive belonging to Harry had already been seized as evidence by the agents. However, as Harry had claimed, the USB drive would automatically upload any stored files to an external source. Thus, it was highly likely that the design schematics had already fallen into the hands of the shadowy figures orchestrating this scheme. Director Lu, although the mobile chip design is not a research project of our esteemed Harbin Institute, it nonetheless represents the culmination of your painstaking efforts over the past several months. Why do you appear so unperturbed despite its loss? Zhou Mingyuan, observing Lu Zhe's calm demeanor in the face of apparent loss, could not help but express his curiosity. Before Lu Zhe could respond, the ever-eager Chu Shubai interjected with palpable enthusiasm. "Principal, you are not aware of the full story. The design schematics that His Majesty worked on are protected by multiple layers of encryption from the very beginning, including the compressed file and the uncompressed design drawings. You are well aware of my capabilities, yet I spent an entire night attempting to crack just one layer of the password without success. It can be said that this design is impenetrable without His Majesty's direct intervention. No one in the world can decipher it." As Chu Shubai's words settled in, the surrounding crowd exchanged bewildered glances, with Zhou Mingyuan particularly taken aback. Lu Zhe personally encrypted the files, and it's impenetrable by anyone globally? Is that for real? Chapter 106. Lu Zhe's confidence. Give him 2 days. Since you all have said as much, I shall not concern myself further. As long as our research institute has suffered no losses, that is what matters. Zhou Mingyuan dismissed his worries with a wave of his hand. Yet a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. "However, I cannot let Harry, this traitor and spy sent by foreign forces, go unpunished." At this point, Zhou Mingyuan exuded an imposing aura befitting his rank as the head of an institution with vice-ministerial status, wielding significant influence in the north. Typically amiable and approachable, he transformed into a figure of wrath when faced with injustice, and his anger would not easily abate. After dispersing the onlooking students, he strode out with a cadre of leaders, evidently intent on liaising with various relevant departments, and subsequently applying pressure on both Harry's backers at Oxford University and the true masterminds behind the scenes. Once the group had departed, the once bustling Shintong Research Institute returned to a tranquil state. The shattered glass on the first floor was already being replaced by school workers. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Chu Shubai sat in the workspace, staring at the computer from which the files had been stolen, exchanging glances of concern. "Your Majesty, did you not create a backup?" Chu Shubai hesitantly asked. Lu Zhe shrugged. As you know, I have never been in the habit of making backups. After all the intricate details of the design are stored in my superbrain. However, Chu Shubai was unaware of this, and his expression reflected a sense of dismay. Does that mean the design is lost? If we have to recreate it, can it even be identical? The design of the Zulong chip was exceedingly complex, incorporating many innovative techniques conceived by Liu Ze himself. To Chu Shubai, it appeared as incomprehensible as ancient scripture, and he harbored deep concerns about whether Liu Ze could replicate it if the original were indeed lost. Liu Ze, however, countered with a shake of his head. Of course, I can produce an exact replica, but why would I go through the trouble of recreating it? Little Chu, I am a person who completes assignments in a single draft. Chu Shubai was momentarily puzzled, tilting his head in confusion. Liu Ze sighed, lightly flicking Chu Shubai's forehead, and explained, he transmitted it out. I will simply retrieve it back. What do you mean? Chu Shubai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you implying that we can retrieve what has been transmitted out? Upon hearing this, Chu Shubai's eyes nearly bulged. He never expected Liu Ze's idea to be so audacious and straightforward. Swallowing hard, he confirmed, Your Majesty, do you mean to hack into the opponent's computer and retrieve the design schematics? Bingo. Liu Ze snapped his fingers. Chu Shubai, now thoroughly flabbergasted, trembled as he asked, Your Majesty, do you know who is behind Harry? Who else could it be but the beautiful nation? Liu Ze replied nonchalantly, casually peeling an orange as he spoke. Just now, Harry let slip the letter CI, which likely refers to the CIA. The CIA, or the Central Intelligence Agency of the beautiful nation, is notorious for its global intelligence operations. Even if it is not directly them, it undoubtedly has connections with other organizations from the beautiful nation. Upon hearing Liu Ze's deduction regarding the shadowy figure behind the scenes, Chu Shubai's mouth dropped open in astonishment, as if he could fit a light bulb inside. He then timidly ventured, So, Your Majesty, you mean to infiltrate the CIA's system and retrieve the design schematics? After saying this, he felt a parched sensation in his throat. After all, it was an utterly insane proposition. Meanwhile, Liu Ze had finished peeling the orange and was chewing on it as he mumbled, That is precisely the idea. But there's no rush. Let us wait for 2 days. Why wait 2 days? Chu Shubai queried, perplexed. Liu Ze flashed a devilish grin, radiating the confidence of a mischievous dragon king. Of course, to give them time to crack my encryption. If they can't even get past the first layer, then they aren't worthy opponents. As these words left his lips, Chu Shubai was left speechless. He felt as though a tempest had erupted within him. Realizing how profoundly imposing Liu Ze's stance was, he had audaciously declared that he would give the CIA 2 days to attempt to crack his encrypted files. It is worth noting that this was the intelligence hub of the beautiful nation, home to the world's foremost computer experts. Who among the global hacker community would dare utter such words? Only Liu Ze would. Hours later, at the beautiful nation space agency, the director received a phone call, and upon hearing the details, a look of surprise crossed his face. Director, has the plan succeeded? Inquiring eagerly, a secretary approached after the call had ended. The director chuckled. Indeed, the pawn you suggested we place in collaboration with the CIA has proven effective. Although that foolish student from Oxford was caught red-handed, he managed to transmit confidential documents from the Daxia Shintong Research Institute ahead of time. While it may not be the formula for high-temperature carbon ceramics, it undoubtedly originates from the hands of that genius, and it is likely of significant importance. The CIA has estimated the intelligence to be highly valuable and has dispatched their top computer experts to work on decrypting it overnight. After listening to the director's explanation, the secretary couldn't help but smile. Regardless of the outcome, this pawn, planted a year ago on a whim, had not been in vain. Now it was merely a matter of waiting to see what substantial revelations the CIA might unearth. Would it be a breakthrough in new technologies or the designs for superweapons in military applications? Both individuals were filled with anticipation. The CIA's technology department had deployed its elite computer experts. They were currently preparing to decipher the highly classified document transmitted by Harry. A balding man in his 30s, holding a cup of Americano, sat in his chair with an air of arrogance. His gaze fell upon the compressed file that had been sent back, and he scoffed. What do these old geezers in charge think? It's merely a design blueprint from a 7-year-old's computer. Does it really warrant my expertise, Mike? As one of the foremost computer specialists in the nation, Mike exuded an air of supreme confidence. It was well known that prior to his tenure at the CIA, he was already a top-tier hacker in the civilian realm. His most notable achievement was breaching the defenses of numerous banks, manipulating back-end data, and altering amounts at will. He remained at large for 6 months before being apprehended by the FBI, only to be clandestinely recruited by the CIA. Now, Mike had transformed from a premier hacker into a public servant, dedicated to the CIA's mission of intelligence gathering and analysis across global networks. Thus, The document transmitted from the prodigious child's computer was hardly worthy of his attention. To him, a mere 7-year-old, even if a mathematical prodigy, could hardly be expected to comprehend the intricacies of computers. He was likely oblivious to the very concept of code. Chapter 107. The nation's premier computer expert reduced to tears. How cautious, indeed, to use compressed packaging. Yet, a password designed by a 7-year-old would surely be of weak encryption. Watch me crack it in mere moments. After double-clicking the compressed file, he observed the prompt requesting the extraction password and could not suppress a derisive chuckle. For files of high confidentiality, compression is indeed an excellent preservation method. It not only reduces storage space, but, when encrypted, serves as a backup. As the CIA's top computer expert, he had cracked at least 50 compressed files over the years. With ample experience and familiarity with the terrain, he was acutely aware that most compressed files utilized weak encryption algorithms that inherently possessed vulnerabilities, easily exploitable with known plaintext tools. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, he activated his specially designed tool on his computer and commenced the operation. 5 minutes, at most, 5 minutes. He glanced at his wristwatch, brimming with confidence. His fingers danced across the keyboard, a flurry of windows popping up on the screen, an avalanche of code cascading forth. Time flowed inexorably. The clock in the lower right corner of the desktop ticked toward the 5th minute. Mike's demeanor darkened. He stared at the screen, gritted his teeth, and cursed. What the hell is this password? Is it strong encryption? Modern strong encryption, such as AES-256, represents an alternative password algorithm for compressed files. If the password is sufficiently complex, comprised of over 12 random characters, even experts must resort to brute force or dictionary attacks. Ironically, Mike, as the expert among experts, had considerable insights into cracking strong encryption. Drawing a deep breath, he narrowed his eyes and thought, what of strong encryption? It's merely 5 characters. I'll have you in half an hour at most. Given that he had already been metaphorically slapped in the face, Mike refrained from further boasting this time. He allotted himself a full hour to crack the code. Before him, the computer screen flickered as various tools were engaged, mercilessly assaulting the compressed file marked Ancestral Dragon's Generation, attempting brute force decryption. Unbeknownst to him, 10 minutes slipped by. The smile had vanished from Mike's face, but his overall demeanor remained relatively composed. However, 20 minutes later, this composure morphed into gravity. Another 30 minutes passed, and that gravity transformed into a sheen of perspiration. The hour had elapsed. Yet, the progress on cracking this compressed file from the child prodigy remained at a standstill. He hadn't even discerned the first character of the password. Damn it, what kind of encryption is this? Mike was on the verge of madness. In his years of experience, he had encountered numerous strong encryption files. Yet none had been as perplexing as this one. It bore the hallmarks of common AES-256 encryption, but diverged in subtle ways. It was as if the encryptor had made slight upgrades to the algorithm, rendering it a wholly novel encryption method unseen in the market. One could follow previous methodologies to crack it, but the process would be excruciatingly protracted and potentially futile. Despite the password being a mere 5 characters, it proved more challenging than random strings of over 12 characters. Many encryption programs had never before been encountered. Was this truly the work of a 7-year-old prodigy? At 1 o'clock in the morning, after 7 grueling hours of decryption, Mike appeared haggard, questioning the very essence of his existence as he cradled his balding head. The contrast to his earlier self, confident and proud, coffee in hand, could not have been more stark. Now, he resembled a general who had suffered a catastrophic defeat, devoid of any fighting spirit. How he had managed to endure the night remained a mystery. Deep breath, Mike. You are America's most renowned computer genius. No one can compare to you. This trivial encryption file cannot possibly best you. He paced the room, rallying his spirits and alleviating his mental strain. Moments later, he regained his composure and returned to the computer, determination reignited. Outside, the moon set as the sun rose, heralding a new day. At 8 in the morning, the door swung open, and the CIA deputy director entered with a beaming smile. Hey Mike, how's it going? This encryption file from the child prodigy should be a breeze for you to decipher, right? He strode confidently to Mike's side, exuding an air of assurance, seemingly unconcerned that there were any computer problems beyond Mike's capabilities. However, Mike offered no response, silently slumped over at his workstation. The deputy director, puzzled, instinctively leaned closer to inspect, gasping in shock as he exclaimed, "Oh my God, are you dead, Mike? Can you hear me?" It was no wonder the deputy director was taken aback. At that moment, Mike was slumped at his desk, head tilted, hair disheveled, face ashen, lips cracked, dark circles under his eyes, staring vacantly at one spot without blinking. Aside from lacking the stench, he bore a striking resemblance to a decaying corpse that had lain for 3 days. The deputy director was flabbergasted. He waved his hand in front of Mike's eyes and, receiving no response, swiftly raised his arm and slapped Mike's face. Smack, smack, smack. It wasn't until his face had swollen that Mike finally turned to regard him. Then, in a pitiful manner, he straightened his posture, resembling a battered child of 300 months, and clung to the deputy director's waist, bursting into tears. I can't do it. I can't crack this password. It's too difficult. Too difficult. Mike wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, leaving the CIA deputy director utterly bewildered. Wait, aren't you the nation's top computer expert? How could cracking a file from a 7-year-old's computer bring you to tears? This was simply not right. Chapter 108. Global computer experts assemble. Even the world's leading hacker is helpless. Mike has been defeated. This computer prodigy, once a super hacker perched atop the pyramid of the beautiful country, found himself utterly stumped by an encrypted compressed file, slightly modified by Liu Zhe. Unable to uncover even a hint of a breakthrough, he was so thoroughly disheartened that he began to question his very existence, his face a mask of numbness. Upon witnessing this scene, the deputy director of the CIA grasped the gravity of the situation. However, his overwhelming emotion was one of exhilaration at having ensnared a prized catch. After all, the complexity of this confidential document from the Great Xia certainly underscored its significance. In recent years, the landscape of Blue Star has been tumultuous, with the Great Xia and the beautiful country as the two titans, constantly clashing as the arbiters of the Eastern and Western hemispheres. It is undeniable that the beautiful country must concede that the Great Xia has rapidly ascended in both economic and military prowess over the last few decades, posing a serious threat to their hegemonic status. This seemingly casual attempt to plant a spy had not been anticipated to yield any substantial results. Yet it had indeed produced a crucial confidential document. How could this not thrill the deputy director? The complexity of the document's encryption was of little concern. What truly mattered was the authenticity of its content. With the materials now in hand, could the world's foremost superpower truly find itself at a loss for solutions? In other words, how difficult could it possibly be? If one Mike could not solve it, then surely 10 Mikes could. The deputy director promptly placed a reassuring hand on Mike's shoulder, asserting without room for debate, I will immediately dispatch additional personnel to assist you. This document must be decrypted before sunset today. Upon hearing this, Mike's countenance involuntarily betrayed a hint of despondency. This signified that the higher-ups had lost faith in his individual capabilities, marking his decryption mission as a complete failure. For a genius hacker who had never tasted defeat in the vast realm of cyberspace, this outcome was naturally hard to accept. Yet, he felt utterly helpless. After all, the compression encryption method employed by the Prodigy from the Great Xia was truly formidable, and Mike had exhausted himself after a night of relentless struggle. With the deputy director now seeking to assign him assistance, he lacked the audacity to voice any objections. The once unrestrained genius hacker had been transformed into a cyber operative for the CIA, where the larger picture took precedence. With a renewed sense of determination, he resumed his decoding efforts as time slowly slipped away. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, other experts from the technology division began arriving on site. It was no easy feat to gather top-tier computer experts of Mike's caliber, prompting the CIA director to pull strings to borrow personnel from the adjacent National Security Agency, NSA. Like the CIA, the NSA is a primary intelligence agency and is renowned for employing the highest number of mathematicians, computer scientists, and linguists globally, making it one of the most enigmatic intelligence organizations in the beautiful country. The CIA director had exerted considerable influence to urgently secure the temporary assignment of 3 computer experts from the NSA. By the time these 3 individuals arrived at CIA headquarters, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon entering the room, all 7 tech operatives, including Mike, were rendered speechless. Kevin Minnick? How could it be you? You've joined the NSA, Mike exclaimed after a prolonged silence. His gaze fixated on the man standing in the center of the trio. The individual, in his early 50s, bore a rotund figure, resembling any average person one might encounter, perhaps one too fond of fried foods. Yet Mike understood the terrifying reality of this man's true identity. Kevin Minnick had long been regarded as the world's foremost hacker by the dark web. Even before Mike's ascent to prominence, his life story was nothing short of legendary. He was the first hacker to be placed on the FBI's most wanted list, leaving an indelible mark on the history of global cybersecurity. Achieving fame at a young age, he audaciously infiltrated the beautiful country's aerial defense system at the tender age of 15, accessing nuclear warhead data. By 16, he had become the world's first cyber juvenile delinquent. Ultimately, after deciphering the password to the FBI's central computer system, he was apprehended and sentenced to 9 years in prison. Upon his release, he transitioned into a career as a cybersecurity consultant, gradually fading from public view. Yet, here he was today, standing before Mike, the legendary hacker he had only read about. Kevin, 2 decades Mike Sr., was undoubtedly a venerable elder, though they had never met. Their shared experiences as prodigious hacking talents connected them. Mike had scrutinized photographs of Kevin's arrest multiple times, ensuring he could not mistake him. At that moment, this legendary figure in the annals of cybersecurity, once hailed as the world's premier hacker, simply nodded toward the assembly and stated, "Gentlemen, I appreciate your hard work. I shall take over the tasks you have been unable to complete." Kevin's words were delivered with calm assurance, yet carried an air of bravado. No one dared to challenge him, not even Mike, who conceded his position. He had been thoroughly worn down by the formidable encryption devised by the great Prodigy. Thus, he was particularly eager to witness how Kevin would navigate such a challenging encryption scheme. As the onlookers gathered, they watched as Kevin maneuvered his corpulent frame to settle into the computer chair. With a cursory glance at the screen after moving the mouse, he shook his head, declaring, "Your decryption tools are woefully outdated. Allow me to demonstrate my own." As he spoke, a USB drive was plugged into the computer's interface. Subsequently, he unveiled a completely self-developed decryption tool. This was the culmination of years of painstaking effort, containing a variety of password-cracking methodologies along with his proprietary advanced dictionary attack program, which encompassed billions of password combinations, capable of attempting thousands of password inputs per second. Remarkably, his frequent input of information completely circumvented the Defender's restrictions. For instance, the encrypted compressed file from the Great Xia had a set limit on the number of attempts per minute. If 3 consecutive incorrect passwords were entered within a minute, a protection mechanism would trigger, barring any further attempts for 5 minutes. However, Kevin's software was entirely immune to such limitations. He could execute thousands of brute force dictionary attacks every second, supplemented by advanced variant rainbow table attacks. This technique involved the pre-computation of encrypted password hash values for rapid reverse engineering. This encapsulated an extraordinarily advanced hacking technique, serving as the wellspring of Kevin's confidence. The other operatives, including Mike, were profoundly shaken by this display. Truly, Kevin, who held the title of the world's foremost hacker, wielded an offensive tool of remarkable sophistication. It seemed that it would not be long before the encrypted compressed file from the Great Xia would be definitively decrypted. It appeared that the director's task would not even require completion before sunset. "Mr. Kevin, if you have some free time this evening, would you care to join us for a meal?" Several other cyber operatives from the CIA's technology division inquired, their spirits notably lifted. However, Kevin responded nonchalantly, "I'm currently on a diet, so I'll have to decline the meal. Once this task is completed, I shall return to headquarters." Given Kevin's substantial girth, likely exceeding 300 pounds, there was little indication of any dieting endeavors. His response was evidently a polite refusal. Clearly, despite Kevin's seemingly affable demeanor, he harbors a deep-seated disdain for the CIA's cyber operatives, exuding an air of arrogance. Mike and his companions, sensing this peculiar tension, felt a sense of unease within. Yet, the undeniable fact remained that they were outmatched. Could they really engage in a heated argument with Kevin? Thus, they resigned themselves to silence, awaiting the completion of the decryption, at which point they would part ways amicably. And so, they waited, for 3 long hours. Kevin's brow had long furrowed, his countenance shifting visibly. Something was amiss. How could this password still resist my dictionary attack? Was there a hidden encryption protocol at play? Doubt and suspicion clouded his mind as his fingers danced furiously across the keyboard, searching for any overlooked detail. Before long, 5 hours had elapsed. The night had enveloped the surroundings, and Kevin was drenched in sweat, utterly unable to maintain composure. During this time, the CIA's deputy director entered, and upon witnessing the collective struggle of the team to crack the password, he too felt a weight in his heart. Was the compression encryption by this prodigy from Xia truly so formidable? Even the world's foremost hacker, whom he had borrowed from the NSA, could not unravel it? Though perplexed, the deputy director, lacking expertise in computing, chose not to dwell on the matter, hastily urging them twice before departing in a flurry. Meanwhile, Kevin remained engrossed in his decryption efforts, his astonishment deepening with each passing moment. What kind of encryption technique was employed here? Could there be a concealed program? Why was there not a single clue to be found? An hour later, the world's preeminent hacker found himself utterly disoriented. All his prior arrogance had been thoroughly dismantled by this mere compact encryption file. As the clock struck 11 at midnight, Kevin slumped in his chair, rubbing his growling stomach and turning to Mike. "Shall we go out for a meal?" To which the others replied, "So you're not dieting anymore? If we had known. Why put on such airs earlier? Now look who's eating humble pie." Chapter 109, finally decrypted. Mike was left dumbfounded. Where was the promised top-secret information? While the top hackers and computer experts from the beautiful nation were tearing their hair out over the decryption of a single compressed file, back into Xia. The investigation into the theft at Harbin Institute of Technology had yielded results. Harry, the blonde foreigner, promptly confessed to everything, just as Lu Zhe had surmised. He was not a professional operative, but rather an earnest student from Oxford University. After being selected as an exchange student at Harbin Institute, he was approached by agents from the beautiful nation, who offered him $3 million to execute a theft into Xia. The target of this theft was the high-temperature ceramic formula that Lu Zhe had improved upon. Upon receiving the offer, Harry's initial reaction was a firm refusal. He was merely an ordinary student, not a professional spy. Moreover, after years of diligent study, he had gained admission to Oxford University, which promised a bright future as a societal elite, making it unnecessary for him to become entangled in such affairs. After being rejected, the agents from the beautiful nation were not dissuaded. Instead, they raised the reward to $5 million, indicating that Harry could act according to his capabilities. If he had the opportunity to access the formula during his exchange, he could attempt the theft. Otherwise, it would be as if nothing had occurred, allowing him to focus on his studies. Regardless of success or failure, he would receive $500,000 as a token of appreciation after a year. It must be said, this combination of offers truly tempted Harry. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. Although Harbin Institute was merely an educational institution with no restrictions on entry, ordinary individuals could freely visit. However, the security levels concerning research facilities and laboratories were quite high. As an exchange student, Harry found it exceedingly difficult to even approach the composite materials lab. For an entire year, he was unable to find a single opportunity. It was not until the day of the school's anniversary celebration, while observing the chatroom discussions regarding whether Lu Zhe was engaged in a classified project, that he had a sudden epiphany. This seemed to be the only chance to steal something confidential from Xia. After all, over the past year, he had garnered considerable knowledge about that little Prodigy's research institute. To put it charitably, it was termed a research institute. In reality, it was merely a dormitory specifically designated for the prodigy Lu Zhe. Since the school had assigned no research tasks to this child, security was naturally of little concern. The previous equipment, such as lithography machines, had all been crafted by Lu Zhe himself. Initially, Harry had been skeptical of the rumors surrounding Lu Zhe's remarkable capabilities. However, after living in Xia for a year and being influenced by those around him, he gradually began to believe that this prodigy indeed possessed genuine talent. Thus, on the day of the anniversary celebration, after much contemplation, he finally entertained the notion of committing theft. With a mindset akin to grasping at straws, he thought, if successful, it could mean $5 million. Such a sum was something even a graduate from Oxford would take many years to accumulate. The opportunity to ascend to greatness was right before him, and he was determined not to let it slip away. And so, the subsequent events unfolded as they did. According to the information relayed back to Zhou Mingyuan by the National Security Agency, Harry's last words during interrogation were uttered with a tremor of despair. I never imagined that a 7-year-old child could be so formidable. Upon hearing this, even the two agents conducting the interrogation could not contain their laughter, bursting into smiles. This laughter, however, further unsettled Harry, nearly causing him to lose his composure in the interrogation room. As for the mention of the CIA during his confrontation with Lu Zhe, that was merely a wild guess on his part. Naturally, the CIA operatives he had interacted with would not be foolish enough to reveal their identities. Yet, the American accent coupled with the act of information theft led Harry to associate it with the CIA. Following evaluations by the national security colleagues from Xia, it was concluded that Harry's speculation was largely accurate. Consequently, in the days that followed, besides characterizing Harry's actions, the Xia government held a press conference. They first revealed the scandal of the Oxford exchange students' theft on campus, and subsequently, using Harry's testimony as evidence, they issued a strong condemnation against the beautiful nation. Given the latter's notoriously obstinate nature, they naturally turned a blind eye to this. They feigned ignorance, then resorted to evasion, maintaining a steadfast refusal to acknowledge any wrongdoing. The international community was well aware of the beautiful nation's reputation by now, and so they merely observed in silence, amused by the unfolding drama. Little did they know that beneath the seemingly calm facade of the beautiful nation, the CIA director was nearing the brink of madness. 5 days. A full 5 days. The document relayed back from Xia remained uncracked. Mike was utterly despondent. His sleep had dwindled to a mere 3 hours each night. And each time he opened his eyes, he was met with that damned encryption code. The so-called world's top hacker, Kevin, had also lost all semblance of the pride he once carried. Originally intended to arrive in the morning and depart by evening, he found himself ensnared in the CIA headquarters for 4 days, utterly incapable of deciphering a single line. Was this truly an encryption program conceived by humanity? The 10 foremost computer experts in the world appeared as novices in the face of this algorithm. Kevin was utterly exhausted. This time, he was genuinely committed to losing weight, shedding an astonishing 20 pounds in a mere 4 days. His NSA colleagues were astounded, exclaiming that he had truly transformed. They dubbed the prodigious young talent from the East as the genius corrector, warning that anyone who crossed paths with him would rue the day. Years ago, the global mathematics community had been suppressed to the point of being unable to hold their heads high, and now, even the top computer experts among them were in the same predicament. The CIA director personally intervened to apply pressure, clearly the most anxious of them all. At that moment, Mike, the chief cyber operative of the technology department, felt compelled to step forward despite his trepidation. Under the piercing gaze of the director filled with skepticism, he steeled himself and vowed, "Director, grant me 10 top-tier experts, and within 10 days, I assure you I will decipher it." The CIA director raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him closely. No empty promises in this agency? Under this inquiry, Mike initially felt a flutter of anxiety. However, upon reflection, he realized that his substantial team had been diligently working for 5 days and had made significant progress. Thus, he resolutely pressed himself further, stating, 8 days. I will undoubtedly decipher it within 8 days. Excellent. The director slammed his hand on the table and began to arrange for additional personnel. This time, the might of the United States was employed to recruit talent from around the globe. A day later, 10 top experts from various countries arrived at CIA headquarters. Among them were cybersecurity consultants and elite hackers known to instill dread in the underworld of cybercrime. Now, gathered together, a total of 20 individuals set out to conquer the encryption program devised by the prodigious young talent from the East. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Late into the night, many could no longer endure and succumbed to slumber. Yet, Kevin and Mike persevered in their studies. "So that's it," Kevin exclaimed. The prodigious young talent had embedded 4 hidden encryption programs within this compressed file, one of which altered the password format. The password appeared to consist of only 5 characters, but in reality, each character was intermingled with 12 additional characters during input. These extra characters remained invisible in the input box, as it still looked like a 5-character password. Kevin's hefty frame trembled. After days of relentless struggle, he finally succeeded in decrypting all the contents of this encryption program. Mike was equally exhilarated, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. With trembling hands, he placed his fingers on the keyboard and began to input the decompression code that he had calculated countless times and was now certain of. The password materialized on the screen. It was neither in English nor in symbols, but rather 5 Chinese characters. "I am your father." Both Mike and Kevin, as top-tier computer moguls, possessed a basic understanding of the Chinese language, and upon seeing the displayed password, they exchanged incredulous glances, feeling a profound sense of insult. This damned prodigious young talent from the East was truly lacking in decorum. Mike, gritting his teeth, muttered bitterly, "But what does your arrogance matter? The encrypted file has still been cracked by us." At this point, he eagerly glanced at the contents of the document that had been so meticulously guarded, eager to discover what this closely held secret contained. However, he was left dumbfounded. Kevin, who had been observing, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After several seconds of silence, they both regained their composure. Kevin was the first to speak, uncertainly stating, "Mike, am I seeing things? Or does this appear to be a design blueprint for a mobile chip?" "Brother, you're not seeing things. This is indeed a mobile chip design blueprint." Mike's words were nearly squeezed out through clenched teeth. What the hell? What happened to the superweapon? The secret advanced technology? We, 20 top computer experts, have toiled for over 10 days without a good night's sleep, and after finally cracking it, you tell me it's just a mobile chip design blueprint? Why the hell would a mobile chip design be hidden so deeply? This is utterly absurd. Chapter 110. The director was infuriated, and Hacker Lou was online. "Director, we have successfully decrypted the file from the East." Early in the morning, Mike, having not slept a wink, appeared haggard. He pushed open the door to the CIA director's office and listlessly handed over a USB drive containing the decrypted files, unaware of the circumstances. The CIA director's face lit up with joy as he quickly rose and patted Mike on the shoulder, praising him. "Excellent. You promised 8 days, and you delivered without fail. Mike, you are the smartest and bravest agent in our agency. I will report your contributions truthfully to the higher-ups, and the president will remember you." After a fervent display of admiration, the director eagerly plugged the USB drive into his computer. "Let me see what kind of document could warrant such heavy encryption from the East." Rubbing his hands together, he excitedly clicked to open the files, completely oblivious to Mike's expression, which was one of hesitation, as if he were constipated. But the next second, the CIA director's expression froze visibly. He blinked, seemingly questioning whether he was seeing correctly. He even closed the document and reopened it to confirm the content. Once he ascertained its accuracy, he was utterly stunned. No. What is this? A mobile chip design blueprint? Are you joking with me? A document pilfered from the Harbin Institute of Technology in the East. One that was layered with encryption, requiring a team of elite computer experts to crack it over several days. And you tell me it's just a mobile chip design blueprint? What the hell do I need this for? The CIA director was in disbelief. He pointed at the computer screen and erupted in expletives. Does this prodigious young talent from the East have a screw loose? Why would he guard a mobile chip design blueprint so tightly? I thought it was some new type of military weapon. Mike, scratching his balding head, quietly interjected. Perhaps this is the design blueprint for a carbon-based chip. I don't care about carbon-based or not. What use is it to us? I want a secret that can shock the president. Do you understand? The CIA director slammed the table. The design blueprint for a carbon-based chip undoubtedly contained breakthroughs in carbon-based technology, which would be beneficial for technological advancement. However, compared to the director's expectations, the disparity was simply too great. After all, the encryption program surrounding this document was far too authoritative. The feeling was akin to finally prying open a massive treasure chest after much effort, only to find a moldy apple inside. The sense of disappointment was overwhelming. It took the CIA director a considerable time to come to terms with this reality. He sighed, a mobile chip design blueprint it is. Let me see how this prodigious young talent has resolved the conductivity issues of carbon-based materials. As he spoke, the director manipulated the mouse to click on the design blueprint. At this moment, the design blueprint was merely an overview. Many sections were unclear, seemingly folded together. Yet, when he clicked with the mouse, instead of revealing specific details, a familiar password input window cheerfully popped up. The director's eyes widened. Didn't you say it was decrypted? Why is there still a password? Huh. Mike, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback and hurried over to check. After some operations, his eyes bulged in shock, nearly spewing out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? This is, quite frankly, a labyrinth of multi-layered encryption. Beyond the compression stage, every minute detail within the official documents necessitates a password for access. Is it truly necessary to conceal a mere mobile phone design in such an elaborate manner? Mike felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was on the verge of fainting. He certainly did not wish to endure another excruciating ordeal akin to the previous one that had lasted over 10 days. Just then, the gaze of the CIA director fell upon him. Mike, you. However, before the director could finish his sentence, Mike collapsed to his knees with a thud, his hands clasped in supplication. Director, I have elderly dependents and young ones to care for. I implore you, spare me. Over the past 10 days, he had scarcely slept for 40 hours. Should he endure this again, he would surely perish at his computer desk. The director bellowed, damn that Prodigy from Day Summer. Look at what you have reduced our finest cyber agents to. Setting such a formidable encryption on a mere mobile chip design is one thing. But to have additional files within, you are utterly unhinged. The CIA director, feeling thoroughly duped, was seething with anger. Meanwhile, in Day Summer, at Harbin Institute of Technology, within the Research Institute of the Prodigy, I was once a hacker. Today, I shall challenge you. What can you do? After a warm shower, Luze, clad in a bathrobe, hummed an odd tune as he approached his computer. After several days, the outermost layer of encryption he had set was finally breached. A far cry from the anticipated 2 days. Indeed, Luze had concealed a secret door within the core design of the Zulong chip. Once decompressed, it would notify him through the network. Initially, he had assumed that the CIA, being the premier intelligence agency of the beautiful nation, would have the expertise to crack the outer compression password within 2 days. However, he had gravely overestimated their capabilities. Now, Luze was disinterested in games. He commenced his offensive. Since you could not decipher my methods, I shall take the initiative against you. The limited edition skin of the young hacker, Lu Hei's, is now live. Chapter 111. Kevin, if my battle power is merely 6,000, his must be at least 10,000. Before the computer screen, a diminutive youth wore a confident smile, his slender fingers poised over the keyboard. As the rapid clattering of keys resonated, intricate windows sprang forth, torrents of data cascading forth. In that moment, Luze seemed to transform into the deity of computers. Wherever there was a network, he wielded absolute dominion. Within mere moments, various commands were silently dispatched, traversing the invisible and intangible internet, reaching across the ocean. He found it. Minutes later, Luze sipped from a glass of cool water, his eyes narrowing. His method of attack was remarkably sophisticated. It required neither legions of proxy servers for cover nor a DDoS bombardment. Such tactics were far too antiquated for him. With the dual blessings of Superbrain and Code Spirit, Luze had devised an entirely new offensive strategy. Furthermore, the secret door he had inscribed upon the Zulong chip design played a pivotal role, acting as a conduit, allowing the data stream in his hand to penetrate the enemy's heart with pinpoint precision. With a decisive keystroke, Luze elegantly pressed the enter key. The data sword surged forth, audaciously traversing the vast Pacific, effortlessly bypassing the layers of national firewalls that the beautiful nation prided itself upon. What of the Sky Shield system? Quantum encryption channels and behavioral analysis AI? These defenses, which appeared impenetrable to the average person, crumbled before Luze's invincible sword like an Oreo, shattering at the slightest touch. His consciousness directly descended upon the CIA headquarters, at the core database node codenamed Fortress. Simultaneously, at the CIA's Fortress data center, an ear-piercing and unprecedentedly high-level intrusion alarm shattered the tranquility of the early morning. Crimson lights whirled frantically, illuminating the command center as if it were a cheap karaoke bar. Dozens of weary computer experts, who had just been laboring to continue cracking the encryption, abruptly lifted their heads, expressions etched with shock and confusion. What was happening? The firewall. All firewalls had been instantaneously circumvented by an unknown protocol. The core database was marked as currently being accessed. Our highest level permissions have been overridden. My God, this is impossible. After a brief moment of stunned silence, chaos erupted in the room. The assembled CIA computer experts were in a frenzy. They had been engrossed in attempting to decipher the second layer of encryption on the day Summer Prodigy's mobile design, only to discover that their own home had been breached in the blink of an eye. The leader of the technology department responsible for network security had his eyes bulging. Cold sweat poured down his neck, soaking his high-end shirt as he bellowed, "Trace back." Quickly trace the attack path. It was no wonder he was so anxious. The consequences of a breach at CIA headquarters were far too grave for him to bear. After all, as the intelligence processing agency of the beautiful nation, the CIA's computers housed countless secrets. Any single one, if exposed, could incite a monumental uproar. Throughout the CIA's history, there had only been one prior breach. Back then, a vulnerability in the encrypted communication system for agents had been exploited by Persians via a search engine, ultimately leading to the dismantling of their spy network in certain countries. Following that incident, those responsible for network security were dismissed en masse. The upper echelons allocated funds to the tune of billions of dollars to construct what was now touted as an impregnable defense system. Yet now, this once mighty bastion of security was being effortlessly dismantled. With the specter of past failures looming large, the leader responsible for network security could hardly remain calm. Before him, the multitude of computer experts was already in disarray. Even external experts like Kevin were furrowing their brows, frantically operating their systems while muttering that it was impossible. All their counterattack programs flailed about like headless chickens, utterly unable to pinpoint the source of the attack. It was terrifying. It was utterly inconceivable. In the realm of networks, there must exist traces. Yet this individual had achieved an unprecedented feat of remaining utterly untraceable, leaving no shadow, no trace. Not only could they not trace the opponent's IP, but they also could not even restart and awaken the highest permissions. For Kevin, encountering such a formidable adversary for the first time left him drenched in sweat and trembling inwardly. At that moment, the door to the command center swung open, revealing Mike, who had hurried back after reporting to the director. He had evidently heard the alarm and knew that something grave had transpired. Upon entering, he rushed straight to Kevin's side, his anxiety palpable as he inquired, "What on earth is happening? Has the firewall collapsed?" Indeed, given the circumstances, it appears that the day Summer Prodigy has launched a counterattack. Kevin replied gravely. This was the CIA headquarters, now convening 20 of the world's foremost computer experts. Yet the adversary remained undeterred, traversing their defenses like a ghost in the night. Even the world's premier hacker found himself bereft of the opportunity to engage the foe, exaggerated to such an extent. Apart from the prodigious genius of the Dacia who crafted the unparalleled encryption program, he truly could not fathom who else could achieve such feats. Struck down to a state of utter helplessness. Upon hearing Kevin's words, Mike's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply could not envision the extent of the opponent's computer prowess. Kevin, resigned to the outcome, let out a long sigh and lamented, "If my combat power is merely 6,000, then his must be at least 10,000. We are not even operating on the same plane." With this declaration, it was clear that the world's foremost hacker had utterly conceded defeat. From this moment forth, a new name would be inscribed in the annals of global cybersecurity history. The exalted throne of the king of hackers would finally welcome its one true master. Chapter 112, Relentlessly Harvesting Core Databases. Profiles of Global Threats. Little Prodigy Research Institute. Luze reclined in his chair, casually munching on sunflower seeds, his eyes gleaming with interest as he observed the flickering internal surveillance images of the CIA on the screen. Having completely infiltrated the opponent's internal network, he had effortlessly connected to several pivotal cameras. He was fully aware of the conversation between Mike and Kevin. Shaking his head with a light chuckle, he mused, Your combat power may indeed be 6,000, but mine is not 10,000. It is a staggering 100,000. His words brimmed with an overwhelming sense of confidence. With his extraordinary talent, Code Whisperer, Liu Zhe's computer skills had reached an unprecedented pinnacle, far surpassing this era. The so-called world's #1 hacker appeared as innocent as a mere infant before him. Had the internal systems been entirely commandeered? Then it was time to reclaim what was rightfully his. As Liu Zhe continued to snack on his sunflower seeds, a tiny loading window on the screen indicated that the progress had reached 100%. This signified that the CIA's network firewall had been entirely incapacitated, rendering its internal systems as vulnerable as lambs awaiting slaughter, completely at Liu Zhe's mercy. Without hesitation, he typed a string of code. In an instant, the master design of the Zulong chip, along with a vast trove of data from the CIA's core database, began to transfer rapidly toward Liu Zhe's computer. A deluge of data surged across the globe in mere moments. How intriguing. Is the power still on? Do they intend to trace my IP through the flow of data transmission? Moments later, Liu Zhe gazed at the desktop where the Zulong chip design and several fragments of information had already been transmitted. His brows arched in curiosity. In the high-stakes game of hacking, when one side is outmatched, the most primitive method to safeguard one's system from total invasion is to simply cut the power. Once the power is severed, all network transmissions and background processes come to an abrupt halt. Although starting up again poses significant risks, at the very least, it momentarily preserves the integrity of the data from being leaked. According to the surveillance footage that had been transmitted back, the opposing network agents had indeed sensed Liu Zhe commencing the data theft, yet they did not immediately cut the power. Instead, both Mike and Kevin, synchronously, began to type fervently on their keyboards. Their intentions were unmistakable. They sought to uncover Liu Zhe's IP, believing that the moment data was being transmitted would also reveal a vulnerability. Both were willing to gamble, wagering that their technical skills could unearth Liu Zhe before he completed the large-scale data transfer. Liu Zhe, perceiving their thoughts, merely smiled faintly. Your ambition is commendable, yet your capabilities leave much to be desired. As he spoke, his mouse hovered over a newly created file on the desktop. This was not the design of the Zulong chip, but rather data returned from the CIA's core database. Liu Zhe was curious to discover what treasures the renowned Central Intelligence Agency had amassed. His gaze fell upon a series of well-categorized documents. The first document was titled, Codename, Deep Diver. Upon clicking, he discovered it contained a list of CIA operatives deployed worldwide, along with their contact information. What a revelation. The first entry was indeed formidable. Liu Zhe straightened in his seat, eagerly clicking on the second document. This file, named Pandora's Box, detailed long-term surveillance plans targeting specific political figures and technological tycoons. A dense array of information was contained within, with only a portion transmitted back, the remainder still in transit. After skimming through a few entries, he turned his attention to the subsequent documents. Each one proved to be equally formidable. Project Celestial Eye records the core algorithms and deployment nodes of the latest generation of global satellite surveillance networks. Transaction Shadow Flow, secret accounts and documents used by the CIA for illicit financial transactions worldwide. Blacklist X, profiles of the world's top threat figures as identified by the United States. A series of clandestine documents lay before Liu Zhe. After reviewing them, his mouse lingered momentarily over Blacklist X, profiles of the world's most significant threats. With a raised brow, Liu Zhe clicked to delve deeper. This list was only a few kilobytes in size, indicating scant content, with merely a handful of names inscribed. After all, as the world's hegemon, the United States rarely deemed individuals as top-tier threats. Upon examining the list, Liu Zhe noted that his name was conspicuously absent. It seemed that merely possessing the title of a mathematical prodigy did not suffice to warrant recognition in the eyes of the United States. As for his subsequent advancements in high-temperature ceramic formula upgrades, while a notable breakthrough in materials science, it did not ascend to extraordinary levels. After all, in the timeline of Earth, a few years hence, MIT would publicly announce research indicating that fractal structures could enhance heat dissipation efficiency by 290. Though Blue Star is merely a parallel world to Earth, its technological development is comparable. Therefore, the improved formula for high-temperature ceramics would likely emerge, even in Liu Zhe's absence, within a few years. Moreover, another reason played a role. The news of Liu Zhe, the Daxia prodigy, having developed a high-temperature ceramic formula, was met with skepticism abroad. The same held true for the subsequent creation of a more advanced lithography machine, although these were officially announced by the Daxia government at press conferences. Foreigners were reluctant to believe them. After all, how could a 7-year-old child, a mathematical genius, master materials science and semiconductor technology, and even produce groundbreaking inventions? Such feats appeared implausible. In fact, the mere existence of a mathematical genius was already beyond the realm of belief. Had it not been for Liu Zhe's live demonstration while proving his conjectures, many would still have doubted him. Now, however, his status as a mathematical prodigy was an undeniable and universally accepted fact. Yet, the invention of the lithography machine and the improvement of formulae lacked live broadcasts. No one had witnessed it firsthand. Thus, skepticism remained rampant. The CIA, as a dedicated intelligence agency, prioritizes authenticity. They would not inscribe uncertain matters into their records based solely on conjecture. Furthermore, even if everything were true, Liu Zhe still fell short of reaching the echelon of the world's most significant threats. Firstly, he is merely 7 years of age, and secondly, he has not exhibited any military prowess. Should there come a day when he aids the Great Xia in achieving extraordinary advancements in military technology, and such contributions are validated, he would undoubtedly ascend to the foremost target on this Blacklist X, without a shadow of a doubt. As for the present, in the eyes of the beautiful nation, Liu Zhe is merely a mathematical prodigy. While such geniuses are rare in the annals of human history, they are by no means non-existent. Figures like Archimedes, Newton, Gauss, Euler, and Euclid, when counted meticulously, indeed number quite a few. Liu Zhe stands out among them as the most formidable. Beyond that, his talents in other domains, such as semiconductors and material science, are merely suspected. The most absurd of all is his literary talent, which is dismissed entirely due to the foreigner's inability to comprehend it. Thus, in the eyes of the majority of the world, Liu Zhe, this Eastern prodigy, is perceived predominantly as a mathematical savant. If they don't believe it, well, then no one will trouble him. A smile graced Liu Zhe's lips as he closed the file. However, should the system possess any sentience, it would surely remark, Brother Zhe, you are far too modest. With the script of life in hand, the entire world transforms into an amusement park. Who could possibly threaten him? The so-called inversion of cause and effect dictates that once the script is penned, all events will inevitably unfold. Not only is Liu Zhe absent from the global list of top threats, but even if he were to top that list today, a casual stroll in front of the White House tomorrow would pose no danger. This is the formidable power of the Life Editor. Chapter 113, The Lehman Brothers Accounting Fraud and the Imminent Financial Crisis. Just as Liu Zhe was receiving a substantial amount of classified information at CIA headquarters, the head of cybersecurity was drenched in sweat as he bellowed at Mike, who was frantically typing away. Have you found anything yet? No, I'm trying. Mike shrank his neck, his hands trembling. After all, with every passing second, a vast quantity of confidential data was being siphoned from the core database. His initial plan to apprehend the culprits by exploiting the data transmission's vulnerabilities had yet to yield any results. The adversary's data flow was too bizarre, having locked onto 3 IP addresses, all of which turned out to be false. One of them was even traced to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Not a city nor an island in sight. What is this, SpongeBob, casting nets in the sea? Mike was utterly bewildered. Kevin, with his corpulent frame, leaned back in his chair, defeated. We are no match for him. Let's cut the power. We shouldn't restore electricity for the next month. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the department ground his teeth in frustration, cursing vociferously while ordering the power to be shut off. Soon, all machines in the command center ceased to function. This building, responsible for cybersecurity, was now devoid of both internet and power, rendered completely paralyzed. The director burst through the door, his expression grave as he hurried over. How much data has been transferred? Director, as of the moment the power was cut, we lost 47% of the data in the core database. A computer expert responsible for statistics replied, looking up. Upon hearing this, the director felt as though darkness enveloped him. 47%. Almost half. This was an unprecedented catastrophe for the CIA since its inception. They had lost an overwhelming amount of critical intelligence and data, some of which could severely impact international relations. He could scarcely fathom the president's rage upon learning of this news, feeling as though his future was utterly bleak. To make matters worse, due to the opponent's terrifying methods, they were now too afraid to restore power. According to Kevin, the CIA's defense systems had been thoroughly deciphered by the adversary. Restoring power would be futile unless they disconnected from the network. Otherwise, the entire intranet would become the adversary's playground, coming and going as they pleased. Perhaps by the time they awoke, all data in the core database would be gone. One must ponder, when has the illustrious CIA ever endured such humiliation? The director, gritting his teeth, inquired, can we ascertain that the mastermind is indeed the great Xia prodigy? As the words fell, Mike and Kevin exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads. Despite the fact that the smartphone chip design had been pilfered from the great Xia prodigy's computer, who could definitively claim that this material was authored by him? Furthermore, when the CIA's internal network was compromised, who could prove that the computer was behind it was the great Xia prodigy? There was no way to establish proof. In fact, Throughout this confrontation, Kevin and his team had been thoroughly crushed, ultimately failing to identify a single IP address pointing towards Great Xia. The beautiful nation could not even publicly accuse the CIA of the data theft being orchestrated by Great Xia. Even though they were 7 parts certain that the computer expert hailed from Great Xia, they could only keep their suspicions to themselves. As for me, I, the director, have reached my limit. Realizing this, the CIA director suddenly slapped his forehead, utterly disheartened. Although his office was on the 10th floor, he felt that today there was no need to take the elevator or walk down the stairs. At the same moment, at the little Prodigy Research Institute, Liu Ze hummed a little tune. Perceiving the interruption in data transmission, and he immediately understood that the opponent could no longer hold on and had cut the power. However, thanks to the CIA's advanced infrastructure and rapid internet speed, a significant amount of information had still been relayed back in that brief span. Among the final pieces of intelligence received was evidence concerning the financial dealings within the beautiful nation. Initially, Liu Ze had opened it casually, but as his gaze fell upon the contents, he found himself sitting up slightly straighter. This was evidence of Lehman Brothers accounting fraud. They managed to gather this. Stroking his chin, Liu Ze was pleasantly surprised to discover that the upper echelons of the beautiful nation were not entirely foolish. They had anticipated the impending subprime financial crisis. Indeed, in the beautiful nation of this world, a financial crisis loomed as well. However, while the financial crisis on Earth erupted in 2008, the beautiful nation in Blue Star would experience a delay of 10 years. It was set to explode next year, in 2018, due to the collapse of Lehman Brothers. At that time, the systemic collapse triggered by the bursting of the real estate bubble would impact countless individuals across the globe. Coincidentally, Liu Ze's life script for the upcoming year involved reaping immense fortunes amidst this financial crisis. The establishment of Ziyuan Group was imminent. Yet relying solely on Liu Ze's current savings would not suffice to establish a large-scale high-tech company. Thus, his script for life at the age of 7 was devised to resolve this economic predicament. For within this seemingly vast crisis, poised to affect the global economy, lay hidden immense wealth. In his previous life, due to the differing trajectories of development between Blue Star and Earth, Liu Ze was unaware that in 2018, the real estate bubble in the beautiful nation would completely shatter. When he witnessed the financial crisis erupting on the news, he was infuriated, slapping his thigh. Having experienced the 2008 financial crisis on Earth, he was acutely aware of the opportunities concealed within this monumental upheaval. Regrettably, by the time the financial crisis belonging to Blue Star erupted, even if he knew how to navigate the situation, it was already too late. This matter became a lingering heartache from his previous life. Until the very day of his demise, an overwhelming sense of regret lingered within him. The financial crisis of 2018 might have represented his singular chance at redemption after traversing time. Alas, his vision was too limited. He failed to foresee the impending eruption of this calamity. In this lifetime, it was precisely this deep-seated regret that propelled him to craft a narrative where, at the tender age of 8, he would dominate Wall Street. The advantages of being a reincarnate could at last be realized. With the wisdom of his previous existence and an array of innate talents, the illustrious title of Wall Street God was surely destined to be his. Liu Ze glanced at the myriad of fabricated accounts produced by Lehman Brothers, his heart racing with ambition as wild aspirations took root. After all, what man does not yearn to become a financial titan, wielding power over the stock market with effortless grace? As the year drew to a close, the script of his 7-year saga reached its climax. It was time for him to prepare for his imminent foray into Wall Street. Chapter 114. The Astonishment of Zhou Mingyuan. You have truly accomplished a great deed this time. 2 days later, Liu Ze, buoyed by the weight of a USB drive containing classified CIA documents, briskly made his way to the principal's office. Zhou Mingyuan, sipping tea, was taken aback upon seeing Liu Ze. "Ah, Director Liu is here. Please, have a seat." For the past year, it had been solely Zhou Mingyuan seeking out Liu Ze. The latter had never once made a proactive visit. He had spent his days secluded in the research institute, engrossed in various esoteric studies. Thus, Liu Ze's unexpected appearance in the principal's office was indeed a rarity. "Principal, this is for you," Liu Ze proclaimed, unceremoniously taking a seat and casually handing over the USB drive while peeling a sugar orange from the table. "Huh, another new research endeavor, I presume?" Zhou Mingyuan mused, not probing too deeply. After plugging the USB drive into his computer, he took a sip of tea and inquired with a smile. "Not a new research project. I have extracted the CIA's core database. These are their top secret files," Liu Ze replied nonchalantly, chewing on an orange slice. Zhou Mingyuan's expression instantly spiraled into disbelief, causing him to sputter tea all over his screen. His eyes widened in incredulity as he stared at Liu Ze. "Good heavens, are you serious?" Fearing he had misheard, Zhou Mingyuan cautiously sought confirmation. It is indeed true. Why would I deceive you? Lu Zhe replied, reclining with a casual demeanor. However, these words fell upon Zhou Mingyuan's ears like a thunderclap. He slowly shifted his gaze to the screen, noting the completion of the USB drive's data transfer. With trembling hands, he double-clicked to delve deeper. What unfolded before him were the CIA's confidential documents, laid bare for his eyes. Codename, Deep Diver. Project Sky Eye. Transaction, Shadow Stream. Blacklist X. A series of classified files were meticulously displayed. Zhou Mingyuan swallowed hard, randomly selecting one. Upon discovering the document's astonishing completeness and substantiation, he was utterly astounded. By my word, this is indeed top-secret information from the CIA. The little prodigy managed to extract it all in one fell swoop. As the president of Harbin Institute of Technology and a deputy ministerial cadre, he was privy to certain secrets. He knew, for instance, that following a previous breach by Persian hackers due to a system vulnerability, the CIA had spared no expense in constructing an entirely new internal network defense system, boasting what was claimed to be the world's most advanced firewall. In recent years, numerous elite hackers and computer experts had attempted to breach it, all to no avail. Yet now, Lu Zhe had appeared out of nowhere, casually presenting a USB drive and declaring it contained the CIA's core data. Who would not be left dumbfounded? So, you infiltrated the CIA's network system just to retrieve the mobile chip design, and in doing so, you brought back their core database too? After several minutes of absorbing the details from Lu Zhe, Zhou Mingyuan, suppressing his astonishment, sought confirmation. Just a little side task, Lu Zhe replied, popping the last orange segment into his mouth, nonchalantly fanning his hand in front of him. This relaxed demeanor left Zhou Mingyuan at a loss for words. After all, that was the CIA's impenetrable defense system, which had stymied countless top-tier hackers, and Lu Zhe had breached it with such ease. Moreover, from his words, it seemed the CIA's computer experts had not even had the opportunity to respond. The entire operation had been executed without a trace, rendering the CIA incapable of identifying the mastermind behind this theft. Even if they suspected it was the prodigy from Great Xia, they lacked any direct evidence. What did this signify? It meant that the data on the USB drive was pristine, free from any lingering concerns, and could be accepted without reservation. Such is the brilliance of genius. Zhou Mingyuan marveled deeply, his smile widening as he regarded Lu Zhe. Director Lu, you have truly achieved a monumental feat this time. The contents of this USB drive are of immeasurable importance to us in Great Xia. Rest assured, I will report this faithfully. Returning the CIA's core database undoubtedly represented a tremendous accomplishment, and future accolades were assured. Thus, Zhou Mingyuan felt compelled to clarify this to Lu Zhe. As for Lu Zhe, he remained indifferent to notions of glory or merit, reiterating that extracting data from the CIA's core database had merely been a matter of convenience. At that moment, pouring himself a cup of tea, he broached another topic. Principal, I would like to request a leave of absence next year to visit beautiful nation. As soon as the words left his lips, the office fell into a profound silence. Zhou Mingyuan's eyes widened once more, and he exclaimed, Director Lu, what on earth do you intend to do in beautiful nation? It's far better to stay here. If you're feeling even slightly unwell, just let me know. We can make adjustments. We could even demolish the house and rebuild it if need be. Zhou Mingyuan's anxiety was understandable. Lu Zhe was hailed as the most formidable genius in the history of Great Xia, often referred to as the prodigy of national fortune. Such a celestial figure, venturing abroad, especially to beautiful nation, would naturally incite concern. What if he did not return? What if he was lured away by another country? Although Lu Zhe had previously visited beautiful nation to attend an impromptu mathematics seminar, that was then, and this was now. Today, he was no longer merely a mathematics prodigy. He had also established himself in materials science, semiconductors, and computer technology. Whether or not foreigners believed in his accomplishments was inconsequential. His compatriots were well aware of their authenticity. Given such a prodigious talent contemplating international travel, Zhou Mingyuan could hardly remain calm. Observing the principal's reaction, Lu Zhe was unfazed, evidently having anticipated this concern. He smiled and explained, Principal, there's no need to worry. My purpose for visiting beautiful nation is to make a fortune. A financial crisis is about to erupt there, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I plan to seize the moment and make a significant profit. With that, Lu Zhe elaborated on the circumstances surrounding his decision. He displayed the information stored on the USB drive, which contained evidence of Lehman Brothers' fraudulent accounting, to Zhou Mingyuan. Upon witnessing this, the latter let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The prodigy had no intention of abandoning Daxia. It's quite reasonable to venture forth to earn a living. Moreover, according to the CIA's investigative records on Lehman Brothers, if the real estate bubble in the United States were to burst, the ensuing financial storm would inevitably affect countless individuals around the globe. Now that Daxia had acquired this intelligence, it should begin preparations without delay. Of course, Zhou Mingyuan was not particularly well versed in these matters. Once the USB drive was submitted, the higher-ups would naturally convene economists to deliberate on the situation. For now, the focus remained on the affairs concerning the Prodigy. Zhou Mingyuan inquired, Director Liu, how long will you be gone? About a year, Liu Zhe pondered before responding. Based on experiences from his past life, a year should suffice to set the stage and reap the rewards. Zhou Mingyuan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before stating, very well. I will apply for a dedicated aircraft to escort you throughout your journey, and additionally arrange for several skilled protectors to ensure your safety. Chapter 115, The fewer the words, the greater the matters. The youngest official in history is born. The arrangements were finalized. After Liu Zhe provided explanations, his upcoming overseas trip was smoothly approved. Zhou Mingyuan agreed to request several top-tier experts as bodyguards for Liu Zhe, but the latter was not particularly concerned about security. For him, the presence or absence of protection held little significance. After all, he possessed the script of his life, and his trajectory was already meticulously edited. How could he possibly find himself in danger? Nonetheless, Zhou Mingyuan meant well, and Liu Zhe felt it would be impolite to refuse. As the semester drew to a close and the weather turned cooler, Liu Zhe preferred to remain inactive, retreating once more to the Research Institute's small building. He continued to develop the mobile operating system in preparation for the forthcoming emergence of the UN group. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyuan promptly submitted the USB drive to the relevant authorities overnight. Upon learning that this contained core database information from the CIA, the higher-ups were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, several covert departments began to analyze the data, requiring Zhou Mingyuan to sign confidentiality agreements and the like. As for Liu Zhe, considering his unique circumstances, they refrained from disturbing him. Simultaneously, news of the theft from the CIA's core database swiftly circulated among hackers worldwide. Given that the CIA had employed numerous external aides at the time, it was impossible to keep the matter under wraps. Consequently, hackers across the globe engaged in fervent discussions. On a certain dark web communication platform, names renowned in the hacker community began to emerge. The enigmatic Night Owl declared, the CIA's core database has been compromised? Whose handiwork is this? Their defense system is so formidable that even I wouldn't dare to attempt an assault. If traced back, the FBI's firearms are no laughing matter. Night Owl, a legendary hacker of the present age, had long been active in the dark web, once audaciously breaching the United Nations official site to alter news content. At this moment, he expressed skepticism regarding the veracity of the situation. The mysterious Wu Chang Locke responded, this matter is beyond doubt. Mark my words. The CIA will soon hold a press conference to lament their plight. Furthermore, the intruder's technical prowess surpassed that of the 20 top computer experts present at the time. Surely everyone understands the implications of this? Wu Chang Locke, a premier black hat hacker from Southeast Asia, was suspected to be of Chinese descent. His remote control technology had reached unparalleled heights, having once manipulated a special virus to infect hundreds of thousands of broiler chickens while intercepting massive data streams. The mysterious deity interjected, the identity of this individual remains unknown. But based on insider information, it is largely pinpointed to the Daxia Prodigy, as he is the only one with a motive, after all. The wretched CIA stole the designs for his mobile phone. An additional underground network magnate emerged. He was the most formidable member of the loosely organized hacker group known as Anonymous. Codenamed Deity. This group usually presented themselves with a white V-shaped mask in the dark web, with members spread across the globe, shrouded in mystery. His appearance and statement once again unveiled startling news, directly identifying the audacious hacker's true identity. The post caused ripples across the dark web, igniting fervent debate among white hat and black hat hackers regarding the accuracy of this revelation. Naturally, those unwilling to believe constituted the majority. After all, the Prodigy was merely 7 years old. How could a child, already a mathematical genius, possibly possess such expertise in computers? Could a 7-year-old truly disregard the CIA's elite defense system? In an instant, the hacker community was abuzz with discourse. 7 days later, the United States held a press conference, announcing the theft of the CIA's core database materials. Details were disclosed, including that the former CIA director committed suicide on the spot after the classified documents went missing, and that the entire CIA headquarters had yet to dare connect to the internet since then. Upon the release of this news, it incited a global uproar. Countless individuals found it hard to believe their ears. The illustrious CIA had, after all, encountered a setback? This revelation was monumental. Most crucially, the identity of the intruding hacker remained unconfirmed. Just how advanced must their technical skills be to evade even the CIA's top computer experts? Not to mention, they single-handedly instilled such fear that the entire headquarters refrained from connecting to the internet. It was utterly absurd. On the Daxia side, internet users, upon hearing the news, erupted in applause. Haha, serves them right. Is this the CIA? After watching so many American dramas, I thought they were invincible. In reality, the CIA was merely a civilian agency. One should not elevate their capabilities to mythical proportions. There were no omnipotent operatives. However, the fact that their defense system was breached was equally outrageous. What caliber of computer genius could achieve that? Some speculated, just days before the CIA data loss. Our Prodigy's research institute was indeed visited by spies, resulting in a loss of materials. Could there be a connection? Oh wow, now that you mention it. That is quite intriguing. It was recalled that the Prodigy's files had gone missing, and their mother had even held a press conference to vehemently condemn the CIA, suggesting that the culprit was that exchange student. Thus, the CIA's internal network paralysis was attributed to the Prodigy? Hiss. What an imaginative theory, yet not entirely implausible. To clarify, while our country certainly has its share of prominent hackers, none could undermine the CIA's firewall with such ease. In other words, the hacker who infiltrated the CIA possessed skills that were nothing short of extraordinary. Saying they surpassed all others worldwide would not be an exaggeration. Such an astonishing occurrence would seem out of place for anyone else, yet it felt inexplicably reasonable when attributed to the Prodigy. The online talent pool was vast. A multitude of users engaged in dialogue, and as they discussed, the truth began to surface. After all, the Prodigy's Research Institute had just been visited by CIA spies. And mere days later, the CIA's core database had been compromised. What are the odds of that? In no time, this explanation began to gain widespread acceptance. Although the news pertained to the CIA's breach, it was the name Liu Zhe that trended. 3 days later, an official announcement was made. The content was succinct, comprising only a single sentence. The announcement regarding the elevation of Liu Zhe, the director of the Harbin Institute of Technology's Little Prodigy Research Institute, to the administrative rank of a full ministerial level, and the title of National First-Class Academician was released with remarkable discretion. However, due to Liu Zhe's involvement, it inevitably caught the attention of netizens. Soon after, a storm of reactions ensued, creating quite a commotion. My goodness, did I read that correctly? Our little Prodigy has become an academician, and at a ministerial level no less. Truly, this is astounding, my friends. If I recall correctly, even the president of Harbin Institute of Technology holds merely a vice-ministerial position, right? Are you serious, my friend? Such audacity. I struggled at 7 just to be a class monitor, and our little Prodigy has ascended to a ministerial post at that age? Speaking of which, why this sudden elevation in status for our little Prodigy? Indeed, if the breakthroughs in composite materials and lithography were significant contributions, they should have been recognized long ago. Why the prolonged delay followed by this unexpected reward? Could it be related to the recent hacking incident involving the CIA's core database? Gasp. Could it be that our little Prodigy was behind it? It's plausible. After all, to abruptly embark on a political career at the ministerial level must indicate a monumental contribution to the nation. I see now. Perhaps the nature of this achievement is not entirely commendable, hence the official announcement was made with such low key. How amusing. It truly aligns with the adage that less is more significant. Thanks to this announcement, Liu Zhe has once again captured the spotlight. In Xiao, the heads of major universities are typically at the department level, although Liu Zhe previously held the title of president of Harbin Institute of Technology. His special circumstances due to his youth meant he had not been assigned a formal rank. Yet unexpectedly, this time, the oversight was rectified, granting him a full ministerial rank. This is simply astonishing. There's no denying. Liu Zhe has made substantial contributions to the Great Xia over the past year. The high-temperature ceramic formula, the 15-nanometer lithography machine, and now the CIA core database information. All of these are truly remarkable achievements. The authorities could no longer delay in assigning him a proper rank. Exceptional individuals warrant exceptional treatment. In ancient times, the prodigious child Gan Luo became a minister at the age of 12. Liu Zhe surpasses him by leaps and bounds. Thus, awarding him a full ministerial rank is entirely justified. Chapter 116. The new king of the hacker world, departing for beautiful America. Before long, the topic of the youngest full minister in history began trending on social media. Liu Zhe once again astounded countless netizens. The entire nation was in awe. Yet, no one felt envious, for they had witnessed Liu Zhe's growth over the years. Once the nation's darling, he is now a prodigy of national fortune. His remarkable trajectory is breathtaking, and each of his accomplishments is a realm unattainable to ordinary mortals. Such an enchanting young prodigy deserves the title of full minister without question. Some netizens even commented that if any other child were to become a minister at 7, I would dismiss it as absurd, but for our little Prodigy, I can only commend your exceptional foresight. Our national treasure, the prodigy of fortune, deserves such treatment. It can be said that the entire nation is currently showering affection upon Liu Ze. Abroad, on the dark web, many have also learned of this news. The mysterious figure known as God slammed his thigh and declared emphatically, "It's confirmed." The legendary hacker who infiltrated the CIA is none other than the Prodigy of Great Xia. Only such an accomplishment could propel his administrative rank to the ministerial level in Great Xia. This statement immediately sparked numerous reactions on the dark web. Many found it reasonable. Even well-known black hat hackers posted in admiration, unabashedly declaring that the hacker world has welcomed its new master, the one and only king, Liu Ze. This prodigy from Great Xia has single-handedly redefined the upper limits of contemporary computer technology. In an instant, the name Liu Ze resonated throughout the dark web. Amidst the external clamor, Liu Ze remained largely unaware. Upon learning that he had finally been assigned an administrative rank, he merely shrugged, unfazed. He had anticipated that. As he continued to showcase his talents, such titles would inevitably come to him. Although he had now stepped into a full ministerial rank, there was little to be excited about. After all, the ministerial officials at his school wielded minimal administrative power. More importantly, it represented a form of assurance and honor. Thus, his entire focus remained on the impending script for his 8th birthday. As time gradually passed, the end of the semester arrived. Liu Ze left the school and returned to his hometown to celebrate the new year with his parents. Without delay, he called Zhou Mingyuan to discuss his plans to go abroad. Zhou responded promptly, indicating that a private jet would be arranged immediately. Meanwhile, at home, Zhao Ruoxue and Lu Ligua expressed their concerns about Liu Ze's impending journey abroad. "Son, is it really necessary to earn money so desperately?" Zhao Ruoxue said, holding Liu Ze tightly, clearly worried about his long journey. Liu Ze sighed and reassured her, "Mom, I have my own plans. Trust me." "All right, I trust you." Zhao Ruoxue sighed lightly. She had always respected Liu Ze's decisions and understood that her genius son must have significant matters to attend to. That evening, she prepared his luggage. Watching the young boy, laden with his bag, ready to step out, Zhao Ruoxue felt a pang of emotion and said, "Why not wait until after your birthday to leave?" Liu Ze's birthday was early, shortly after the spring festival each year. Upon hearing his mother's words, Liu Ze felt a twinge of discomfort. Since attending Harbin Institute of Technology, he had spent little time with his parents, which made Zhao Ruoxue's reluctance understandable. However, considering the tight schedule and heavy responsibilities this year, Liu Ze shook his head and replied, "Let's celebrate my birthday over video call while I'm there." With that, he strode confidently out the door, downstairs in the community. As Liu Ze stepped out, a black Audi slowly approached. The door opened, and a man and a woman stepped out, greeting Liu Ze with a salute. Both were clad in black traditional practice attire, exuding a formidable presence. The man was tall, approximately 1.9 meters, while the woman, slightly shorter, stood around 1.7 meters. They appeared to be in their 20s, with faintly similar features, likely siblings. Liu Ze greeted them. "Hello, brother and sister. You must be my bodyguards, right?" "Indeed. Little Prodigy Director." The tall man replied robustly, "My name is Li Shouzhua, and this is my sister Li Buling, responsible for ensuring your safety during this journey to beautiful America." Next to him, the girl with braided pigtails, named Li Buling, quietly raised her hand, lethargically saying, "Same here." Liu Ze, these siblings certainly exhibit contrasting personalities. One was energetic and spirited, while the other seemed utterly lifeless. If Li Shouzhua represented the archetype of a traditional bodyguard, diligent and meticulous, then his sister Li Buling appeared to be someone merely coasting through life, giving off an air of indifference. In summary, one was vivacious while the other seemed to embody a sense of lethargy. Chapter 117. Hailing from the Great Xia Dragon Guard. Li Buling with a remarkably high sense of humor. On the private jet emblazoned with the Great Xia emblem, Liu Ze held a glass of orange juice, his gaze shifting from the scenery outside to the cabin interior. At that moment, aside from the crew and himself, there were 3 others present. The first individual is none other than the lively Chu Shubai, who is seated right beside Liu Ze. As the sole member of the Little Prodigy Research Institute, Chu Shubai technically had no obligation to accompany Liu Ze on this journey to the United States, which was, after all, a personal matter for Liu Ze. However, upon hearing that Liu Ze would be away for an entire year, he clung desperately to Liu Ze, weeping bitterly, exclaiming phrases such as "Your Majesty, I cannot bear to be apart from you. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Ultimately, through sheer audacity, he managed to join Liu Ze on the private jet. The other 2 individuals aboard were naturally the Li siblings, serving as bodyguards. The robust Li Shouzhua sat upright with an impeccable posture, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings with the sharpness of an eagle, vigilant even within the confines of the aircraft. In stark contrast, his sister, the laid-back Li Buling, exhibited an entirely different demeanor. She lounged languidly in her seat, her body seemingly paralyzed, with a vacant expression as if she had completely disengaged from reality. Adopting an attitude of utter relaxation, Lu Zhe's gaze shifted between the two, curiosity piqued. Could these siblings truly share the same mother? Their personalities were so vastly different. After a moment's pause, he took the initiative to inquire, "Brother and sister, from whence do you hail?" After all, they would be his personal bodyguards for an entire year in a foreign land, and it was prudent to familiarize himself with them. Upon hearing the inquiry from their superior, Li Shouzhua immediately saluted from his seat and replied with utmost formality, reporting to the young director, "We have been dispatched from the Great Xia's Dragon Guard." Dragon Guard? Lu Zhe blinked, intrigued, as the name bore an uncanny resemblance to a mysterious organization from ancient novels. Noticing Lu Zhe's reaction, Li Shouzhua promptly elaborated. The Great Xia's Dragon Guard is the foremost entity among all special forces, distinguished by its unique selection process that transcends military districts, comprising both martial experts and skilled individuals from civilian life. My sister and I are inheritors of the Li family's 8 Extremes Fist, and prior to our formal induction into the Dragon Guard, we honed our skills for 2 years in local military units. Besides 8 Extremes Fist, I am also proficient in mixed martial arts, military and police combat techniques, and Jeet Kune Do. Li Shouzhua's voice was steady and powerful, exuding confidence in his own abilities. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, while Chu Shubai's mouth hung agape in astonishment, almost as if a light bulb could be inserted. "Brother, aren't you a martial arts master straight out of a movie?" Unable to contain himself, he leaned forward to pinch the well-defined bicep of Li Shouzhua, feeling as if he were squeezing iron. It was no wonder Chu Shubai was so flustered. Li Shouzhua's assertion seemed worlds apart from the average person. Although Great Xia's martial arts had always been a popular topic globally, and 8 Extremes Fist was widely recognized, how many had truly encountered it in reality? Chu Shubai transformed into a curious child, eagerly asking, "Brother, can you perform lightness skills? Is it possible for you to punch through a steel plate? Are we ordinary folks completely outmatched in your presence?" Not quite," Li Shouzhua replied, flustered by Chu Shubai's incessant chatter. "I truly can't. Those are merely fabrications of cinema." Flustered by the praise, Li Shouzhua still responded truthfully. "What did you call me?" Clearly, upon hearing this question, Chu Shubai's focus immediately shifted. Li Shouzhua paused, tentatively asking, "Doctor?" The moment those 4 syllables escaped, Chu Shubai's face lit up with delight, extending the word for emphasis. His demeanor radiated a sense of smugness. Seeing this, Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Xiao Chu, weren't you just accepted into a master's program? When did you become a doctor?" As soon as the words left his lips, the cabin fell into silence. Chu Shubai, who had been reveling in the title, suddenly flushed a bright red. Hastily clearing his throat, "Your Majesty, you can't just undermine me like that. Can't you let me show off a bit in front of Brother Li?" Witnessing Chu Shubai's awkwardness, Lu Zhe burst into laughter, and Li Shouzhua couldn't help but join in with a silly chuckle. For a moment, the cabin was filled with a jovial atmosphere. After the laughter subsided, Lu Zhe remarked, "All right, esteemed doctor, perhaps you should take a nap. There will be much to attend to upon landing." Their first destination was the Cayman Islands, an overseas territory of England located in the Western Caribbean, also recognized as the world's 4th largest offshore financial center. Lu Zhe intended to establish an offshore account and form a hedge fund company there. It was unrealistic to expect to thrive in the impending financial storm solely on personal merit. Major banks would never allow outsiders to enter the fray. Only by controlling a large fund could one possess the capital to sit at the table. Moreover, in the Cayman Islands, Lu Zhe aimed to apply for a personal trust. Having been reborn, he held a prophetic advantage regarding the impending financial crisis in the United States. Hence, once the hedge fund was established, he would require no investors. After all, in a scenario where profits were guaranteed, why should he share the spoils with outsiders? He could directly establish a trust, lawfully transferring his funds into the fund. And regardless of whether he entered the stock market or shorted major banks, the outcome would be solely his to reap. While other funds sought out capital contributors, Lu Zhe himself was the largest contributor. In preparation for the script of 8 years, he had brought his entire fortune abroad, a staggering $800 million. This sum was derived entirely from the patent licensing of 2 research achievements. The first was a 15-nanometer lithography machine, a technology that was far ahead of the global curve. Although the design had been submitted to the Great Xia government, the patent remained his own. The licensing fees from wafer patents and cross-licensing, as well as sales of the lithography machine, promised substantial returns. Conservatively estimated, if the production chain for the lithography machine matured to rival that of Alma's, the annual profit would be at least in the tens of millions. However, only 6 months had passed since Lu Zhe invented the lithography machine, and the Great Xia Semiconductor Research Institute had only produced a few units without any intention of selling them. resulting in negligible sales dividends. Nevertheless, through wafer patent licensing alone, he had already secured $300 to $400 million. Additionally, the high-temperature ceramics had been on the market for a year. As the world's first nation to announce the development of materials capable of withstanding temperatures of 5,000 degrees, Great Xia had effectively achieved a technological monopoly, selling these materials at inflated prices to various nations, leading to considerable sales revenue. Consequently, Liu Ze had also reaped several $100 million from patent royalties. The sum of these two ventures amounted to his entire fortune, a remarkable $800 million. This was the capital that would enable him to surf the financial tsunami affecting Wall Street. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Ze closed his eyes to rest, contemplating the myriad matters that awaited him upon landing. The cabin grew quiet. Chu Shubai, feeling drowsy, was on the verge of snoring. Just then, a captivating laughter echoed through the cabin, ringing out unmistakably amidst the silence. Ha ha ha! Liu Ze and the half-awake Chu Shubai opened their eyes in astonishment. They then beheld Li Buling, reclining on another chair, grinning widely and revealing her small canine teeth, letting out a couple of silly chuckles. What was she laughing about? Chu Shubai stared blankly at Li Shouzhua. The latter, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and said, "Dr. Chu, my sister is laughing at you." Laughing at me? Chu Shubai pointed at himself, his eyes nearly popping out. Isn't she a sister? We've all been laughing for quite some time, and you're just now catching on? This delay in humor is quite excessive. Challenge failed, dear mothers. Chapter 118. Landing in the Cayman Islands. Preparing for the future the next day. America's Cayman Islands. At 7 in the morning, a plane from Great Xia gently descended at the airport. Liu Ze, accompanied by his loyal little follower Chu Shubai and the Li siblings, stepped into this global hub of offshore finance, greeted by the rising sun. The airport in the early morning was not crowded. Nonetheless, Li Shouzhua promptly displayed his professional prowess as a bodyguard, standing tall and imposing behind Liu Ze, his demeanor icy as he vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. As for the laid-back Li Buling, despite yawning and appearing drowsy with a slight hunch, her seemingly vacant gaze occasionally darted precisely towards certain suspicious individuals within the airport. Clearly, although Li Buling might be a bit lazy and have a delayed sense of humor, her work ethic remained intact. My goodness, so many foreigners. It was Chu Shubai's first time abroad, and he was marveling at everything, finding it all so novel. Is it possible that here, we are the foreigners? Liu Ze casually strolled out of the airport with his hands in his pockets, while Chu Shubai hurried to keep pace. Following them closely was Li Shouzhua. Maintaining a distance of about a meter from Liu Ze, Li Buling trailed behind, speaking little and exuding an aura that suggested she preferred to be left alone. Your Majesty, it seems we need to find a lawyer to register the hedge fund, right? Just as they were about to exit the airport, Chu Shubai suddenly leaned in. Curiosity etched on his face. Although he studied electronic information and computer science, he was a distinguished student from Harbin Institute of Technology and enjoyed reading various books. Titles such as The Intelligent Investor, Complete Financial Knowledge, Blue Cat's Mischievous Questions, The Plum in the Golden Vase, and The Unspoken Tales of Fat Tiger and Little Fu were among his eclectic readings. He prided himself on being well-versed in many subjects. Thus, he recalled that in a place like the Cayman Islands, registering a hedge fund came with stringent local regulations. One of those requirements was that registration documents must be submitted by a licensed attorney. Moreover, the financial markets in the adjacent beautiful nation placed great emphasis on legal compliance. Funds without a lawyer's endorsement would be shunned by major banks. Though Liu Ze had previously mentioned wanting to strike it big in the beautiful nation, he had not disclosed specific details, leaving Chu Shubai feeling anxious. He knew that his sovereign was a prodigy, proficient in mathematics, literature, and research. However, the financial market was a different beast altogether. It wasn't merely about knowledge. The market's currents shifted rapidly, and countless individuals struggled to comprehend the domestic A-shares. Transitioning to a foreign market with no limits on price increases was akin to navigating a treacherous sea, where even seasoned traders had to tread carefully, as a slight fluctuation could lead to ruin. Could a young prodigy, armed with $800 million, truly dare to brave Wall Street? In response to Chu Shubai's concerns, Liu Ze remained unfazed, replying with a smile, "Little Chu, if you can think of it, do you think I am unaware?" No sooner had he spoken than a sleek, new Maybach rolled up to the airport entrance. Following closely behind, a sharply dressed white elite emerged from the vehicle. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around him, he approached Liu Ze with a brisk jog, bending slightly at the waist. "Mr. Liu," he exclaimed, after waiting endlessly, "I have finally been able to meet you." This white elite adopted a remarkably humble posture, even conversing in Chinese, albeit with an imperfect accent that was nonetheless intelligible to those present. His low demeanor caused Li Shouzhua, who was about to step forward, to hesitate. Meanwhile, Chu Shubai stood there, bewildered. Why was there a local white man to greet them just as they landed? Was this part of the hotel's shuttle service? Yet the man exuded a powerful aura, driving a Maybach and dressed in haute couture, clearly not an ordinary individual. Before Chu Shubai could inquire further, another voice, filled with indignation, rang out beside him. Paul, you rejected my offer 3 times just to meet this Eastern brat? At the airport entrance, a flamboyantly dressed white man, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, was flanked by admirers, his expression one of disbelief at the unfolding scene. Mr. Foster, please do not disturb my esteemed guest. The elite white man frowned, seemingly exasperated at encountering an acquaintance here. Yet Foster paid no heed to his words, angrily declaring, you scoundrel. You turned down my offer of $500,000, only to flatter an Eastern brat here? Is this how the Myputa Group conducts business? I curse you to face immediate bankruptcy. With that, the ostentatiously dressed nouveau riche stormed off. Hearing this exchange, Chu Shubai's eyes widened in astonishment. The Myputa Group? The person coming to greet us is actually a lawyer from the Myputa Group? Dr. Chu, do you know about this group? Li Shouzhua asked, curiosity piqued. Chu Shubai immediately launched into an enthusiastic explanation. The Myputa Group is one of the world's leading offshore legal service firms, especially in the field of fund establishment, boasting over 60% market share and exceptional capabilities. Li Shouzhua promptly gave a thumbs up, praising, little Dr. Chu is truly knowledgeable. Oh, I just read a variety of books, so I have a bit of understanding about everything. Chu Shubai modestly chuckled, then smoothly shifted gears to flatter, unlike our sovereign, who seems to understand everything thoroughly. At this juncture, he couldn't help but feel a deep curiosity. How had Lu Zhe managed to secure the attention of this elite lawyer named Paul from afar? Especially considering that the previous man had been willing to pay $500,000 for his services? Such a price clearly indicated Paul's esteemed position within the Myputa Group, truly a formidable figure in the local legal arena. It was hard to believe that even a prodigy from Great Xia could compel someone of his stature to adopt such a deferential demeanor. What had transpired behind the scenes? Chu Shubai was left scratching his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had already begun conversing with Paul. How is your mother doing? Esteemed Mr. Lu, with your assistance, my mother has successfully received the imported medication and is now recovering well. Paul's eyes glimmered with profound gratitude as he spoke. As a renowned financial lawyer in the Cayman Islands, Paul had fought numerous legal battles over the years and had made his share of enemies, including the director of the largest hospital in the area. Last year, his mother had suddenly fallen gravely ill and had been admitted to the hospital's intensive care unit. The director, harboring resentment towards Paul, had deliberately delayed administering medication to her. More troubling was the fact that Paul found himself unable to consider alternative hospitals. His mother's condition had deteriorated far too severely, and given her advanced age, she might not endure the journey. Just as Paul was engulfed in desperation, Lu Zhe unexpectedly approached him, sending an email containing incriminating evidence of the hospital director's embezzlement. The subsequent events are hardly worth elaborating. As a top-tier attorney, Paul utilized this evidence to bring the hospital director to trial, resulting in a life sentence. With the new director's appointment and the appropriate treatment administered, his mother's health gradually improved. This is precisely why such a renowned lawyer held Lu Zhe in such high esteem. As for Lu Zhe, his involvement in this matter was purely serendipitous. Anticipating his upcoming trip to the Cayman Islands, he took the initiative during his winter break to research the most esteemed lawyers in the area online. This led him to inadvertently uncover Paul's predicament. It is essential to recognize that hackers are formidable not merely for their ability to breach others' computers and create various viruses, but more importantly, for their capacity to influence individuals and even manipulate the course of their lives through hidden secrets. As the reigning king of hackers, Lu Zhe's prowess is beyond reproach. Navigating the hospital's firewall was as effortless for him as tearing through paper. He swiftly unearthed a plethora of evidence against the unscrupulous director, and subsequently, his benevolence left the esteemed lawyer profoundly grateful. Thus, the scene unfolded as it did today. Chapter 119. The establishment of Zhe Yuan Investments, the most minimal partnership contribution procedure in history. Even as he settled into the luxurious confines of a Maybach, Chu Shubai remained incredulous. Subsequently, Paul warmly accommodated Lu Zhe and his companions at their hotel before presenting a series of meticulously prepared documents, initiating a whirlwind of activity. In the free-spirited city of the Cayman Islands, there are no explicit age restrictions for fund registrants. Over the years, however, there has been no instance of anyone under 18 attempting to register a fund, as they lack the capacity to manage substantial wealth, making this an unspoken rule within the industry. The notion of a child under 10, like Lu Zhe, seeking to register a hedge fund was unprecedented in the financial realm. Most others would undoubtedly face insurmountable obstacles. Yet, Paul was no ordinary individual. He was a distinguished attorney from the Maipute Group, celebrated in the Cayman Islands with an extensive network of connections. Given the absence of explicit age limitations, Paul adeptly maneuvered through the regulatory landscape, ultimately submitting the application successfully. 3 days later, the registration approval arrived. Paul personally visited the hotel to present Liu Zhe with the relevant documents. "Mr. Liu, here is the fund registration certificate you requested." He spoke with utmost respect, bending slightly as he offered a stack of papers. At the top, the black and white registration document boldly proclaimed the name Zhe Yuan Investments, the Chinese name specified by Liu Zhe himself. Naturally, Paul was eager to accommodate the benefactor who had aided in saving his mother. The establishment of Zhe Yuan Investments incurred a total cost of $1 million, a mere trifle compared to Liu Zhe's impending endeavors. Paul then produced a second document and continued, "The trust structure you established and funded has been completed, with $800 million fully injected into the Zhe Yuan Investment Fund. However, the Cayman Islands mandates that hedge funds must have at least 2 contributors, necessitating some assistance from others. To round out the figures, the $1 million used to create Zhe Yuan Investments came from previous endorsement fees, leaving the fund with a robust total of $800 million. At this point, upon hearing Paul's words, Liu Zhe merely nodded and turned his gaze toward Chu Shubai, who was watching the proceedings with keen interest. "Xiao Chu, come over and contribute." "Me?" Chu Shubai asked, his expression one of befuddlement as he pointed to himself. Observing this, Paul quickly interjected with a smile. "Sir, you only need to contribute $1. $1? Do you dare to look down on me?" Chu Shubai retorted, clearly displeased. With a fierce glare, he thumped his chest and declared, "I must fully support His Majesty's venture. Here, take this $10, no need for change." He promptly shoved a $10 bill into Paul's shirt pocket. Paul was left momentarily speechless. Li Shouzhua raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, Xiao Chu was remarkable. To exude the spirit of $1 million with just $10, who could achieve such a feat? Paul scratched his head, staring at the $10 bill in his pocket that had been thrust in like a tip, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, he could only pull out a pre-prepared symbolic contribution document for Chu Shubai to sign, thus completing the most minimal partnership contribution procedure in history. 2 days later, Paul reappeared, having arranged everything. Liu Zhe's hedge fund was fully operational and ready to engage in the financial market. However, Paul was left perplexed by the fact that Liu Zhe was not seeking external investors. Why would this prodigious young man inject $800 million of his own capital to sustain the fund's operations? Any trader worth their salt knows that managing other people's money differs vastly from handling one's own. The stock market is rife with turbulence and uncertainty, with the red and green candlesticks oscillating fiercely every second. A seasoned trader can maintain an objective clarity when operating with investors' funds, even executing unparalleled strategic maneuvers at critical moments. Conversely, when dealing with one's hard-earned money, hesitation becomes inevitable, leading to missed opportunities or being overwhelmed by fear and greed. Yet, this extraordinary young man seemed willing to exploit every regulatory loophole, willingly pouring his $800 million principal into a hedge fund. What could his motive be? If he preferred to operate independently, why establish a fund company that would not engage with the public? As Paul's mind raced, a realization dawned upon him, causing his throat to dry slightly. There was only one possibility. Mr. Liu intended to make a significant move in the financial sector. It is the capital behemoths that truly stir the pot. Retail investors remain mere minnows in the grand scheme. Certain opportunities are only available to top-tier funds or investment enterprises. Thus, the effort exerted by this prodigious young man to create a hedge fund was to secure a seat at the negotiation table with the financial titans of Wall Street. The decision to avoid public operations and seek private investors was clearly a strategy to monopolize the profits. But what sort of wager could inspire him to feel so assured of success? Paul pondered, arriving at a singular conclusion. It must pertain to the flourishing real estate sector. He must have received some insider information, knowing that certain property bonds were poised for a substantial increase. With this thought, Paul's heart raced, filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Mr. Liu, your ambitions are truly grand. The real estate industry is indeed a lucrative venture. Even the authorities in the beautiful country assert that property prices will never decline. This is the finest era in human history. With $800 million entering the market to go long, your returns will undoubtedly be bountiful." Listening to Paul's reflections, Liu Zhe suddenly cast a meaningful glance in his direction. "Do you truly believe that the real estate myth in the beautiful country will persist indefinitely? Is that not the case?" Paul was momentarily taken aback by the sudden retort, responding with a hint of uncertainty. Observing this, Liu Zhe refrained from further conversation and merely extended his hand for a brief handshake. "Thank you for your assistance. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again," he said. With that, Luce departed, carrying a multitude of documents related to the registration of a hedge fund, striding towards the exit of the hotel. A private jet had been awaiting him at the airport for quite some time. Chu Shubai and the Li siblings hurriedly followed suit, leaving Paul standing by the glass window of the hotel corridor, gazing in perplexity at Luce and his entourage as they gradually vanished down the cobblestone path below. Could Mr. Lu's insinuation be that the housing prices in the beautiful country might still decline? How could that possibly be? In New York alone, property values had been on a continuous upward trajectory for 28 years. It was undeniably a nationwide celebration. Paul murmured softly, his words dripping with unwavering confidence in the real estate sector of the beautiful country. Alternatively, he found it inconceivable to imagine the catastrophic scene that would unfold if the property myth of the beautiful country were to shatter. Who knows how many times those top-tier investment banks had issued mortgage bonds in recent years? Should the real estate market implode, the repercussions of those bonds would be akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb, potentially leading to the downfall of countless banks and a global ripple effect. That would indeed be a true calamity. Chapter 120. The Frenzy of Subprime Loans and Luce's Ambition. Aboard the private jet flying from the Cayman Islands to New York, Luce quietly observed the tablet before him, which displayed various economic news from the beautiful country. The articles were predominantly filled with media hype extolling the virtues of the real estate sector, proclaiming the wealth that awaited those who joined the ranks of property speculators. In essence, the dream of soaring property values in the beautiful country persisted unabated. Almost every citizen of the beautiful country was utterly convinced that housing prices could never possibly fall. A deluded assembly of dreamers, they resided within a meticulously crafted bubble, daring not to confront reality. As Luce perused the news articles, a sardonic smile crept across his lips. An unprecedented financial crisis loomed on the horizon. And the principal culprit behind this impending disaster was the unrestrained issuance of subprime loans by major banks under a regime of excessively lenient credit policies. The deeper roots of this phenomenon could be traced back to the 1970s. At that time, the banking sector in the beautiful country was far less developed than it is today, and the limitations of bank mortgage operations were glaringly apparent. Profits were entirely contingent upon the size of their net assets. Once they exhausted their loan capacity, operations came to a halt. The mortgage cycle was lengthy, often spanning several decades before recouping costs, leading to exceedingly low capital utilization rates. Moreover, banks had to bear the risk of borrower defaults. During this period, the banking industry was dull and desolate, a field that even dogs would shun, until a commercial genius emerged, revolutionizing the banking landscape with the invention of mortgage-backed securities, MBS. Simply put, banks packaged their mortgage loans as promissory notes, assessed the risk based on borrower qualifications, and subsequently sold them as new bonds to global investors. Through this process, banks transitioned from beleaguered creditors to intermediaries. Homebuyers sought loans from banks, which, after disbursing the loans, promptly bundled them into MBS for resale. Whether sold to individual investors or institutions, the debt was transferred, relieving banks of default risks. As intermediaries facilitating these transactions, they extracted a portion of fees as profit. Consequently, capital was rapidly replenished, allowing banks to expand their operations. They continued to repeat this cycle, with the snowball effect growing ever larger. The commercial genius behind this banking innovation was none other than the future renowned father of mortgage bonds in the beautiful country, Louis Ranieri. He breathed new life into the banking sector, allowing all practitioners to prosper, while the real estate industry flourished. As the timeline advanced into the millennium, the beautiful country, in a bid to stimulate consumption, enacted a series of legislative measures targeting the housing market. They provided subsidies for home purchases to low and middle-income families, vigorously promoted homeownership rates, and encouraged low-income individuals to buy homes. On the commercial banking front, lending requirements became significantly more lenient. There was no need for detailed financial statements or personal backgrounds. Even if you were a vagabond from the outskirts, as long as you stepped into the bank, the loan officer would promptly slap a mortgage contract onto your forehead. Funds for mortgages would be deposited directly. Go buy a house, buddy. It was that outrageous. It is no exaggeration to say that even a dog could stroll through a bank and end up saddled with a 30 to 50-year mortgage. This lenient lending threshold, known as subprime loans, greatly stimulated the demand for home purchases among the citizens of the beautiful country. Within a few short years, the housing prices soared, with countless individuals rushing into the market. Speculators thrived, purchasing properties without intending to reside in them, waiting for prices to rise before flipping them for profit. Even more audaciously, some acquired multiple properties without adequate funds, solely to sell them at a higher value later. On the banking side, mortgage bonds were flying off the shelves. Investors were reaping tremendous profits. Meanwhile, the media in the beautiful country seized the opportunity to propagate the myth of wealth through real estate investment, further expanding its influence and attracting global homebuyers. Thus, amidst the relentless rise in housing prices, a prevailing belief began to take shape that the property values in the beautiful country would perpetually ascend. This madness has, in the blink of an eye, persisted to this day. Decades without a decline, the real estate sector of the world's only superpower has seemingly transformed into a myth, drawing countless individuals into this financial extravaganza. Alas, all financial bubbles inevitably face a day of reckoning. This is an immutable truth of the universe. Luze set aside his tablet, his gaze drifting thoughtfully out the window. Night had fallen, and from the heights of 10,000 meters, he beheld a vast expanse of twinkling lights, illuminating a city that never sleeps. This is the heart of the world, New York. The financial crisis of Earth erupted in 2008, yet in the parallel world of Blue Star, it astonishingly endured until 2018, a decade of economic growth, whether in terms of the capacity of the CDS market betting against mortgage defaults or the scale of subprime loans, far surpassed that of Earth. This implies that I can achieve even more astonishing returns amidst this financial tsunami. Indeed, the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Luze's eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation and restlessness, akin to a hunter in the jungle poised to strike at its prey. At that moment, Luze was the most concealed predator within this financial forest erected by the real estate market. He descended into the darkness, ready to pounce, waiting for the forest to collapse before revealing his blade. And his targets? The entirety of the beautiful country. Chapter 121, The Divine Arrival in Wall Street. Sweeping through New York City. Have you heard? The top floor of 28 Liberty Street, which has been vacant, has been leased. Oh man. That's the most prestigious office building on Wall Street, offering panoramic views of the entire Manhattan area. Indeed, it was previously occupied by the Quail Fund, but after an insider leak caused their financial chain to collapse, the owner fled. What a prime location it is, and now someone has taken it over. The rent must be exorbitant, right? At least $800,000 or $900,000. On this particular day, news of a prime office space lease spread like wildfire among the elite of Wall Street. The reason for the fervor was the building located at 28 Liberty Street, a landmark in Manhattan. Every inch of this edifice is worth its weight in gold. The 60th floor, in particular, is renowned for its unparalleled vantage point, offering sweeping views of Manhattan with Wall Street beneath one's feet. It is said that when one stands before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, holding a glass of fine red wine and gazing at the cityscape, one truly comprehends the essence of opulence. Over the years, countless financial institutions have sought to establish themselves on Wall Street, yet only a select few possess the clout to occupy this prestigious building. The exorbitant rent alone deters many. Previously, the coveted top floor was home to the illustrious Quail Fund, a formidable player in the stock market, known for its razor-sharp trading strategies that propelled it into the ranks of the world's top hedge funds. It was hailed as the premier fund company on Wall Street, undeniably a monarch in its realm. However, fate can be capricious. At the end of last year, the fund faced a catastrophic collapse, with its owner fleeing amidst a flurry of court summons from investors. Since then, the top floor of 28 Liberty Street, once the bastion of a financial titan, had remained vacant. Yet today, it has unexpectedly found a new tenant. The rental fee is undoubtedly substantial, and more importantly, the institution capable of occupying this space is indisputably formidable. Who dares to take over the former domain of the Quail Fund? Speculations and discussions abound. Within half a day, the news reverberated through the ranks of financial professionals on Wall Street. Curiosity piqued. Many sought to uncover the identity of this new occupant, including some who worked in the building itself, eager to glean information from the top floor. Alas, the glass doors were firmly shut, and from the outside, they could only catch a glimpse of the remnants of Quail Fund's equipment, with no sign of its new proprietors. Clearly, they had arrived too late. 2 days later, a group of unfamiliar Eastern faces entered 28 Liberty Street. As they ascended to the top floor via the express elevator, the mystery surrounding the institution that had taken over the Quail Fund began to unravel. Many were taken aback to witness the arrival of Easterners on Wall Street, a sight so rare. Since the establishment of the New York Stock Exchange in 1817, and over 2 centuries later, exceptional Asian investors have been few and far between. To make matters more intriguing, the group conversed in the language of the Great Xia dynasty. This led many local financial institutions to openly express their skepticism. When did people from the Great Xia deem themselves worthy of treading upon Wall Street? This is the financial epicenter of the beautiful nation and the world. It is not the place for them to interject. They are simply naive with money to burn. While we wield influence and set the rules of the global capital game on Wall Street, they are still playing in the mud. Malice and mockery were palpable, especially given the tenuous relations between the great Xia and the beautiful nation. Yet, the whispers of discontent seemed to have little effect on the top floor of 28 Liberty Street. The group from the great Xia maintained a regular schedule, with most of the time occupied by renovation work. Days passed, and eventually, a sign was hung that revealed to all of Wall Street that the Chinese team renting the former premises of the Quail Fund was named Ziyuan Investment, a hedge fund. Shortly thereafter, connections unearthed the fact that Ziyuan Investment had only recently registered in the Cayman Islands a few days prior, with a staggering fund size of $800 million. This was no trifling sum. For a newly established hedge fund, this was nothing short of extraordinary. It was no wonder they could afford to lease such a prestigious office at 28 Liberty Street. Clearly, they possessed formidable strength. Was there truly an influential figure orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Find out who the fund manager of Ziyuan Investment is. Top-tier investment institutions began to feel a sense of unease, attempting to ascertain the background of this sudden contender. However, the information that returned left them flabbergasted. Ziyuan Investment currently had no fund manager. The entire company comprised 3 adults and 1 child, all novices in the field. They were actively seeking professional lawyers and seasoned operations managers. As for the $800 million, it was entirely injected by the boss through a personal trust. This revelation sent ripples of laughter through many top-tier funds and investment company executives. What a makeshift operation. A boss funding $800 million, accompanied by a group of amateurs, plunging headlong into Wall Street. Were they playing house? Could they truly be that naive with money? Just as numerous industry peers were bewildered and amused by Ziyuan Investment's audacity, another explosive piece of news emerged. The mastermind behind Ziyuan Investment was not one of the 3 adults, but rather the child, a boy named Lu Zhe. While this name may not ring a bell, his other title certainly would, the prodigy of the great Xia. 2 years prior, he had live-streamed the resolution of 2 major mathematical conjectures, catapulting him to fame as the most formidable mathematician in history. This was indeed his investment company. The moment this news broke, it swept through Wall Street and the entirety of New York City like a tempest. Chapter 122, The 7-Year-Old Life Script Settlement, Another Dual Talent. Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund, renowned for its all-weather strategy. At this moment, in the presidential office, founder Ray Dalio sipped on exquisite coffee while listening to his secretary recount the tale of the great Xia prodigy entering Wall Street. After several minutes, having finished his coffee and listening to the complete report, Dalio could not help but shake his head slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "A 7- or 8-year-old child dares to waltz into Wall Street with $800 million. Does he think this is a movie? Truly foolish. Sir, the great Xia prodigy is, after all, a mathematical genius. Could it be that he has predicted market trends through mathematical models?" The blonde secretary, dressed in professional attire, gently interjected while refilling Dalio's coffee, keen to keep the conversation flowing. Dalio continued to shake his head, stating, "Mathematical prowess can indeed optimize algorithms and enhance quantitative finance. But this shortcut is not infallible. There exists a chasm between theory and practice. Understanding of the financial market often transcends mathematical calculations, and commercial acumen is paramount. When confronted with a black swan event, those mathematical geniuses who merely hypothesize the market through models often meet their demise swiftly. A black swan event refers to an unpredictable, rare yet impactful extreme occurrence, a concept introduced by a Western philosopher, inspired by Europeans' belief that all swans were white until the discovery of black swans in Australia shattered that notion. Such events tend to have profound implications and are notoriously unpredictable. For instance, the pandemic that erupted in 2020 was a classic black swan event, sudden, unforeseen, and with global repercussions. Similarly, the Brexit referendum in 2016 led to a dramatic collapse of the pound and upheaval in the European Union. In the realm of finance, history has borne witness to numerous black swan events. Without a keen commercial acumen, reliance solely on the so-called mathematical models often leads to dire consequences. This is precisely why Dalio remains indifferent to the mathematical prowess of the prodigy from Great Xia. If mere mathematics could ensure unfaltering success on Wall Street, then every firm would be hiring mathematical experts. Indeed, the gentleman possesses a far-sighted vision. Beside him, the blonde secretary offered no opinion, hastily delivering a well-timed compliment. After all, these were the words of the founder of the world's largest hedge fund, a statement with unparalleled weight even among the titans of finance on Wall Street. Blackstone Group, one of the largest alternative asset management firms globally, encompasses a wide array of sectors including private equity, real estate, and credit, managing assets exceeding $1 trillion. In contrast, the previously lauded Quail Fund appears diminutive in the shadow of Blackstone. While the Quail Fund may rank among the elite private equity firms on Wall Street, Blackstone's influence spans the globe. Presently, in their Manhattan office, Senior Managing Director Kinnick leisurely perused the Wall Street Journal. Moments later, a curious smile graced his lips. To boldly venture into Wall Street at the tender age of 8 is indeed a testament to youthful heroism. However, financial warfare is no child's play, especially in the heart of Wall Street, the world's financial epicenter. It possesses the capability to effortlessly consume colossal entities. Even a behemoth like Blackstone could someday find itself ensnared within its jaws. So, the prodigy from Great Xia, do you truly believe that your exceptional mathematical skills alone can carve out a niche for you? The polished Kinnick refrained from mocking this absurd notion. However, his words subtly conveyed skepticism towards the UN investment. An investment of $800 million is considerable for a small fund or investment firm, yet, in the grand tapestry of the financial market, it pales in comparison. Should larger waves arise, they could easily wash it away. Thus, even without explicitly stating it, Kinnick harbored doubts about the longevity of this prodigious fund. As the world buzzed with discussions surrounding the UN investment's emergence, on the top floor of 28 Liberty Street, in the office of the fund manager, Luce reclined on a leather sofa, his eyes gently closed, seemingly in repose. In truth, however, his mind had already plunged into the depths of the system's realm. Today marks his birthday, signifying his official entry into the narrative of his 8th year. The Life editor was in the process of tallying his achievements from the previous year. Completion of the 7-year phase script. You single-handedly succeeded in manufacturing a 15-nanometer lithography machine, bringing glory to your nation and placing Great Xia's semiconductor technology far ahead of the world. Subsequently, using the nanometer-level processes of this lithography machine, you overcame numerous challenges of carbon-based materials, crafting the world's first carbon-based mobile phone chip. With exceptional hacking skills, you infiltrated the CIA's core database undetected, earning renown in the dark web and far exceeding the script's objectives. Rewards: talent golden scales transforming into a dragon, wealth talent financial acumen, and spiritual insight. Golden scales transforming into a dragon. The golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When encountering wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. Your business acumen is unparalleled, possessing the highest sensitivity to market trends, allowing you to precisely predict entry and exit points, ensuring you never incur losses. You are indeed a legendary king of commerce. Financial acumen and spiritual insight. The greater your personal wealth, the more profound your spiritual essence. Eternal life, reward, progress. 1611. As the tally appeared, Luce's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, reflecting his inner exhilaration. The final reward progress leaped to 1611, marking a 4-point improvement from the previous year. This signifies that this round of rewards comprises not only dual talents, but also includes a critical talent. His fervent endeavors at the age of 7, researching lithography machines and manufacturing mobile phone chips, had indeed borne significant fruits. The talent golden scales transforming into a dragon is evidently tailored for the 8th year script, with the attribute of ensuring one never incurs losses being exceedingly formidable, akin to a conceptual level capability, aptly addressing his current circumstances. As for the other talent, financial acumen and spiritual insight, its description is rather vague, leaving its level of ability uncertain. Yet, the fewer the words, the greater the implications. Could this indeed be the system's critical talent? Luce slowly opened his eyes, turning to sit upright on the sofa, stroking his chin in contemplation. Frankly, the detailed description of golden scales transforming into a dragon is quite compelling, especially with its promise of never incurring losses, suggesting an extraordinary degree of influence. Based on past experiences, this should be the critical talent. Yet, the emergence of the new financial acumen and spiritual insight talent led Luce to believe it too possesses extraordinary significance. The more personal wealth one accumulates, the stronger their spiritual essence. But what does spiritual essence truly entail? Literally, it generally refers to an inner experience that transcends material and rational aspects, involving profound perceptions of the meaning of life, the essence of self, and the interconnectedness of the universe. It signifies a connection and awakening to higher dimensions. However, overall, it remains too abstract. The concept is too broad for Luce to grasp the specific function of this talent at the moment. Never mind, overthinking serves no purpose. In due time, there will be moments of activation, and I shall naturally comprehend its significance. After a while, Luce, feeling at ease, chose to disregard it. After all, both talents align well with his aspirations. The mere increase of 4% in the eternal life rewards is already a substantial gain. Chapter 123. Searching for talent. Luce's harvesting plan. After organizing his thoughts, Luce stretched his limbs and approached his desk. settling comfortably into the executive chair. He turned his gaze towards the multiple computer screens before him. They displayed the stock trends of the American market, with red and green candlesticks continuously fluctuating, alongside local financial news reports highlighting recent key points. These devices were remnants left by the previous tenants, the Quail Fund. The reason Liu Zhe chose to rent this office was precisely due to this factor. The proprietor of the Quail Fund had fled hastily, leaving behind numerous items. Ultimately, the management of 28 Liberty Street bundled these remnants as gifts for Liu Zhe. His keen eyes scanned the screens, observing a particular graph depicting the historical housing price trends in the United States stored in the Quail Fund's computer. On the graph, a blue line steadily ascended in a winding trajectory. Below, a line of text appeared to be pinned by the previous fund manager, written in small font. Throughout the world, every financial crisis has often coincided with a decline in housing prices. Yet, since the internet bubble and financial crisis of 2001, the housing prices in the tech hub of San Jose have soared. This deviation from the norm raises suspicion. Frankly, the persistent rise in housing prices in the United States unsettles me. Damn it, everyone rejoices in the ever-ascending housing prices. Does no one find this peculiar? This brief note captured Liu Zhe's interest. It appears that Wall Street is not solely populated by fools. Here, the world's financial elites converge, and there are always those capable of discerning the underlying truths. Regrettably, while they possess a keen sense of the economic trends, they often lack a deeper understanding. They sense that the persistent rise in housing prices is amiss, yet they remain oblivious to the specific issues at play. This is quite normal, considering that the impending financial crisis is one that caught everyone off guard in a previous life, with repercussions so profound that they set the global economy back several years. Even the illustrious Lehman Brothers succumbed to this calamity. This is a quintessential black swan event. For a mere fund manager to have such perceptiveness is indeed commendable. Liu Zhe, intrigued, rummaged through the desk and ultimately unearthed an identification badge from the drawer, which bore not only a photograph, but also the name Bob Allison. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. The door swung open, and Chu Shubai nearly slid in, almost touching the floor, his face adorned with exaggerated servility. Your Majesty, what summons you to call upon this old servant? Little Chu, seek out this individual and inform him that we at Ziyuan Investment wish to employ him. Liu Zhe extended the identification badge. Upon seeing it, Chu Shubai immediately thumped his chest, assuring, this old servant guarantees task completion. With that, he dashed out in a flurry. In the office hall, Li Shouzhua, who was resting, couldn't help but express envy at the scene. Little Dr. Chu is truly spirited and brimming with energy. That as foolishness, came a languid voice from nearby. It was Li Bueling, who had fashioned 2 office chairs into a makeshift bed, reclining on them with a drowsy demeanor. Sister, why not find yourself a boyfriend? It's not sustainable to be this lackadaisical, Li Shouzhua earnestly advised. Isn't it said in traditional medicine that the balance of yin and yang between men and women is essential? I believe you need some harmonization. Hearing this, Li Bueling shot him a glare before shrinking down, adjusting to a more comfortable position, muttering, I am a killer, devoid of emotions. Li Shouzhua was at a loss with his sister's laid-back attitude. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. What a misfortune. Master, I told you to practice lightly back then, but you wouldn't listen. Now what are we to do? In the past, during their time training in the mountains, the master often remarked that Li Bueling was a rough gemstone needing meticulous refinement. As a result, her training regimen surpassed that of her elder brother, Li Shouzhua, by a considerable margin over the years. Now, after more than a decade, this once lively and clever girl had become utterly disinclined to move. Her life motto had become, if I can lean, I 1T stand. If I can sit, I 1T lean. If I can lie down, I 1T sit. She resembled a sloth, perpetually seeking a place to hang out, leaning against walls, resting on trees, or slumping down, even in wide-open spaces. She stood as if devoid of bones. According to Li Bueling, during her years of training, she had already completed all the stances she needed to master in this lifetime. Now, she could hardly engage in any vigorous activity, justifying it as the aftermath of intense training. This predicament had left Li Shouzhua rather helpless. Fortunately, the Daxia Dragon Guard differed from other special forces. Otherwise, Li Bueling would have been dismissed long ago. Meanwhile, as the Li siblings engaged in their banter, Liu Zhe was deep in contemplation within the office. His decision to send Chu Shubai to find Bob Allison was not a spur-of-the-moment choice. The first reason was that this individual was indeed talented. The second reason was that as he was new to Wall Street, he required a familiar face to facilitate connections with top-tier banks. The former fund manager of the Quail Fund was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran of Wall Street. Through the introduction of such a talent, he could approach the bank executives with significantly reduced hassle. After all, establishing a foothold on Wall Street inevitably involved contending with the formidable giants of the American banking sector, such as J.P. Chase, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley. These institutions represented Liu Zhe's primary targets for acquisition. Before any harvesting could commence, some preliminary preparations were essential. The first step was to engage with them to negotiate the main brokerage and ISDA agreements. The main broker essentially serves as the financial steward for hedge funds, providing a comprehensive suite of services for professional investors, including financing, trade execution, clearing, custody, risk management, and technical support. If Liu Zhe's UN fund were likened to a special forces unit, the main broker would be the military base supplying weapons, intelligence, logistical support, and evacuation routes. All matters concerning high-leverage financing, centralized clearing, and trade execution required their involvement. Hence, failing to secure a main broker would render all aspirations futile. As for the ISDA agreement, it serves as a safeguard, allowing Liu Zhe to engage in credit default swaps legally and without concern. Credit default swaps, abbreviated as CDS, are Liu Zhe's most crucial instrument for gaining profit amid this impending financial crisis. Shorting the stock market seemed utterly mundane to Liu Zhe. His ambition was to employ the most aggressive methods to reap the rewards from the American real estate sector. This brings us to the topic of CDS. Chapter 124, The Greatest Game of Trading in History, Bob's Dilemma. CDS, or credit default swaps, are contracts requiring the buyer to make periodic payments to the seller in exchange for a promise of compensation should a specific credit event occur. These events specifically refer to defaults on bonds, bankruptcies, or debt restructurings. One could think of it as a form of specialized insurance. What Liu Zhe intended to do was to negotiate with banks like Goldman Sachs and J.P. Chase to purchase insurance for mortgage-backed securities. By paying annual premiums, he aimed to secure substantial compensation. Should these bonds default, it would trigger the CDS insurance mechanism, compelling the banks to compensate Liu Zhe the agreed-upon amount. In other words, during an era when the entire United States was fervently speculating on real estate, with even Freddie Mac openly declaring that housing prices would never decline, Liu Zhe was making an audacious bet with major banks, wagering that housing prices would inevitably plummet. This is Liu Zhe's harvesting plan. What is short selling? In simple terms, it is when others bet on rising prices while he bets on falling ones. However, in the stock market, there is no direct concept of buying for a decline. If the stock one purchases drops in value, it does not yield any additional compensation. Rather, it results in tangible financial loss. Thus, this involves another method, borrowing stocks from others to realize a short sale. This others refers to brokerage firms. Suppose there exists a stock called Big Watermelon, priced at an extravagant 100 yuan per share. If you believe this absurdity is overvalued and should be worth only 10 yuan, inevitably plummeting, you can apply to borrow shares from the brokerage. If you borrow 100 shares at 100 yuan each, selling them would net you 10,000 yuan. Then, one patiently awaits the plummet of the great watermelon stock. Should it indeed fall to a mere 10 yuan per share at that moment, one could acquire 100 shares for a mere 1,000 yuan. Subsequently, by returning these 100 shares to the brokerage, one would essentially engage in a masterful act of deception, reaping a profit of 9,000 yuan. You would be laughing heartily while the brokerage weeps in despair. This, my friend, is the essence of short selling. As for why the brokerage is compelled to lend you shares, it is simply because they, too, seek to profit. After all, the anticipated drop in great watermelon stock is merely your own conjecture. I suspect it will decline, hence my decision to short sell. But will it truly fall? No one can say for certain. What if great watermelon continues to rise, soaring to 200 yuan per share? Then it would be the brokerage's turn to revel in success. Thus, the very nature of short selling is, in essence, a gamble. Meanwhile, credit default swaps, CDS, offer a more refined, leveraged approach to shorting the credit risk of bonds, allowing you to wager on their default and subsequently reap substantial compensation. Liu Zhe's current venture to the beautiful nation is aimed at employing CDS contracts to short the real estate sector therein. In domestic markets, these are subject to stringent regulation, primarily to mitigate credit risk. However, the beautiful nation is a different story. In this land where even a Walmart shopping bag can represent gender freedom, CDS contracts are exceedingly aggressive. The lack of prudent regulatory oversight renders them an ideal tool for speculative hedging. Should the financial crisis be delayed in its onset, I would suffer considerable losses, yet my memories from a previous life are infallible, not to mention the safety net provided by the golden scales transforming into a dragon talent, thus making this an infallibly profitable wager. Liu Zhe's spirit soared, his enhanced financial acumen, bolstered by his talents, buzzed with anticipation. The pivotal question now is how much nominal principal he can negotiate for CDS contracts with various banks. as this will determine his ultimate profits from short selling. In other words, the most monumental trading game in history has only just begun. Meanwhile, Chu Shubai, tasked with a mission, inquired across every floor of the building at 28 Freedom Street. Ultimately, he learned of Bob Ellison's whereabouts from a kind-hearted informant. It turned out that after the Quail Fund's owner fled, the team fell into disarray, with some employees seeking new opportunities while others simply left Wall Street. Yet, as the soul of the team and the fund manager, Bob Ellison had yet to find a new path. For the past fortnight, he had been frequenting a high-end cafe near Wall Street, often spending the entire day there. Upon receiving this information, Chu Shubai swiftly located Bob Ellison in the cafe. His appearance had changed somewhat from the photograph left at the Quail Fund office. He appeared more gaunt. Clearly, the scandal surrounding the Quail Fund had taken a significant toll on him. At that moment, this unemployed financial prodigy sat quietly in a corner of the cafe. He was dressed impeccably, his demeanor reflecting the unique pride of a financial elite mixed with the shadow of the Quail Fund's downfall. His gaze was fixed intently on the laptop before him, analyzing intricate financial models and market data. As the absolute core of the Quail Fund, this legendary fund manager had once led his team to great renown on Wall Street. However, with the collapse of his former employer, Bob Ellison found himself at a standstill. The primary reason for this stagnation was his lofty aspirations. In fact, numerous smaller investment firms had extended olive branches to him in recent days. However, as a former star of the Quail Fund, he had grown accustomed to managing billions, even hundreds of billions, navigating the turbulent waters of the financial market in high-stakes contests. The thrill of dopamine surging through him was intoxicating. In contrast, the trivialities of smaller funds failed to ignite his interest. Joining one of those firms would be less satisfying than venturing out on his own. As for giants like Bridgewater and Blackstone, they had once been direct competitors of the Quail Fund. The battle for capital was an annual affair. Given the limited allocations for institutional investors and the scarcity of top-tier fund companies, the allocation of resources was a significant challenge. Last year, the Quail Fund had been vying with Bridgewater for inflows amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Bob Ellison had played a significant role in that contest, making him a target of Bridgewater's animosity. Additionally, as a star fund manager on Wall Street, he had been courted by Blackstone at a high salary years ago. However, in his youthful hubris, he believed he could elevate the Quail Fund beyond Blackstone's heights, boldly declaring that he would rather starve or leap from a building than join them. Yet, as fate would have it, one should never make such declarations in youth. The boomerang of fate eventually strikes back. Now, Bob Ellison found himself ensnared by his own words. He rejected the offers from smaller investment firms, yet was barred from the larger ones. Following the Quail Fund's collapse, this once celebrated Wall Street star had become an unemployed individual. He absently rubbed his temples, staring blankly at the market data on his screen. Just then, a shadow approached, blocking out a considerable amount of light. Bob looked up in astonishment to find a handsome Eastern face smiling gently at him. The individual began, speaking in English, "Mr. Ellison, Zhe Yuan Investment sincerely invites you to join us. Our boss greatly admires your keen market insights." Then, in a hushed tone of the Great Xia language, he muttered, "Old Deng, you'd better be wise and not embarrass me." Bob, Chapter 125, pretentious as the wind, Chu Shubai, upon suddenly encountering Bob Ellison, watched as his expression shifted from mild surprise to rapid recognition. His brow arched slightly, and a teasing lilt colored his voice. "Zhe Yuan Investment? Is that the fund that rented the former Quail premises, run by a child of 8? Clearly, despite his unemployment, Bob Ellison remained well informed. He was acutely aware of who had taken over the top floor of 28 Freedom Street, where he once worked. Yet, it was evident from his tone that he held no enthusiasm for Zhe Yuan Investment. Noticing this, Chu Shubai immediately launched into an explanation, fluently articulating in English, "Mr. Ellison, while our boss may be young, he is exceptionally accomplished and remarkably talented. I assure you, Zhe Yuan Investment will become one of the most promising hedge funds on Wall Street." After this, maintaining his smile, Chu Shubai whispered in Great Xia, muttering, "This foolish foreigner dares to look down upon His Majesty? He must be punished." Bob took a deep breath, seemingly calming himself, and after a few seconds, spoke in a low tone. "In the realm of mathematics, the Great Xia Prodigy is indeed a genius, but this is Wall Street. The game of money demands experience, intuition, and a profound understanding of human nature. It is not merely about solving equations." He added, "Please extend my gratitude to that young boss for his appreciation. But I regret to inform you that I have no interest in joining a children's playground." With that, Bob Ellison promptly rose, gathering his laptop. Before departing, he cast a final glance at Chu Shubai, adding, "And by the way, I understand your Great Xia language." This last statement was delivered in the Great Xia tongue. It was abundantly clear that upon Bob's utterance of that statement, Chu Shubai's ears flushed a deep crimson, his 10 toes tightly intertwined, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. The private conversation had been inadvertently overheard. What sort of predicament was this? Chu Shubai licked his lips. Even with his thick skin, he found it challenging to endure such a degree of social embarrassment. Simultaneously, just as Bob Allison was about to depart, the wind chimes at the cafe entrance suddenly jingled, followed by the hurried entrance of a slightly portly middle-aged Caucasian man. Upon spotting Bob, he rushed over with hasty steps, grasping Bob by the shoulder. His expression fraught with urgency. "Bob, I need your assistance." "Devin, what brings you here?" Bob Allison, pushed back into his chair, looked utterly astonished. The man before him was none other than his former comrade-in-arms, the chief analyst at Quail Capital. After the dissolution of Quail Capital, Devin had joined a mid-sized fund with several key members from his team, reportedly achieving commendable results over the past few months. He had emerged as one of the more successful individuals after the fund's disbandment. Yet, what could have prompted such an urgent visit during work hours? As Devin began to explain, he quickly retrieved his laptop, opening it to display vital information while urgently stating, "Listen, my friend, we have encountered a significant dilemma. Only you can assist us now." In the subsequent minute, Devin elaborated on the crisis at hand. Their team was in the midst of an emergency evaluation of an exceedingly complex, soon-to-mature exotic credit derivative. This product was part of a convoluted structure formed by the packaging and slicing of multiple tranches of subprime mortgage-backed securities, entangling several counterparties and triggering conditions. Devin's team was unable to accurately compute the real-time fair value and potential maximum loss of this product under the current scenario of skyrocketing market-implied volatility and liquidity depletion. The product had a triggering payment clause contingent on the performance of several related indices. A misjudgment could expose their clients to losses amounting to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars within mere hours. The team had attempted various model calculations, but the sensitivity of the parameters was exceedingly high, resulting in substantial discrepancies. Moreover, the market sentiment was in constant flux. Failure to make an accurate decision could lead to the payment clause collapsing everyone involved as time progressed. Upon hearing this, Bob's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. For this predicament struck at the very heart of his expertise. It was also one of the most pressing and intricate issues currently plaguing Wall Street. No fund manager would dare assert they could resolve it with absolute certainty. However, Devin was his most capable ally, and they shared a good rapport outside of work. Therefore, Bob felt compelled to lend his assistance. Without hesitation, he opened his computer, retrieving the relevant tools and positioning them alongside Devin's device to commence a thorough analysis. As time elapsed, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. The intricate formulas and fluctuating market data caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He realized he too was unable to provide a convincing answer in such a short span. The pressure was mounting. In a corner of the cafe, only the sound of Bob's intense scrutiny remained. A Monte Carlo simulation won't suffice. This result is erroneous. Where could the issue lie? The risk of this subprime tranche is behaving too oddly under the volatility. Bob Allison muttered in a flurry, pulling up one professional financial tool after another, his forehead becoming increasingly damp with perspiration. Meanwhile, Devin was anxiously fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, knowing that the longer they delayed, the greater the likelihood of losses for their clients. Just as Bob was drenched in sweat and at his wit's end, Chu Shubai unexpectedly placed a hand on his shoulder. Bob's train of thought was interrupted, and he looked up with a hint of displeasure. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he found the peculiar young man from the summer, wearing a cryptic smile, elegantly speaking. "What you're entangled with is the risk of the subordinate tranche in the third-level CDO. Under the nonlinear transmission affected by the volatility surface based on the ABXHE 20062 index, correct? And the triggering clause hinges on whether the 3-month cumulative default rate of BBB-rated bonds exceeds the threshold X." With that statement, silence enveloped the room. Bob's earlier irritation dissipated, replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. For Chu Shubai's words had pinpointed their core dilemma with remarkable accuracy. The terminology was precise, directly addressing the crux of the matter. Once he regained his composure, Bob sprang to his feet, grasping Chu Shubai's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "Sir, you are no layman. You understand finance?" Devin, too, turned inquisitively towards him. While Bob had been engrossed in his analysis, he had exchanged a few words with Chu Shubai. After all, it was only natural to inquire about a stranger lingering nearby. He realized that this young man was indeed the one who had rented their former office for Ziyuan Investment. However, rumors had circulated that Ziyuan Investment, established by the summer Prodigy, was merely a collective of novices lacking any real understanding. Yet, given the current circumstances, could the intelligence have been flawed? Was Ziyuan Investment actually comprised of skilled individuals? as Bob, driven by excitement, pressed for more details. Chu Shubai adjusted his glasses with a sardonic smile. Finance is a trivial matter. Of course, I do not comprehend it. What? Bob was taken aback by this abrupt reversal. Devin felt a wave of dismay wash over him. After all this, you don't understand? Why pretend to be a big shot? The entire cafe was almost charmed by you. Meanwhile, Chu Shubai, unperturbed, explained, what I just mentioned were actually our boss's insights. I neglected to mention that I took a photo of the situation on your computers and sent it to him. Within half a minute, he replied with his perspective. As he spoke, Chu Shubai waved his phone in front of them. Bob and Devin were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 126. Lu Zhe's Slight Intervention. Already the pinnacle of Wall Street. The precise analyses that had just been articulated were, astonishingly, the words of this summer prodigy. Bob and Devin exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to process the revelation. They were currently navigating the most cutting-edge and intricate issues of credit derivative pricing and risk measurement on Wall Street, far surpassing ordinary stock analysis. Not to mention, many inexperienced fund managers couldn't even comprehend the complexities. Yet, this prodigy from the summer, who had established Ziyuan Investment, had merely glanced at the situation and grasped all the essentials. It was utterly bewildering, but the reality before them was undeniable. The summer prodigy was indeed a mathematical genius of unparalleled caliber. Could he possess similar prowess in finance? Bob's conviction began to waver, with various thoughts racing through his mind. He resolved not to dwell any longer. With a decisive snap, he closed his laptop and earnestly addressed Chu Shubai. Sir, please take me to Ziyuan Investment immediately. Upon hearing this, Chu Shubai's lips curled into a faint smile once more. Moments later, atop the 28th floor of Freedom Street, in the office once occupied by a fund manager, Bob, returning to familiar grounds, wasted no time in approaching Lu Zhe. He scrutinized the 8-year-old boy before him, whose exquisite features and indescribable charm left a striking first impression. However, it was not the ostentatious designer children's wear or the row of yogurt containers adorning the desk that captured his attention, but rather the pair of tranquil eyes that held a depth unfathomable for an ordinary child. Although the boy merely gazed at him with apparent normalcy, Bob sensed an underlying sharpness akin to a monarch of royal descent receiving an envoy. Swallowing hard, Bob dared not underestimate the boy. He bent slightly, extending his hand as he spoke. Mr. Lu Zhe, it is an immense honor to meet you. I am truly flattered by your invitation to join your team. However, prior to this, my friend is facing an urgent predicament, and I implore you to lend your assistance. As his words settled in the air, Bob looked at Lu Zhe with anticipation. As a star fund manager on Wall Street, he would rather pursue an independent path than join a mediocre team. Thus, his statement served both as an expression of his stance and a test for Lu Zhe. Only the strong seek out the worthy. If he wished to recruit Bob, he must demonstrate the capability to surpass him. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe picked up a mini hand-shaped scratcher and comically tapped it against Bob's outstretched palm. Then, with confidence and composure, he remarked, Mr. Bob, please show me the report. This statement signaled his acceptance of the challenge. Seeing this, Bob hastily retrieved the report from his briefcase, densely packed with complex data analyses. After receiving it, Lu Zhe merely glanced over it before instinctively seizing a pen and inscribing a remarkably concise, yet pivotal formula for the solution to a nonlinear partial differential equation, along with several key parameters' instantaneous market implied values. At this moment, Bob's heart raced uncontrollably, for this required an exceptional capacity for real-time data insight. It also highlighted that the prodigy from the Great Xia not only excelled in mathematics, but also possessed a top-tier sensitivity to financial trends. He was indeed a master of genuine skill. At that instance, Lu Zhe wrote down a number precise to 4 decimal places next to those key parameters' instantaneous market implied values. This represented the current fair value and the maximum potential loss within that range. As for the triggering conditions, Lu Zhe pointed to the threshold X on the report, estimating that the default rate would breach that threshold within 48 hours, with a triggering probability of 987 based on the latest delinquency and prepayment rates of the underlying loan pool. I recommend your clients execute hedge strategy C immediately. His calm voice resonated in the ears of those present. The casualness of it all felt as if he had merely solved a mathematical problem. However, Bob and Devin stood utterly stupefied. Bob's mind went blank. All he could hear were the precise numbers on the screen and Lu Zhe's serene words echoing in his ears. Beside him, Devin struggled to shake himself awake, trembling as he exclaimed, My God, this result aligns perfectly with our most optimistic estimates. But how did he compute it instantaneously? Moreover, the triggering probability we derived took our model half an hour to produce a vague range. This is simply incredible. Devin had never experienced such shock before. A human mind surpassing a computer. Is this the value of the Great Xia prodigy? Bob was left speechless. He gazed at the boy before him, who barely reached his chest, and perceived a depth and mastery in his gaze that exceeded any Wall Street titan he had ever encountered. The ability to grasp the core amidst the vast ocean of financial data and execute precise calculations instantaneously was nothing short of divine. All his previous arrogance, skepticism, and condescension regarding age were utterly obliterated in that moment. He was not merely a mathematical genius. He was a god of finance. Those titans of major funds were unworthy to even carry his shoes. In that instant, Bob was thoroughly convinced. Meanwhile, a regained Devon hastily contacted his team to relay the result. Execute hedge strategy C. The financial market is ever-changing. Soon, results emerged from the team. They had weathered the sudden crisis. Not only did the client's funds remain intact, but they also made a small profit. Upon hearing this, Devon let out a long sigh of relief and slumped onto the sofa. His gaze towards Liu Zhe was now filled with admiration, akin to that of a worshipper gazing at a deity. Chapter 127. To Goldman Sachs, the arrogance of the top investment bank from the beautiful country. Wall Street is poised for a transformation. Exiting Freedom Street 28, Devon was left with a singular thought. The great Prodigy was simply astounding. With a formidable mathematical foundation and an acute grasp of market trends, he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Countless talents thrived on Wall Street, yet none possessed such prodigious capabilities. This individual arriving on Wall Street would undoubtedly not conform to the external narrative of a mere child playing at adulthood. Internally, he must have already set his sights on a target. If he chose to act, it would undoubtedly stir the winds and tumultuously shake Wall Street to its core. Perhaps Bob had truly found an exceptional boss. Devon turned back for one last glance at the towering steel edifice, ultimately vanishing into the ceaseless flow of humanity on Wall Street. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Ziyuan Investment, Bob had signed the employment contract, officially becoming Liu Zhe's employee. His compensation remained the same as at Quail Fund, and his position was still that of a fund manager. The only difference was that as a fund manager here, he no longer held significant decision-making power over the funds. The strategic core of Ziyuan Investment was entirely centered around Liu Zhe, the owner and chief investment officer. Yet, Bob harbored no discontent. Though a star fund manager who had once wielded decision-making authority for billions at Quail Fund, his prominence had stemmed from a weak master lacking unique insight into financial investments, resembling more of a hands-off proprietor. Thus, Bob had borne the weight of responsibility. Now, with Liu Zhe having proven his expertise in the financial realm, Bob was more than willing to embrace his supporting role. In the office, as Liu Zhe succinctly articulated his needs, Bob confidently patted his chest and assured, "Boss, rest assured, I was the one who negotiated with the main broker for Quail Fund. Although it has since collapsed, my connections with executives at Goldman Sachs and JP Chase remain intact. They will surely accommodate us." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and began contacting several banks with which he had rapport. Moments later, he hung up and nodded at Liu Zhe, saying, "Goldman's main broker services department is willing to meet with us. They're available this afternoon." "You did well." Upon hearing the words, Liu Zhe could not help but break into a smile, lavishing praise upon Bob. As a newcomer to Wall Street, having a seasoned veteran to guide him was a tremendous relief. At that moment, Bob spoke up again. "Boss, should I give Lisa a call? She was previously the lawyer for Quail Fund and is currently unemployed." Clearly, Bob had noticed the rather makeshift nature of Liu Zhe's fund. Furthermore, securing a primary broker necessitated legal counsel. "Bob, that's very considerate of you." Liu Zhe rose, standing on tiptoe to pat Bob's shoulder, making a promise like a little adult. "I won't be in this beautiful country for long, if you perform well. The position of Chief Investment Officer at Ziyuan Investment will be yours." He was well aware that making grand promises was a common tactic. Despite not having been a boss in his previous two lives, he had experienced the incessant PUA from his own superiors. Thus, he was all too familiar with the art of grandiose promises. Bob was evidently captivated by this notion. Upon hearing it, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded his allegiance. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as various banks commenced their operations, Liu Zhe and his entourage arrived at the foot of Goldman Sachs. Bob led the way, accompanied by a poised Caucasian woman in her 30s named Lisa, the lawyer. Following them were Liu Zhe, Chu Shubai, and the Li siblings. This unusual assembly had already attracted considerable attention on Wall Street. Upon entering Goldman Sachs, the curiosity only intensified. "Is that the child prodigy from Dachau? I heard he established a hedge fund. I thought it was a joke, but now it appears he is serious. Entering the market with $800 million. It's as if he has money to burn. Does this mere child from Dachau truly believe he can make a name for himself on Wall Street? After all, he is just an 8-year-old. How naive. Wait, isn't that Bob Allison, the former manager of Quail Fund, walking with them? Ah, so the Dachau prodigy isn't entirely foolish." He has enlisted Bob as the core of his team, which is indeed a clever move. Bob Allison is quite a formidable figure. However, why would he leave a mid to large-sized investment company to join a small fund with only $800 million in capital? Did the Dasha Prodigy offer him significant incentives? As they walked, Wall Street's business personnel engaged in lively discussions. During this time, some recognized Bob's identity and expressed astonishment. After all, he was a star fund manager on Wall Street, not a name easily forgotten. Notably, he was known for his arrogance. Typically, he wouldn't even glance at smaller funds. Many in the industry assumed that after Quell Fund's collapse, Bob would undoubtedly align himself with a major firm like Blackstone Group. Yet, unexpectedly, he had turned his back and walked alongside the suddenly emerging Dasha Prodigy. This was quite peculiar, leaving many puzzled. After all, individuals like Bob Allison typically relied on robust platforms for recruitment or were swayed by superior business acumen. Tycoon investment, with its meager $800 million, could hardly compare to large funds. So how had Luce managed to recruit Bob? Could it possibly be through financial prowess? Such a notion seemed absurd. No one believed this hypothesis. However, the news of Bob Allison's involvement with Tycoon investment had spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor of Goldman Sachs, in the prime brokerage services department, the elevator doors opened, and Luce and his companions were ushered into a conference room. Two senior executives, one male and one female, both in their 40s, awaited them. Upon seeing Bob, the male executive immediately rose with a smile, shaking hands with familiarity, and greeted, "My friend. You've lost quite a bit of weight." "Good afternoon, Mr. Allison." The female executive nodded in acknowledgement, while Luce and his group were entirely overlooked. It was evident that their willingness to meet today was solely out of respect for Bob. Otherwise, gaining entry into this room would have been an impossibility. Such was the arrogance emanating from the premier investment bank of the beautiful country. Goldman Sachs, established in 1869, is one of the oldest and largest investment banks globally. In addition to its headquarters in New York, it has branches in Tokyo, London, and Hong Kong, totaling 41 offices across 23 countries, making it a top-tier bank on Blue Star. A company of this caliber naturally harbors its own brand of arrogance, especially within the confines of its headquarters. The male and female executives of the prime brokerage services department were quintessential Wall Street elites. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to look down upon a small fund, newly established and led by an 8-year-old child. After all, their usual dealings were with large funds boasting hundreds of billions in assets or top-tier giants like Blackstone and Bridgewater. Were it not for Bob's intervention, leveraging their long-standing personal connections, even the preliminary meeting would have been impossible for Tycoon investment to secure. What a show! Chu Shubai felt a surge of anger upon witnessing this scene, muttering bitterly under his breath. However, having learned from the earlier incident where Bob had understood his words, he wisely opted to use pinyin this time. Meanwhile, Li Shouzhua, usually composed, furrowed his brow upon observing the attitude of the two executives. Despite Dasha's continuous rise and improvements across various sectors in recent years, the arrogance and prejudice from Westerners had not diminished, especially among these elite circles. Their inflated self-importance was quite off-putting. Among the group, only Luce remained unfazed, his expression revealing no discernible reaction, though his gaze appeared even colder than before. "Melvin, Gracie, allow me to introduce you. This is my new boss, Mr. Luce, the Dasha Prodigy." Fortunately, Bob, sensing the awkward atmosphere, promptly ceased his pleasantries and introduced everyone. "Boss, this is Melvin Truman and Gracie Phillips from the Prime Brokerage Services Department. Good day to you both." In response, Luce nodded lightly and took a seat with poise. Across the conference table, the two executives exchanged bemused glances at the sight of adults from Tycoon investment remaining silent, as the discussion had seemingly devolved into a negotiation with an 8-year-old child. Subsequently, the male executive, Melvin, broke the silence. "Very well. You wish to open a prime brokerage account, indicating an interest in engaging in over-the-counter derivatives. Normally, Goldman Sachs would be reluctant to collaborate with a small fund like yours, especially one led by a mere child. However, considering Bob's influence, I might be able to make an exception for you." The executive's words were laced with an insufferable arrogance, openly referring to Luce as a mere child yet to mature. Listening to this, Luce maintained an impassive expression, though the chill in his eyes deepened. Behind him, Chu Shubai clenched his fist slowly, harboring unexpressed indignation. Given the current extraordinary circumstances, they ventured into Wall Street alone, and with their grand ambitions yet unfulfilled, they could only exercise patience for the time being. Engaging in discussions concerning a prime broker is of paramount importance. Without a prime broker, Luce's $800 million is merely a wealthy individual's account. With a prime broker, however, this sum can transform into the launch button for a financial nuclear device. "Mr. Liu, I am uncertain of your financial acumen. So allow me to briefly elucidate our service fee structure. At this juncture, the female executive glanced at the documents on the table and interjected. We charge commissions through financing spreads and over-the-counter derivatives trading, as specified in the contract, which you may have your attorney assist you in reviewing. As for the comprehensive services you will receive, they include asset custody and risk management, a robust clearing network, high leverage, and absolute protection of your position information. She succinctly recounted this, indifferent to whether Liu Zhe comprehended it. Upon concluding her remarks, she casually handed over the contract. Liu Zhe picked it up for a glance, then shifted his gaze towards Bob, who subtly nodded, indicating that all aspects were satisfactory. Despite their arrogant demeanor, Goldman Sachs is, after all, one of the world's premier banks, and they would not lack the necessary provisions. Handing the contract to Lisa, the attorney, Liu Zhe leaned back slightly. His gaze lowered as he posed the most pressing question: what leverage can you provide? Upon hearing this, the two executives exchanged surprised glances. Has the Prodigy begun to contemplate leverage? What grand undertaking does he have in mind? Despite their internal bewilderment, the male executive responded, your fund is too newly established. And compared to larger funds, your capital is woefully insufficient. I can only offer you 15 times leverage, and that is considering Bob's influence. However, upon hearing this, Liu Zhe shook his head decisively. That is too little. A leverage of 15 times is far from his expectations. The multiplier of leverage is directly linked to the nominal principal of the CDS, which in turn dictates the payout amount. With an $800 million fund, a 15 times leverage would yield a total of $12 billion. This might have sufficed in 2008, but in today's more advanced economic landscape, it fails to pique Liu Zhe's interest. After all, having arrived at Wall Street, how could one not be greedy? Upon witnessing Liu Zhe's firm rejection, the male executive frowned in displeasure and exclaimed, what level of leverage do you expect from a small to medium-sized fund? Do you believe yourself to be 2 Sigma? 2 Sigma is one of Wall Street's large hedge funds. Although not as illustrious as Blackstone or Bridgewater, it wields significant power, rivaling the former Quail Fund, managing funds in the billions. Liu Zhe's Yuan Investments does not even come close to their figures. My friend, my boss possesses remarkable capabilities. Why not consider offering a 20 times leverage? At this moment, Bob chimed in to support. Yet the male executive shook his head once more, stating, Bob, we too must bear risks. I cannot extend high leverage to an outsider, let alone an 8-year-old child. Bob, seeing the male executive Melvin suddenly disregard their prior rapport, grew somewhat anxious. However, before he could speak again, Liu Zhe interjected. What if I present sufficient collateral of value? If you have collateral of such worth, I would be willing to extend 20 times leverage. The male executive initially paused, then erupted into derisive laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Typically, the multiplier of leverage is determined by capital strength. With Ziyuan Investments' $800 million, the offer of 15 times leverage is already a form of collateral. If alternative collateral were to be considered, it would require a valuation in the tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars, sufficient to cover potential massive risk exposure. Yet what could possibly be more valuable than tens or hundreds of billions? Hence, the male executive scoffed, deeming Liu Zhe naive. Conversely, upon witnessing the other's concession, Liu Zhe's lips curled into a confident smile, his entire demeanor leaning forward with aggressive intent as he declared, this is your proposition. I will use the technology of a 15-nanometer lithography machine as collateral in exchange for 50 times leverage. Do you dare to accept? In the conference room, observing Liu Zhe's assertive posture and self-assured words, the two executives from Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage Services exchanged bewildered glances. Using a technology patent as collateral, especially that of lithography technology? Such an occurrence has never been documented in history. Ordinarily, banks refuse to accept technology patents as collateral due to their lack of real-time liquidity, absence of a centralized trading market, and inability to be easily liquidated, violating core risk management principles. In simpler terms, they are too slow to monetize. However, the lithography technology patent is an entirely different matter. It represents a pinnacle of high technology. Not only would the U.S. government covet it, but even companies like Amass would be desperate to obtain it. Since the announcement of the domestically developed 15-nanometer lithography machine last year, Amass has seen a significant decline, losing its status as the world's leading semiconductor company. Their stock plummeted, and their founder aged overnight, consumed by stress. This technology patent is something Amass would dream of possessing. Thus, if Ziyuan Investments were to mismanage the operation, failing to maintain the margin rate, and triggering the core mechanism for forced liquidation, that lithography technology patent would command a substantial price. The notion of it being a liquid is utterly unfounded. Furthermore, with such an invaluable piece of collateral, The risk associated with 50 times leverage diminishes, even if the Prodigy does not trigger forced liquidation. The interest from the high leverage and transaction commissions would ensure Goldman Sachs reaps significant profits. Contemplating this, the two executives felt a surge of excitement. "Mr. Liu, please allow me to confer with the president." The male executive Melvin, no longer daring to underestimate Liu Zhe, uttered these words before hastily exiting the conference room. The remaining female executive, Gracie, contemplated the implications, increasingly astonished. The Prodigy from the East can truly present lithography technology as collateral? Does this imply that the patent rights are genuinely in his possession? Thus, the 15-nanometer lithography machine was indeed invented by this 8-year-old Prodigy from the East? With this thought, Gracie was entirely unsettled. She swallowed hard, suppressing all her arrogance, unwilling to regard this child with anything less than utmost respect. Approximately 10 minutes later, Melvin returned, entering the room and stating, "We agree to your proposal of using the lithography technology as collateral. However, the leverage remains excessively high. How about 40 times? Liu Zhe shook his head. "It must be 50 times, or there will be no negotiation." Melvin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, with a determined expression, he replied, "Very well, we shall make an exception this once." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe smirked. There is no such thing as an exception. That 50 times leverage was already within their acceptable range. The earlier tug-of-war was merely a customary negotiation tactic. Subsequently, under the meticulous scrutiny of both parties' legal representatives, Liu Zhe entered into an agreement with Goldman Sachs, thereby activating the prime brokerage services. Yet, the proceedings were far from concluded, as Liu Zhe immediately added, "Let us also summon the personnel from the derivatives department. I wish to negotiate an ISDA master agreement to engage in a CDS transaction with you." Upon uttering these words, the two executives momentarily froze, their astonishment palpable as they exchanged incredulous glances. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Liu Zhe's true intention lay in the procurement of a CDS. What exactly was he aiming to short? With this perplexity swirling in their minds, Melvin, however, dared not delay, hastily stepping out to contact other departments. After all, to forego a business opportunity would be folly. The purchase of a CDS is not akin to signing a prime brokerage agreement. This endeavor necessitates the annual payment of premiums. Given the 50-fold leverage service Liu Zhe had just activated, it was likely that this CDS transaction would be substantial. As Melvin exited, the entirety of Goldman Sachs was stirred into action. Soon, representatives from the derivatives, legal, credit risk, and collateral management departments arrived, convening across the conference table from Liu Zhe and his team at Ziyuan Investment for negotiations. The head of the derivatives department was the first to speak. "Mr. Liu, what type of CDS are you looking to purchase?" "Certainly, it shall be subprime mortgage-backed securities," Liu Zhe replied with a subtle smile, instantly captivating the attention of all present. The room fell silent in an instant. The head of the derivatives department, incredulous, sought clarification. "Pardon me, Mr. Liu, if I am not mistaken. You wish to acquire credit default swaps on mortgage-backed securities? In other words, you intend to short the real estate market? You are betting against the real estate sector of the beautiful nation?" As he concluded, disdain filled his gaze, as if he were regarding a fool. Beside him, Bob was similarly taken aback, staring at Liu Zhe in utter disbelief. The unexpected twist had clearly caught him off guard. In a hushed tone, he implored, "Boss, what are you saying? Shorting the beautiful nation's real estate? You must be jesting, right?" "I am no jester, Bob," Liu Zhe replied, his authoritative gaze resting upon him as he rose, leaning on the table with palpable aggression. "Surely, the illustrious Goldman Sachs would not shy away from selling me this CDS?" At this proclamation, the Goldman Sachs executives erupted into laughter. One of them, brimming with confidence, remarked, "A child from the great Xia. There is no financial domain in which Goldman Sachs dares not tread. Moreover, the real estate market of the beautiful nation is robust and stable. The prices in New York have soared for 28 consecutive years. Just this morning, Fannie Mae released a forecast indicating that property prices will continue to rise for at least another 5 years. And yet, you sit here wagering that the real estate prices will decline?" As he spoke, mockery seeped into his tone. The other executives shook their heads in agreement, their expressions rife with derision. Clearly, they all perceived Liu Zhe's assertions as the ravings of a dreamer. The real estate in the beautiful nation was, to them, an unshakable economic belief. Even if prices merely stagnated, the CDS would struggle to yield returns. A wave of mass defaults would be requisite. Yet, how could such a scenario possibly unfold? Such an act of betting against the very faith of the beautiful nation's economy was beyond the reach of even the most inept fund manager on Wall Street. This so-called prodigy from the great Xia was, in truth, a complete novice. He would undoubtedly find himself bereft of all assets in this financial game. Chapter 130, An Astounding Gamble. a notional principal of 40 billion. At the headquarters of Goldman Sachs, the atmosphere in the conference room was decidedly peculiar. The senior management of Goldman Sachs regarded Liu Zhe with a blend of amusement and condescension. In their exchanged glances, an unspoken consensus emerged. This 8-year-old child was utterly ignorant of finance, even more so of the financial intricacies of the beautiful nation. The mere utterance of shorting real estate was preposterous in the extreme. Did he truly believe that his market insights surpassed those of Fannie Mae? Or did he presume that all the titans of Wall Street were fools, with only he possessing discernment? If real estate prices were indeed poised to tumble, there would have been no need for Liu Zhe to intervene. Others would have already initiated their short positions. One must not underestimate the speculative-minded. A seasoned financial professional invariably possesses the tenacity of a lone wolf, and such wolves abound on Wall Street. Yet now, what were these Wall Street wolves engaged in? The answer: they were fervently inflating property values, continuously going long. Who would be foolish enough to short? That would be akin to courting one's own demise. Thus, the executives at Goldman Sachs shook their heads in silent judgment, as if they had already foreseen the dire consequences of Liu Zhe's shorting endeavor. Among them, the head of the derivatives department, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, bore a nameplate reading Glenn Bryan. Struggling to suppress a grin, he rapped his fingers on the table. Okay, Mr. Liu, he drawled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Your courage is commendable. Now let us discuss the specifics of this, monumental wager. What notional principal amount do you wish to purchase CDS protection for? What is the duration of said protection? Which specific reference entity are you targeting? Do not accuse me of failing to caution you. The real estate market in the beautiful nation is vast. His words were laced with unmistakable mockery. The surrounding Goldman Sachs executives exchanged knowing glances, their lips curled in amused smirks. An 8-year-old child, attempting to leverage core technology as collateral while betting on a real estate market collapse, was undoubtedly the year's most comedic spectacle on Wall Street. How could those seated across the table remain oblivious to such mockery? Chu Shubai rolled his eyes towards the heavens in exasperation. The usually taciturn Li Shouju clenched his fists behind his back, unable to suppress his indignation. A century had elapsed, yet these Western elites remained as arrogant as ever. As a bodyguard, Li Shouju may not comprehend finance, but he was acutely aware that Liu Zhe would not embark on an endeavor without certainty. After all, he was their prodigy from the Great Xia. The world may question this 8-year-old boy, but the people of Great Xia never would. As if sensing his brother's unspoken frustration, Li Beiling leaned against the wall, his countenance still bearing that half-dead expression, yet his eyes flickered with life as he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Meanwhile, Liu Zhe remained unfazed by their derision, his demeanor calm and unflappable. With a clear gaze that swept across the assembly, he declared, his voice steady yet resonant. For the notional principal, I require 40 billion. The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as if thunder had struck. A risk control supervisor, caught mid-sip, nearly choked, erupting into a fit of coughs. Others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. For 100 billion. Bob, who had been anxiously fidgeting, felt as though his heart was about to leap from his throat upon hearing this figure. He instinctively gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles whitening. 8 billion in principal, with 50-fold leverage. This would effectively unlock 400 billion. The young master was determined to push leverage to its utmost limits, leaving no room for error. Glenn Bryan, the head of derivatives at Goldman Sachs, took a deep breath and squinted at Liu Zhe. You, an 8-year-old Eastern prodigy. Do you comprehend the concept of a nominal principal of 40 billion? Of course I do, Liu Zhe replied, unwavering as he met his gaze. If we liken a CDS to insurance, then the nominal principal represents the coverage amount. $40 billion is indeed a staggering figure. It signifies that should I emerge victorious in this wager, Goldman Sachs would be obligated to remit that sum to me. Even though Goldman Sachs is one of the world's premier banks, with formidable strength, this 40 billion is still a sum they cannot afford to dismiss lightly. It is no wonder that Glenn Bryan felt compelled to ask the question again with utmost seriousness. What is the duration of the policy? He tapped his fingers on the table, his expression grave. Although property prices in the United States remain rock solid, showing no signs of decline, the significance of 40 billion cannot be overstated. Should Liu Zhe opt for a policy period of 10 or 8 years, it would pose a considerable risk for them. After all, the longer the duration, the greater the uncertainties. Who can predict the state of property prices in 10 years? Should there be a genuine downturn resulting in a 40 billion payout, the board of Goldman Sachs would likely cast him into the depths of despair. Thus, clarifying the duration was of utmost importance. Glenn was prepared. Should Liu Zhe mention a period longer than 5 years, or even 3, he would categorically refuse. However, to everyone's astonishment, Liu Zhe merely extended a single finger and uttered a number that left the assembly dumbfounded. 1 year. I will only purchase a 1-year CDS. And should the U.S. housing market collapse within that year, I will claim my $40 billion. What do you say? As his words echoed in the conference room, silence enveloped the space for a few moments. Subsequently, uncontrollable laughter erupted among the Goldman Sachs executives. 1 year. He is audacious enough to only buy for a year. Mr. Liu, it seems you are in quite a hurry. Or do you believe this anticipated collapse will transpire within a year? They chuckled, shaking their heads in disbelief. Glenn Bryan, now visibly relieved, felt that perhaps he had been overly anxious. This prodigy from the East truly seemed to lack understanding, merely here for amusement. The U.S. real estate sector was flourishing, with New York property values rising continuously for 28 years. Presently, there were no visible signs of impending collapse. Yet in such circumstances, this prodigy dares to purchase a CDS with a mere 1-year term? He not only believes in an impending downturn, but is certain it will occur this year? What a lunatic! A laughable yet pitiable madman. All at Goldman Sachs felt a wave of relief wash over them. An event deemed impossible, no matter how high the nominal principal was proclaimed, held no weight. Melvin directly interjected, "What about your reference entity?" The reference entity, essentially the specific object of this insurance, was a necessary consideration. Although Liu Zhe's nonsensical proclamations had drawn mockery from Goldman Sachs, business must proceed. This is akin to purchasing insurance. The premiums for a coverage amount of 1 million versus 3 million differ significantly. The astronomical nominal principal of 40 billion would yield a premium of astronomical proportions. In the conference room, as Melvin posed his question, the gaze of Goldman Sachs executives turned toward Liu Zhe, eager to witness what further astonishing declarations this Eastern prodigy would make. Unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon him, Liu Zhe maintained his composure. However, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he answered without hesitation, "My reference entity is the BBB-rated subprime mortgage-backed securities portfolio, with Lehman Brothers as the primary debtor." Upon the conclusion of his statement, the room fell silent once more. The Goldman Sachs personnel exchanged glances, each harboring a singular thought. This is a solid choice. After all, what status did Lehman Brothers hold? One of Wall Street's 5 major investment banks. While they may not shine as brightly as Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley, they are nonetheless a venerable and deeply rooted contender. Particularly prominent in the field of mortgage-backed securities, they are a significant market player, shorting their packaged, and notably the lowest-rated BBB-grade MBS. The targeting indeed holds strength, but it proves inconsequential. The so-called credit rating is akin to a credit score. In contemporary America, the scoring range spans from 300 to 850, with scores above 700 considered excellent. However, subprime borrowers typically score below 500. This means, as previously mentioned, that even a dog could stroll through a bank and secure a mortgage lasting 30 to 50 years. This situation arose due to America's ingenious policies, which, in a bid to stimulate the economy, enabled even those with credit scores of 200 to apply for substantial loans. As for repayment, that is, of course, exceedingly challenging. What then? The answer lies in the fact that the bank has already secured the property as collateral at the time of the loan. As long as property values continue to rise, the appreciating portion can be remortgaged. The funds acquired through this process can then be utilized to cover monthly payments. This cyclical pattern is central to the continual rise in American property values. However, every bubble eventually bursts. With incessant increases, interest rates will inevitably rise, leading to surging monthly payments. Ultimately, property values stagnate, and low-income individuals and speculators become unable or unwilling to repay their loans, resulting in soaring default rates among subprime loans. Institutions holding subprime mortgages or related securities will begin to incur massive losses or even face bankruptcy. In the past, banks such as Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase were also ensnared in this turmoil. However, due to their size, they weathered the storm. Lehman Brothers, on the other hand, faltered, exacerbated by their aggressive approach to mortgage-backed securities, ultimately leading to their bankruptcy. The collapse of such a significant bank set off widespread repercussions, culminating in a global financial tsunami. Fortunately, at present, property values continue to rise, and the overall market remains stable. Thus, Liu Zhe's focus on the riskiest BBB-rated bonds is inconsequential, as there have been no alarming reports of defaults from Lehman. Yet, they remain unaware that, behind the scenes, defaults have already commenced, albeit concealed by Lehman's ongoing accounting manipulations. They still believe victory is assured and that they can manipulate Liu Zhe at will. The head of derivatives narrowed his eyes, feigning admiration as he remarked, "Young prodigy from the East, I must admit, your target selection is quite astute. Lehman is indeed very active in the subprime MBS market, and the BBB grade is the most elastic segment. However, greater elasticity entails greater risk on our part. Based on the current market quotations, The annual premium for a BBB-rated subprime MBS CDS is approximately 300 to 350 basis points. What are your thoughts? He presented a figure that was considerably high, both probing and laced with the intent to fleece a naive lamb. Such elevated basis points would mean that the annual premium alone could reach a staggering sum of over $1 billion, with an $8 billion principal. Simply affording the premium would be a challenge. The conference room fell into a hush as everyone at Goldman Sachs awaited Luze's response. A CDS with a nominal principal of $40 billion for 1 year could yield an annual premium of as much as 1.2 to 1 for $1 billion. Ziyuan Investments' allocation of $800 million, after deducting the exorbitant premiums and reserving a portion for operational expenses and potential margin calls, how much remains? It is evident that the intention is to exhaust Luze entirely. Bob's heart sank to the depths of despair. He opened his mouth to offer counsel, only to be silenced by Luze's tranquil gaze. Luze leaned slightly forward, the palpable aura of control enveloping the room once more. 300 to 350 basis points? Mr. Glenn, has your esteemed institution factored in both the risk premium and the intelligence tax? The young lad, now exuding sharp brilliance, resembled the historical figure of Ing Zheng in his prime. He unabashedly pointed out, to my knowledge, while the risk premium for BB-rated subprime CDS is indeed high, the current median fair market quote hovers around 150 basis points. How is it that your figure exceeds that by more than double? This chilling inquiry swept through the conference room like a frigid gust. As Luze's imperial ambition, talent activated, his commanding presence struck fear into the hearts of those present. Several executives from Goldman Sachs were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected eruption. Bob appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unprepared for his young boss to exhibit such formidable pressure at a critical juncture in negotiations. Glenn, too, wore a stiff expression, astonished by Luze's profound understanding of market dynamics. Yet he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a stoic facade as he replied, Mr. Liu, market quotes are fluctuating. And regarding the specific risks associated with Lehman's portfolio, we deem 350 basis points to be a reasonable and prudent price. After all, we are also shouldering a substantial risk exposure. Previously, it was Glenn who had scoffed at Luze's financial acumen. Now, he was the one claiming excessive risk in pursuit of higher premiums. Truly, one can speak with two faces, justifying every stance. Luze, however, was not inclined to indulge him. A cold smile graced his lips as he retorted, risk exposure? The hefty premiums you charge are merely pricing for the risk. Moreover, a 1-year term is inherently advantageous for you. Where then lies this supposed immense risk? I propose a figure, for a nominal principal of $40 billion. Specifically concerning the subprime portfolio I designate, the premium shall be. Luze paused, his gaze piercing as he enunciated clearly, 100 basis points. What? 100 basis points? Are you jesting? This is inconceivable. The Goldman contingent erupted into chaos. 100 basis points translates to an annualized rate of 1. This is almost commensurate with investment-grade bond CDS rates. To offer such a price for BBB-rated subprime is utterly ludicrous. This figure is less than a third of their quoted price. Child, Glenn's voice rose, his tone laced with indignation. Are you serious? 100 basis points? That wouldn't even cover our risk and operational costs. Absolutely impossible. Is it truly impossible? Luze reclined into his chair, arms crossed upon the table, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Firstly, the value of my collateral far exceeds the risk exposure of this $40 billion nominal principal, significantly mitigating your actual risk. Secondly, this is a short-term contract of 1 year. The time premium is minimal. Lastly, and most importantly, his gaze swept across the room, his voice icy as he continued, you are acutely aware that, amidst the prevailing market consensus that property values will perpetually rise, the probability of a trigger in your internal risk assessment model for selling this CDS is nearly zero, is it not? Collecting 100 basis points represents almost pure profit for you. As for me, at this point, Luze deliberately paused, allowing the tension to build in the room. I am paying a substantial premium for an event that is virtually impossible, a black swan occurrence. Hence, this 100 basis points is a price that is equitable for both parties. If Goldman Sachs cannot even dare to accept this assured profit, then that would truly be the greatest farce on Wall Street. Chapter 132, Goldman Sachs concedes, securing the deal at 100 basis points. Luze's incisive words cut through the room like a blade, laying bare the sordid thoughts of the Goldman executives. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. The expressions of the senior executives shifted unpredictably. Being outmaneuvered in such a manner was a most uncomfortable sensation. After all, Both in their internal convictions and under the scrutiny of their models, the likelihood of a housing market collapse and substantial defaults on BB-rated subprime MBS was indeed approaching zero. Selling Lu Zhe the CDS, in their view, was akin to picking up free money. The robust collateral further diluted the perceived risk. Frankly, they were genuinely apprehensive that Lu Zhe might withdraw from this deal. After all, even at 100 basis points, with a nominal principal of $40 billion, the premium would amount to $400 million. A windfall of $400 million in a year is a rare opportunity. Just in terms of commissions, these executives stood to gain significantly. Thus, before Glenn from the derivatives department could utter a word, others could no longer contain their eagerness. The two senior executives from the prime brokerage department, Melvin and Gracie, who had initially met Lu Zhe, exchanged glances, recognizing the shared excitement in each other's eyes. Glenn took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. "Mr. Lu, you are quite the negotiator, yet 100 basis points is simply too low. We need to reassess our risk model and costs internally." "By all means," Lu Zhe gestured invitingly, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. The Goldman contingent temporarily exited to a nearby small conference room, their voices of contention faintly audible. In the meantime, Bob, having held his breath for so long, seized the opportunity to approach Lu Zhe, his voice trembling with confusion. "Boss, $40 billion nominal principal, for 1 year. The target is still Lehman's BBB-rated subprime. Even if we push the premium down to 100 basis points, that amounts to $400 million. Our fund's total size is only $800 million. And you're only committing for 1 year. What if, just what if, the housing market doesn't collapse? What will we do in a year? $400 million would be a complete loss. Moreover, having reached this point, why not go all in? Why reserve a portion of funds?" Lu Zhe's series of maneuvers was profoundly perplexing. As a star fund manager on Wall Street, Bob was utterly baffled by these operations, his mind swirling with anxiety and confusion. The moment he voiced his concerns, Chu Shubai also turned his gaze towards them, clearly recognizing that Bob had articulated the collective apprehensions of the group. Lu Zhe first lifted the water cup from the table, taking a small sip, then, adopting a demeanor akin to a seasoned official, he imparted wisdom with a profound gaze. "Bob, remember, leverage is a double-edged sword. The $40 billion is calculated as the balance point of collateral value and risk tolerance under 50 times leverage. As for the 1-year term, it is sufficient. Extending the duration introduces too many variables and escalates the premium. It is better to strike with precision and conclude swiftly." Listening to these words, Bob pondered deeply, continuing to inquire, "Then why reserve half the funds?" To reserve half the funds and not go all in is, of course, because one cannot place all eggs in a single basket. Lu Zhe rose, carrying the cup of tea towards the floor-to-ceiling window in the conference room, his gaze drifting outward, as if piercing through the concrete forest to behold the equally illustrious edifice of J.P. Morgan. "Goldman Sachs is merely the first stop. We must also engage with J.P. Morgan to negotiate another CDS contract. We must diversify our risks and maximize our profits." Indeed, Lu Zhe arrived on Wall Street with ambitions that extended far beyond merely engaging with a single bank. His nominal principal was exorbitantly high. Such a colossal payout amount, if entirely wagered with Goldman Sachs, would culminate in a staggering profit of $80 billion. $80 billion. How many financial institutions in the world could possibly muster such a sum? Not to mention, when a financial crisis strikes, these banks would be inundated with bad debts, preoccupied with their own calamities. One could fear that Lu Zhe might win the bet, yet fail to collect the funds. Thus, the notion of shorting Wall Street would become mere idle chatter. Consequently, the risk must be shared. Morgan Chase, a bank on par with Goldman Sachs, possesses formidable strength, and I firmly believe they can absorb the additional $4 billion in nominal principal. At this moment, Bob was utterly flabbergasted. His 8-year-old boss was not only poised to leverage $40 billion to short Lehman's high-risk subprime mortgages, but also intended to utilize the remaining funds to secure another CDS from Morgan Chase. This was not merely a gamble. It was a harbinger of a storm sweeping through Wall Street. It was easy to foresee that, following today's revelations, the entire Wall Street, nay, the global financial community, would tremble. "Bob, when you associate with our esteemed leader, you ought to learn. Every lesson is a valuable endeavor." At this juncture, Chu Shubai squinted and applauded. Bob exclaimed, "Leveraging $8 billion to manipulate an $80 billion nominal principal? How on earth am I supposed to learn that? Unless one possesses the ability to traverse time and knows that the American real estate market will implode this year, who would dare to engage in such reckless play? According to market conditions, the probability of success might not even reach 5%. Bob, remember this. No matter what else you forget, remember this." Chu Shubai continued his incessant chatter, his words becoming a cacophony that made Bob's head spin. After enduring a few more minutes, the door to the conference room swung open, and the Goldman Sachs representatives finally returned. Bob breathed a sigh of relief, hastily returning to his seat. Luce also made his way back from the window to resume negotiations. It was evident that, after deliberation, the Goldman team no longer harbored any dissent. Even Glenn from the derivatives department spoke in a noticeably softer tone, stating, "Mr. Liu, after careful evaluation and considering the risk mitigation afforded by your high-quality collateral, along with our confidence in market stability, we can, in principle, accept an annual premium of 100 basis points. However, the nominal principal will be $4 billion. For 1 year, specifically targeting your designated Lehman BB-rated subprime MBS portfolio. This is our final bottom line. Success." Upon hearing this, both Chu Shubai and Bob's eyes sparkled with excitement. To have negotiated such a wildly ambitious credit default swap was truly astonishing. Li Shoujua slowly unclenched his tightly held fists, a hint of joy breaking through his resolute demeanor. Meanwhile, Li Buling still appeared as if she had just awakened, leaning against the wall with an expression that suggested she was detached from the proceedings. "A prudent choice," Luce replied calmly, as if he had merely concluded a minor transaction. "The specifics will be finalized by our legal counsel, Miss Lisa, with your side. Additionally, please prepare the documentation for the signing of the ISDA master agreement." The ensuing hours became a battleground for lawyers and professionals. Lisa exhibited exceptional expertise, meticulously cross-referencing the intricate ISDA agreements and CDS confirmations with Goldman's legal and risk management teams. Bob, invigorated, utilized his knowledge of Lehman and the subprime MBS market to ensure that the definitions and triggering conditions for the reference entity were unequivocally clear. Ultimately, as the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through Goldman's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the conference room in a warm glow, all documents were signed. Chapter 133, The Mockery of Wall Street, a nameless nobody or a renowned figure. "Mr. Liu, best of luck. We hope to continue our pleasant collaboration a year from now." With all documents finalized, a glimmer of suppressed excitement flickered in the eyes of the Goldman representatives, with Glenn teasingly remarking, "Mr. Liu, I wish you good fortune. For a year from now, you will realize that selling me this CDS at 100 basis points today was the greatest maneuver of your lifetime." With that, Luce disregarded the stunned expressions of his counterparts and strode confidently out of the conference room, his colleagues from Ziyuan Investment following suit. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, as he gazed at the nearby revolving doors, Chu Shubai finally exhaled, muttering in frustration, "Damn it. Is this how those Goldman brats conduct business? For a contract worth billions, they all walk around with their noses in the air." From the moment we arrived at Goldman, not a single person displayed a pleasant demeanor. Their arrogance was palpable. They looked down on us, not only because of our nationality, but also due to Luce's youth. Although the outcome of the negotiations aligned with Luce's desires, the process left Chu Shubai feeling stifled. Li Shoujua shared this sentiment, feeling a simmering frustration. "Little Prodigy, we must win that bet. Let those condescending fools see what we are capable of," Li Shoujua said in his deep voice. This forthright, rugged man might not fully grasp the intricacies of a CDS contract, but after listening to the meeting for so long, he understood that if the American housing market experienced a significant downturn, Luce would triumph over Goldman Sachs and claim a substantial payout. "Oldly, our esteemed leader has never erred in his endeavors. Rest assured, these arrogant buffoons will soon be brought to tears." Chu Shubai patted Li Shoujua on the shoulder, chuckling heartily. As they spoke, the group passed through the revolving glass doors and exited Goldman Sachs. Just then, a cacophony of alarms erupted from behind them. Soon after, the entire building was thrown into disarray, and they could clearly see water jets automatically spraying from the circular openings in the ceiling. Without a doubt, the same chaos was unfolding on other floors as well. Chu Shubai exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. We just left, and Goldman is already on fire?" The spectacle before them unmistakably indicated that the building's fire alarm system had been triggered. While everyone gawked in astonishment, the last in line, Li Buling, ambled past the group with her hands stuffed in her hoodie pockets, a despondent expression on her face. Casually, she remarked, "Don't look. It was me. Let us hurry." The others were taken aback. "What? Since when did you do that? Are you a ghost? Did you just walk out and set off their fire alarm?" Chu Shubai stood there, bewildered. Bob exclaimed in disbelief, "That's some serious sorcery from the Daxia." Only Li Shoujua covered his face, seemingly chastising himself for not having anticipated this turn of events. He knew his sister better than anyone else. Li Buling appeared aloof and indifferent to everything, but in reality, her abilities were formidable. Indeed, her proficiency could rank among the best within the Daxia Dragon Guard. Moreover, this girl held on to grudges tightly. She maintained a mental ledger of those who displeased her, ensuring she would remember every slight. Goldman's brazen demeanor had not gone unnoticed by Li Buling, and she had long since committed it to memory. Thus, she had employed a subtle means of retribution. It must be said, this incident brought a sense of relief to everyone. Humming a cheerful tune, they left the chaotic Goldman building behind. A night passed in silence. The following day, early morning, Luce rose from his slumber, preparing to head to J.P. Morgan Chase to continue negotiations. Bob had already made the arrangements in advance. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the group departed from the company, making their way to the headquarters of J.P. Morgan Chase. Meanwhile, as the employees of various institutions on Wall Street commenced their workday, the astonishing wager struck between Goldman Sachs and Luce the previous night quickly became the talk of the town. Have you heard? That Prodigy from Dachau went to Goldman Sachs yesterday and negotiated a CDS contract with a nominal principal of $40 billion. I heard about it. It spread like wildfire among the major funds last night. The Dachau Prodigy is betting against subprime mortgage-backed securities, though the specific entities involved remain undisclosed. Kept confidential by the lead broker. Betting on a massive default of subprime mortgage bonds? Isn't that tantamount to wagering on a collapse of the American real estate market? Betting on falling housing prices? What an absurd jest. The Dachau Prodigy is truly a madman. Brother, that is not madness. That is sheer folly. Honestly, even if you claim tomorrow is the end of the world, I still consider that a more plausible scenario than the collapse of American housing prices. According to reliable sources, the Dachau Prodigy is negotiating a 100 basis point deal with Goldman Sachs, meaning he has already shelled out $400 million just for the premium. My goodness, that is akin to gifting Goldman Sachs $400 million for nothing. And that is not all. A friend at J.P. Morgan informed me that the Dachau Prodigy has also scheduled an appointment with their lead broker, likely to hand over another $400 million today. What a spendthrift. Does he intend to lose all of his $800 million principal? Hey, if the Dachau Prodigy succeeds, wagering $800 million for $80 billion, it would be the most monumental trading feat in history, forever enshrined in financial lore. It could even become a legend on Wall Street. The entire morning saw Wall Street's financial professionals engrossed in discussion, with nearly everyone convinced that Luce had lost his mind. This 8-year-old child, with his fanciful notions, dares to attempt something fundamentally impossible. He is buying a 1-year CDS from Goldman Sachs, betting that American housing prices will decline, a drop within a year. How could that be possible? The housing market is as solid as a rock, more steadfast than a straight man's pride, only increasing, never decreasing. Of course, some jested that if the Dachau Prodigy truly succeeded, Wall Street would erupt. Too many investment institutions and banks would be implicated, potentially triggering a terrifying financial crisis that would commence in America and engulf the entire world. As for the Dachau Prodigy, he would emerge as the sole benefactor amidst the chaos, becoming a legendary figure on Wall Street. After all, to single-handedly seize $80 billion from various banks is sheer madness. $80 billion may not seem significant within Wall Street's trillion-dollar scale, but let us not forget, the Dachau Prodigy is leveraging $800 million to manipulate $80 billion, a staggering 100-fold profit, an unparalleled achievement for any investor. Thus, not only Wall Street, but the entire financial community worldwide would be shaken. Even the world's richest could not achieve such a feat of turning $800 million into $80 billion within a year. Of course, these legendary elements would only materialize if the American real estate sector truly faced a cataclysm. The reality, however, is that none of the above scenarios would unfold. This pie in the sky would never land in the Dachau Prodigy's lap. Chapter 134. The completion of the scheme, the onset of winter for Wall Street. While Wall Street buzzed with excitement, at the headquarters of J.P. Morgan Chase, the head of the bank's lead broker department, along with the supervisors of the credit derivatives and legal departments, were meeting with Luce. Thanks to the prior negotiation experience at Goldman Sachs, the proceedings were remarkably smooth. At this moment, around the conference table, the J.P. Morgan representatives, while attempting to maintain serious expressions as they focused on the contract, could not suppress the corners of their mouths from curling upward. Just moments ago, Luce had once again proposed to use a patent for a lithography machine as collateral. However, this time it was not the core technology, but rather a right to the revenue generated from a different lithography technology license. In other words, if Luce lost the bet, a portion of the profits from the 15-nanometer lithography machine would be directly authorized to J.P. Morgan Chase. It is worth noting that lithography machines are high-end technology. The global chip production is inextricably linked to this device, generating easy annual dividends of over $1 billion. With Luce presenting this as collateral, how could they not find it amusing? So, you wish to leverage the same multiplier as those fellows at Goldman Sachs, with the same CDS, to purchase a specific high-risk MBS combination from Bear Stearns and Merrill Lynch? The J.P. Morgan executives listened to Luce's request, struggling to stifle their laughter. After all, Bear Stearns and Merrill Lynch are also renowned investment banks in America, titans in their own right, and members of the Fortune 500. Liu Zhe's intention to purchase their specific high-risk MBS combination was nothing short of fanciful. With a nominal principal of 20 billion and a 100 basis point rate, Liu Zhe continued to express his demands, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the JP Morgan executives, whose mouths were nearly reaching their ears. Very well. We can agree. Without much hesitation, JP Morgan's lead broker readily acquiesced. After all, it felt akin to picking up free money. What was there to refuse? As for why the nominal principal was half of what Goldman Sachs offered, it was simply because this time the collateral was the revenue rights from the lithography machine, which naturally held less value than core technology. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, upon signing this deal, Liu Zhe would still have $2 billion left in his hands. He wasn't anxious. There were plenty of banks on Wall Street. Diversifying the purchase of CDS would not only mitigate risk, but also ensure that the total payout would remain unchanged. At this juncture, the signing phase commenced with JP Morgan. The contract was checked by both parties' lawyers, and signatures were set to be affixed. Once the JP Morgan executives witnessed Liu Zhe complete his signature, their laughter could no longer be contained, filled with mockery and arrogance. Chu Shubai slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "What is so funny?" "Apologies, sir. We are professionally trained and typically do not laugh unless we cannot help ourselves," retorted the head of JP Morgan's credit derivatives department with a smirk. This turn of events not only boosted his performance and commission, but also provided him with a grand spectacle on Wall Street. How could he not be pleased? "Everyone, I hope you can maintain such good spirits moving forward." Upon seeing the contract formally signed, Liu Zhe too smiled, his expression resembling that of someone who had struck gold, leaving the JP Morgan executives perplexed. They could only shake their heads in derision, concluding that the Daxiao prodigy had completely lost his wits. Before long, news of Liu Zhe purchasing a CDS with a nominal principal of 20 billion from JP Morgan spread like wildfire across Wall Street, inevitably causing a stir. By this point, Liu Zhe's total nominal principal had reached an astounding 60 billion. Yet, this was far from the end. Liu Zhe continued his relentless pursuit. In the ensuing weeks, Wall Street bore witness to Ziyuan Investments' nearly frenzied acquisition spree. Various banks, including Deutsche Bank, found themselves on Liu Zhe's hunting list. One after another, exorbitant CDS contracts were secured by Liu Zhe at high premiums. Due to the varying basis points and nominal principal amounts offered by each institution, Liu Zhe's final 2 billion ultimately secured a staggering 25.6 billion in nominal principal, coupled with the previous 60 billion from Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase. The total anticipated yield has now soared to an impressive 85.6 billion. The news spread across Wall Street like wildfire. This astonishing sum of 85.6 billion left everyone in a state of agitation. Discussions erupted in every corner. 85.6 billion. Has he lost his mind, or have the banks gone mad? Using lithography technology as collateral? Can that truly be a viable asset? Is he deliberately shorting BBB-rated subprime mortgages? Has he just emerged from watching some apocalyptic film? The reports from Fannie may have asserted that the fundamentals are remarkably sound. He exclusively targets the subprime sectors of Lehman, Bear Stearns, and Merrill Lynch. His foresight is indeed exceptional, but ultimately futile. As long as housing prices continue to rise, large-scale defaults are inconceivable. He is merely offering the banks a windfall. What does an 8-year-old child, accompanied by a peculiar entourage of adults, truly comprehend about finance? Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase revel in the unexpected bounty of this child's tax benefits. I wager he won't last 6 months. The public discourse was fervent. Naturally, the financial media seized upon this sensational development. The Wall Street Journal jested in its business section, the Prodigy's extravagant toy, an 800 million collapse insurance. The New York Post was even more acerbic, a financial oracle from the East, or the youngest sucker in history. On television, analysts, facing the cameras, employed complex models to assert that housing prices would continue to surge and that subprime risks remain manageable. Meanwhile, Liu Zhe's actions were once again dismissed as fanciful and attention-seeking. The upper office of Ziyuan Investments had already become a source of amusement among Wall Street elites. Passers-by, upon reaching the 28th floor of Liberty Street, would often glance up, casting derisive looks at the towering office, as if observing an enormous circus. Bob was under immense pressure. Former colleagues reached out to express their condolences, while some urged him to consider a career shift. Chu Shubai fumed with indignation, itching to confront someone, but thankfully, Li Shouhua restrained him. Li Bueling continued to meander through various corners, occasionally disappearing for stretches of time, only for some foul-mouthed Wall Street firm to inexplicably encounter misfortune. Amidst the throng, only Liu Zhe, at the epicenter of the storm, remained composed. Each morning, he would arrive at the office, largely preoccupied with silently observing the data streams on his screen. Occasionally, he would issue small, diversified commands, engaging in short-term operations with the scant remaining funds, an inscrutable endeavor to outsiders. It was as if the monumental wager of 85.6 billion had no bearing on him. Time slipped away amidst Wall Street's revelry and the collective derision aimed at Ziyuan investments. The summer cicada song was dispersed by the autumn breeze, and golden leaves blanketed the streets of Manhattan. Before one realized it, more than half a year had elapsed. On this day, a seemingly ordinary Monday, Wall Street had just concluded the weekend-esque cacophony. Traders, coffee in hand, prepared to embark on a new week of combat. Yet, a series of brief yet earth-shattering announcements detonated like underwater explosives, plunging into the tranquil trading pool. Breaking news: Bear Stearns is facing a severe liquidity crisis. Two of its hedge funds, heavily invested in subprime mortgage securities, have effectively collapsed. Clients and trading counterparts are frantically withdrawing funds. Bear Stearns stock plummets at the opening. The trading hall of Wall Street was instantly engulfed by incredulous gasps and cries of panic. Everyone was in shock. The venerable Bear Stearns, with an 85-year legacy, the fifth largest investment bank on Wall Street, was facing collapse? How could this be possible? Chapter 135. The collapse of two major banks. Financial crisis emerges. Panic spread like a contagion. The phones of major funds were inundated, and the stock code representing Bear Stearns blazed a glaring crimson, depicting a catastrophic nosedive. Just days prior, Bear Stearns executives had been boasting about the company's stability. What the hell happened? A bank run. This is a textbook case of a bank run. No one dares to transact with them anymore. Bear Stearns is actually on the brink of collapse? Surely, I must be dreaming. Oh damn, we still have numerous dealings pending with this bank. The news of the fifth largest investment bank's impending closure was utterly shocking. Wall Street, indeed the entirety of New York and even the United States, was in a state of panic. Meanwhile, on the top floor of 28 Liberty Street, Bob darted into the chief investment officer's office like a whirlwind, clutching a copy of the Wall Street Journal tightly, exclaiming excitedly, "Boss, Bear Stearns is finished." He panted heavily, his body trembling from the emotional upheaval. It was simply unbelievable. Such a colossal bank, without a hint of trouble, had imploded overnight. Most astonishingly, prior to the incident, both Bear Stearns executives and Fannie Mae officials had continued to proclaim the real estate sector's unshakable stability. Absurd. Old Bob, let me see. Chu Shubai interjected, squeezing forward to grab the newspaper, his small eyes scanning its contents. After reading, he couldn't help but break into a broad grin, revealing a row of large teeth, and leaned closer, saying, "Old servant congratulates your majesty." "Congratulations, your majesty. The first shot in the collapse of the beautiful nation's housing market has finally been fired." One cannot help but feel elated. After months of enduring scorn from the outside world, this was finally a moment of vindication. Bear Stearns had been dragged down by subprime woes. Now, who would dare claim that the prodigy of the summer lacked investment acumen? The pent-up frustration of months was suddenly released. Old servant is quite eager to see the expressions on the faces of those executives at J.P. Morgan Chase. After the laughter, Chu Shubai gnawed his teeth, casting a resentful glance towards the J.P. Morgan Chase headquarters. At that moment, Li Shojua spoke up. "What was the amount in the contract we signed with J.P. Morgan Chase?" The nominal principal was 20 billion, of which 8 billion was allocated to Bear Stearns and 12 billion to Merrill Lynch. Bob interjected, explaining to the robust Oriental man, "Now that Bear Stearns has collapsed, the conditions for default have been triggered. They owe the boss $8 billion. My heavens." Li Shojua was left speechless upon hearing this. At that moment, he finally grasped the allure of finance. In just a few months, 8 billion. Just like that, it was within reach. This was merely the beginning. The formal harvest was still far off. Lu Zhe smiled faintly, holding a cup of strawberry-flavored milk, his gaze drifting toward the window, directed at J.P. Morgan Chase. In his eyes, a glint of cold light shimmered. Simultaneously, at J.P. Morgan Chase headquarters, the head of the credit derivatives department was shattering his laptop in a fit of rage. Damn. How could Bear Stearns fail? Are the people in this company all incompetent? How did they manage to penetrate the ranks of Wall Street's fifth largest investment bank? He was beside himself with fury. Upon awakening from a slumber, the sky had fallen. The collapse of Bear Stearns had triggered the first credit default swap signed with Lu Zhe, and the company was now liable to pay out 8 billion. Is this even real? The 8-year-old brat. What right does he have to extract 80 billion from J.P. Morgan? Sir, this is merely an isolated incident. On the bright side, at least Merrill Lynch remains as steadfast as a rock, does it not? Beside him, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed secretary nestled into the manager's embrace, offering sweet comfort with a coy smile. Yes, we still have Merrill. It cannot possibly collapse. Upon hearing the secretary's words, the manager regained his composure, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, Only Bear Stearns with its $80 billion insurance policy had crumbled. The more substantial $120 billion CDS contract remained intact. It seemed at the very least. They had not lost everything. I shall reclaim this debt from that prodigious child of the East sooner or later. Realizing this, the manager clenched his teeth audibly. His gaze aflame with fury. He still harbored thoughts of exacting revenge on Liu Ze in the future. After all, the business realm is akin to a battlefield. As long as the UN investments remained on Wall Street, a confrontation was inevitable. Alas, ideals are often beautiful, while reality can be cruel. Just half a month after JP Morgan transferred the $80 billion compensation to the UN investments account in accordance with ISDA agreements, the second tolling of the death knell for Wall Street rang out with even greater ferocity. Breaking news. Merrill Lynch admitted to holding vast amounts of toxic subprime mortgage assets. Losses far exceeded expectations. Stock prices plummeted. Credit ratings suffered a catastrophic downgrade from all three major agencies. Market confidence lay in ruins. The board was in urgent search of buyers to stave off bankruptcy. Boom. If Bear Stearns was merely a crack. The grim tidings from Merrill Lynch struck like an earthquake. Merrill Lynch, on par with Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, was a paragon of investment banking. Its name was synonymous with trust. Yet now, was Merrill to follow in Bear Stearns' footsteps? Without any reversal, just half a month later, at a press conference, the Bank of Beautiful Nation announced it would acquire this so-called third-largest securities firm at approximately $29 per share. In an instant, panic escalated into a full-blown financial crisis. The credit market froze, and trust among banks evaporated. All stocks associated with subprime mortgages, or even tangentially related to finance, faced indiscriminate panic selling. The Dow Jones Index plummeted. Wall Street was awash in despair. It's over. All is lost. Merrill has collapsed. Subprime. Indeed, it was subprime. That child of the East had bet correctly. No. It's not certain. Housing prices have yet to fall. Perhaps it's merely the financial institutions in turmoil, triggering a chain reaction. Yes, Lehman still stands. It is more focused on commercial real estate and mergers than Merrill, perhaps. Countless individuals crumbled amidst this financial tempest. Liu Ze's prophecy resonated in the hearts of every Wall Street financier at this moment. This child prodigy had wagered against major banks, predicting massive defaults on subprime mortgage-backed securities long before. And now, he had been proven right. Bear Stearns and Merrill Lynch had both collapsed. The only remaining large investment bank was Lehman. People, grasping at the last straw of hope, turned their gaze towards Lehman Brothers, which too was ensnared in the subprime quagmire. It seemed somewhat sturdier. Chapter 136. Lehman announces bankruptcy. Wall Street wails in unison. This year is destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. With the sequential downfall of Bear Stearns and Merrill Lynch, the ramifications of the financial crisis began to manifest. Meanwhile, JP Morgan, which had sold Liu Ze the CDS contracts concerning these two banks' subprime securities, was in an uproar. The head of the derivatives department, who had previously boasted of continuing his financial battle against Liu Ze, now appeared ashen-faced. Before the upper management could make a decision regarding his fate, he leaped from the rooftop of JP Morgan's headquarters. The group incurred a staggering loss of $20 billion. This was far beyond what a mere department head could bear. Better to die with dignity than to face the consequences from above. His suicide sent shockwaves throughout Wall Street. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped all financiers. Yet this was merely the beginning. Should a full-blown financial crisis erupt, the direst scenario could sweep across the entire beautiful nation, even the world. At that time, true desolation would ensue. Those individuals or investors crushed under the relentless decline of housing prices would face monumental losses and debts. They would either take desperate risks or leap from rooftops. The child prodigy's predictions regarding the beautiful nation's real estate had largely come to fruition. Both Bear Stearns and Merrill Lynch had fallen. Now, it remained to be seen if Lehman Brothers could endure. Some felt their palms sweating, chills running down their spines. As they glanced towards the UN investments, their eyes held no trace of disdain, only deep-seated fear. This 8-year-old was terrifying, his intellect akin to a demon. He wagered $800 million in a single bold move, unshaken by the ridicule of Wall Street. He bore the immense pressure. And now the CDS contracts in his grasp seemed like a scythe, mercilessly reaping from the major banks. Should Lehman Brothers fall, the child prodigy would truly ascend to the pantheon of legends. Days later, Lehman Brothers held an unusual press conference. CEO Richard confidently declared on television that the company was well capitalized, with no liquidity issues, and was actively seeking strategic investors. However, once confidence shatters, it is nearly impossible to rebuild. Market skepticism clung to them like a festering sore. No one would dare to invest in Lehman Brothers at this juncture. On the contrary, due to the massive losses incurred by major mortgage institutions, Bear Stearns and Merrill Lynch had collapsed. Rating agencies began to significantly downgrade ratings on subprime-related bonds. The credit default swap market was the first to react. The market prices and premiums for the CDS contracts targeting high-risk bonds held by Liu Zhe began to soar. Ziyuan Investments' profits surged. The net asset value of the fund, calculated by market capitalization, began to grow exponentially. Externally, the basis points for related CDS contracts skyrocketed to a starting point of 1,500, compared to when Liu Zhe entered the market at an ultra-low basis of 100. It was as if they existed in two entirely different realms. Yet even so, many banks hesitated, reluctant to sell CDS casually. This was indicative of the severity of the financial market at that moment. Time ticked away. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Early winter arrived, and New York experienced its first snowfall. The leaden sky loomed, suffocatingly oppressive. The air felt as if it had solidified, laden with the silence preceding an apocalyptic dawn. Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Blackstone Group, Bridgewater Associates. All those monitoring this century's storm held their breath, their eyes glued to trading terminals and news channels. At 7 a.m., a brief announcement from Lehman's headquarters reverberated like a death knell, swiftly disseminated through the media worldwide. Lehman Brothers Holdings Incorporated today officially announced its application for bankruptcy protection under Chapter 11 of the Beautiful Nation's bankruptcy law to the Federal Bankruptcy Court for the Southern District of New York. No miracle, no white knight. The Wall Street giant Lehman Brothers, standing for 158 years, had collapsed with a thunderous crash. As Lehman specialized in commercial real estate, the ramifications of its downfall would be far more severe than those of Bear Stearns or Merrill Lynch. This financial tsunami, instigated by the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, has truly engulfed the entire world. The outcry is deafening. Bang! In the derivatives department of Goldman Sachs, Glenn Bryan's coffee cup slips from his grasp and shatters upon the floor. Scalding liquid splatters across his expensive tailored trousers, yet he remains oblivious. His complexion pales to that of parchment, eyes glazed as they fixate on the chilling announcement illuminating the screen before him. His lips tremble incessantly, yet not a single word escapes his mouth. Instead, he is haunted by the echoes of an 8-year-old child's calm, yet thunderous words from months prior. I wish you good luck. Selling me this CDS at 100 basis points is the greatest maneuver Goldman Sachs has executed in nearly a decade. Great. These 2 syllables now sear into his heart like a branding iron. How profoundly ironic. For billion in nominal principal. 100 basis points. Lehman Brothers BBB-rated subprime MBS. Now, these bonds have become akin to worthless scraps of paper. The CDS has been fully triggered, and the sum Goldman Sachs must pay is astronomical. The premiums they once scoffed at accepting are insufficient even for the smallest fraction of the payout. This is no mere transaction. It is a cataclysmic disaster. It turns out, we have been the jesters all along. Glenn is in a daze. Just over half a year ago, he had stood haughtily, dismissive of Liu Zhe. In his eyes, Ziyuan Investment was nothing more than a ragtag assembly. A group of naive yet wealthy individuals from the Great Xia, utterly clueless yet brimming with capital. But now, with Bear Stearns and Merrill Lynch succumbing, and Lehman Brothers filing for bankruptcy, all the words he once uttered have returned to slap him resoundingly across the face. Glenn can feel the heat radiating from his cheeks, his entire being chilled to the bone. After all, according to the contract, they are obligated to compensate Liu Zhe a staggering $4 billion. To compound the situation, as defaults proliferate in the subprime market, Goldman Sachs finds itself mired in its own heap of troubles. They have not collapsed like Lehman, merely managing to withstand the storm due to their sheer size. Yet the outlook remains grim. Now they must also excavate an additional $4 billion for payouts, a veritable addition to their miseries. As the principal responsible for selling this CDS, the repercussions from headquarters for Glenn are all too evident. Chapter 137. The Titans are struck down. Wall Street's god of shorting emerges. Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund, has also faced considerable setbacks amidst this upheaval. In the president's office, founder Ray Dalio stares blankly at the news. Has the myth of unyielding property values in the United States truly been shattered? Lehman Brothers' declaration of bankruptcy carries monumental implications. Its ripple effects poised to sweep across the globe. Bridgewater, by extension, will inevitably endure immense repercussions. Moreover, what troubles Dalio even more is the realization that amidst this tragedy afflicting Wall Street, there exists a resounding victor. Liu Zhe, Ziyuan Investment. The hedge fund established by the prodigious child of Great Xia has audaciously shorted the subprime market, securing numerous bankruptcy credit default swaps from major banks. Just from Lehman's collapse alone, they stand to reap a bounty of $4 billion from Goldman Sachs. Ironically, when Liu Zhe first arrived on Wall Street, Dalio had scoffed at him, dismissing his mathematical prowess as insufficient for navigating the financial realm. He had even proclaimed that in the face of unforeseen black swan events, it is the mathematicians that perish first. Yet now, this sudden subprime crisis epitomizes a quintessential black swan event, one that has indeed manifested. Not a single financial titan on Wall Street has emerged unscathed. Even Dalio himself finds his footing swept away by this financial tsunami, rendered utterly impotent. Meanwhile, the child he once derided, the prodigy of Great Xia, has thrived amidst this crisis, raking in hundreds of billions in profits. How profoundly ironic. Dalio feels a suffocating weight upon his chest, breathless, his expression a mixture of bitterness and despair. Blackstone Group's senior managing director, Kinnick, lets out a silent sigh. He misjudged the situation. The Great Xia prodigy is not only a mathematical genius, but also an unparalleled financial savant. What kind of extraordinary talent allows him to boldly short the real estate subprime market while property prices in the United States continue to soar? It is nothing short of a divine maneuver. Such a formidable figure is a rarity in the annals of global financial history. Not to mention, he is merely 8 years old. The leaders of these two premier institutions, Bridgewater and Blackstone, have been left in awe of Liu Ze's audacity, their respect thoroughly earned. And as for the rest of Wall Street, words cannot adequately convey the tumult. In the trading hall, chaos reigns. Traders slump in their chairs, eyes glazed over. The glaring red on the screens resembling coagulated blood. The incessant ringing of phones goes unanswered. Some bury their heads in their hands, weeping, while others frantically tear apart reports. The air is thick with despair and a profound sense of absurdity, as if their very understanding of reality has been upended. Lehman has fallen. It has truly fallen. Bear Stearns, Merrill Lynch, all have met their demise. The Great Xia prodigy, that 8-year-old child, has foreseen it all. Oh God, he has wagered and won. He has bet on the collapse of Wall Street. 600 billion? 800 billion? How much will Zhe Yuan investment earn? An 8-year-old child has shorted an entire nation. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing financial event of the century. If only time could rewind, I would never have mocked the Great Xia prodigy. Instead, I would have joined him in purchasing CDS on subprime mortgages. The Great Xia prodigy is no ordinary being. He is a deity, the god of shorting on Wall Street. Amidst the clamor, Liu Ze's name resonates once more. His previously misunderstood actions now appear as sagacious maneuvers of foresight. Some even audaciously proclaim him the god of shorting on Wall Street. All the derision, scorn, and disdain once directed at him are mercilessly crushed by the weight of reality in this moment. The Great Xia prodigy Liu Ze has declared to the world, through a breathtakingly accurate shorting strategy, that he alone comprehends the truth and has reaped the greatest rewards in this global financial tempest. Domestically, the bankruptcy of 3 banks in the United States is a monumental story, having already surged to the forefront of major financial news websites. However, due to the relative independence of the Great Xia financial system and its incomplete capital account openness, coupled with the existence of the Great Firewall, the global financial storm has had little impact on the people of Great Xia. In fact, the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers has not even made it to the trending topics on Weibo, until a financial journalist traveling to New York uncovered that a hedge fund had preemptively shorted Lehman, Bear Stearns, and several other banks' real estate subprime mortgages, accruing hundreds of billions in profits. To the journalist's astonishment, the mastermind behind this hedge fund was none other than the Great Xia prodigy, Liu Ze. Upon verifying the authenticity of this revelation, the journalist was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling as he hastily penned a news article to send back home. Within mere hours, this news exploded. After all, anything related to Liu Ze is bound to garner attention. Countless netizens, upon learning the details, were left bewildered. What on earth? Liu Ze shorted Wall Street. Isn't he just a kid? Zeej, are you not the president of Harbin Institute of Technology? When did you go abroad? It's been nearly a year since we've heard any news about the prodigious child, and upon returning, such explosive revelations arise. Goodness gracious. This report states that Liu Ze shorted 800 billion with an investment of 800 million, and astonishingly, he succeeded. What a coup. 800 billion? Or is it in dollars? The prodigious child ventured abroad and, within a year, amassed over 800 billion? The netizens are utterly astounded. This news reads more like a fantastical tale. Some took the initiative to check financial websites and discovered that reports of this financial crisis had been circulating since its inception. Lehman Brothers, the century-old Wall Street investment bank, declared bankruptcy. A global financial crisis erupts. A stunning reversal. Mysterious Eastern capital accurately shorts the market, potentially becoming the biggest winner. Exclusive revelation. The mysterious force behind shorting Lehman, Bear Stearns, and Merrill Lynch points to Ziyuan investment. Each article is shocking to behold. However, due to the disparities between domestic and international internet access, as well as the asynchronous nature of insider information from Wall Street, Many journalists were unaware that the mysterious Eastern capital shorting the major investment banks on Wall Street was, in fact, led by Liu Ze. It wasn't until this financial reporter, deeply entrenched in Wall Street, uncovered the truth. Following closely was an in-depth report by the Global Times. The dragon-slaying chronicles of 8-year-old prodigy Liu Ze on Wall Street. 800 million short, accurately predicting the subprime mortgage collapse. Without a doubt, once this news emerged, it solidified the authenticity of the claims. Countless marketing accounts and trending media outlets rushed to report on it. The entire online landscape of Xia went into a frenzy. Chapter 138. The domestic uproar, reigning at the top of the internet hot list after a year. The prodigy shorted Wall Street. Liu Ze's Ziyuan investment. Shocking. Amidst the financial crisis, the prodigy made a fortune. The prodigy's ascension to glory. 8 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were related to Liu Ze. It can be said that he nearly monopolized the trending charts. After nearly a year without a single mention of Liu Ze, his sudden reappearance brought forth an unprecedented event, causing a surge in attention. Several idol artists who intended to purchase trending topics today immediately abandoned their plans upon witnessing this. Who could possibly rival Liu Ze's popularity in the country? He is, after all, the national prodigy, a manifestation of the celestial essence cultivated over 5 millennia, adored by the entire nation. To dare compete for trending topics with Liu Ze is one thing. The inevitable backlash from the public is another. Thus, once Liu Ze made his move, the trending chart fell silent, and the stars collectively made way. Incredible. Truly remarkable. The prodigy continues to surprise. Lehman, Bear Stearns, and Merrill Lynch are all top-tier investment banks. To be precisely targeted by an 8-year-old child. This script is beyond the imagination of any novelist. At this point, Ze Bao has truly become a domineering figure. With a fortune worth hundreds of billions. At 8 years old, I shorted Wall Street, shocking the entire internet. The discourse on Weibo is a cacophony. In the forums, the situation is similarly animated. Long live the Ziyuan legacy, brothers. I read in the news that many on Wall Street were mocking Liu Ze for his audacity, weren't they? Indeed. Not only were the foreigners on Wall Street scoffing, but also numerous domestic intellectuals were deriding him. Really? Is that true? You can verify it by accessing the foreign internet. Previously, a Wall Street employee tweeted ridicule at our prodigy, and domestic intellectuals chimed in below, betraying their own. No need to cross the wall. In the finance forum, there's a frequent poster who jumps around daily. Previously criticizing Liu Ze for using lithography technology patents as collateral with Goldman Sachs, calling him a wastrel. I just want to ask, isn't lithography an entirely self-developed technology? What relation does it have to anyone else? How he chooses to handle it is none of your concern. Indeed. Now looking back, that collateral was nothing short of divine strategy, directly yielding a nuclear-level harvest. Who could replicate such maneuvers? Exactly. What about those Wall Street elites and domestic intellectuals who mocked Ze God? Come out and take a walk. Does it hurt to face the truth? The mice are weeping with joy. This is what it means to bring glory to the nation, in the heart of the beautiful country, using their rules, slaying their proudest financial titans. Liu God, I heard Wall Street is impressive? Oh, now it belongs to me. The discussions in the forums are extensive. Especially in the finance forum, members regularly monitor international events and even circumvent barriers to access information. Thus, they possess a more comprehensive understanding than many professional financial journalists. They were among the first to know that Liu Ze had ventured to Wall Street. However, this forum is niche, comprised mainly of ordinary people, and without major media coverage. It was unable to propel this event into the limelight ahead of time. Over the past few months, with their continued attention, they also became aware that Liu Ze had ultimately proven himself amidst various pressures, who said that Xia people could not stand firm on Wall Street. Now look, 800 million in, 800 billion out, 100-fold profit, a fierce battle that devastated the major banks. Each step is a divine operation. Today, he is revered as a deity by the top hedge funds, hailed as the god of short selling on Wall Street. Who else can match such accomplishments? On the platform, the top question trending is how to evaluate Liu Ze's shorting of Lehman and other investment banks on Wall Street, reaping hundreds of billions in profits? The responses are uniformly filled with admiration and analysis. Financial commentators are working overnight, attempting to dissect this extraordinary maneuver. The conclusion is essentially unanimous. It is irreplicable. A divine operation, a dimensional strike. On Bilibili, various videos related to Liu Ze are being fervently unearthed and creatively remixed. Titles include, at 8 years old, He made Wall Street run red with blood. Liu God, regarding my casual annihilation of a few investment banks on Wall Street. Ahead, high energy. The complete record of Liu Ze's ascension to glory. The comments are filled with collective standing ovations. All hail Liu God. Glory to Xia. and other phrases flooding the screen. On short video platforms, the method of dissemination is even more succinct and powerful. A composed photograph of Liu Ze or a video clip, paired with stirring music, instantly ignites national enthusiasm. Likes, comments, and shares soar. It can be said that overnight, the entire internet erupted. In the north, at Harbin Institute of Technology, in the president's office, Zhou Mingyuan clutched the Global Times, his fingertips turning pale from pressure. On the computer screen before him, the university's official website backend displayed a dramatic surge in traffic, the server struggling to cope, as countless messages flooded the page of the prodigious Child S Research Institute, all exclaiming the brilliance of Harbin Institute of Technology and expressing pride in being the alma mater of Ze God. The fervor rivals that of any admissions advertisement. Little Director Liu, you truly do not disappoint. After a long moment, filled with excitement, Zhou Mingyuan took a deep breath. His gaze sharpened as he picked up the red secure phone on the desk and spoke in a booming voice. Connect me to the publicity department. Immediately. Draft a congratulatory letter with the highest specifications of the school. Send it to Director Liu Ze. No, send it to Ziyuan Investment. Title: Heartfelt congratulations to Dean Liu Ze of our institution for achieving a historic victory on Wall Street, elevating our national prestige. Glory to Harbin Institute of Technology. After a brief pause, he continued. Furthermore, I demand that our official website and the front page of the school newspaper feature extensive coverage. All our promotional platforms should be flooded with reports. This is the pride of Harbin Institute of Technology. This is a prodigy cultivated by our nation. Having issued these directives, Zhou Mingyuan felt invigorated and exhilarated. Reflecting on a year prior, he vividly recalled Liu Ze requesting leave to engage in business in the United States. Throughout the year, he had harbored concerns for Liu Ze's well-being in a foreign land. Now, the moment had finally arrived to receive the news of triumph. Liu Ze had demonstrated through his capabilities that this outstanding talent from Harbin Institute of Technology could not only forge weapons for the nation in the realm of science, but also expand territories on the battlefield of finance. Oh Liu Ze, your maneuver was not merely a short sell of several investment banks. Rather, you have short-sold the very arrogance of Wall Street and the Western obsession with financial hegemony. With $800 billion at the dawn of an unprecedented global transformation, you have erected an invisible yet formidable financial Great Wall for our great Xia. Approaching the window of his office, Zhou Mingyuan gazed at the excited students bustling along the main thoroughfare of the campus, their discussions animated, his heart swelling with immense pride. In Liu Ze's hometown, Zhao Ruoshua's eyes glistened with emotion. She repeatedly viewed the fleeting images of Liu Ze captured by foreign media, his small yet upright figure standing at the entrance of Goldman Sachs, feeling both heartache and pride. It had been a year. Zhao Ruoshua constantly yearned for her child. The once boisterous little darling, who clamored for European treats, had now matured into a capable young adult, amassing astronomical sums exceeding hundreds of billions of dollars. It felt like a dream. Chapter 139, Consecutive Victories. Liu Ze ascends as the richest in Great Xia. My son has excelled, Liu Ligua remarked, gazing at the news on his phone, a look of contentment gracing his face as he sighed deeply. Zhao Ruoshua, enlarging the photo of Liu Ze captured by foreign media, smiled and said, I do not expect my son to achieve earth-shattering feats. My only wish is for him to grow up safely. For parents, the expectations for their children are often modest. The notion of hoping for a child to become a dragon is non-existent. How could all the pressure be placed solely on a child? Especially for Liu Ligua and Zhao Ruoshua, such thoughts had never crossed their minds. In their previous life, even when Liu Ze had achieved nothing, they never uttered a word of complaint. It was Liu Ze himself who imposed pressure and ultimately succumbed to despair. In this life, Liu Ze held the script of his destiny, like a true dragon descending into the world, his journey extraordinary. Indeed, Liu Ligua and his wife enjoyed the fruits of their son's labor, yet they dared not squander the wealth he earned. Their transoceanic journey to the United States had filled them with anxiety. Now, witnessing everything turn out well, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In New York, within a five-star hotel, Liu Ze awoke with a yawn. The weather outside had turned decidedly colder. The forecast predicted a heavy snowfall in the coming week. As chilling as the current housing market in the United States, Wall Street was in turmoil, with countless small and medium-sized funds collapsing overnight. And this was merely the onset of a financial crisis. As time passed, the repercussions would gradually unfold, affecting the entire globe. Even Great Xia, with its relatively independent financial system, would not remain unscathed. Although the decline was in the U.S. housing market, the fallout would resonate worldwide. Even those in Great Xia, who had not participated in the decades-long property boom, could not be exempt. After all, we were no longer in the feudal era of isolation. The globalized trade market meant that once the economy faltered, the repercussions would seep into every facet. The most evident consequence was the contraction of external demand, leading to a severe drop in exports. The U.S. and Europe, being Great Xia's largest export markets, faced an economic recession that drastically reduced consumer demand. In the past life, many coastal factories reliant on foreign trade shut down or went bankrupt, and some export hubs even witnessed a mass exodus of workers returning home. Tens of millions of migrant workers were left unemployed. The national economic growth showed a clear slowdown, with financial market volatility, rising unemployment, and social pressures. This was the essence of a financial crisis. Thus, one should not perceive this as merely a financial game for Wall Street elites. Once they falter, the entire world bears the brunt. In the face of such overwhelming trends, Luze could not devise any effective countermeasures. He could only leverage his foresight to reap substantial gains from the major banks in the United States. Once the compensation funds arrived, this year's script of life would be deemed successfully concluded. Gazing at the overcast sky in the distance, Luze exhaled deeply. Having reached this point, it was finally time to relax. Bear Stearns, Merrill Lynch, and Lehman Brothers had declared bankruptcy, with countless smaller institutions caught in the financial tsunami, washed away upon the shore. Wall Street was rife with lamentations, as each day saw individuals taking to rooftops. Yet, Luze slowly raised his glass, a privilege reserved for the victors. The winners take all, while the losers lose everything. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. In the ensuing month, the primary focus of the UN investment was to secure the compensation amounts from various banks. Lisa, the lawyer, was busier than ever, scarcely finding a moment to breathe. However, Luze was generous, offering her a reward in dollars that far exceeded market rates. As for the astronomical compensation amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars, Goldman Sachs and JP Chase felt the sting but dared not withhold payment. After all, the ISDA agreement they painstakingly signed was designed to ensure smooth compensation in the event of a default. With this agreement in place, the law would always favor the creditor, leaving these banks with no recourse. Not to mention, Luze's astonishing bet had already stirred considerable chatter on Wall Street for over a year. In such circumstances, for the world's leading banks like Goldman Sachs to dare to renege would mean tarnishing the reputation of a century-old institution, leading to a significant decline in their international influence. After all, banks value their reputation and credibility above all else. A bank that loses its credibility in the eyes of the public often faces a dismal fate. As time flowed steadily by, the year drew to a close. The compensation amounts owed to the UN investment were finally in place. Goldman Sachs, JP Chase, Deutsche Bank, and all the institutions that had signed credit default swaps with Luze were unable to evade their obligations. The anticipated earnings of $85.6 billion. After deducting trading commissions, custody fees, collateral operation fees, fixed management fees, data and technology fees, and market compensation rates, totaled $87 billion. At the current international exchange rate, this amounted to approximately 579.2 billion Xia currency. The remaining fractional units in the tens of millions had yet to be calculated. Just in the hundreds of millions, the figure had already surpassed 570 billion. What an astonishing figure this is. In 1 year, he earned nearly 600 billion. One must ask, among all the merchants in the world, who could replicate such an operation? As the sole beneficiary of the fund, Luze's personal wealth soared into the ranks of the world's top billionaires without any doubt. Upon the announcement of this news, a wave of astonishment surged across the globe once more. While other investors found themselves mired in debt due to the financial crisis, one individual swam against the current, amassing a staggering fortune of billions of dollars. Truly, it was a scene of countless celestial beings retreating from the river of subprime mortgages, as the speculative housing market yielded to the tears of short sellers. In just a year, he ascended from having assets of less than $1 billion to becoming a top-tier billionaire. At this moment, Luze, holding such immense wealth, had effectively become a member of the elite. Throughout the annals of world history, even the most accomplished merchants have failed to reach the heights attained by the prodigy of the Great Xia. Indeed, while he may not yet rival the titans of the global billionaire list, one must consider how many years those magnates have toiled. They command tangible enterprises and engage in vast business endeavors, whereas the Great Xia prodigy, this individual possesses not a single company to his name. The only hedge fund he established was merely a strategic move to negotiate with Goldman Sachs, with himself as the sole beneficiary, essentially, a true individual player. Indeed, with sheer personal prowess, he has reaped bountiful rewards in this financial contest, which is precisely what renders him so formidable. Alas, how I regret not having followed the Great Xia prodigy in assuring the housing market and subprime loans. But let us not indulge in hindsight, even if time could rewind. Would you dare to act as he did? He faced immense pressure at the time, ridiculed by all of Wall Street for ostensibly funneling money to Goldman Sachs. Such audacity is not something mere mortals possess. Hence, he is heralded as the god of short selling on Wall Street. Financial enthusiasts around the world gazed at the latest economic news with mixed emotions. Although the great Prodigy's wealth still lags behind the top 10 of the global billionaire list, he has undeniably secured a place within the top 20. When the focus narrows to the domestic arena of the great Xia, he rightfully stands as the wealthiest individual. Chapter 140, Returning Home. Son, mother misses you dearly. The Prodigy's personal wealth reaches 579.2 billion. Liu Ze ascends to the title of domestic richest man. An 8-year-old becoming the head of a 500 billion conglomerate. A truly legendary life. With compensation amounts steadily arriving and the MVP settlement screen for Liu Ze's winning side unveiled, topics related to him once again dominated the domestic trending charts. The richest man in the Great Xia, among the top 20 on the global billionaire list. Personal total assets of $87 billion. Each of these figures leaves one utterly astounded, even though the media had already reported a month ago that Liu Ze had shorted hundreds of billions of dollars. Seeing that number materialize now still feels surreal and dreamlike. On short video platforms like Douyin, a breaking news report garnered millions of likes and 600,000 comments. As netizens fervently debated, kudos to the prodigy of national fortune. Incredible. While I was still playing jump rope with classmates at 8, Liu Ze has already earned $80 billion on his own. This is the chasm between mortals and deities. Little prodigy, with just a slight exertion. I have become the pinnacle of Wall Street. Shorting the subprime housing market. This is the most magnificent maneuver I have witnessed this century. The most astonishing aspect? This is pure cash flow. If tasked to spend $1 billion in a month, Liu Ze would undoubtedly struggle, for he cannot possibly spend as swiftly as he earns. 500 billion. One could not exhaust it in a lifetime. Speaking of which, what does the little prodigy intend to do with such vast sums? He surely does not lack for spending money. There must be some grand plan requiring substantial funds. This is certain. For my brother Ze has proclaimed since he was for that gold is not the true treasure, but knowledge is the rare gem. Anticipation. Regardless of what the little prodigy intends next, I, Wang Sanpao, will undoubtedly show my support. Given Liu Ze's domestic popularity, whatever business he chooses to invest in is unlikely to incur losses. Liu Ze's name ascended to the pantheon once more. Since composing the Lament of the Pavilion at 4 years of age, he has accomplished a remarkable feat nearly every year. Now, having claimed the title of the wealthiest in the Great Xia and secured a spot among the top 20 global billionaires, he is celebrated as the god of short selling on Wall Street. Liu Ze has once again demonstrated his prowess. His status in the hearts of the people has soared, transforming him into a symbol, a figure almost divine in nature. At the beginning of January, at the international airport of the imperial capital, a private plane adorned with the totem of the Great Xia gently descended. Clad in a long black down coat and a whimsical cartoon hat, Liu Ze slowly exited the cabin. He had returned home. His journey to the beautiful nation had concluded, and the rent for the office on the top floor of 28 Freedom Street had not been cancelled, nor had Ze Yuan Investments been dissolved. Liu Ze left $100 million in the fund, fully entrusted to Bob's management. This fellow possesses remarkable abilities, as evidenced by his previous track record at the Quail Fund, where he had almost never incurred losses for his employer. Additionally, Liu Ze had previously promised to appoint Bob as chief investment officer, thus fulfilling his word. Although Ze Yuan Investments had been stripped of its assets after Liu Ze's departure, even the personnel needed to be recruited by Bob himself. This was not a significant issue. After all, following the shorting of subprime loans, Ze Yuan Investments' reputation had already been established. Even if the funds had been entirely withdrawn by Liu Ze, outsiders would still regard it as a premier Wall Street fund. In future operations, investor interest would undoubtedly be robust, with financiers eager to sign agreements. Liu Ze could comfortably take a back seat, awaiting his annual dividends. Oh, how delightful it is to be back home. The cuisine of the beautiful nation has nearly turned my stomach. I now crave a taste of sauerkraut and vermicelli. As Chu Su-bai stepped off the plane, the chill of the imperial capital invigorated him. Having accompanied Liu Ze abroad for a year, the initial novelty had worn off, and he found himself quite fatigued. After all, Liu Ze was not one for tourism, for long stretches. He was either developing mobile systems in the office or dabbling in stock trading with spare change. This had left Chu Su-bai feeling quite constrained. Dear Chu, I appreciate your hard work this past year. Liu Ze, resembling a little adult, stood on tiptoe to pat Chu Su-bai's shoulder. Then, smiling, he said, Your home is at Unit 1201, Building 1, Xiaobei Community, Southern New District, Spring City. I've arranged for someone to deliver New Year goods to your family. Enjoy the festivities with your parents. As the words fell, Chu Su-bai was momentarily taken aback. Tears welled in his eyes as he embraced Lu Zhe, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I never anticipated you would remember the humble address of this old servant. I am deeply grateful for your grace. How can I repay you? Your Majesty, perhaps you could allow me to return home and have my parents bear me a younger sister to serve you as a child bride?" Tears streaming down his face. Chu Su-bai was genuinely surprised by Lu Zhe's remarkable memory, considering he had only mentioned his family situation once during their initial meeting. Lu Zhe, upon hearing these words, was left speechless and waved his hand in jest, exclaiming, "Get out, get out." Chu Su-bai, upon hearing this, sheepishly scratched his head with a grin. Soon, the group exited the airport. Chu Su-bai reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Zhe and hailed a vehicle to return to Spring City by high-speed train. On the other side, Lu Zhe had spotted his parents waiting to greet him. Turning to the Li siblings, he inquired, "Brother, sister, are you also returning to Longwei?" Upon hearing this, Li Shouzhua shook his head and replied, "Little Prodigy Director, we will not be returning to Longwei for now. Our mission is to provide you with dedicated protection from here on out." Lu Zhe was taken aback. He had always assumed that the brother and sister duo were only tasked with protecting him during his journey to the beautiful nation. However, unexpectedly, he had become his very own personal bodyguard. To be honest, this left Lu Zhe feeling somewhat helpless. His safety was exceedingly assured, rendering any protection unnecessary. Holding the script of his life in his grasp, with the power to edit even the trajectory of his future, how could he ever be in peril? To Lu Zhe, the entire world resembled a colossal amusement park, where he was the sole player, tasked solely with achieving an SSS rating to complete the game. Alas, such sentiments could not be shared with Li Shouzhua. For the moment, he could only ponder aloud. "Will you be accompanying me for the new year? Won't you return home for a visit?" Reporting to the young director, "Neither I nor Bu Ling have any family." Li Shouzhua replied respectfully, his expression earnest. "We are like abandoned infants taken in by our master. Until his passing, he was our only kin, and now we are left without family." As Li Shouzhua's words hung in the air, Lu Zhe found himself momentarily stunned. Even Li Buling, who typically displayed a laid-back demeanor, lowered her gaze, seemingly reluctant to contemplate such matters. "If you two do not mind, why not come to our home for the new year?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted. It was Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue approaching. Lu Ligua was the one to speak, clearly indicating that the couple had long been aware of the formidable bodyguards assigned to their child. Zhao Ruoxue, on the other hand, rushed straight to Lu Zhe, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "My dear son, Mother has missed you so much." Chapter 141, The Conclusion of Life's Script, New Talent Rewards. February 4th, New Year's Eve. At Lu Zhe's family home, a gathering of relatives encircled the old house, celebrating the new year. Grandparents, parents, uncles' family, and the newly joined Li siblings were all present. The dumplings had been meticulously prepared, 3 meat and 3 vegetable varieties, a feast to behold. An abundance of various meats and seafood filled the table. It had been several years since such a lively celebration had taken place. With Lu Zhe having spent a year abroad, the elders in the family were particularly nostalgic, making this year's festivities especially grand. As the clock approached midnight, Lu Zhe dashed outside to set off fireworks. Against the snowy backdrop, vibrant bursts of color illuminated the night sky. Another year had passed. He was now 9 years old. Lu Zhe sighed softly, knowing that once his birthday came to a close, it would be time for another evaluation. This year, his life script appeared rather straightforward. The system merely contained a single line instructing him to establish the Ziyuan Group and venture into the mobile phone industry. The brevity of the directive suggested greater room for maneuvering. Lu Zhe pondered earnestly about how to achieve a higher rating. Moreover, time was somewhat pressing. After all, a company that was either singular in focus or of a modest scale could hardly be deemed a group, which contradicted commercial definitions. To truly establish a conglomerate was no trivial endeavor. It implied that Lu Zhe must not only penetrate the mobile phone sector, but perhaps also expand into other ventures. This aligned well with Lu Zhe's vision, as the Ziyuan Group was fundamentally a high-tech enterprise with a vast array of interests. Mobile phones were merely the starting point, with many more products to follow. The development of the system and the complete design blueprint was expected to be finalized in 2 months. However, the production line for mobile phones posed a challenge. Perhaps I should seek out a foundry first. Once the UN Group secures its own location, I can establish a factory dedicated to manufacturing our own phones, Lu Zhe contemplated. This was also congruent with reality, as mobile phone production predominantly relied on foundries. Even enterprises like Xiaomi, which specialized in phone manufacturing, did not possess large-scale assembly plants. One reason was the exorbitant costs associated with independently establishing a modern production line. Another was that foundries could mitigate costs by servicing multiple brands simultaneously. Furthermore, their expertise and experience were formidable, Years of accumulated precision manufacturing techniques and skilled labor forces ensured rapid scaling of mass production while maintaining quality and delivery speed. Lastly, with mobile phones comprising thousands of components, sourcing was complex and costly. Foundries, however, boasted robust global procurement networks and bargaining power, advantages typically inaccessible to ordinary manufacturers. Now, the remaining issue was the fabrication of chips. Luze continued his analysis. As a core component, mobile phone chips were predominantly produced by specialized chip foundries. These facilities operated extremely expensive wafer fabs, focusing on chip production, packaging, and testing. The design and manufacturing processes were entirely segregated, with strict controls over access to design data and manufacturing techniques, rendering them invisible to one another. Additionally, there were rigorous legal contracts in place. Design companies were required to sign stringent confidentiality agreements with foundries. Breaches of contract incurred astronomical penalties and total commercial ruin. The repercussions were severe. Luze was not particularly concerned about the leakage of chip data. The core technology was incomprehensible to the average person. Moreover, his carbon-based chip technology relied heavily on 15-nanometer lithography machines, which were non-existent in the market's foundries. Therefore, achieving large-scale production of mobile phone chips was no simple task. Perhaps I should inquire with the principal about the progress of the lithography machine production at the Semiconductor Research Institute. There might be an opportunity for collaboration, Luze mused, stroking his chin and letting out a long sigh. Possessing technology without the foundational equipment and factories made it exceedingly challenging to complete mass production of mobile phones within a year. Fortunately, his pocket money far exceeded that of the average person, providing him with a measure of confidence. After all, as the saying goes, when money speaks, all else must yield. As he contemplated these various matters, the final firework soared into the sky, completing its splendid display. On the television, the countdown for the Spring Festival Gala had concluded. The chimes heralding the new year rang out across countless households, ushering in another year. Over a month later, on Luze's birthday, that evening, as he sat in his room, his consciousness entered the system space. The grand voice of the life editor echoed incessantly in his ears. Completion of the 8-year stage script. You traversed oceans and set foot on Wall Street, boldly short-selling the subprime mortgage market of the beautiful country at a cost of $800 million, hunting down top banks like Goldman Sachs and JP Chase. Ultimately, as the real estate bubble burst in the beautiful country, you successfully navigated this financial storm, reaping $80 billion and achieving a 100-fold return, earning global renown as the new generation of Wall Street short-seller. Reward: Quantum Mind, Atomic Artisan. Quantum Mind greatly enhances development in the field of quantum computing, enabling the extraction of patterns from disordered data while possessing superior talent in the development of bionic AI. Atomic Artisan achieves nanometer-level precision control, significantly increasing success rates in inventing mechanical technological products. Eternal Life Reward Progress, 2019. Hearing the system's latest announcement, Luze's eyes sparkled. Once again, he had acquired dual talents, and this time, he was certain to have secured a critical reward. The first talent enhances the development of quantum computing and the creation of artificial intelligence. This is particularly advantageous for Luze, as the design of mobile phone systems has reached its conclusion. The challenge he currently faces revolves around refining the AI for mobile devices. In this day and age, one cannot venture outside without an integrated AI in their phone. For instance, Apple launched its intelligent voice assistant, Siri, long ago, which was truly astonishing at its inception, marking a groundbreaking advancement in smartphones. However, after many years, Siri has not seen significant improvements through successive updates. Other manufacturers' attempts at developing artificial intelligence have also been less than satisfactory, often deemed as mere artificial incompetence. Luze is deeply invested in the creation of the first phone for the Zhiyuan group, placing utmost importance on the AI aspect. He is determined to craft an AI that will amaze everyone. Thus, the talent, Quantum Mind, has arrived at a most opportune moment. Chapter 142, Lu Xiangbei's Visit. An artificial island? In the room, Luze's gaze shifted to his second talent, Atomic Craftsman. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Achieving precision control at the nanoscale? This is nothing short of remarkable. Nanoscale control is undoubtedly the cornerstone of cutting-edge technology. Once realized, it could lead to monumental breakthroughs in fields such as biomedicine, materials science, and the manufacturing of quantum devices. For example, with this technology, one could manipulate DNA through nanoscale carriers for gene editing in biomedicine. Furthermore, nanorobots could be employed to precisely deliver drugs to cancer cells, thus achieving targeted therapy. In manufacturing, it would completely revolutionize nanoelectronics, enabling the production of quantum devices, perfectly complementing the previous talent, Quantum Mind. Looking further ahead, the development of a nanosuit akin to Iron Man's from the movie Avengers, Infinity War is not merely a fantasy. After all, that suit comprises billions of nanobots. Coupled with liquid metal, it can flow and reshape, covering the entire body or enhancing specific areas. The scene where Tony Stark, while walking, activates his chest reactor and is swiftly enveloped by the nanosuit during his confrontation with Ebony Maw left many in awe. Now, having grasped nanoscale precision control, Liu Ze has illuminated the foundational skill of nanotechnology. Henceforth, whether in biomedicine or the development of supermaterials for nanotech armor, the possibilities are boundless. This clearly demonstrates the immense power of this talent. It appears that Atomic Craftsman is indeed the critical talent from this assessment. Liu Ze opened his eyes, his consciousness withdrawing from the system space, and a smile graced his lips. His journey across the ocean to the United States at the age of 8 was not in vain. After a year of toil, he was finally satisfied with the outcomes. The next step is to adeptly navigate the script of his life at the age of 9. A night passed in silence. The following day, as the day of returning to school drew near, Liu Ze rose early to program the mobile phone system on the family computer when suddenly, a guest arrived. It was none other than Liu Xiangbei, the wealthiest man in the county. Over the years, under Liu Ze's influence, the Galaxy Group has reaped substantial dividends from investors and flourished immensely. Coupled with Liu Xiangbei's astute business acumen, he has ridden this wave of success, propelling the Galaxy Group to new heights. From a mere county enterprise, it has rapidly expanded to provincial prominence, its real estate ventures flourishing and earning a stellar reputation in the region. Today, Liu Xiangbei's net worth has skyrocketed from an initial 2 billion to over 30 billion. While he may not yet hold a prominent position on the national stage, his rapid ascent has caught the attention of many influential figures. As the saying goes, one must not forget the well-digger when drinking water. Liu Xiangbei constantly remembers that his current success is largely due to Liu Ze's support. Therefore, he makes it a point to bring lavish gifts whenever he visits the Liu family, especially during holidays. This time, he intended to arrive the day before to attend Liu Ze's birthday celebration, but a flight delay caused him to arrive a day late. Li Gua, these are the local specialties I brought from Pengcheng. Please see if they suit your palate, Liu Xiangbei said as he entered the room, handing over a large assortment of traditional southern delicacies. In addition, he presented luxurious gift packages to Zhao Ruoxua, stating, "These are the latest spring collections from Gucci and Louis Vuitton, which I had someone procure from abroad. Please do accept them." "Mr. Liu, you are too kind," Liu Guo replied with a beaming smile as he accepted the gifts and welcomed the guest into their home. He then called out to Liu Ze, "Son, your grandpa Liu has come to see you." Upon hearing the call, Liu Ze strolled into the living room, his hands behind his back, and surveyed the array of gifts with a satisfied nod towards Liu Xiangbei. This old chap certainly knows the ropes. Liu Xiangbei, upon spotting Liu Ze, was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "I've long heard about the young prodigy who went to the States to short sell Wall Street, making hundreds of billions of dollars. You truly bring honor to our great Xia." For someone like Liu Xiangbei, a pure businessman, Liu Ze's ability to earn such a fortune in a year was far more impactful than poetry. He had spent his life navigating the business world, striving tirelessly, and yet had only achieved the status of a county tycoon. Without Liu Ze's endorsement of the village, his business would have had little chance of revival in recent years. Thus, nearing 60, Liu Xiangbei regarded the young Liu Ze as both a benefactor and an idol. "Grandpa Liu, please stay and share a meal with us." Liu Ze smiled politely, extending the invitation. Liu Xiangbei eagerly nodded in agreement. Soon, a feast of 7 or 8 sumptuous dishes was laid out on the table. Liu Guo opened a fine bottle of wine, and the guests raised their glasses in conviviality. During their casual conversation, Liu Xiangbei spoke about the recent developments of the Galaxy Group. It turned out that he had forged connections with several prominent figures in the country, gaining considerable insights from them. Now, he has plans to expand Galaxy Group's operations nationwide. To be frank, I'm nearly 60. Yet I find myself busier now than I was when I first started my business 2 decades ago. Just the day after tomorrow, I must fly back to Pengcheng to attend a private auction in the real estate sector. I've heard they're auctioning an artificial island, and it would take several hundred billion to secure it. Initially, this event seemed beyond my reach, as Galaxy Group is too small to compete. However, an elder brother in the field wants to take me along to broaden my horizons, and I can't very well refuse, can I? As the wine flowed and Liu Xiangbei became slightly tipsy, he sighed, reflecting on the relentless pursuit of business despite his age. What can I do? My children aren't up to the challenge, and I must bear the flag while my health permits. Meanwhile, as Liu Ze savored his ribs, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. A news article from his past life came to mind, reporting on the renowned Beihai Real Estate, which had constructed an artificial island just 2 kilometers from Pengcheng. intending to develop it into a cutting-edge fourth-generation residential area that would set global standards. However, a few years later, Beihai Real Estate encountered difficulties, nearly facing bankruptcy. The fate of that artificial island remained shrouded in mystery thereafter. Is this what Lu Xiangbei is referring to? Upon contemplating this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but inquire, Grandpa Lu, are you speaking of the artificial island at Xinglu Bay? You know about it too, little prodigy? Lu Xiangbei responded, a hint of surprise evident in his tone, seemingly taken aback by Lu Zhe's awareness of such matters. Having perused related news articles previously, Lu Zhe casually laughed it off, then astonishingly declared, could you take me along to the auction? I am quite interested in that artificial island. Chapter 143, Infiltrating the Auction. The big shots are stunned. Who is this general? 2 days later, aboard a first-class flight to Pengqing, Lu Zhe sat alongside Lu Xiangbei. Lu Xiangbei was still somewhat bewildered by Lu Zhe's sudden desire to accompany him to the auction. The little prodigy, not engaged in scientific research, suddenly takes an interest in artificial islands? Is he venturing into real estate? However, he pondered the harsh reality of the domestic real estate market, which had long ceased to be a blue ocean and had become fiercely competitive. Moreover, with the global financial crisis unfolding, it seemed imprudent to enter the real estate sector at this juncture. Finally, unable to restrain himself after 2 days of contemplation, Lu Xiangbei cautioned, little prodigy, if your intention is to delve into real estate, I must advise against it. Now is not an opportune moment to enter the market. Real estate? What do you mean by that? Lu Zhe, who had been engrossed in his computer, looked up in surprise. Then what is your intention regarding the island? Lu Xiangbei inquired. Puzzled, Lu Zhe replied, I plan to acquire it as the headquarters for my group, intending to construct a future technology city. What? At this revelation, Lu Xiangbei was utterly stunned. A future technology city? What on earth is that? As a seasoned entrepreneur from a small county, Lu Xiangbei was not well versed in the tech market. Nevertheless, he recognized that Lu Zhe was no ordinary individual. This was someone who had managed to wrestle over $800 billion from Wall Street elites, surpassing even the most ruthless of players. Therefore, there must be a rationale behind his actions. At that moment, Lu Zhe closed his laptop and gazed lazily out the window. After flying for 4 to 5 hours, they were nearing Pengqing. In truth, his desire to purchase the artificial island, though impulsive, was not without foundation. Lu Zhe had long harbored the vision of transforming the Ziyuan Group's headquarters into a future technology city. Utilizing his technological prowess, he aspired to bring scenes from sci-fi films into reality. This technology city would comprehensively integrate AI, maintenance, and cleaning services, all managed by robots. In terms of architecture, it would encompass not only office buildings and residential areas, but also various high-tech laboratories, assembly factories, and workshops. Perhaps even a rocket launch pad could be included. It could be said that all the core elements of the Ziyuan Group would be centralized in one location. Choosing the right site was, of course, paramount. Lu Zhe had contemplated this extensively. However, whether situated in the city center or the suburbs, it seemed inadequate. It was not until he fortuitously heard about the artificial island from Lu Xiangbei that a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Pengqing, a first-tier coastal city of the Great Xia, was adjacent to the fragrant harbor, thriving like a dream. The artificial island at Xinglu Bay was located merely 2 kilometers from the city, easily accessible via a cross-sea bridge. An independent island, nestled in a bustling area yet shielded from the influences of surrounding cities, was simply the most fitting choice. Lu Zhe was confident that in the future, it would become one of the most extraordinary and enchanting places on the planet. This ambition was grandiose. However, Lu Zhe possessed the conviction to realize it piece by piece. The following day, in a private manor on the outskirts of Pengqing, Lu Zhe, donning a mask, followed Lu Xiangbei inside. The auction today was an exclusive gathering within the Great Xia real estate circle, attended by prominent real estate magnates. Lu Xiangbei was considered a minor player among this crowd. Yet his presence was facilitated by the goodwill of an older brother, a renowned real estate tycoon from Jiangnan who held Lu Xiangbei in high regard. Upon their meeting, they exchanged handshakes and pleasantries. After some casual banter, the older brother's gaze fell upon Lu Zhe, and he chuckled. Lu, why have you brought along your younger generation? To let the child broaden his horizons, Lu Xiangbei replied with a laugh. Lu Zhe's burgeoning fame had made him akin to a celebrity. When out in public, he often donned a simple disguise. The older brother nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, it's beneficial for the younger generation to be nurtured in such an environment, preparing them to take over the family business in the future. Precisely, indeed, Lu Xiangbei chuckled in affirmation. The group proceeded into the main building of the manor, where each attendee received a bidding paddle. Lu Xiangbei discreetly obtained one for Lu Zhe, number 8088, which was rather auspicious. Subsequently, they settled into a hall, where a professional auctioneer took to the small stage to introduce the artificial island. On the side of the stage stood a young man in his 30s, wearing a troubled expression. His demeanor suggested he was the owner of the manor. Lu Zhe and the others occupied the central row, and the older brother quietly remarked, "That young man is the heir of Beihai. Unfortunately, he is utterly inept. Since his parents' untimely demise, he has been unable to sustain such a vast conglomerate. Such is the fate of a tiger father begetting a dog son. Now, the island at Xingluo Bay is up for sale." The operational crisis at Beihai Real Estate stemmed from the tragic car accident that claimed the lives of the chairman and his wife, leading to internal discord and incessant strife within the group. In just 1 year, the entire conglomerate had fragmented, with over 100 unfinished projects. The heir, the young man with the woeful expression, felt the weight of reconstituting the group was too great and had decided to sell off whatever could be sold, converting assets into cash for his future comfort. Thus, the scene before them had come to fruition. As the auctioneer commenced, bids began to emerge. 12 billion, 13 billion, 17 billion. The starting bid of 12 billion escalated rapidly, soon nearing 20 billion. After all, those present were primarily individuals interested in Xingluo Bay. The older brother, who valued Lu Xiangbei, raised his paddle, placing a bid of 20 billion. However, he was promptly outbid. He shrugged, conceding the competition, and remarked to Lu Xiangbei, "This artificial island was acquired by Beihai from the Pengqing authorities for only 86 billion. They started the bidding at 12 billion, factoring in the costs of land reclamation and bridge construction. Even with various hidden values, 200 billion is the absolute ceiling. Any further bidding would be sheer folly." However, just as the older brother finished speaking, he witnessed an astonishing spectacle that sent his brain into a tailspin. The child accompanying Lu Xiangbei had raised his paddle, instantly elevating the bid to 230 billion. "Hey, child, put that down," the older brother urgently cautioned. After all, in such a high-stakes auction, it did not matter whether one was a child. Raising the paddle was binding. Once the paddle was lifted, the auctioneer would begin to call the price. Thus, the older brother was understandably anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, another individual raised their bidding paddle, effectively suppressing the previously inflated price. "Old Lu, you must keep a close watch on your offspring. This is perilously reckless. If they actually secure the bid, how will your conglomerate manage the payment? Even if sold, it wouldn't amount to much." The elder brother let out a sigh of relief as he admonished Lu Xiangbei. Lu Xiangbei, his face flushed with embarrassment, was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe beside him swiftly raised his paddle once more. "Not again." The elder brother's eyes widened, a sense of dread creeping in. How could this child raise the paddle again? Was he incapable of understanding the adult's discourse? However, before he could voice his objections again, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly bewildered. The child brought by Lu Xiangbei continuously hoisted the paddle high above his head. Each lift represented an increase in the bid. Yet, the issue was that there was no competition occurring at that moment. This meant the child was exuberantly inflating the price for himself. 250 billion, 260 billion, 270 billion. The auctioneer on stage shouted frantically, nearly choking on his words, his complexion turning ashen. The room filled with real estate magnates collectively turned to stare, their faces etched with shock. Whose underling is this? Such audacity. Chapter 144. Raising the bid to 350 billion? On what grounds? Inside the auction hall, as Lu Zhe persistently raised his paddle, an eerie silence enveloped the room. It was only after the auctioneer's prompt that he finally ceased. "What are you doing, old Lu? This child truly deserves a reprimand," the elder brother exclaimed, exasperated. "Who bids against themselves? Besides, does Lu Xiangbei's Galaxy Group possess the funds to make such a purchase? Everyone knows this artificial island holds immense value, and while it promises lucrative returns if developed properly, the prerequisite is having the financial capability to do so." Lu Xiangbei, caught off guard by the inquiries, could only murmur, "Brother, please do not concern yourself with this." "What? I should not concern myself?" The elder brother stood rigid at these words. "What are you saying? Is your family truly so indulgent with the child? This is beyond neglect." He was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. The other real estate magnates, witnessing a child raising the paddle, erupted into laughter. Whose child is this? Their guardian must be dizzy right about now. An artificial island valued at a maximum of 200 billion has been inflated to 270 billion. Do they believe money grows on trees? 275 billion. Just then, another paddle was raised, catching everyone off guard. Another contender? Eyes turned to the front row, where a poised woman with an air of indifference raised her paddle. It was General Zhang of Huai Group, and she had decided to enter the fray. The Huai Group boasted formidable strength and formidable connections. Had she uncovered some hidden intelligence indicating that the island was worth far more than 200 billion? A murmur of intrigue rippled through the crowd. With this woman making her move, discussions erupted, and soon others began to bid as well. In the middle section, the elder brother began to ponder, stroking his chin as he mused. Could there truly be some hidden value to this artificial island? Is Hong Kong planning large-scale land reclamation? Within 3 to 5 years, it could be facing this artificial island. And all it would take is the construction of a bridge to connect to the newly developed East Lantau metropolis. Liu Ze spoke slowly. Having lived a second life, he possessed foresight of the future. A few years hence, Hong Kong would initiate the Tomorrow Lantau project, linking with this artificial island. At that point, the artificial island would serve as a strategic node between Pengcheng and Hong Kong, making its potential location value unmistakably clear. Provided the developers were not foolish, they could undoubtedly reap substantial profits, justifying a bidding price far exceeding 200 billion. The elder brother fell silent upon hearing this, then pointed at Liu Ze, his gaze shifting to Liu Xiangbei as he queried, "Is this true?" "I have no idea." Liu Xiangbei was equally bewildered, unsure of how Liu Ze had come by such information. Meanwhile, the atmosphere began to heat up again as the bidding surged to 300 billion. Finally, General Zhang of Huai Group raised her paddle once more, pushing the bidding price to 305 billion, and the room fell into a hushed silence. After all, those privy to insider information were few, and many were uncertain of the artificial island's true worth, hesitant to bid blindly. General Zhang glanced back, noting that Liu Ze had ceased raising his paddle before retracting her gaze. 305 billion once. 305 billion twice. 300. The auctioneer began to repeat, preparing to bring the gavel down. Yet, just as he was about to finish the third call, the paddle numbered 8088 shot up once more. A youthful voice rang out, 350 billion. The room erupted in astonishment. An increase of 45 billion. Even General Zhang could not remain seated, turning in surprise. Which company is this? Their strength is astonishing. It was crucial to note that in the current real estate climate, few could muster 300 billion in cash flow. Yet, this paddle numbered 8088 had its owner absent, allowing a child to raise the bid. Is this for real? Many were left dumbfounded, a hint of skepticism creeping in. The elder brother stood aghast, signaling Liu Xiangbei with his eyes, implying, "Aren't you going to intervene? 350 billion is an astronomical figure. No one here can compete with that. Your dilapidated Galaxy Group wouldn't even be able to cover that amount if sold off." Liu Xiangbei scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. 350 billion was indeed a staggering sum for the gathered real estate magnates. Yet, for the little prodigy, it was merely a drop in the bucket. This 9-year-old child had a staggering 570 billion lying dormant in his bank account. The remainder alone was more than sufficient. In the hall, not only was General Zhang unsettled, but the heir of Beihai Group could no longer maintain his composure. He turned to Liu Ze, frowning. "Child, which family do you belong to? Have your elders speak up." Clearly, he too had doubts regarding Liu Ze's bid. Could it be that this was merely a child's whimsy? If this was a blunder, the repercussions would be monumental. After all, he had been bidding since the price was in the 200s. If this was indeed a mistake, what would happen to General Zhang's bid? Would all subsequent bids be rendered void? The other magnates seemed to share this sentiment, some watching with intrigue, while others observed with skepticism. "No need to ask. My family. My authority. If you agree, pay up now," Liu Ze stated calmly, arms crossed. As those words left his mouth, a ripple of astonishment swept through the room. What audacity! A child of perhaps 10 years daring to unilaterally decide on a 350 billion transaction? Who did he think he was? A little prodigy? General Zhang stood abruptly, her brows furrowing in disbelief. Which adult is responsible for this? Are they truly planning to remain uninvolved? In our auction house, raising a paddle is a decision made without regret. However, given your presence now, we can still exercise some leniency and treat this as mere childish mischief. Yet, should you lack even this modicum of responsibility, then do not be surprised if one day we demand 350 billion from you. Upon hearing these words, many in the crowd raised their thumbs in approval. Truly, President Zhang is a paragon of righteousness. After all, this implies that she can overlook the child's previous reckless bidding. Meanwhile, the heir of the Beihai Group furrowed his brow. If she chooses not to pursue it and allows a rebid, wouldn't that render his earlier excitement moot? Nevertheless, given the formidable might of the Huai Group, he felt it unwise to voice his concerns. Deep down, he secretly hoped the child was indeed speaking the truth. On the other side, Liu Ze, upon hearing these remarks, could only shake his head in resignation. "I have already stated that my family affairs are my own to govern. Yet you persist in your inquiries. You govern?" President Zhang scoffed. "You, a mere child of 10, still in your formative years, what gives you the right to govern?" Her words were laced with barbs, yet they bore an undeniable truth. Even the esteemed dignitaries present turned their gazes toward the petite figure in the crowd, eager to discern the reason behind this child's audacious proclamations. At that moment, Liu Ze recognized that he could no longer remain incognito. He stood, slowly removing his mask to reveal an exquisitely handsome visage. With a voice steady and resonant, he proclaimed to the assembly, "I am Liu Ze." Chapter 145. The dignitaries bow down. The Harbin Institute of Technology welcomes a new season. Liu Ze, the child prodigy? As Liu Ze unveiled his mask, an uproar erupted throughout the auction venue. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Their gazes were filled with disbelief. The legendary prodigy of national fortune. The child who has accomplished countless miracles, the strongest young boy in the annals of human history, stood before them in flesh and blood. The elder beside him was equally flabbergasted. His mouth agape, he elbowed Liu Xiangbei repeatedly, stuttering, "Isn't that your grandson, old Liu? Nonsense. How could I be so fortunate?" Liu Xiangbei chuckled wryly, briefly outlining his connection to the Liu family. Upon hearing this, the elder's face lit up with envy, and he enthusiastically praised, "Assisting in times of hardship is far more heartwarming than merely adding embellishments." Extending a helping hand to the Liu family at such a critical juncture, no wonder the Galaxy Group has surged so remarkably. You are indeed a true angel investor. Having such ties with the prodigy is an extraordinary opportunity. The elder truly envied Liu Xiangbei and fully comprehended why Liu had been unable to intervene in Liu Ze's earlier daring bids. He simply lacked the standing to do so. In the realms of business and investment, who in the entire nation, or even the world, would dare to dictate terms to the child prodigy? This is a young individual who has amassed $800 billion in a single year, ranking among the top 20 on the global rich list. The 200 billion or 300 billion they were currently calling out barely constituted a fraction of his wealth. The realization that this child was indeed the prodigy sent President Zhang of the Huai Group's mind reeling. This celebrated ice queen of the real estate industry, known for her audacity against any adversary, found herself utterly at a loss when faced with the prodigy, who also bore the title of the wealthiest individual in the great Xia dynasty, the nation's supreme cash king. Competing? What could she possibly contest with him? For the prodigy, money was merely a number, and spending 300 or 500 billion would not even provoke a flutter of his eyelids. President Zhang relinquished her ambitions without uttering another word and returned to her seat. As other real estate magnates began to regain their composure, their spirits lifted, and they clamored to speak one after another. Child prodigy, it is an honor to meet you. I am the chairman of the Qingtian Group. Here is my business card. Child prodigy, after acquiring the artificial island, what are your plans for its development? Our Wanxiang Garden has 50 years of real estate construction experience and would be the perfect partner. Young Master Liu, could I trouble you for an autograph? My grandson is particularly fond of you. The venue transformed into a personal meet and greet for Liu Ze, with some introducing themselves and others eagerly requesting autographs and photographs. Even some elderly attendees displayed an enthusiasm that rivaled that of the younger generation, akin to devoted fans witnessing their idol. The staff at the estate were left utterly dumbfounded. They were aware that these were titans of the real estate sector, individuals worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. Such starstruck behavior was wholly unexpected from them. In their eyes, entertainers of the film industry were mere performers, summoned at will. Even a popular starlet could be brought in with a single phone call. Yet now, upon encountering Liu Ze, their demeanor resembled that of fervent fans. It became evident that these magnates were not averse to idol worship. Rather, it was the lack of sufficiently formidable figures that had deterred them. Once a truly powerful individual appeared, even the most distinguished would become starry-eyed admirers. Much like ancient warriors who eagerly followed a virtuous ruler, the phenomenon of strong men worshipping greatness was precisely this. Though Liu Ze was but a child of 10, what of it? As the saying goes, heroes emerge from youth. When a 4-year-old composes the Tungwang Pavilion, a 5-year-old clinches the title of the Flying Heaven Emperor. A 6-year-old proves a top-tier mathematical conjecture through live streaming. A 7-year-old crafts a 15-nanometer lithography machine. And an 8-year-old short sells Wall Street to earn over 500 billion. How could anyone remain composed in his presence? The heir of the Beihai Group was so overwhelmed with excitement that he trembled all over. Seizing the opportunity presented by the transaction, he hurriedly snapped several photos with Liu Ze, eager to showcase them on social media. Amidst the clamor of the room, Liu Ze wearily accommodated each request. It was not until an hour later that the various real estate magnates began to depart. On the Beihai side, all auction procedures were successfully completed. The artificial island of Xinghua Bay now fully belonged to Liu Ze. Securing the island for 350 billion was not a loss. After all, in his previous life, it had been acquired by Hawaii for 340 billion, later developed into a popular national tourist attraction. And Liu Ze had even visited it once. Liu Ze was uncertain whether 340 billion was indeed the upper limit of Hawaii Group's budget. But by adding an impressive 45 billion and revealing his true identity, he was confident he could intimidate them into retreat. For when it came to cash, no one in the nation could rival him. Although the Huai Group was a domestic real estate giant, their available funds were not limitless. As expected, upon realizing that the competitor was the child Prodigy, President Zhang relinquished her ambitions immediately. The following day, Liu Ze visited Xinghua Bay for an on-site inspection. Although he had been here in his previous life, the island had already been fully developed then, making it starkly different from its current desolation. The Beihai Group's cross-sea bridge was quite well constructed and could indeed be utilized. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Liu Ze glanced back at the magnificent bridge, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Next to him, the Li siblings followed closely. Li Xiuzhua remarked, "The bridge is impressive, but the price is exorbitant. 350 billion, an unfathomable figure." Having followed Liu Ze for more than a year, Li Xiuzhua had nearly lost all sense of monetary value. It was outrageous. Casually spending in the hundreds of millions had become routine. Now, purchasing an entire island so boldly, what was his intention? Li Xiuzhua mused, realizing he simply could not fathom the mind of a genius. After circling the island, Liu Ze returned to Pingcheng and bid farewell to Luxiang Bay the next day. As Harbin Institute of Technology welcomes the new academic season, Liu Ze is compelled to return to the Northern Realm. Chapter 146, the premier research base, the Artisan Bureau. February 27th. The faculty and staff of Harbin Institute of Technology gradually returned to campus, preparing to commence their duties. Liu Ze has also made his way back to Harbin. Yet this time, he does not visit the Little Genius Research Institute. Instead, he directly seeks out President Zhou Mingyuan. President, how many 15-nanometer lithography machines have been manufactured at the Semiconductor Research Institute? I am gearing up for large-scale production of mobile phone chips. Will it suffice? Liu Ze states bluntly upon entering. Zhou Mingyuan, who was previously engrossed in brewing tea, momentarily pauses at this inquiry before promptly responding, "Let me make a call to check." Before long, a call connects to Director Wang Xiangyu of the Semiconductor Research Institute. A few minutes later, Zhou Mingyuan hangs up and informs, "My junior brother says the institute hasn't made significant progress. They've only managed to produce a little over 100 units. A little over 100? And they haven't made significant progress?" Liu Ze's eyes widen in disbelief. Is that even a reasonable statement? Those are 15-nanometer lithography machines. The materials are exorbitant, and the construction cost for just one unit skyrockets to nearly $400 million. The investment for over 100 units is almost equivalent to half of my remaining funds. It can only be said that it is truly commendable to be an industrial powerhouse, a behemoth of infrastructure. The fear of insufficient ammunition is omnipresent. Previously, the Western technological blockade deprived them of advanced lithography machines. Now that they possess the technology, they are manufacturing at an overwhelming pace. Unfortunately, we are in an era dominated by technology. The demand for more advanced chips is ever increasing, spanning drones and artificial intelligence, Zhou Mingyuan elucidates to Liu Ze. He then inquires about Liu Ze's intentions for large-scale mobile chip production, as it seems he is poised to enter the mobile phone industry. Liu Ze does not conceal his ambitions, revealing his aspiration to establish a high-tech company. The mobile phone is merely the first product of the Ziyuan Group, and he is currently troubled by how to achieve mass production. He is still undecided on which domestic foundry to select. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan's eyes flicker with contemplation. After a pause, as if having made a resolute decision, he proposes, "What if I assist you in applying for collaboration with the Artisan Bureau?" The Artisan Bureau? Liu Ze is taken aback. What is that? I've never heard of it. Zhou Mingyuan then explains, the Artisan Bureau is a top-tier defense industrial base that was clandestinely established following the founding of our nation. It not only gathers the nation's most distinguished scientists and technicians, but also boasts various laboratories and factories. The production of military-grade equipment, such as drones, intercontinental missiles, and key components for satellite manufacturing and rocket launches, all occurs here. If you wish to mass-produce high-tech mobile phones, doing so at the Artisan base would be a trivial endeavor. Their factories are far more specialized than any electronic foundry worldwide. Upon hearing this, Liu Ze's eyes cannot help but sparkle with excitement. What an extraordinary treasure trove our nation possesses. The Artisan Bureau's confidentiality measures are evidently stringent, as most ordinary individuals have never even heard of it. In fact, there is scarcely a trace of information about it online. At this moment, Zhou Mingyuan informs Liu Ze that there are already suspicions of a leak. However, he believes that the higher-ups will understand. Given the current attitude of the nation's leaders towards Liu Ze, who is regarded as a prodigy blessed with the collective fortune of 5,000 years, how could they not support him? Although the principle is to refrain from casually revealing the existence of the Artisan Bureau or making recommendations, the principle bends in favor of Liu Ze. Thus, Zhou Mingyuan has slightly overstepped his bounds. Lu Zhe, of course, is immensely appreciative. Old Zhou, you've done well. This is a timely favor. Before the Ziyuan Group establishes its own production factory, collaborating with the Artisan Bureau and utilizing their equipment is undoubtedly superior to seeking out another foundry. It would be foolish to decline this offer. He immediately asserts, President, please do everything in your power to facilitate this matter. As for the costs, feel free to set them. I am not concerned about the expenditure. Seeking a foundry in the private sector would undoubtedly incur significant costs. Collaborating with the government will certainly ensure higher quality and efficiency. Lu Zhe, of course, is not one to be stingy. The funds in his possession are merely a string of numbers, far too abundant to exhaust. It is far better to be generous. Rest assured, the state will not take advantage of you. Who knows? You might even benefit without cost. Zhou Mingyuan chuckles. The authorities already acknowledge Lu Zhe's status as a national prodigy. Their attitude is one of nurturing him with utmost care, as if they are cradling something precious. This opportunity to boost goodwill will not be easily overlooked. Zhou Mingyuan picks up the red confidential phone on the table, initiating contact to facilitate Lu Zhe's connection. A day later, the request for collaboration between Lu Zhe and the Artisan Bureau is approved. Another day passes, and Lu Zhe boards a military aircraft sent by the government. Flying into the heart of the nation, deep within the mountains. The Li siblings naturally accompany him. While seated on the plane, they gaze down at the undulating mountain ranges. Remarking, Little Dean, this is the Qinling Mountains, stretching from the Kunlun in the west, traversing Longnan, and reaching the Debi Mountains in the east. It serves as the geographical boundary of our nation's north and south. In the past, we honed our wilderness survival skills by parachuting into the Qinling, armed only with a dagger, a pistol, and a magazine, challenging ourselves to survive for 100 days. Li Shouzhua remarks while observing the majestic mountains below. Lu Zhe looks at them in astonishment. The training of the Daxia Dragon Guards is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Even the typically languid expression of Li Buling reveals a hint of emotion for the first time. Her lips curl in mild disdain, bearing her incisors. It seems that the 100 days of wilderness survival must have been quite an arduous experience for her, like a capybara facing the elements. Little Genius Dean, we have arrived. 2 hours later, the pilot calls out to Lu Zhe. Below, a precipitous peak rises abruptly, revealing the main summit of the Qinling, Mount Taibai. The artisan base lies concealed within the mountains, 90 kilometers west of Taibai. After the plane lands and Lu Zhe undergoes a brief inspection, he officially steps into the artisan base. The colossal iron gates stand majestically, and as Lu Zhe enters, he finds himself flanked by a multitude of researchers, all renowned scientists from Daxia. Director Wang Xiangyu from the Semiconductor Research Institute is also present. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, he is overcome with excitement, stepping forward to greet him before introducing him to others. This is academician Wang Lei from the 5th Institute, specializing in satellite design. He is a pillar of our nation. He gestures towards a stout, bearded elder. The 5th Institute refers to the Daxia Space Technology Research Institute, the most significant unit for satellite design. Academician Wang Lei jovially responds, "Oh, not at all. I cannot compare to the little genius. He is truly the hope of our Daxia. Your modesty is commendable, academician." Lu Zhe politely acknowledges him. Then, Wang Xiangyu pulls over a middle-aged man with a bald head dressed in a vest, continuing the introductions. This is Director Li Lifeng from the 1st Institute, responsible for the overall design of the Long March rockets. The 1st Institute is the abbreviated name for the Daxia Launch Vehicle Technology Research Institute, which also has extensive collaboration with Harbin Institute of Technology. Lu Zhe engaged in a spirited exchange of pleasantries with his counterpart. For the next half hour, with the familiar presence of Wang Xiangyu guiding him, Lu Zhe was introduced to the eminent figures within the artisan base, while being shown around its various facilities. Throughout the tour, many of the machines and factories left Lu Zhe astounded. Even research in the realm of quantum science is permissible? As they passed by a building marked as the Quantum Laboratory, Lu Zhe found himself momentarily at a standstill. Did this not imply that his talent for quantum mind could be fully realized within the artisan base?